Introduction. When he didn't love her, he kept her by his side to suffer. After falling in love with her, he chose to let her go. For Fu Xingchen, Jiang Lili gave up her dream of becoming a housewife. After 2 years of marriage, he looked down on her while she was deeply in love with him, until she received a video of Fu Xingchen cheating. When he looked at another woman, his eyes held a heat and admiration she had never seen before. Jiang Lili finally couldn't take it anymore and filed for divorce. Her hysteria, in Fu Xingchen's eyes, was just unreasonable trouble. He thought she would soon come back to beg him. Jiang Lili finally smiled. She didn't want a cheating man. She wanted to be independent and beautiful without looking back. After leaving him a divorce paper and cutting off contact, she focused on her career, proving herself again and again. She became a famous designer, pursued by billionaires. Just as she was about to remarry, Fu Xingchen finally panicked and rushed to the scene to stop the wedding. Chapter 1. A sleeping fee of 500,000. Don't be ungrateful. 50,000 a month for sleeping with me. What more could you want? On a silent night, the man's voice was calm, his posture lazy as he sank into the sofa, exuding a nonchalant attitude that disregarded the woman standing beside him. Suddenly, Jiang Lili's mind exploded, all her grievances crystallizing in her chest. 50,000? A sleeping fee? Hot tears rolled down her cheeks as she met the man's cold gaze. Fu Xingchen, I married you, not sold myself to you. Is this what marriage is? Just having money to spend and sleeping with a man? What's the difference from selling herself? The only difference is a piece of paper, a legal transaction of marriage. Is this what he thinks of marriage? No. In Fu Xingchen's eyes, she is only worthy of such a marriage. 3 hours ago, Jiang Lili received a surveillance video. In the dead of night, a woman dressed seductively knocked on the door of Fu Xingchen's presidential suite at the hotel. He opened the door and went in with that woman, not coming out for a full 3 hours. This fit Fu Xingchen's style at first. She thought he was just on a business trip and had brought in a tool to satisfy his desires. After all, he had a great need in this regard in the 2 years of their marriage. Aside from her period, they had been intimate every night. She found countless reasons to calm herself, convincing herself that there must be a reason. Today was Fu Xingchen's birthday. She didn't want to upset him and planned to ask about it tomorrow. She personally made a cake shaped like a little tiger, preparing a birthday surprise for him, as usual. For the past 2 years, she had arranged their birthdays and wedding anniversaries alone, filled with joy. She thought he was just that kind of man who didn't understand romance until she saw the news about him booking the biggest hotel in Jiangsheng to celebrate the birthday of the company's vice president, Lin Xiran. He gave out red envelopes to hundreds of thousands of employees just to get a smile from Lin Xiran. He even gave Lin Xiran a piece of jewelry worth 7 figures as a birthday gift in front of numerous media cameras. And at this moment, the limited edition black tie around his neck was put on by Lin Xiran herself just an hour ago. If one birthday and one surveillance video didn't mean much, what they were both the same person. Jiang Lili recognized at a glance that the smiling Lin Xiran, who was deeply gazing into Fu Xingchen's eyes at the birthday party, was the same woman who entered his room. She couldn't hold it in any longer, but still held a glimmer of hope, perhaps. It was all a misunderstanding, so she cautiously asked, Xingchen, why have you never mentioned that the vice president who often travels with you is a woman? You don't need to know about work matters. Fu Xingchen's response was cold. He drank the detox soup she had personally made, and when he saw the news about Lin Xiran's birthday celebration on her phone, he didn't offer any explanation. Jiang Lili bit her lip. Mustering the courage to continue, is celebrating a female subordinate's birthday part of your work? Fu Xingchen frowned slightly, his deep-set eyes looking at her with a depth of unspoken words. His gaze was as deep as the vast starry sky, reflecting her small figure and making her seem so weak and insignificant. The displeasure he radiated could drown her. My affairs are none of your business. Pack 2 bags. I need to go on a business trip. His tone was firm, not only refusing to discuss the news of him sending another woman to trending topics tonight, but also forbidding Jiang Lili from asking further. Jiang Lili finally lost her temper. We are husband and wife. Why can't I care? The millions you spent on her are from our joint assets. I have the right to question every penny you spent on her. Do I need to consult you about the millions I spent on her? When your Jiang family took billions from me, why didn't you keep such detailed accounts? Fu Xingchen stood up abruptly, his sharply defined features exuding a hint of coldness. Although they were in a hidden marriage, Jiang's family had taken advantage of Fu Xingchen to gain many resources after the marriage, which Jiang Lili was aware of. But she couldn't understand. That's different. We are husband and wife. Could she compare to me? You can't compare to her. Fu Xingchen's disdainful gaze was like a barbed knife, stabbing into Jiang Lili's heart and then pulling out. Millions are just a fraction of her achievements. You tell me how to compare? Her heart was instantly bleeding and soft. Fu Xingchen's gaze was cold in a way she had never seen before. It was as if the man who had lost control in bed with her and whispered sweet nothings in her ear was not the same person. If she's so good, why don't you just marry her? Why marry me? Her eyes were hot, her voice trembling. When you married me, wasn't it because you liked me? Jiang Lili's vision gradually blurred, only able to see the man's vague outline. The man's long, deep brown eyes, high nose, and thin lips, along with his broad shoulders and narrow waist wrapped in a custom black suit, looked extraordinarily noble. For 2 years of marriage, she had seen this face every day, yet each time she saw it, she felt a stir in her heart. He was good-looking, had a good figure, a good family background, and was capable. Jiang Lili really couldn't find a single flaw in him. So when she first met him and learned he was the one she was betrothed to since childhood, she inevitably fell in love at first sight. As for whether Fu Xingchen liked her, Jiang Lili recalled that 2 years ago, when the Jiang family faced a disastrous investment failure and her father wanted to marry her off to an old man for money, it was Fu Xingchen who stepped in to express his willingness to fulfill the engagement, allowing her to stand here as Mrs. Fu. So she thought he must have liked her too, but now it seemed he had eyes only for someone else. The woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the business world, the business elite he deemed her, a housewife, could not compare. But before marrying him, Jiang Lili was also a highly promising interior designer who graduated from a prestigious school. She gave up her dreams for him, agreeing to a hidden marriage to be nothing more than Mrs. Fu revolving around him. Fu Xingchen seemed to find her question, "Wasn't it because you liked me?" laughable. He drank the detox soup in one gulp and stood up to go upstairs. "If you don't like me at all, then let's get a divorce." Jiang Lili closed her eyes and blurted out. A marriage without love is not what she wanted. She could tolerate him being indifferent, but she couldn't bear that he was only indifferent to her. Her hysteria seemed unreasonable to Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen reprimanded her. For a monthly fee of 50,000 for sleeping with him, she should be grateful. In his eyes, this was not a marriage, it was a transaction. He didn't even feel that the words sleeping fee were excessive, and he criticized her with conviction. "Am I wrong? You expect to divorce and return to the Jiang family as a young lady? Jiang Lili, don't be naive, be sensible. I have hands and feet, and I can live well without going back to the Jiang family." Jiang Lili forced herself to wipe away her tears, went upstairs ahead of him, and dragged out a white suitcase from the corner, starting to pack her clothes. Chapter 2. Appointment for divorce with the assistant. That cold, indifferent father and that humble mother, she had long had enough of that home. Fu Xingchen's expression was tense as he followed her upstairs, but did not stop her, coldly watching Jiang Lili pack her luggage. At 4 in the morning, the outside was pitch dark, while the room was brightly lit as if it were daytime. Jiang Lili's face was pale as she zipped up her suitcase and came out of the cloakroom. Fu Xingchen stood there, brushing past her. "Jiang Lili, I have no patience. Don't expect me to ask you to come back. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning at 9. Jiang Lili's heart trembled upon hearing his words. She detected a tone of annoyance, anger, and even disgust. "I've been busy lately. If you want a divorce, make an appointment with my assistant. Don't say I'm disregarding our marital relationship. If you have regrets before the appointment, I can pretend today as events never happened." Fu Xingchen turned back to see her suitcase packed full. Her photo and 2 small toys were taken from the bedside table. He felt displeased, as if a valued subordinate was resigning, truly ungrateful. What did Jiang Lili want that he wouldn't give? In their 2 years of marriage, he had never restricted her spending and had confidently entrusted all household matters to her. He didn't understand what this fuss was about. But he was certain Jiang Lili would come back. The Jiang family wouldn't let her divorce. She would be scolded back if she returned. As for Jiang Lili being able to be self-sufficient, he only listened to that notion. Jiang Lili had been spoiled growing up. Could she endure the hardships of a 9-to-5 working life? Even with such thoughts, seeing Jiang Lili leave resolutely only made his mood worse. He stepped out of the bedroom and stood by the second-floor railing, watching her take the car keys hanging in the entrance. He said in a deep voice, "That car was bought for you." The car wasn't too expensive. It only cost over 200,000, and it was indeed Fu Xingchen who bought it. Because Jiang Lili had just learned to drive, she didn't want to drive an expensive car, fearing it might get scratched or dented, so she chose a cheaper one. And Fu Xingchen paid with his card. He could give Lin Xiran gifts worth hundreds of thousands, but wouldn't he give her a car worth over 200,000? It was the height of autumn, and the cold wind outside blew fiercely, scattering the withered yellow leaves everywhere, creating a desolate scene. Jiang Lili felt a chill in her heart, gripping the car keys tighter, steadying her breath, and threw the keys at the entrance before picking up her luggage and leaving. As soon as she stepped out, the night wind hit her, her long black hair disheveled, and her slender figure gradually disappeared into the dim scenery. Fu Xingchen stared at her back until she closed the door with a bang. His long eyes trembled slightly as he turned and returned to the bedroom, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the lonely figure of the woman under the streetlight. Their villa was located in the suburbs, and it would take at least an hour to reach the city center. Without a car or public transport, she couldn't go anywhere. His thoughts were unshakable. But as time passed by the second, those thoughts began to crack, eventually shattering completely. Jiang Lili, dragging her suitcase against the cold wind, walked further and further away, disappearing from his sight. Fu Xingchen sneered, adding another label to Jiang Lili besides ungrateful, poor ambition. After leaving the villa area, Jiang Lili called her best friend Su Yuyo. By the time Su Yuyo arrived to pick her up, she had been walking against the cold wind for an hour, and her curled eyelashes were covered with a layer of thick frost. Her hand dragging the suitcase was red and dry from the cold. Su Yuyo jumped out of the car, first stuffing her into the car, then tossing her suitcase into the trunk before returning to the driver's seat. On the phone, Jiang Lili only mentioned wanting a divorce from Fu Xingchen, and Su Yuyo had a lot of questions to ask. However, seeing her dazed expression, she didn't know where to start. The car was filled with warm air, quickly melting the frost on Jiang Lili's eyelashes and eyebrows. The mist surrounded her eyes, and her heart, which she thought was unbreakable, suddenly collapsed, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. Big drops of tears fell onto her red hands, hot enough to feel as if they could burn her skin. Lily, is it because of him celebrating Lin Xiran's birthday that you had a fight? The news had already trended online, and Su Yuyo had naturally seen it. It's not a fight, it's about getting a divorce. Jiang Lili's eyes were vacant, but her tone was firm. Su Yuyo couldn't help but frown and softly advised, didn't you ask clearly what happened? Could it be a misunderstanding? If it's a misunderstanding, you can tell just by looking. Jiang Lili took out her phone, opened a video, and handed it to Su Yuyo. As for the matter of infidelity, she hadn't gotten to that point yet, but his attitude had already proven everything. Su Yuyo glanced at the cover and quickly pulled over. What the hell? Su Yuyo's temper was as explosive as her fiery red hair. Fu dog cheated. Doesn't he feel guilty? How can he have the face to let you leave home in the middle of the night? He should leave with nothing. Jiang Lili took the phone back. I didn't expose this matter. Su Yuyo didn't understand. What is there to be afraid of when we're in the right? If it goes on, it's just embarrassing for me. Once Jiang Lili exposed Fu Xingchen's infidelity, what could she change? Make Fu Xingchen leave with nothing? Impossible. The Jiang family couldn't stand against the Fu family, and her parents wouldn't stand by her side. After all, the Jiang family still needed to rely on the Fu family. Su Yuyo opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words and continued driving. The Su family was also well off in Jiangcheng. After graduating from university, her family bought her a set of property. It was a valuable single apartment in the city center. By the time they reached the apartment, dawn was approaching. After putting down her luggage, Jiang Lili sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Seeing her desolate appearance, Su Yuyo asked, what are your plans next? First, I'll call Fu Xingchen's assistant to schedule a time to go for the divorce. Jiang Lili paused and added, I also need to find a job to support myself. 50,000 a month for pocket money was actually a lot. For an ordinary person, it would take 2 years to spend it all. But Jiang Lili took care of Fu Xingchen's daily life, ensuring everything was the best. She regularly bought gifts for several elders during family dinners at the Fu family's old house, leaving her with hardly any money. She only had 50,000 yuan left. Then before you find a job, come help me out. Su Yuyo didn't want her to be sad alone at home. But it's true that I need help. The piano master I booked canceled on me. Chapter 3. We schedule a divorce. Su Yunin manages several high-end Western restaurants for the Su family, and every day she invites a well-known pianist to perform. Jiang Lili has been learning piano since childhood and has reached level 10, able to rival professional pianists. She understands Su Yunin's intention to find her something to do, so she doesn't overthink things. Su Yunin is too busy to stay home with her. Then you can catch up on sleep. Just go to the East District restaurant in the afternoon. I'm busy and won't be able to pick you up. Got it. You do your thing. Jiang Lili and Su Yunin have been friends since kindergarten. They separated during college, but their strong friendship has only grown. As the Jiang family fell into decline, their bond became even stronger. With her, Jiang Lili doesn't hold back. After seeing Su Yunin off, she calls Sun Ting, Fu Xingchen's assistant, to schedule a meeting with him. Madam, are you joking? Sun Ting is taken aback and takes a moment to respond. Can't you wait until President Fu gets home tonight to discuss this? We're scheduling a divorce. Jiang Lili is succinct. As she says these words, her nose feels sour, and tears threaten to cloud her vision. But she tilts her head up, refusing to let the tears fall. Sun Ting gasps. The president is very busy, and his schedule for this week is already full. Then next week, Jiang Lili grips the hem of her clothes tightly, choking back her emotions. I'll check the schedule after I get to the office and get back to you. Sun Ting doesn't dare to make any arrangements on her own, hangs up the phone, and immediately calls Fu Xingchen. Instead of waiting for Jiang Lili to obediently return home, he finds out about her appointment with Sun Ting. Fu Xingchen is filled with anger. He is forced to laugh out of rage, completely unaware of the consequences. Hearing his displeasure, Sun Ting quickly understands. Then I'll find an excuse to delay. No need. The corner of Fu Xingchen's mouth curves in a mocking and sarcastic smile. Schedule it for next week. Delaying it makes it seem like he doesn't want a divorce. In at most 3 days, Jiang Lili will come back to beg him. Sun Ting immediately responds to Jiang Lili, next Wednesday at 9 a.m. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiang Lili feels exhausted, but she can't sleep at all. After hanging up with Sun Ting, her chest feels heavy with bitterness. Lying in bed, she can hear her heartbeat like a drum. Finally, she can't hold it in anymore. Hot tears spill from the corners of her eyes, soaking her long hair and drenching her pillow. The moment she receives Sun Ting's message, a flicker of expectation she didn't understand was completely shattered, leaving her even more disheartened. What is she waiting for? For Fu Xingchen not to divorce her? Does she realize how hurtful his words were? Fu Xingchen is not the type to admit his mistakes, and she cannot bear the thought of her husband cheating. 2 years is not a long time, but for these 2 years, her heart and eyes have been on Fu Xingchen alone. The dedication she poured into this marriage is immeasurable. She has even forgotten what life was like before marrying him. In the evening, Jiang Lili suppresses her negative emotions, puts on light makeup, and heads to the East District restaurant. There is some traffic on the way, and by the time she arrives at the restaurant, there are already many guests. Su Yunin knows she's almost there and steps out to wait for her. Seeing her get out of the taxi, Su Yunin approaches. I forgot you don't have a car. It's fine. Jiang Lili follows her into the restaurant. Su Yunin has prepared a gown for her in advance and leads her to the dressing room. You don't look too well. Did you not get enough rest? The light makeup cannot hide Jiang Lili's pale complexion. She shakes her head. I'm fine. After changing into the long dress Su Yunin prepared, she lifts the hem and walks to the grand piano in the center of the hall. There are sheets of music on the stand. Jiang Lili takes a deep breath. Her delicate white hands resting on the keys, and the melodious piano sound fills every corner of the restaurant. In a VIP box on the second floor, a figure dressed in white sits by the window. Hearing the music, she glances down and leans over to whisper something to the foreign man sitting opposite her. 5 minutes later, as she finishes a piece, a waiter approaches Jiang Lili. Miss Jiang, a gentleman in the VIP box has requested you to come upstairs to play a piece for him. There is another expensive piano in the second floor VIP box, and Su Yunin doesn't let ordinary pianists touch it. But she trusts Jiang Lili, so when the guest requested a piece, she immediately agreed. Jiang Lili lifts her skirt and heads upstairs. The waiter opens the door to the second floor box, and she steps inside slowly. The warm yellow light envelopes the box, adding a touch of romance and elegance. The square table is covered with a burgundy tablecloth, and the drinks reflect light, shimmering on the 3 people at the table. When she meets Fu Xingchen's deep gaze, Jiang Lili's footsteps come to a halt. The man is impeccably dressed in a black tailored suit, with short hair and refined features. The rolled-up sleeves reveal his wrist adorned with a Patek Philippe watch. He exudes the aura of a successful person in every gesture. Beside him is Lin Xiran, dressed in a white professional suit. Her long black hair is styled in large waves, cascading down her back. She has a certain presence, yet is complemented by Fu Xingchen, carrying a hint of a feminine demeanor. Opposite them sits a foreign man, likely in his 40s or 50s. It's not a romantic date. They are discussing business with a client. However, the scene still makes Jiang Lili's heart tremble. As she observes them, their gazes also fall on her. Fu Xingchen's originally narrow eyes narrow slightly. The woman in the burgundy lazy-style dress, with her seaweed-like long hair cascading down. Her small face is both pure and alluring. The 2 extreme qualities do not clash. He knows she is beautiful, but he never expected her to be this stunning. For the past 2 years, he has never brought her to a formal occasion. The most he has seen her is in loungewear at home. This Jiang Lili leaves him momentarily stunned. It must be some information he got from Sun Ting to create this encounter. A faint mocking smile plays on his lips. He sees through her little tricks clearly. President Fu, do you know her? The foreign man asks, noticing Fu Xingchen has been staring at Jiang Lili for too long, speaking in fluent English. Chapter 4. The tip from my boyfriend. Fu Xingchen retracted his gaze, his voice indifferent. I don't know her. She came looking for him. And he was supposed to give her a way out? Impossible. The man's cold demeanor spread, hitting Jiang Lili's cheek. The 3 words I don't know crushed her heart into pieces. She bit her lip, forcing herself to regain some composure. She had already entered, so she couldn't leave again. Those who could dine in this restaurant were either rich or noble. If she caused a scene and attracted the attention of other guests, it would affect the restaurant's reputation. She tightened her grip on the hem of her dress, took a deep breath, and walked toward the piano. They had ordered the famous piano piece canon. The lyrics represented a man's admiration and love for a woman. Jiang Lili stared at the piece for a long time before starting to play. She wasn't sure who had ordered this piece, but the foreign man kept teasing, Mr. Fu. You're lucky to have such a remarkable woman like Deputy General Lin by your side. Indeed, she was outstanding. Fu Xingchen smiled faintly, generously praising Lin Xiran. Lin Xiran responded gracefully, I wasn't this excellent when I first started. It's all thanks to Xingchen's personal guidance. The prelude of the piece was soft, and the pleasant music couldn't cover their conversation. Jiang Lili knew the score by heart, so she didn't need to look at the sheet music. Her gaze unconsciously fell on the group at the table. Fu Xingchen leaned toward Lin Xiran, his hand resting on the back of her chair. Lin Xiran occasionally spoke with the foreign man, discussing collaboration matters in fluent English. She would sometimes turn to Fu Xingchen and whisper something. Jiang Lili understood English, but couldn't grasp their professional jargon. Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran had such a tacit understanding that sometimes they only needed a glance to know what the other was trying to express. They handled the foreign man effortlessly. 5 minutes felt like a century. As the piece ended, her hands stopped moving, the piano's sound lingered, and the conversation at the table gradually became clearer. You two are truly a match made in heaven. The foreign man hadn't gained any advantage in this collaboration, but he willingly praised Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran. The phrase match made in heaven made Fu Xingchen's brow involuntarily furrow. However, the other party was a foreigner, not proficient in the domestic language, and didn't know that this term was not suitable for them. There was no need to explain. Lin Xiran smiled brightly. Mr. Mai, you flatter me. Jiang Lili tugged at the corners of her lips, withdrawing her gaze from Fu Xingchen. Perhaps Fu Xingchen found her embarrassing. After that one glance when she entered, he hadn't looked at her again. He seemed afraid that if he looked at her more, others would know she was his wife, and that she would embarrass him. Though this piano was precious to Su Yuyo and generally not to be touched by just any pianist, in the eyes of these wealthy people, they were merely lowly entertainers. They're to serve them. It was time to leave, but for some reason, Jiang Lili stood there, staring at Fu Xingchen, who was smoking, unable to move, until Lin Xiran stood up and walked toward her with her wallet. A thin stack of 100 yuan bills, estimated to be over 1,000, was handed to her by Lin Xiran. You played well. Consider this a tip from my boyfriend and me. Lin Xiran's voice was low. Boyfriend, tip. Jiang Lili felt a sharp pain in her heart as she looked at Lin Xiran. The woman's seemingly calm eyes held a hint of triumph. She thought Lin Xiran must know her, and that the unfamiliar number that sent her a video was likely related to Lin Xiran. She could tolerate Fu Xingchen's indifference, but she couldn't bear Lin Xiran's subtle provocation. Jiang Lili moved her lips, just about to say something, when Fu Xingchen's indifferent voice interrupted. Aren't you leaving? What are you waiting for? He cast a warning glance at her. If she knew what was good for her, she shouldn't come to such places to block him. She should just go home and admit her mistake. That look in his eyes stirred something in Jiang Lili. She accepted the money Lin Xiran offered and stood up to leave. Lin Xiran's confidence came from Fu Xingchen, and she couldn't compete. There was no need to make herself more uncomfortable just to win a point. If there was money to be made, why not take it? She returned to the hall and continued playing until 10 o'clock before wrapping up. Su Yuyo went to get the car, and she changed out of her clothes and waited at the door. The early autumn night was a bit chilly. She tucked her hands into her pockets and pulled her clothes tighter, staring at the desolate street ahead. Fu Xingchen walked up behind her, stopping level with her, pulling out a cigarette and biting it. He glanced at her sideways. Don't come looking for me in places like this again. If you need something, just say it at home. Jiang Lili turned her head. The man beside her was a head taller than her, the light above casting a golden glow over him. His handsome features were striking, and the line of his jaw was defined as he bit the cigarette. A lazy yet noble aura rushed toward Jiang Lili, making her numbed heart feel alive for a moment. But the more alive she felt, the more pain she sensed. Perhaps in his eyes, she was too insignificant. So he was so certain that she came here for him? You misunderstood. I came to help you, yo. She shifted slightly to maintain her distance from him. You really are stubborn. Fu Xingchen's gaze turned sharp, and mist escaped from his thin lips. For whatever reason, don't come here again. Don't embarrass me. We're in a secret marriage. No one knows I'm Mrs. Fu. If you really mind, go get the divorce certificate tomorrow. Jiang Lili felt pain pierce her heart from his cold words. In the desolate night, the atmosphere between the couple, who once shared the most intimate moments, was tense and charged. Fu Xingchen suddenly chuckled, playing with the tip of his tongue against his cheek. Are you trying to play hard to get with me? I'm not falling for that. There will be a day when you cry. Jiang Lili turned her head away, fearing he would see her gradually reddening eyes. Behind him, Mr. Mai walked out. Mr. Fu, I hope we have a pleasant collaboration. He suppressed the mocking expression unique to Jiang Lili and smiled as he looked at Mr. Mai. Pleasant collaboration. You can stay in the country for a few more days. Let Chiron show you around. Mr. Mai laughed heartily. I wouldn't dare steal her from you. Mr. Fu, she's better left to you. Lin Chiron drove over, got out of the car, walked up the stairs, and stood next to Fu Xingchen, speaking to Mr. Mai. Mr. Mai, I'll take you to the hotel to rest. Mr. Mai appeared flattered. It's my honor. Thank you, Deputy General Lin. Fu Xingchen leaned slightly toward Lin Chiron, his large hand resting on her waist as he instructed, be careful. Lin Chiron nodded and left with Mr. Mai. She didn't look at Jiang Lili again, as if she didn't recognize Jiang Lili in her changed clothes, or perhaps she was deliberately pretending not to know her. Jiang Lili watched their departing figures, biting her lip. Chapter 5. The Art of Letting Go to catch upon their first meeting. She had to admit that Lin Chiron was an outstanding woman. Is this the type that Fu Xingchen likes? The admiration and affection in his eyes when he looked at Lin Chiron was something Jiang Lili had never seen before. She couldn't imagine what she looked like in his eyes. He was unreserved in expressing his uniqueness to Lin Chiron in front of her. Where did that leave her? She lowered her head slightly, revealing a small section of her delicate neck, her ears turning pink from their recent argument. Fu Xingchen's gaze on her became involuntarily heated. Her outfit tonight was stunning, making it hard for him to forget. He felt a tightness in his throat, but turned and walked toward the car. Assistant Sun Ting hurriedly opened the car door for him, welcoming him inside, and he quietly instructed him on something. Then Sun Ting walked over to Jiang Lili. Madam, it's getting late. Shall I take you and Mr. Fu back to rest? No need. Mr. Fu's car is not a place I deserve to sit in. Jiang Lili looked at the 8-digit Kalinin parked at the entrance. She had never ridden in Fu Xingchen's car. She hadn't before, and she certainly wouldn't in the future. Madam, you're joking. You are Mrs. Fu. Mr. Fu's car is your car, Sun Ting said, his back soaked with cold sweat. He couldn't understand why the usually easygoing madam had suddenly become so sharp-tongued. Jiang Lili reminded him, I will soon no longer be Mrs. Fu. At her words, Sun Ting choked, glancing back at the man in the car, then helplessly at the stubborn woman standing on the steps. Sun Ting, drive. With the window half down, Fu Xingchen's cold expression was half hidden in the dim light. Sun Ting immediately returned to the car, fastening his seatbelt while whispering, Mr. Fu, is Madam upset because of the trending topic? Should I explain to her that the surprise for Vice President Lin's birthday was planned by me? Trending topic? Fu Xingchen recalled that Jiang Lili did indeed start causing a scene after seeing the trending topic. But was a mere scandal worth going to the point of divorce? There was nothing to say. Let her reflect on herself. As his words settled, a voice from outside the car called out, Fu dog, our Lily will definitely become a designer. It's you who doesn't deserve her. Outside the car, Su Yunhue was shouting, while Jiang Lili was trying to hold her back, attracting the attention of passers-by. His expression darkened. Go. Sun Ting quickly stepped on the gas and drove away. As the car left the scene, Su Yunhue's words echoed in Fu Xingchen's ears, his hawk-like eyes reflecting the neon lights of the bustling street. After a long pause, he asked Sun Ting, what did Madam major in at university? Sun Ting thought for a moment and replied, interior design. Have someone keep an eye on her every move. She is not allowed to work at any design company. Fu Xingchen did not want to waste energy on such matters, as it would affect his work state. He always acted decisively and efficiently, leaving no room for negotiation, and this tactic had repeatedly proven effective in the business world. Applied to Jiang Lili, it would surely be effective as well. Jiang Lili pulled Su Yunhue back into the car, and only after seeing Fu Xingchen's car leave did she breathe a sigh of relief. What are you afraid of? Su Yunhue drove with a fierce energy. She had only heard that Fu Xingchen was at the restaurant and had asked Jiang Lili to play a piece, even giving a tip. It was simply insulting. You are the legitimate wife. Your cheating husband and his mistress combined shouldn't be more arrogant than you. Jiang Lili felt that being the legitimate wife was a joke. From both her perspective and the Jiang family's, offending Fu Xingchen was not a wise move. Creating a scandal for the Fu family would complicate their divorce. At that point, it would not just be their matter, but a family affair. Lily, have you told your family about the divorce? At the traffic light, Su Yingyue stopped the car and turned to ask her. Jiang Lili shook her head. No? The Jiang family relied on the Fu family. If her father knew she was getting a divorce, he would be the first to oppose it. Her mother was soft-hearted and always listened to her father, constantly instilling the idea of being a virtuous wife and loving mother in her ears. Jiang Lili had always thought that Fu Xingchen liked her, just that he was not good with words. After being nagged by her mother, she had endured his indifference for 2 long years. Now that the cheating scandal had exploded, she felt that her patience over the past 2 years was both ridiculous and tragic. No one in the Jiang family would understand her feelings. So she had to get divorced before her family found out. Then let's not make a scene. Let's get divorced first. Have you drafted the divorce agreement? Su Yingyue still felt it was unfair. You can't leave empty-handed. You have to ask him for the house and car. At the very least, you ought to get a few million. I'll think about that later. Jiang Lili hadn't thought about this issue. Su Yingyue knew her mind was definitely in a jumble at the moment, so she stopped pressuring her. She took her home for a late-night snack and even planned to take her out to play all night to vent. Jiang Lili refused. Sitting on the sofa with her laptop, I need to send out resumes and find a job as soon as possible. Su Yingyue thought for a moment and asked, do you need my help? With her assistance, Jiang Lili could skip the resume submission process altogether. No need, I believe I can find a job. Jiang Lili didn't want to take shortcuts. She was confident she could find a job on her own. This wasn't boasting. Although she had no work experience and hadn't been in touch with the design industry for the past 2 years, based on her award-winning university graduation project, most of her resumes received responses for interviews. The first step yielded excellent results, and a surge of motivation arose within her, inspiring her to strive forward. The next morning, accompanied by Su Yingyue, she bought a professional outfit, fully preparing for the interviews. As she got busy, Fu Xingchen occasionally intruded into her thoughts. But alongside his figure, Lin Xiran also appeared. The woman she hadn't interacted with much, yet every time she thought of her, she felt inferior. A sharp pain pierced her heart. It made her want to quickly enter the workforce, find a suitable job to prove herself, and escape from them, yet it always disturbed her peace of mind. She inevitably thought, if she hadn't married Fu Xingchen 2 years ago, perhaps she would have achieved something by now. On Friday, several companies scheduled interviews with her. At 9 in the morning, she arrived at the first company, completed her self-introduction, and waited for the interviewer to ask questions. Ms. Jiang, what have you been doing for the past 2 years since graduating? The interviewer asked. Jiang Lili was not surprised to be asked about the blank 2 years on her resume. She felt a bit ashamed. I got married. The interviewer looked regretful. There is a golden period for job searching. If you had come right after graduation, we would have welcomed you, but now I'm sorry. This was a polite rejection. Jiang Lili had prepared herself for rejection, but she didn't understand. You haven't even asked me any job-related questions. Are you rejecting me just because I have no work experience and am married? Chapter 6. She is not even as good as a maid. She was prepared to be rejected due to being behind the market, but she couldn't accept being turned down for superficial reasons. All her relevant information was on her resume. If they cared, why did they arrange the interviews? The company's hiring rules stated that if you were married but without children, you might soon be preparing for pregnancy, maternity leave, and the company doesn't support idlers. The interviewer stood up and signaled to the assistant to escort Jiang Lili out. Jiang Lili thought of it as bad luck, just being called in to fill the interview quota and left with her materials. However, at the second and third companies, she had the same experience, chatting for only a couple of minutes before being rejected. The fourth and fifth companies were even more absurd, with the front desk directly refusing her entry into the interview process, claiming, sorry, our company is fully staffed. The shift from being spirited to deflated was instantaneous. In the evening, Jiang Lili returned to Su Yunyue's place. As soon as she walked in, the aroma of food filled the air, and Su Yunyue came over, holding a small chocolate cake, twisting and turning in excitement, wishing the beautiful Jiang a successful job entry and hoping she becomes a famous designer, making Fu go regret it. Jiang Lili paused mid-action while changing her shoes, her expression dejected and awkwardness rising. Sensing something was off, Su Yunyue placed the cake on the hallway cabinet and walked towards her, asking, what's wrong? She forced a smile and pretended to be brave, shaking her head. You bought this cake for nothing. I wasn't hired. How is that possible? Su Yunyue exclaimed, surprised. At this stage of the interview, the hiring probability is 50%. Not to mention you graduated from a prestigious university and even won awards. Even if you lack work experience, you have talent. Those companies must be blind not to hire you. Jiang Lili changed into her slippers and pulled her to the dining table, saying, it might just be bad luck. I still have 2 more interviews next Monday. Finding a job can't be rushed. Despite saying that, The thought of Lin Xiran, who was about the same age as her but had already become a vice president at Xingyun, made her feel extremely disheartened. Which two companies are you interviewing with next week? Su Yunyao asked, her eyes lighting up as she got up to retrieve the small cake. Tuan and Yunlan. These two companies were very well known in Jiangxing. The companies Jiang Lili interviewed today were decent, but nowhere near as good as these two. After being rejected repeatedly today, she felt hopeless, yet she couldn't help but hold on to a glimmer of hope. Due to her low mood, she didn't notice Su Yunyao's odd behavior. Su Yunyao brought over the cake and pretended everything was fine, chatting and joking to cheer her up. She tried to act like she was okay and joined in the laughter. It wasn't until the evening when they each returned to their rooms that Su Yunyao quickly pulled out her phone and made a call. Brother, do you know the boss of Tuan or Yunlan? These two companies were too big. She couldn't reach that far and had to seek outside help. On the other end, a warm and cultured male voice, tinged with sleepiness, answered, Yunyao, it's 3 in the morning here abroad. Su Yunyao whined. Who told you to suddenly go abroad 2 years ago and not come back? Otherwise, we wouldn't have a time difference, would we? Good brother, I need help urgently. Lily has an interview with these two companies next Monday. Can you pull some strings? Who? Suddenly, Fu Xingchen's voice became much more alert. Jiang Lili? She's starting to work? Will Xingchen agree? Don't mention Fu Go. Su Yunyao snapped angrily. Lily wants to divorce him and find a job. Divorce? Su Fengchen was taken aback. Don't ask so much. Just say if you can help. Su Yunyao urged impatiently. I understand. Su Fengchen pondered for a moment, his tone serious, and hung up after dropping those 4 words. Understand what? Su Yunyao looked at the darkening screen, baffled. That should mean he agreed, right? Jiang Lili started job hunting, and at this moment, Fu Xingchen realized she was serious. He felt a headache coming on. His work progress was interrupted, and there had been continuous issues for 2 days. After thinking it over, Fu Xingchen called his father, Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen was quite surprised to receive a call from his son. Xingchen, is something wrong? I've been busy with work these past 2 days and feeling a bit unwell. I'd like to drink some of the soup you made. Fu Xingchen's tone carried a hint of discomfort. Don't you usually only drink the soup Jiang Lili makes? Fu Xingchen was even more surprised. Fu Xingchen fell silent. Fu Xingchen keenly sensed something was off. Some matters indeed needed to be resolved promptly, but he could only assist up to this point. And the rest was up to him. A husband being trending with another woman and rumors circulating. Every wife would find it unacceptable. Jiang Lili's reaction was within Fu Xingchen's expectations. However, his son, with a temper as hard as a rock and extremely proud, seeking a way out was also reasonable. As a father, Fu Xingchen unhesitatingly chose to help. Early Saturday morning, Jiang Lili was still sound asleep when she was awakened by a phone call. She took her phone from under her pillow without even looking and answered. Who is it? Xiaoli, I'm at your door. I've made some soup for you and Xingchen. Come down and get it. A familiar voice came through the receiver, and Jiang Lili jolted awake, her eyes suddenly wide open. She glanced at the screen. It was Fu Xingchen's father, Fu Xingchen. Dad, why did you come personally? We could just drink it when we get back tonight. She scrambled to get up, her hair a mess, feeling flustered. Every Saturday was family dinner day, and both she and Fu Xingchen would return to the old Fu family home. Fu Xingchen smiled kindly. Tonight, your mother and I are attending a banquet, and Grandma is not around, so you two don't need to come back. The soup was cooked in advance, and I made it myself, which is why I brought it over. Then, I just got up. Why don't you leave the soup at the door? Jiang Lili rushed to the closet, her voice trembling as she lied. Fu Xingchen was not at all like his father. Fu Xingchen was warm and kind, personally cooking for the family dinner every Saturday. In contrast, Fu Xingchen's mother was very serious and rarely smiled. Also, there's a document. You should take it to Xingyun Group. Thank you for looking after Xingchen. After being married for so long, you should understand his temper. A couple should be accommodating to each other, and it's important to communicate well about any issues. Fu Xingchen meticulously instructed, taking on the role of mother in the Fu family, often concerned about Fu Xingchen's health. He was also very kind to Jiang Lili. It could be said that the Fu family treated Jiang Lili well. So, thinking about the impending divorce made Jiang Lili reluctant and unsure of how to tell them. Upon hearing that the items would be delivered to Xingyun Group, Jiang Lili felt a tightness in her throat and didn't immediately agree. The last time she saw Fu Xingchen being intimate with Lin Xiran was still fresh in her mind. She didn't want to see it a second time. Fu Xingchen must have known about the conflict between her and Fu Xingchen, but he didn't know it had escalated to divorce. She didn't complain or express her grievances, knowing that letting the Fu family know would only add obstacles to the divorce. She preferred to suffer alone. Xiaoli, are you listening? When she took a long time to respond, Fu Xingchen called out to her. Jiang Lili quickly replied, Dad, I understand. I'll go back right now and deliver the items to the company. She agreed, changed her clothes, washed up, and hurried to her and Fu Xingchen's residence, grabbing the thermos and documents before heading straight to Xingyun Group. She took a taxi, and the driver waited for her at the villa's front gate before taking her to Xingyun Group. Seeing her carrying a thermos and documents, the driver asked, "Young lady, are you the maid here?" "Pretty much," Jiang Lili replied with a hint of self-mockery. Just a few days ago, she saw her usual car parked in the yard, covered in dust. If it continued to be neglected, it would become a pile of worthless scrap metal. Fu Xingchen would rather throw it away than give it to her. Perhaps she was even worse off than a maid. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the bottom of Xingyun Group. Chapter 7. The black stockings and bra on his bed. The towering skyscraper seemed to stretch endlessly, and Jiang Lili almost felt like her neck would break from looking up. She had never been to the Xingyun Group. She knew that the Jiang family couldn't compete with the Fu family. However, standing in front of the high-rise building and watching the countless employees coming and going, she realized that it wasn't just a matter of competition. There was no comparison at all. Even in the Jiang family's former glory, they could never match the Fu family. There were many female employees in the company, and even the receptionist was dressed in professional attire with exquisite makeup. In such an environment, it was no wonder that Fu Xingchen looked down on Jiang Lili, the housewife. Even though she had become a housewife for him, Jiang Lili gently pressed her lips together, a sense of indescribable shame making her breath heavy. She found a corner to call Sun Ting. "Madam, Sun's assistant, I'm downstairs, could you please?" Jiang Lili didn't plan to go inside. She just wanted Sun Ting to take it in to Fu Xingchen. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Sun Ting. "I'm in a meeting. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up right away." Jiang Lili opened her mouth to speak, but was cut off as the call ended, leaving her stunned. In less than 2 minutes, Sun Ting's assistant came out, respectfully inviting her upstairs. "Just hand this over to Fu Xingchen." Jiang Lili handed over the documents and the soup container. "Miss, we don't have the authority to handle documents meant for Mr. Fu directly. Please take it up yourself." Sun Ting's assistant smiled apologetically, leading Jiang Lili into the company. Jiang Lili had no choice but to follow. In the president's office, Fu Xingchen, who had just finished a meeting, looked irritated, his brows furrowed tightly as he pulled at his tie. "Mr. Fu, the madam has arrived," Sun Ting said as he entered, placing a document on his desk. Fu Xingchen paused, his frown relaxing slightly, with a hint of expectation in his deep-set eyes. He knew Jiang Lili would seize any opportunity to quickly return to his side. "Should we postpone the meeting in 10 minutes? Sun Ting inquired. Fu Xingchen thought for a moment and replied, "Delay it by half an hour. No matter what." He couldn't easily forgive Jiang Lili for coming to seek peace and admit her mistakes. He needed to temper her sharpness to prevent her from making the same mistakes again. 10 minutes wouldn't be enough for that. "All right." Sun Ting immediately took out his phone to notify various departments about the meeting delay. Jiang Lili had taken the regular elevator up with Sun Ting's assistant, and it took some time to reach the top floor as people were constantly getting on and off. "Is Fu Xingchen in the office?" she asked. "Mr. Fu has been particularly busy lately, with back-to-back meetings. According to Assistant Sun, he has been living in the company these days, even holding international meetings at night. He must be very busy and tired." Sun Ting's assistant went off topic, not answering Jiang Lili's question. However, Jiang Lili was led astray by his words, her brows furrowing deeper. Fu Xingchen had a poor stomach, which was caused by irregular meals due to work. "We've arrived." Sun Ting's assistant stopped. "Miss, you can go in by yourself. I have to attend to other matters." Jiang Lili realized that the assistant had already walked away. She looked at the 2 black solid wood doors in front of her, a solemn atmosphere hitting her face. In her mind, she pictured Fu Xingchen in a suit, exuding authority as he entered and exited through these doors. She decided to just drop off the items and leave, regardless of any harsh words Fu Xingchen might say. She would pretend not to hear. With that thought, she pushed the door open and entered. The interior was uniformly decorated in dark gray, much like Fu Xingchen himself, indifferent yet precious, exuding understated luxury. A full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows let the morning sunlight flood the entire office. The air was filled with a faint scent that belonged to Fu Xingchen, wrapping around Jiang Lili's nostrils, and some untimely memories surged into her mind. In their intimate moments, his broad, warm hands would wrap around her slender waist, and wherever she looked, it would be his sun-kissed chest with defined muscles. Only during those intimate times could she truly feel his solid presence and smell his scent. The office was empty, with not a single shadow. Fu Xingchen was not there. In an instant, she felt as if her heart had been hollowed out, an indescribable emptiness washing over her. Was Fu Xingchen busy, or did he know she was coming and simply not want to see her? Although she hadn't planned to see Fu Xingchen, not being able to see him at all made her uncontrollably disappointed. standing in the middle of the office for a while. She took a deep breath to compose herself and walked toward his desk. She placed the soup container and documents on the table, her gaze involuntarily drawn to a suit jacket hanging over the edge of the desk. The jacket was a bit wrinkled and carried a faint smell of smoke. He was a neat freak and would have Sun Ting fetch clean clothes even when he was busy. She would iron all his worn clothes, keeping them ready for use. Jiang Lili hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should take it back to wash it, but her hand had already picked up the jacket. When she came to her senses again, the jacket was draped over her arm, clearly indicating her intention to take it away. Frustrated with her subconscious action, she was about to put the jacket back when the office door suddenly opened, and she turned to look in the direction of the voice. Lin Xiran walked in wearing a black shirt, with 2 buttons undone at the chest, her snow-white skin and ample bosom quite eye-catching. Under her knee-length skirt, her long, straight legs were wrapped in black stockings, exuding sexiness and charm. With an aura of a female elite, it was hard for men not to be moved. "Who let you in?" Lin Xiran approached, wearing a look of not recognizing Jiang Lili, snatching the jacket from her hands. Finally, noticing the soup container and documents on the desk, she asked, "Are you the Fu family's maid?" Jiang Lili was quite tall, and Lin Xiran, wearing 5 to 6 centimeter high heels, was only about the same height. With her hands empty, Jiang Lili's gaze swept over the snatched jacket, her expression gradually darkening. Hearing Lin Xiran's words, she couldn't hold back any longer. "No." Lin Xiran wore an unwilling expression. "I don't care who you are, but you are not allowed to come directly to Xingchen's office in the future, nor are you allowed to touch his things." With that, she turned and entered the lounge. The lounge door was open, and the double bed facing the door was in disarray, with a man's white shirt, black trousers, and a pair of deep blue boxers scattered at the end of the bed. Lin Xiran picked them up one by one and took them to the bathroom, then went to tidy the bedding. Under the bedding, a pair of black stockings and a leopard print bra unexpectedly caught Jiang Lili's eyes. Her breath hitched, and the color drained from her face. How could Fu Xingchen be busy? In his spare time, wasn't he still rolling in the sheets with Lin Xiran in the lounge? "What are you still doing here?" Lin Xiran tossed the stockings and bra into the bathroom and walked out. Seeing Jiang Lili had not left yet, her expression turned unfriendly. Jiang Lili pointed to the document. "This needs to be handed to Fu Xingchen personally. Just give it to me." Lin Xiran's gaze toward her held a hint of hostility. This version of Lin Xiran was completely different from the gentle and shy one she had seen in front of Fu Xingchen at the restaurant. This was Fu Xingchen's office, and Lin Xiran exhibited a hostess attitude, which made Jiang Lili, the Fu wife, feel extremely stifled. She walked toward Lin Xiran. Chapter 8. You mustn't affect him or make him unhappy. Jiang Lili picked up the documents on the table and stuffed them directly into Lin Xiran's arms, then took out her phone and snapped a couple of photos. "That thing will be handed over to Vice President Lin. If anything unexpected happens later, it has nothing to do with me." She seemed exhausted, lacking the energy and the qualifications to compete with Lin Xiran. Those who are favored are fearless, while she is looked down upon in Fu Xingchen's eyes. Although the temperature in the company was comfortable, she felt a chill run down her spine, a coldness spreading from her heart. Taking the elevator down and walking out of the company, she was enveloped by sunlight, yet the coldness still wouldn't dissipate. Standing on the bustling street, the corners of her mouth twitched, forming a self-mocking and sarcastic curve. Perhaps their hotel room encounters were just occasional, while the routine was to sleep in the company's lounge. She already knew that Fu Xingchen had slept with Lin Xiran, so even if she saw stronger evidence, she shouldn't feel hurt again. This pain was more intense and heart-wrenching than the discomfort of remembering Fu Xingchen didn't love her and was cheating with Lin Xiran these past few days. The urgent ringtone of her phone pulled her out of her sorrow. She took out her phone and answered, "Hello. Jiang Lili, come home now." Her father, Jiang Qingyin, spoke in an unquestionable tone. Jiang Lili had played the piano at the restaurant that afternoon, and there were no interviews today since it was Saturday. Being idle only immersed her further in suffocating emotions, so she simply agreed, "Got it," even though she wasn't very willing to go home. Fu Xingchen not only didn't he postpone the meeting, but he also moved it up. Thinking about it, making Jiang Lili wait would only further wear down her spirit. What was originally a meeting that could be finished in 50 minutes was dragged out to 2 hours. By the end of the meeting, it was already noon. He removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose and rubbed his temples, strolling leisurely toward his office. "President Fu, there's a document that needs your signature." The finance department manager chased after him with a document in hand. Sun Ting blocked the manager, saying, "You're quite resourceful. Holding a meeting while getting President Fu to sign documents? President Fu has important matters to attend to. Bring it back in the afternoon." The finance department manager's expression soured, wanting to take a shortcut. "What's the rush?" Fu Xingchen unusually stopped. Good-naturedly, he took the document, signed it, and handed it back to the finance department manager before continuing to his office. He was thinking about what a pitiful sight Jiang Lili must look like at this moment. Hopefully, she wasn't crying because he hated it when women cried. As for how to manage the situation, he knew how to handle it. With confidence in his grasp, he pushed open the door, and his expression instantly became nonchalant. There was no expected figure on the sofa, nor by the floor-to-ceiling windows. The office had no hidden corners. And the obvious conclusion was that Jiang Lili was not there at all. A faint sound came from the lounge, and his brows furrowed. Jiang Lili really didn't know what she was doing, barging into his lounge. He had been busy with work these past 2 days and was quite irritated by Jiang Lili, having not slept well at all. So he had drunk quite a bit in the lounge. If she saw him like this, she might think he was drinking because of her. Xingchen. Lin Xiran walked out of the lounge, meeting his warm yet angry gaze, and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" Fu Xingchen's hand, which was reaching for the door, aligned with Lin Xiran's advancing figure, and he quickly withdrew it, restoring his usual expression. "It's nothing. What are you doing here?" Lin Xiran smiled. "Of course. It's for your image. There's a press conference in the afternoon, and I took your clothes to the dry cleaners. Also had someone tidy up your lounge. You need to take care of yourself. The company and I are counting on you." "When did you arrive? Was no one in the office when you came?" Fu Xingchen returned to his desk and took a seat, his gaze falling on a document at the corner of the table, his deep eyes instantly darkening. As if recalling something, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. "No one, but just now Sun's assistant said someone came to deliver documents. I checked. It's for the press conference this afternoon." Lin Xiran followed him back, standing beside him. "It must have been sent by your family's servant. They really don't understand the rules. Just dropped it off and left. They should have handed it to you personally. What if something goes wrong?" So, Jiang Lili just came to deliver documents? He turned the situation over in his mind, not letting it slide. Fu Xingchen's chest filled with anger, and his self-righteous thoughts seemed ridiculous. In the 2-hour meeting he had delayed, he imagined confronting Jiang Lili. His chiseled jawline tightened. She truly didn't understand the rules. He married Jiang Lili for her obedience. But since that night, she had repeatedly challenged his patience. Absurd, she didn't even understand the rules of how to be a wife. "I'll attend the press conference with you this afternoon, same as usual. If you have any difficulties, push them my way, and I'll help you solve them." Lin Xiran opened the document and placed it in front of him. "Let's have dinner together tonight." That last sentence was spoken softly, departing from her mechanical tone at work. Fu Xingchen tried to shake off the negative emotions brought by Jiang Lili. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice softened a few degrees. "All right, you choose the place." Although it was a misunderstanding, he still felt that Jiang Lili would come back to plead with him. However, the longer he dragged it out, the more he would make Jiang Lili understand what regret meant. Lin Xiran smiled brightly and turned to leave the office to find Sun Ting. "Sun, help me book a table at the restaurant where Xingchen had dinner with Mr. My last time." Sun Ting immediately picked up his phone to make the reservation. "Thanks. You've worked hard these days. After work, go home early. Xingchen and I will go to the restaurant ourselves." Lin Xiran supported herself on the edge of the table, a professional smile on her face. "Huh." Sun Ting looked up at her. "Did President Fu say that?" Lin Xiran shook her head. "No, I decided it. He's a workaholic. After dinner, he might drag you to work overtime. You do your own thing. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the responsibility." These past few days had indeed been busy, and Sun Ting had been getting less than 5 hours of sleep each night. He immediately agreed. "Thank you, Vice President Lin." Although Sun Ting directly reported to Fu Xingchen, he knew that Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran had a special relationship, so he felt free to accept her offer. The Jiang family used to have a villa in the wealthy area of the East District. Later, they fell into decline and moved to a 3-story duplex apartment. In Jiangqing, where every inch of land is precious, this place was still worth over 10 million, but it was a far cry from their previous villa. Jiang Lili returned home, feeling somewhat disoriented and absent-minded. Lili, her mother, Zhang Qinghe, spoke to her about many things but received no response. Seeing her in a daze, she was quite dissatisfied. "Did you argue with Xingchen?" Jiang Lili forced her attention back and denied it. "No." Zhang Qinghe scrutinized her. "Then you must have something on your mind. If you don't understand, then don't ask." Jiang Lili took out her phone to play with, avoiding Zhang Qinghe's probing. "I can choose not to ask, but you can't always have a long face. Xingchen has been busy all day, and he's tired. Coming home to see you sulking is quite disheartening, especially since it has nothing to do with him. You mustn't affect him or make him unhappy." Zhang Qinghe snatched her phone away and tossed it aside. "Did you hear me?" Chapter 9. Women survive by relying on men. Jiang Lili looked at her mother, who always spoke in a reproachful tone and with a condemning gaze. She asked, "What if this is related to Fu Xingchen?" "Don't be so unreasonable." Zhang Qinghe stood up, speaking in an educational tone. "I've told you so many times. It's not easy for men to struggle outside. You need to be understanding and considerate, and don't throw tantrums at every turn. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Lili had complained about Fu Xingchen's indifference and coldness, but each time her complaints were met with similar responses from Jiang Qinghe. However, the reason she could endure for 2 years was her infatuation with Fu Xingchen and her increasingly deep feelings for him. She wondered if Fu Xingchen had not cheated. Would she, under Jiang Qinghe's influence, become like her mother, the submissive one in the marriage? Jiang Qinghe was nearing 50 but maintained her appearance like a woman in her 30s. She looked young and had a good figure, an appearance envied by many wealthy wives. But that was outside. Back at the Jiang family, what Jiang Lili saw was the most powerless and most dependent version of Jiang Qinghe. She felt no envy for her mother, who could not hold her head high in private despite her public splendor. Go home and apologize to Xingchen, and don't let him be unhappy anymore. Jiang Qinghe sat down again, observing the faint sadness in her daughter's eyes, mixed with frustration and sympathy. After all, she was her biological daughter, and she gently advised, women survive by relying on men. Everything you have, good food and clothing, is thanks to Xingchen. Her words reminded Jiang Lili of Fu Xingchen's disdainful gaze. 50,000 a month in pocket money. All you have to do is tend to the flowers and sleep with me. Isn't that good enough? Every time she recalled this, her heart ached uncontrollably. She could be a housewife for Fu Xingchen and endure his condescending attitude, but she would never willingly stay with him knowing he did not love her. She pressed her lips tightly together, gripping the edge of her clothes, her gaze growing more resolute. Mom, why do you look down on women so much? Jiang Heng's voice came from upstairs. He rolled up his sleeves and sauntered down. Isn't it all about gender equality nowadays? Jiang Qinghe's tone was not as harsh as it was with Jiang Lili. It was filled with a hint of indulgence. You little rascal, this isn't your business. Jiang Heng was 2 years younger than Jiang Lili and was the apple of the Jiang family's eye. Jiang Lili had heard Jiang Qinghe mention many times how the family was unhappy when she was born a girl. Frightened, Jiang Qinghe didn't breastfeed her and started preparing for another pregnancy as soon as she was out of confinement. Fortunately, heaven favored her, and a year and a half later, she gave birth to Jiang Heng, which solidified her position as Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Lili felt a pang in her heart, but she saw no sorrow in Jiang Qinghe's tone or expression. What she saw was satisfaction, pleased that she had given the Jiang family a male heir. She and Jiang Qinghe had different values. Even if she exposed Fu Xingchen's infidelity at that moment, Jiang Qinghe would not stand on her side. What did Dad call me back for? She could no longer sit still. Afraid Jiang Qinghe would say more. She couldn't help but tell them. She wanted a divorce from Fu Xingchen. He brought back some local specialties from his trip a few days ago. You were going back to the Fu family today, right? Take them to your in-laws, Jiang Qinghe said, clearly knowing she wanted to leave. She sat down and pulled Jiang Lili back into a long discussion. You've been married for 2 years, and there's been no sign of a baby. Your dad wants me to take you to see a doctor. A few days ago, Jiang Qingyin saw the news of Fu Xingchen lavishly celebrating Lin Xiran's birthday. He was worried about Jiang Lili's unstable position and felt anxious. Mentioning pregnancy made Jiang Lili's heart feel like it had been ripped open, bleeding profusely. Fu Xingchen had given her a bottle of birth control pills and watched her take them after each encounter. He said he was busy with work and didn't want to be distracted by a child, planning to wait a few more years. Now, while it was bittersweet, she felt fortunate that without children, there were no ties in a divorce. Let's talk about it later. Jiang Lili stood up, urging Jiang Qinghe to hand her the specialties. Jiang Qinghe, chattering away, went to get the items. Don't take it lightly. Fu Xingchen is so outstanding, and there are plenty of women around him. If you have a child, you can secure your position, and he can publicly acknowledge your marriage, cutting off the thoughts of other women. After her long lecture, seeing Jiang Lili not responding, she pulled the items back. I'll find a reliable doctor to check things out. You must go. I'll talk about it when I have time. Jiang Lili tried to brush it off, but if she didn't agree, Jiang Qinghe wouldn't give her the things. She had no choice but to agree. Okay, you can make an appointment, and I'll go now. Jiang Heng found an excuse to grab his coat and followed her out. Sis, you didn't drive? Jiang Heng was driving a black sports car. Usually, when Jiang Lili returned, she would park next to his car, but today there was no car beside his, and the yard was empty. Jiang Lili walked around to the passenger side and opened the door, but it didn't open. Where are you going? Just drop me off at the bus stop. Jiang Heng got in the car, started the engine, and glanced at Jiang Lili. As the car drove out of the Jiang family apartment, merging into the traffic, Jiang Heng asked, Sis, is something wrong with you? Why do you ask that? Jiang Lili replied calmly, What could be wrong with me? Jiang Heng was carefree but perceptive. Usually, their mom would nag, and she would just tentatively retort before being convinced by their mom. But today, her avoidance proved that something was indeed wrong. Jiang Lili had never realized she was like this. She suddenly regretted getting into Jiang Heng's car. The cramped space was just the two of them. A feeling of being exposed arose. With Jiang Heng's probing, she didn't know how to answer. When you graduated from college and got a job at a top design firm, I was really happy for you. But then you chose to marry and be a full-time housewife. Although you don't say it, I can tell you're not that happy anymore. Jiang Heng scratched his head, feeling a bit restrained. I won't say any sentimental words, and I don't know what happened to you, but I want to tell you that there are many things you can do in life besides marriage. Jiang Lili understood his meaning. Currently, all her energy was focused on Fu Xingchen, so her unhappiness was definitely related to him. Jiang Heng advised her, don't revolve your life around Fu Xingchen. Jiang Heng, you know quite a bit of philosophy. Have you figured out how to arrange your life moving forward? She subtly changed the topic. Dad wants me to join the company, but I'm not going. My aspirations aren't there. I'm working with a few friends to develop a game. Don't think I'm not serious. The gaming industry is very profitable. Once I make a name for myself, I'll support you. Why should you stay at home just because of Fu Xingchen's words and give up your dreams? Jiang Heng spoke enthusiastically, his eyes shining like when Jiang Lili first received her job offer. The Jiang family favored boys over girls, and Jiang Lili had been treated differently since childhood. But she shared a deep bond with Jiang Heng. When Jiang Qingyin came home, he would only bring snacks that Jiang Heng liked. At first, Jiang Heng didn't understand what it meant, but as he grew older, he did. And every time he secretly asked Jiang Lili what she liked to eat, and then asked Jiang Qingyin for it. So Jiang Lili talked to him about everything, including her dream of becoming a top designer. The negative emotions brought by Jiang Qinghe were suppressed by a few words from Jiang Heng, and a smile gradually appeared on Jiang Lili's lips. She got out of the car near Su Yunyo's apartment, and after watching Jiang Heng's car leave, she carried 2 boxes of gifts towards Su Yunyo's home. Just as she reached the entrance of the apartment complex, her phone rang. She took it out to check. It was a call from the Fu family's old residence. Young madam, something's wrong. The old residence is on fire. The anxious voice of a servant from the Fu family came through. Jiang Lili tightened her grip on the gift box. What was going on? Wasn't grandma up in the mountains? Please don't ask. Oh, please contact the young master and have him come back quickly. The old lady mentioned by the people down below was Fu Xingchen's grandmother, Grandma Fu. Jiang Lili hung up the phone, waved to hail a cab, and called Fu Xingchen. Chapter 10. He even guessed that she had already gone home by now. The Western restaurant in the East District was enveloped in dazzling and intricate lights that illuminated the entire room. Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran sat across from each other at a square table, as a waiter opened a bottle of Bordeaux red wine and poured it into a decanter. The reddish-brown liquid refracted light, a beam landing perfectly on Fu Xingchen's slender profile. His sharply defined features revealed a hint of ease, with his half-closed long eyes resting on the piano not far away. How strange, why was no one playing the piano tonight? Lin Xiran wore a ginger-colored dress, her wavy long hair cascading down. Compared to her professional attire, she appeared more feminine like this. Fu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, unsure, sitting there playing the piano, being watched by everyone like a monkey. Jiang Lili, who had always lived a life of privilege, would definitely not be able to endure it. He even guessed whether she had already gone home by now. Jiang Lili was always perceptive and would not disturb him while he was working. So in the morning, knowing he was busy, Jiang Lili had left tactfully. Here you go, a dish for you too, quite fitting. Su Yunyue's frivolous voice rang out. She placed a steaming dish on the table, taking the opportunity to appraise Lin Xiran. Couple's lung slices? Lin Xiran was surprised. How could there be such a thing in a Western restaurant? Couple's lung slices were meant to be eaten. Su Yunyue smiled brightly, retracting her gaze. This is called a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs, colluding together. Instantly, the temperature around them dropped to freezing point. Su Yunyue fancied herself bold, but for some reason, every time she provoked Fu Xingchen, she felt uneasy. Perhaps it was because she was just standing up for Jiang Lili and couldn't present solid evidence to pressure Fu Xingchen. After a moment of dead silence, her neck tightened, as if an invisible large hand was choking her. She decisively turned and left. Lin Xiran feigned confusion. Xingchen, do you know her? Not well. Fu Xingchen's gaze fell on the dish, deep in thought. Within seconds, his phone, which he had placed on the corner of the table, suddenly rang. He had not saved Jiang Lili's phone number, but for the past 2 years, Jiang Lili had sent him a message every noon to remind him to have lunch. Every evening, she would call to ask if he was coming home. He glanced at the screen and recognized it was a call from Jiang Lili. Fu Xingchen curled his lips in a mocking smile and hung up without hesitation. Why didn't you answer? Lin Xiran stood up to refill his glass with red wine, catching a glimpse of a strange number on the screen, her lips curling slightly. This is dinner, not a meeting. I haven't forbidden you from answering calls. It's not necessary if I don't recognize the number. Fu Xingchen took the wine from her hand and poured some for her. You've worked hard during this time. Lin Xiran returned to her seat, her smile radiant. You think a glass of wine can dismiss me? This is my secondary card. If you want something, go buy it yourself. Fu Xingchen took out a black card, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Lin Xiran. For work, a glass of wine. For personal, the gift is my reward for you. The square table was covered with a wine-red tablecloth, and the man's clearly defined wrist was attractive and stylish. When Lin Xiran reached out to take the card, her fingertip lightly brushed against his hand. The pressure was just right, and her little finger even gently hooked his pinky. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with laughter, focused on every expression of Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen's thin lips tightened, and he casually retracted his hand, leaning back against the chair, exuding a lazy demeanor. He seemed to have noticed nothing. Lin Xiran unceremoniously put the card into her bag and glanced at the piano area. Today, Jiang Lili surprisingly hadn't come. She was calculating something in her mind. Soon, the waiter came to serve the meal, and Fu Xingchen ate leisurely. Taking advantage of his inattention, Lin Xiran took out her phone and snapped a picture of the two of them dining reflected in the glass window. Unexpectedly, the flash went off. Fu Xingchen's eyelids flickered, and he scrutinized Lin Xiran with a penetrating gaze. A hint of awkwardness crossed Lin Xiran's face, and under his questioning look, she handed him her phone. She wants me to report my whereabouts and eat on time every day. Look. The phone lingered on the WeChat chat page, showing not only the recently sent photo, but also many earlier ones. There were pictures of Lin Xiran alone in the office and others of her with Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen's gaze intensified, his expression softening slightly. He continued cutting his steak. With me, she doesn't need to worry. I've said it before. You will take good care of me, this girl. Lin Xiran felt both helpless and indulgent. At the edge of the table, Fu Xingchen's phone rang again, interrupting Lin Xiran's words. It was Sun Ting. When he answered, Sun Ting's anxious voice came through. President Fu, Madam just called me, saying the old house is on fire, and the old lady has been burned. You need to hurry. Creak. Fu Xingchen suddenly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. I'm going back now. Hanging up the phone, he tossed a sentence to Lin Xiran. I have something to attend to, and strode out, grabbing his coat. The Maybach sped down the highway, weaving between vehicles and overtaking continuously. The Fu family's old residence was situated halfway up a mountain, with neon lights just beginning to glow along the mountain road. Jiang Lili took a taxi over, and when the cab arrived at the old residence, the entire villa was brightly lit, not as she had expected with flames shooting up the sky, and she breathed a sigh of relief. However, as she got out of the car, the strong smell of burning in the air was quite pungent, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace into the villa. She hadn't even had time to change her shoes and rushed straight to the living room. On the sofa, the silver-haired old lady Fu sat upright. The nearly 80-year-old woman was full of spirit, cracking sunflower seeds while watching TV, completely engrossed. Lily, you're back. Upon seeing Jiang Lili, she set down the seeds and waved. Come here, dear. Jiang Lili was panting, a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead. She approached the old lady. Grandma, didn't you say there was a fire? There was, indeed. The old lady Fu pointed to the ashes in the backyard that had been extinguished. It's out now. Jiang Lili. She recalled how the servant had spoken when he called her. He hadn't directly said that the old lady had been burned. But that anxious tone, those words left unsaid, didn't they imply that the old lady was in danger? Where's your grandson? The old lady Fu looked behind her. Jiang Lili pressed her lips together, trying to appear unbothered. He's busy with work. He might be in a meeting, and I couldn't reach him. The old lady Fu's eyes sparkled. He didn't answer your call, and you're angry? No. Jiang Lili quickly denied it. The moment the call was hung up, she was more anxious than angry, because she feared that if something really happened to the old lady, Fu Xingchen wouldn't be there. So she immediately called Sun Ting, and when he told her he had already notified Fu Xingchen, her heart finally settled. Now, reflecting back, Fu Xingchen had deliberately not answered her call. A chill ran through her, tightening her chest, making it hard to breathe. Seeing her distressed expression, the old lady Fu thought she was upset with Fu Xingchen and said without hesitation, Don't worry, I'll definitely call him back for you today. Jiang Lili. Her mind was in disarray, and she found herself somewhat unable to understand the old lady Fu's words. How did it become about calling Fu Xingchen back for her? Wasn't the old lady using the fire as an excuse to get them to come back? Just as she was puzzled, a piercing gaze suddenly landed on her. She instinctively looked over and saw Fu Xingchen hurrying towards her. The man's deep-set eyes glinted with intensity, and there was still a trace of concern lingering in his eyes. Chapter 11. The Last Chance. Are you still going to make a scene? Oh. Under the gaze of Fu Xingchen, Grandma Fu pressed her forehead and groaned. I almost burned to death. I could see your grandfather waving at me. Jiang Lili. She felt awkward and embarrassed, as she clearly sensed Fu Xingchen's probing gaze on her for a while before it shifted to Grandma Fu. She bit her lip, sitting quietly, watching Grandma Fu put on a performance. She didn't want to think about what Fu Xingchen's gaze at her meant. Grandma. Fu Xingchen walked in, dressed in a crisp suit. His tall and unruly figure stood under the brilliant lights, blocking the brightness above Jiang Lili's head. She couldn't help but glance at him, feeling a bit dazed. He was hard to see clearly but exuded an extreme sense of temptation, making her want to take another look. Grandson, do you know what your grandfather said when he waved at me? Grandma Fu pressed her forehead, her bright little eyes peering through her fingers at Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen had a noble temperament, his features handsome and delicate. It was clear he was no ordinary person. She had always thought that no one was worthy of her grandson. But ever since she saw Jiang Lili, she felt they were a match made in heaven. Jiang Lili was gentle and serene, her features exquisite, like a sculpted doll. With her looks and temperament, she was simply perfect for Fu Xingchen. She couldn't imagine how good-looking their children would be. He said you wouldn't get to see your great-grandson, so don't go down to see him. Fu Xingchen's thin lips moved slightly, his gaze subtly landing on Jiang Lili. The woman's seaweed-like long hair fell over her shoulders, her lips red and teeth white. As she leaned on her knees, her collar was slightly open. A patch of pure white reflected in his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing, his body tense. Grandma Fu snapped her fingers, her gaze flickering between them. That's right. He really said that. So when are you two going to have kids? Jiang Lili was used to Grandma Fu's pressure about having children. But this peculiar way of doing it was both funny and embarrassing. She couldn't help but blush, hesitating on how to avoid today's predicament. Usually, Grandma Fu pressured Jiang Lili more, and Fu Xingchen let her find excuses to fend her off. She had thought of all the excuses she could. In the midst of continuing to lie and evade, she decisively chose to hand this hot potato over to Fu Xingchen. Grandma, he has the final say. As soon as the words left her mouth, Fu Xingchen's gaze deepened a few degrees. Are you really willing to make it impossible for me to explain to your grandfather? Grandma Fu stretched her neck to question Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen casually adjusted his cuff, his tone indifferent. The great-grandson is like your death warrant. I can't bear to let you go see grandfather, so no children. Caught off guard, Grandma Fu's eyes widened. Her throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and she couldn't say another word. Madam, dinner is ready. A servant approached. Taking advantage of the situation, Grandma Fu escaped the awkwardness. Let's eat first. If you don't eat, you'll have to go see your grandfather. If I can't pressure you, I won't pressure you anymore. One day, let your grandfather come to pressure you. After proposing a divorce, Jiang Lili always felt uncomfortable meeting Fu Xingchen, especially that day at the restaurant entrance. They had an unpleasant conversation, and she didn't want to face it again. Fortunately, Grandma Fu talked a lot, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was very harmonious. After dinner, Grandma Fu pulled Jiang Lili to sit down. Your room has been tidied up. Your parents won't be back tonight. So you two stay over to keep me company. Jiang Lili instinctively glanced at Fu Xingchen. Staying over meant they would have to sleep in the same room. Given that they had agreed to divorce next Wednesday, sharing a room would be awkward and uncomfortable. What are you looking at him for? Grandma Fu said decisively, I have the final say. In the end, Jiang Lili and Fu Xingchen were forced to stay. However, after going upstairs, Fu Xingchen went to the study. He would sleep in the study tonight, which was a sign of a man about to get divorced. Jiang Lili thought this as she returned to her room to take a shower. 10 minutes later, she emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Behind her was a cloud of steam, her dripping hair clinging to her cheeks, cascading down her swan neck onto her collarbone. In front of her stood a man wearing only a pair of sleep pants. Fu Xingchen had showered in the study, his short hair half dry. His honey-colored chest was well defined. The mysterious area below the inverted triangle was covered by sleep pants. A strong scent of hormones hit Jiang Lili's face, and she held her breath, her shimmering eyes meeting the man's cold gaze. Before she could ask what Fu Xingchen was doing here, his strong arm suddenly reached out. Jiang Lili's waist tightened as he pulled her into his embrace. Her soft chest pressed against his, with only a thin layer of towel between them. The lingering moisture on her body combined with his hot chest. An extreme ambiguity lingered between them. What are you doing? Jiang Lili pushed against his chest with one hand and clutched the towel with the other. Fu Xingchen's lust-filled dark eyes landed on her collarbone. What do you think? He pulled her further into his embrace. She could clearly feel the changes in his body. Jiang Lili's eyes widened in shock. The image of Lin Xiran tidying up the lounge for Fu Xingchen flashed through her mind. Did he need it so badly that he couldn't hold it in for one night? Even if he couldn't hold it, he shouldn't have his eyes on her. Do I need to remind you that we are getting a divorce? Fu Xingchen scoffed lightly, as if he had heard a funny joke. He raised his hand, gripping her chin, forcing her to look at him. To find this opportunity, you even brought Grandma out. What are you pretending for? Grandma Fu went to the mountains every year for a month to eat vegetarian food. Last Saturday night at the family dinner, she had just gone to the mountains. It had only been a week, which indeed was unusual. It turned out that Fu Xingchen thought she had invited Grandma Fu down from the mountains and fabricated the fire lie to trick him back. I was also tricked here by Grandma, Jiang Lili said urgently. She didn't like being misunderstood. Fu Xingchen made it clear he didn't believe her, and his hand around her slim waist began to move restlessly. If you keep pretending, it won't be interesting. He was usually a man of few words and didn't want to waste time exposing her little thoughts in this established fact. He hadn't touched her for several days. Considering his body was already on edge, he could overlook Jiang Lili tricking him into coming back today. He could also disregard that Jiang Lili hadn't admitted her fault yet. As long as he could release his pent-up desire tonight, he would consider this matter settled. Jiang Lili's red lips parted slightly, and before she could say anything else, Fu Xingchen suddenly sealed her lips with his. The man's kiss was fierce and overwhelming, making Jiang Lili's tongue tingle. She couldn't help but let out a soft whimper, which only made the man's breath grow heavier. The power disparity between them meant Jiang Lili's struggles not only failed to make Fu Xingchen let go, but instead ignited his desire to conquer. The towel slipped away, her long hair in disarray, the warm light shining down on her, her fair skin glowing enticingly. The man became aroused, his body tense, and a cluster of flames ignited in his narrow eyes. But Jiang Lili fought back desperately, preventing his fire from being released, which inevitably frustrated him. In the 2 years of marriage, he understood Jiang Lili's temperament. She was soft rather than hard. His voice became hoarse and magnetic as he seduced her. Don't you want it? Open your legs, and I'll give it to you. The tight string in Jiang Lili's mind snapped, and her body involuntarily softened. She had a curvaceous figure. Looking slim, her body was actually well endowed, and particularly pleasant to the touch after undressing. Fu Xingchen lost control in an instant, pressing her against the wall and kissing her deeper. He yanked the towel that had slipped to her waist, eagerly wanting her, and also wanting to give her pleasure. Jiang Lili felt dizzy, and his rough movements pained her, bringing her back to her senses. Without hesitation, she bit down hard. A sharp pain shot through his tongue. The taste of rust filled his lips, and the desire in his eyes turned into anger. Jiang Lili, are you done yet? This is your last chance. Are you sure you want to cause more trouble? Chapter 12. Fu Xingchen's wife, he raised for himself, who cares about your opportunity? Jiang Lili picked up the bath towel to cover herself, her cheeks flushed. Her crystal-clear eyes held thin anger as she stared at Fu Xingchen, like she was looking at an enemy. Last night, in the company lounge, he had just rolled in bed with Lin Xiran. How could he so naturally have relations with her? She didn't understand what Fu Xingchen was planning, since he liked Lin Xiran so much. Why not divorce her and marry Lin Xiran instead? Did he just enjoy cheating, straddling two boats? Countless possibilities sprouted in Jiang Lili's mind, and no matter which possibility it was, she couldn't accept Fu Xingchen touching her again. Fu Xingchen's neck and shoulders had prominent veins, a wildness and sensuality coexisting in him. His hands pressed against the wall behind Jiang Lili. He looked like a lion about to erupt in rage. If Jiang Lili provoked him further, he could devour her in the next second. Fu Xingchen, do you want to sleep with me, but not want to divorce me? Jiang Lili's voice trembled, her heart tightening. She didn't know what psychological state prompted her to ask this question. She thought she wanted to provoke Fu Xingchen into mocking her, then let her go. But involuntarily, a sense of expectation grew in her heart. She hoped Fu Xingchen would admit that he didn't want to divorce her, that he had just accidentally made a mistake, and that in the future he would sever ties with Lin Xiran, that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. Does wanting to sleep with you relate to whether or not to divorce? Fu Xingchen's hand veins bulged, his fingertips turned white. Jiang Lili said without hesitation, it does. The desire in Fu Xingchen's eyes gradually faded. Stop dreaming. Jiang Lili, you've gone too far. In 2 years of marriage, he had never seen Jiang Lili use tricks. Today was the first time, and her clumsy methods fully revealed her little thoughts. A person without depth like her, unable to grasp the scale of teasing, was completely normal. He had needs, but could endure. This time, he would make Jiang Lili cry before she even saw the coffin. The man pulled away. The bedroom door opened, and a breath of fresh air dispersed the lewdness in the room. Jiang Lili felt as if she had been reborn, taking deep breaths. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions, but there was no joy about the impending divorce. Late at night, Fu Xingchen drove away. In the vast night, the sound of the Maybach echoed throughout the mountain. After changing into pajamas, Jiang Lili got into bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Suddenly, her phone on the bedside rang. She picked it up to take a look. It was still a photo sent from that unknown number. Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran were dining at a Western restaurant. The man looked noble and handsome, while the woman appeared charming and happy. The scene was romantic and warm. The time in the lower right corner of the picture indicated 6 o'clock tonight. That was before Fu Xingchen returned to the old house. Jiang Lili stared at the relaxed profile of the man in the photo. She had never seen the gentle and refined Fu Xingchen, sitting on the bed, hugging her knees. She spent the entire night sleepless. The next morning, Jiang Lili left while Grandma Fu was still asleep. If Grandma Fu woke up, she would definitely ask about Fu Xingchen leaving in the middle of the night. She couldn't pass off being busy with work as an excuse, so she simply escaped. She called a ride online, and it took nearly 2 hours to get back to Su Yunyo's place. She pushed the door open, changed her shoes, and walked into the room, only to stop abruptly after a few steps. There was no television in Su Yunyo's living room. The entire wall was in gray tones. Opposite was a projector. On the wall, a photo of Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran was placed in the center. Su Yunyo, who had been dozing off with her head on the table, suddenly perked up when she saw Jiang Lili return and pulled her to sit on the sofa. "You're finally back? I've carefully researched a plan to catch the third party." Jiang Lili's eyes widened, looking at her speechlessly. "Catch the third party? Don't speak yet. Let me explain." Su Yunyu pointed at Lin Xiran's photo. "Yesterday, I saw her, and I could tell at a glance that this woman is not simple, so I investigated overnight, and indeed found something." Jiang Lili stared intently at Lin Xiran's photo. She was actually very curious about what background Lin Xiran had. "Do you know that the Fu family has always done charity work, supporting poor college students?" Su Yunyu asked. Jiang Lili nodded, then quickly shook her head. "I only know the Fu family does charity, but I haven't looked into the specifics." During her university years, she only focused on business news in the design circle. Later, after marrying Fu Xingchen, she put all her heart into him and no longer followed business news, only remembering seeing a few reports about Fu Xingchen's charity work without knowing the details. Lin Xiran was chosen by the Fu family at the age of 7 from the orphanage. She was very smart, and the orphanage sought a good family to sponsor her college education. Su Yunyu recalled the news she had found about Lin Xiran and couldn't help but look at Jiang Lili with concern. Fu Xingchen used his pocket money to support Lin Xiran to study at the best school in Jiangqing, funding her until she graduated from university and entered Xingyun Group. She succinctly explained, and with each word, she noticed Jiang Lili's face grew paler. So, she directly threw the investigative materials to Jiang Lili. "You can look at it yourself. Fu Xingchen is the eldest grandson and the only heir of the Fu family. Every year during the Spring Festival, Grandma Fu would give him 1 million yuan as a lucky money. Grandma Fu's intent was to make Fu Xingchen have a concept of money, to know that money is a good thing. But Fu Xijun didn't think so. He believed Fu Xingchen was too young, and easily receiving 1 million would make him cherish it less. So he took Fu Xingchen to the orphanage, using Fu Xingchen's lucky money to sponsor others. However, in addition to Lin Xiran, he also sponsored her sister Lin Xie, because Lin Xiran refused to be separated from her sister. Her sister was of mediocre talent, and Fu Xijun did not agree to sponsor both. But Fu Xingchen promised, and regardless of Fu Xijun's opposition, took both sisters from the orphanage. Fu Xingchen used his annual 1 million to fund the sisters' education from elementary school to university graduation. At first, the money was enough, but later it exceeded the budget. After all, both were attending top schools. As a result, Fu Xingchen borrowed money from Grandma Fu to support the sisters' education, owing Grandma Fu 8 million. Jiang Lili remembered the debt of 8 million. Grandma Fu had mentioned it, and she thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be true. It was for Lin Xiran. Lin Xiran graduated from university and entered Xingyun Group, while Lin Xie graduated from university and entered the ICU due to congenital heart disease and almost died. Later, Fu Xingchen spent more money to send Lin Xie abroad for treatment to find a suitable heart source. Fu Xingchen, this is raising a wife for himself. Lin Xiran is particularly obedient and ambitious, and Fu Xingchen has planned every step for her, which she has achieved. Su Yunyu had to admit that this Lin Xiran was impressive. Impressive enough that she felt inferior. But Lily, you can definitely surpass her, no matter how capable she is. She is just a vice president, and you can definitely become a famous designer. Jiang Lili felt a heaviness in her chest, unable to breathe. The wife that Fu Xingchen personally trained. He must be very satisfied. He and Lin Xiran are very compatible. Then, have they been together for a long time? Since he is with Lin Xiran, why did he still marry her? There's one more thing I want to tell you. Su Yunyu hesitated for a long time, but couldn't hold it in anymore. There is some internal news that I couldn't find out about, but I heard that after Lin Xiran graduated from university, the Fu family wanted to send her abroad, but Fu Xingchen refused, insisting on keeping her. So I guess Fu Xingchen was already flirting with Lin Xiran back then. But the reason he married you was that he knew the Fu family wouldn't agree to him marrying Lin Xiran. So he married you to keep the peace at home, and secretly had an affair with Lin Xiran. So, have you ever thought about not divorcing? You are the legitimate wife, enjoying the best of everything. And in the future, the assets of the Fu family will all belong to you. Lin Shiran, as the mistress, will always be a mistress and will never be able to hold her head high. Su Yunyuan is very serious about this proposal. There are too many couples in the business world who seem united but are actually estranged. The assets of the Fu family are a huge temptation. Chapter 13. The agreed day for divorce with Fu Xingchen. So, I am just a decoration that Fu Xingchen brought home, a way to fool the Fu family. This is even harder for Jiang Lili to accept than Fu Xingchen's infidelity. Her face turned pale, biting her lip tightly, with red-rimmed eyes. In just a few days, her life turned upside down. She thought she had a husband who was merely cold but had feelings for her, only to find out he not only didn't love her, but also had an affair. Now, she suddenly learns that Fu Xingchen married her for another purpose. Besides her firm resolve to divorce, a sense of unwillingness lingered in her heart. After a long time, her emotions gradually calmed down. I cannot choose what kind of family I was born into, but I have the right to choose my marriage. I do not want a marriage without love. Fu Xingchen wanting her to use contraception means he doesn't want her to give birth to his child. In the future, when the time is right, he is likely to choose to divorce and marry Lin Shiran. By then, she would have wasted more of her youth and be in an even more difficult situation than now. If, as Su Yunyue said, Fu Xingchen wants to secretly support Lin Shiran for a lifetime, she would not continue this marriage while sitting comfortably as Mrs. Fu. Being Mrs. Fu means she will eventually have to bear Fu Xingchen's child to fulfill her duties to the Fu family, and Fu Xingchen cannot change this fact. She doesn't want her child to grow up in a loveless home like she did, where the father treats the mother as an accessory, coming and going as he pleases. All right, I've thought it through, wanting to catch them in the act of infidelity. Su Yunyue spoke confidently, planning to reveal the entire plan she had thought about all night. Jiang Lili interrupted her. Yue, I don't want to catch cheating, I just want a divorce. In a doomed relationship, the most taboo thing is getting entangled. What she is grasping is not the affair, but her own embarrassing and humble self in this marriage. But if you just divorce like that, will Fu Xingchen give you money? Without money, your dad will definitely force you to remarry. Su Yunyue was anxious. I said catching cheating doesn't mean exposing them. I just want to threaten them to get more money. If he doesn't plan to give me anything, I can't threaten him no matter what. After 2 years of marriage, Jiang Lili understood Fu Xingchen well. Fu Xingchen is not someone who can be easily threatened. If he intends to give her something, he will do so without her threatening him. If he doesn't plan to give, he has many ways to neutralize her threats, and it could even backfire on her. If Fu Xingchen were that humane, could he do such a thing? Su Yunyue mumbled quietly. Jiang Lili rubbed her sore cheeks, discarding the distracting thoughts in her mind. She forced a smile at Su Yunyue. You stayed up all night worrying about this. You should go get some sleep. Why are you being so polite with me? Su Yunyue patted her chest. I've never faced any obstacles in my life, and no one dares to mess with me. I'm just worried I can't find something to vent my temper on. If you encounter anything in the future, just tell me. Su Yunyue truly cared for Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili felt moved deep down, remembering this kindness, hoping that in the future she could repay Su Yunyue's favor. Only by becoming stronger could she possibly help Su Yunyue. Only then would she have the right to lift her head in front of Fu Xingchen. Even though after the divorce she would have nothing to do with Fu Xingchen, and she didn't expect to see him again, she still hoped to make a name for herself in the design industry. At least let Fu Xingchen understand that she could become a housewife for him, but she could also leave him and shine. Her passion for her career, mixed with the pain brought by Fu Xingchen, made Jiang Lili distracted. Thinking of the strange number that sent photos, she speculated that it might be Lin Shiran. Perhaps Lin Shiran already knew she was Fu Xingchen's wife, which is why she was packing Fu Xingchen's clothes in front of her and took out black stockings and a lace bra from Fu Xingchen's bed. After all, it was disgraceful that Fu Xingchen had an affair with the vice president of the company. How could Lin Shiran be foolish enough to reveal such a slip in front of others? She pinched her brow, her head throbbing. She had never encountered such a tricky and devastating situation, and her mind was in chaos. After some thought, she decisively blacklisted that phone number. She no longer wanted to receive similar photos or videos that would affect her mood, causing her heart, which she had worked hard to strengthen, to collapse again and feel twisted and uncomfortable. She left without a word, and Grandma Fu was very displeased, calling to question her. After a lot of coaxing, she finally avoided this disaster. For the next 2 days, she prepared for Monday's interview. Gradually, her low spirits were consumed by the preparation work. At 10 a.m. on Monday, Jiang Lili arrived at Tuan. She explained her purpose to the front desk. The receptionist checked and asked, "May I ask what your name is?" Jiang Li. The receptionist paused, still flipping through resumes, then immediately looked up and said, "Miss Jiang, I'm sorry, but the designer assistant position has been filled." Jiang Lili's gaze swept over the several resumes on the desk. Behind her, a man in his early 20s walked up confidently. "Hello. I'm here to apply for the designer assistant position." The receptionist exchanged awkward glances with Jiang Lili for a few seconds and stiffly verified the man's name, handing him a pass after confirming. "I want to know the reason." Jiang Lili looked at the front desk with a relatively calm gaze. After being rejected multiple times last Friday, she had already sensed something was off. The receptionist hesitated. "Miss Jiang, please don't put me in a difficult position. This is the higher-ups' decision. But I looked at your resume, and you are much more outstanding than the average fresh graduate. The company has no reason not to hire you. Think about it. Have you offended anyone?" Jiang Lili pondered, thanking the receptionist before leaving Tuan. She wasn't sure if this was just an excuse from the receptionist to explain to the company or if it was true. After all, she had never offended anyone. As a housewife for years, she had been revolving around Fu Xingchen without even an opportunity to interact with others. Fu Xingchen. Her brows immediately knitted together as she analyzed the likelihood of this matter being related to Fu Xingchen. After a long while, she could not figure out right from wrong. So she decided to go to Yunlan first. If that didn't work out, she would find a chance to probe Fu Xingchen's thoughts. Before she could even board the bus to Yunlan, she received a call from Yunlan's HR department. "Hello, may I speak with Miss Jiang?" "Yes." Jiang Lili gathered her long hair, standing under the bus stop, with her back to the road to avoid the strong sunlight. "I'm from Yunlan's HR department. I'm sorry to say that your interview needs to be postponed for 3 days." Jiang Lili's curled eyelashes fluttered, asking directly, "Do you want to postpone? Or are you trying to waste my time until I give up?" There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before they spoke again. "It's just a postponement. We just received notice today that the design department will be managed by our partner, Mr. Su, and he will be back in 3 days to interview you himself." This reason didn't sound fake. In fact, Jiang Lili had no choice but to wait. "Okay, thank you." During the waiting period, Jiang Lili went to Su Yunyue's Western restaurant to play the piano for 2 days. In the blink of an eye, it was Wednesday, the day agreed upon for her divorce from Fu Xingchen. She looked at the message from Sun Ting, saying to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock, and ripples of emotion surged in her heart. Has it already been a week since she brought up the divorce? She felt dazed, completely forgetting how she had spent the last few days. Her mind flashed with images of Fu Xingchen she had seen twice and Lin Xiran twice. Chapter 14. What right do you have to divide the Fu family's assets for the first time in a Western restaurant? Fu Xingchen was unaware that his wife of 2 years could play the piano. He made a bet with her and lost. The second time, in the Fu family's old residence, he wanted to sleep with her, and that was all he wanted. As for Lin Xiran, the woman who disrupted her marriage, she hardly confronted her directly. The first time, in front of her, Lin Xiran was addressed as Mrs. Fu. The second time, in front of her, Lin Xiran packed Fu Xingchen's personal belongings, pulling out black stockings and a bra from Fu Xingchen's bed. In light of these events, being repeatedly rejected during interviews was not worth mentioning. Even though the thought of divorce twisted her heart in pain, she had to choose this path. A 2-year relationship was not so easily recovered. Enduring prolonged pain was worse than a swift one. She understood all the reasoning but could not let go. Unable to do as Su Yunyue suggested, to put on an exquisite makeup and beautifully obtain a divorce certificate, she stayed up all night and early in the morning. She applied light makeup to conceal her haggard face and took her identification documents to leave. She arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau 2 hours early. It wasn't open yet. Outside the bureau, there was a young couple dressed up, excitedly laughing and glowing with happiness. In contrast, her face was ashen, as if she had lost her soul. The cool autumn morning air was refreshing, with 2 lush trees at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yellow leaves fell and scattered, one landing on Jiang Lili's shoulder and another beside her white flats. She stared blankly at the couple. Reminiscent of the day she obtained her marriage certificate with Fu Xingchen when she had dressed up carefully. She wore a rosy red long dress, and her long black hair was tied in a bun. The marriage certificate was too sudden. She was unprepared and had come without makeup, unsure if she could wear any for the photo. On the certificate, she appeared delicate, slightly leaning towards Fu Xingchen, her small face radiating happiness that could be felt even through the lens. For a long time, she thought the marriage certificate looked unattractive, not ugly, but just not her best look. Compared to Fu Xingchen's chiseled features, she felt she didn't deserve him. Looking back now, it was unnecessary. It was just a photo, soon to disappear forever. She would never love Fu Xingchen again. She would make it happen. Lost in thought, her phone in her bag rang repeatedly, pulling her back to reality. Coming to her senses, she realized her cheeks were wet, her vision blurred. She wiped her eyes and took out her phone, answering without looking. Lily, you have to save Erhang. He hit someone. Your dad wants to find the best lawyer in Jiangcheng, Zhou Lu, but he doesn't have time. You need to ask Fu Xingchen. He knows Zhou Lu. And Zhou Lu will give him face, sob. Jiang Qinghe struggled to finish her sentence before bursting into tears. Her cries, combined with the noisy traffic outside, drilled into Jiang Lili's head like a power drill. What happened to Erhang? Don't ask right now, just go ask Fu Xingchen. Find Zhou Lu and rush to the police station. The other party's lawyer is already there. You know Erhang's temperament. If he says the wrong thing and gets caught by the other side, it will be a dead end. Under Jiang Qinghe's urging, Jiang Lili ran to the roadside to hail a taxi, heading straight for Xingyun Group. She couldn't care about the divorce now. Nothing was more important than Jiang Hong, the only brother who made her feel warmth in the Jiang family. At Xingyun Group, the atmosphere had been tense for the past 2 days, with employees on edge, especially those at the top, who didn't dare to breathe. Sun Ting was the most affected. He had the most contact with Fu Xingchen and was constantly scolded for no reason. Just now, after reporting today as scheduled to Fu Xingchen, he received a cold glare. Ling Yun's project isn't urgent? Fu Xingchen's voice was icy, his gaze sharp. Sun Ting instinctively replied, of course it's urgent. The next moment, the schedule was thrown harshly at his feet. So urgent, and you still have time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? How did you arrange the schedule? Fu Xingchen's thin lips opened, angry words spilling forth. Sun Ting swallowed hard, feeling a chill down his spine. Then should I cancel the schedule now? Cancel? For several days, he hadn't waited for Jiang Lili to lower her head, and Jiang Lili had waited for him to refuse the divorce? Well, he didn't know when Jiang Lili had become so composed. He gritted his teeth, his thin jawline sharp. She wasn't planning to escape at the last minute. She just wanted to argue with him at the Civil Affairs Bureau, because she knew, given his status, he wouldn't want to get entangled with her in public and would compromise. He guessed, the always perceptive Fu Xingchen had a good eye for people. But he still couldn't make a decision on whether to cancel the Civil Affairs Bureau trip. He supported his chin with his hand, deep in thought. Beside him, Sun Ting hesitated to speak. Actually, even if they didn't cancel the trip, it would be fine. Today Jiang Hong. Bang. Jiang Lili burst in, panting. Fu Xingchen, I need to talk to you. How did you get in? Fu Xingchen's expression darkened instantly, but his tightly furrowed brows relaxed unconsciously. I ran into Sun Ting's assistant downstairs. Jiang Lili realized upon seeing Fu Xingchen that her intrusion was impolite. She was here to ask for his help. If she upset him, why would he help? Looking down at the schedule thrown on the floor, the first line clearly read, at 9 a.m. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with my wife for divorce. She realized again that she had rushed out early in the morning to get divorced. Would he still help Jiang Hong find a lawyer? Jiang Lili, don't you think it's too late to come to me now to apologize? Fu Xingchen leaned back, his clear veins showing as he loosened his tie, a mocking smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Jiang Heng is in trouble. Can you help find lawyer Zhou? Jiang Lili was not good at beating around the bush, so she went straight to the point. He hit someone with his car, but I found out on my way here that the deceased was intentionally causing an accident. The chances of winning this case are slim, but with lawyer Zhou involved, we can definitely manage. Can you please help? A car accident with a fatality. She wanted Jiang Qinghe to calm the family down. Regardless, Jiang Hong had caused a death. As the family of the perpetrator, they couldn't just think about reducing compensation or escaping responsibility. The lawyer could only strive for a peaceful resolution and ensure the other party was satisfied. But if the other party was genuinely trying to cause an accident, the nature of the situation changed. Jiang Hong couldn't bear the blame for an innocent life. According to Jiang Hong himself, he had seen the woman standing by the roadside from far away. She hadn't moved, and he thought she was waiting for someone. Who knew that as his car passed, she suddenly charged at him, too fast for him to brake in time. Gradually, Fu Xingchen's gaze grew colder, the smile at the corner of his mouth freezing. We're about to get divorced. What right do I have to help your brother? One was anxious, the other indifferent. Jiang Lili bit her lower lip until she tasted blood, then released it. Her voice trembled as she said, in the divorce, I won't take a penny of the assets. I just need you to help find lawyer Zhou. Is that okay? Huh? Fu Xingchen was so angered that he laughed, his rage igniting in an instant. He stood up abruptly, walking around the desk to stand in front of Jiang Lili. The tall man almost towered over her, looking down at her. What right do you have to divide the Fu family's assets? After 2 years of marriage, what contributions have you made to the Fu family? No, Fu. Sun Ting opened his mouth, about to say something, but Jiang Lili interrupted. For the past 2 years, I've taken care of you. Isn't that a contribution? Jiang Lili's starry eyes turned red as she locked eyes with him. Husband. Sun Ting tried to speak again, wanting to say something to Jiang Lili. Once again, she was interrupted by Fu Xingchen. The so-called contributions you mentioned can be done by any servant. Stop taking credit. Those chores like laundry and cooking can be handed over to the servants. It was Jiang Lili who wanted to do them, not me. And what about going to bed? Jiang Lili couldn't help but raise her voice. She wasn't sure whether her argument with Fu Xingchen stemmed from her own unwillingness to accept the situation or if she was trying to find a condition that would force him to agree to save Jiang Hong. But regardless of the reason, bringing up the issue of going to bed made her feel ashamed and heartbroken. Do I need to remind you that going to bed is an obligation of marriage between husband and wife? Fu Xingchen's neck veins bulged as he tried to find a trace of reluctance to divorce on Jiang Lili's face. Unfortunately, there was none. Jiang Lili was here to save Jiang Hong. She wanted to leave. Why should he save her? Jiang Lili felt utterly hopeless. In front of Fu Xingchen, she had no chance of winning in any situation. So what now? If she didn't get a divorce and used their hidden marriage to threaten Fu Xingchen, would he save Jiang Hong? Chapter 15. Do you realize your mistake? Jiang Lili was anxious, embarrassed, and angry. In front of her, Fu Xingchen was calm and indifferent, his high eyebrows revealing a sense of superiority. Could she really threaten him? Perhaps she could at that moment, but could she withstand the backlash from Fu Xingchen afterward? She bit her lip, her lips trembling. Fu Xingchen, I beg you. Before she could finish her sentence, her phone in her bag rang. It was an unknown number. At this critical moment, she couldn't care to answer it and hung up directly. Looking back at Fu Xingchen, she said the unfinished words. As long as you save Jiang Hong, you can do whatever you want. What do you think you can do? Fu Xingchen's expression and words showed no concealment of his disdain for Jiang Lili. He actually didn't need her to do anything. He just wanted her to be as docile as before, to obey him. Now, she was covered in thorns, while she wouldn't prick him. He couldn't stand seeing her like this. It felt as if she had suffered some great injustice, as if he had done something outrageous. Jiang Lili was at a loss for words. What could she present in front of Fu Xingchen that would make him happy? In the past 2 years, apart from being in bed, his sharply defined features had once lost control for her. Anything she did had never attracted even a glance from him. She lowered her eyes, her long, thick eyelashes casting a small shadow on her lower eyelid, silent. Fu Xingchen leaned casually against the edge of the desk, lifting his hand to support her chin. He examined her tender, smooth face as if appraising a commodity. Do you realize your mistake? His penetrating gaze, filled with absolute mockery and cold sarcasm, fixed on her. He ground down the pride she had accumulated over the past few days into powder, turning it to dust. But this was the step he was offering her. If she honestly admitted her mistake, everything would return to normal. The man's sharp aura enveloped her. He didn't mind that the step he offered was built on Jiang Lili's suffering. Her glossy eyes met his hawk-like gaze. Jiang Lili didn't know what admitting her mistake meant. But admitting her mistake was perhaps her only hope for Fu Xingchen to save Jiang Hong. She had no choice. Before she could finish her sentence, the phone in the office rang urgently again. Sun Ting hurriedly turned around to answer the call. Hello, please hold. He turned back, stiffly handing the phone to Jiang Lili. Madam, it's a call from the lawyer. Jiang Lili's eyes moved slightly. Looking at the phone, he handed over with confusion. She hesitated to answer, not understanding what it meant. Fu Xingchen's eyes narrowed for a moment, staring at the phone. Sun Ting felt a chill run down his spine and put the phone on speaker. Miss Jiang, this is Zhou Law Firm. Please bring the materials related to your brother to our office now. The lawyer needs to understand your brother's case in depth. On the other end of the line, a serious male voice spoke. Okay, Jiang Lili responded without hesitation, pushing away Fu Xingchen's hand that was gripping her chin. Fu Xingchen's other hand pressed against the desk edge. His fingertips turning white, the relaxed aura around him suddenly vanished. He withdrew his hand and squeezed his wrist hard. His cold gaze turned to Sun Ting. In the large office, a dead silence spread. Jiang Lili swallowed, her eyes darting between Sun Ting and Fu Xingchen. I have something to attend to. I'll leave first. She wasn't sure where things had gone wrong, but Jiang Lili couldn't afford to figure it out. She just wanted to run. Stop. Fu Xingchen's voice was laced with coldness. Jiang Lili felt a tightening at her waist as his long arm reached out and pulled her back just as she took 2 steps forward. She turned to look at Fu Xingchen, her gaze filled with a mix of pleading and terror. Fu Xingchen asked Sun Ting again. Who gave you the right to contact a lawyer for her? Sun Ting's face turned ashen. He lowered his head, speechless, feeling wronged. 2 years ago, after Jiang Lili married Fu Xingchen, Jiang Qingyin had taken advantage of that relationship. Jiang Lili didn't understand matters in the business world, so Jiang Qingyin simply bypassed her and contacted Fu Xingchen directly. Initially, Fu Xingchen still responded, but as Jiang Qingyin's demands grew, He wanted peace and handed it all to Sun Ting to handle. After Sun Ting took over the Jiang family's affairs, he would help whenever the Jiang family could benefit. What started as business gradually mixed in some personal matters. Sun Ting had asked Fu Xingchen for his opinion, and Fu Xingchen told him to handle it all. Do what can be done, and don't force what can't be done. So, when Jiang Qingyin called Sun Ting about the lawyer, he just handled it directly. But he forgot that Jiang Lili was in the middle of a divorce with Fu Xingchen. Every word exchanged between them earlier had brought Sun Ting a sense of panic, like an earthquake. He tried to remind them several times, but neither gave him a chance to speak. Give me the phone. Fu Xingchen reached out towards Sun Ting. Jiang Lili's heart leaped to her throat, her hands instinctively gripping his wrist. Fu Xingchen's gaze was firm. Jiang Lili's strength was nothing to him. Sun Ting didn't dare defy him and immediately opened the phone, handing it to Fu Xingchen. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open, and someone rushed in. President Fu, Vice President Lin is in trouble. You need to go save her. The loud noise startled Jiang Lili, and instinctively, she leaned closer to Fu Xingchen. But in the next second, he pushed her away, and her hip bone slammed hard against the edge of the desk. She instantly felt pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she gasped. On the other side, Fu Xingchen had already thrown down Sun Ting's phone, his face showing urgency as he walked towards the door. What happened as she ran? His figure disappeared from the office, his anxious voice fading away. As Jiang Lili regained her composure, Fu Xingchen's silhouette was already gone from the office. He left in a hurry, and there should be no time to contact Zhou Lu. As long as she got to the law firm first and signed the commission agreement with Zhou Lu, he would have to take Jiang Heng's case. Sun Ting, thank you. She dropped the sentence, covering her waist and turning to run outside. As Jiang Lili ran out of Xingyan Group, Fu Xingchen's Maybach was just exiting the underground parking lot. Through the car window, she could vaguely see the man's anxious expression. The car brushed past her, and he didn't see her. Or perhaps he did see her, but he couldn't care less as he hurried to check on Lin Xiran. Not knowing what had happened to her, she felt grateful to Lin Xiran for giving her the opportunity to save Jiang Heng at this critical moment. Jiang Lili forcibly pulled her thoughts back and took a taxi straight to the Jiang family. When she arrived at the Jiang family, only Zhang Qinghe was there. Seeing Jiang Lili return, she immediately came up to her. Did you get Zhou Lu? I'm here to get the materials related to the case to take to Zhou Lu's law firm. Mom, don't worry, it's definitely not. Jiang Lili didn't dare say with certainty that she had met Zhou Lu. After all, whether she could see Zhou Lu before Fu Xingchen made his move was still an unknown. Seeing Zhang Qinghe's eyes red from crying and her face haggard, just as she was about to comfort her, Zhang Qinghe interrupted. There's a backup here. You take it quickly. The evidence was a car dashcam recording that detailed the situation when Jiang Heng hit someone while driving. She shoved it into Jiang Lili's hands and pushed her towards the door. Call me if there's any progress. The apartment door was slightly narrow, and Jiang Lili was pushed and didn't notice the path, bumping her arm against the door frame with a dull thud. She instinctively covered her elbow. Zhang Qinghe glanced at her arm and quickly looked towards the courtyard. Where's your car? I came in a hurry, took a taxi. Jiang Lili grimaced in pain. Chapter 16. Jiang Heng's life is not as important as Lin Xiran's dog. Taking a taxi is so inconvenient. Zhang Qinghe handed her a car key from the entrance. If you delay even for a second, your brother will suffer for another second. Hurry up. Taking a taxi was indeed inconvenient. Thinking of Jiang Heng's current situation, Jiang Lili didn't care about her pain and hurriedly took the car key and rushed down the steps. An hour later, at Zhou Lu law firm. Just as Jiang Lili got out of the car, she saw a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the law firm. Fu Xingchen had rushed out just now without even wearing his coat, his white shirt billowing in the wind. He rolled up his sleeves, and the clear veins on his arms were visible, exuding a strong sense of masculinity. Beside him, Lin Xiran was holding his arm, looking rather unhappy. Facing them was Zhou Luanin, the boss of the Zhou Lu law firm, who was quite reputable in the legal field. He had been friends with Fu Xingchen for many years, but this friendship was a source of great headache for him. Xingchen, don't make it difficult for me. I've already looked into Miss Zhang's brother's case, Zhou Luanin said. Fu Xingchen was unyielding. Just looking into it isn't enough. You have to personally handle Xiran's case. Hearing this, Zhou Luanin rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. I've had bad luck for several lifetimes. How did I end up being friends with you? Xingchen, let's not make it difficult for Zhou Lu. We can find another lawyer. After all, it's not a major case, and whether we can successfully sue is still uncertain. Lin Xiran spoke with a soft and charming voice. Only if he takes charge can we have the best chance. Fu Xingchen patted Zhou Luanin's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. The light-hearted words extinguished any thought Zhou Luanin had of resisting. Immediately, Fu Xingchen turned with Lin Xiran to leave. Jiang Lili stood at the bottom of the steps, looking up at them. She listened closely to their conversation. She was still a step too late. Fu Xingchen paused slightly. Glancing back at Zhou Luanin, Zhou Luanin understood and slowly walked down the steps while talking to Fu Xingchen. I'll arrange it. Arrange what? Jiang Lili watched as Zhou Luanin walked towards her, realizing that he was arranging for her. Her gaze followed Fu Xingchen's figure as it gradually faded away. Fu Xingchen opened the door to the passenger seat for Lin Xiran, leaning in as if to fasten her seatbelt. Then he returned to the driver's seat and drove away without looking back at her. Miss Jiang, I will arrange for the most experienced lawyer at our firm to take your brother's case. Zhou Luanin gestured politely. After Fu Xingchen's car disappeared from view, Jiang Lili finally withdrew her gaze. She sniffled and looked at Zhou Luanin. Zhou Lu, can you personally represent my brother in court? You saw it too. I have a case on hand right now. Zhou Luanin held a power of attorney in his hand. The client was Lin Xiran, but Zhou Luanin had not yet signed it. However, since Fu Xingchen had made it clear, Zhou Luanin would definitely sign it and take Lin Xiran's case. The power of attorney clearly stated that Lin Xiran's pet dog had its ribs broken by a neighbor. She wanted to sue the other party, and it was said to be a rare breed of dog, worth quite a bit. So much so that, in Fu Xingchen's eyes, it was more important than Jiang Lili's brother's life. Therefore, knowing that Jiang Lili was waiting for Zhou Luanin to take Jiang Heng's case, he still brought Lin Xiran along and handed this case to Zhou Luanin. Jiang Lili was at a loss for words to describe her feelings at that moment. Anger surged within her, but there was nowhere to vent it. After all, she couldn't go against Fu Xingchen. When the law firm called her, they hadn't directly said that Zhou Lu was taking Jiang Heng's case. A wave of despair rose from her heart. Zhou Lu, my brother's case is too complicated. Only you can save him. She looked at Zhou Luanin pleadingly, holding on to her last shred of hope. Zhou Luanin sighed lightly. I've looked at young Master Zhang's case. From a professional perspective, the other party does have a suspicion of fraud, but this kind of case is hard to win. It's already made the news and attracted public attention. He was driving a luxury car, which is very disadvantageous for us. Don't worry. I have found an experienced lawyer who specializes in fraud cases. The lawyers at Zhou Lu law firm were quite reputable. Although Fu Xingchen had taken Zhou Lu's time, without Fu Xingchen's connections, the Jiang family would find it hard to book other famous lawyers. Jiang Lili often found herself in a passive position. After all, Fu Xingchen was at the top of the social pyramid. He had never looked down on anyone from a lower class and often did charity. Yet now, he pushed her, his wife, into an abyss. Watching her struggle in deep waters, indifferent to her plight. But he wouldn't let her be completely without hope. When Jiang Lili met the lawyer Zhou Luanin introduced, he was a top lawyer at the firm, surnamed Wu, around 50 years old. Lawyer Wu had a case on hand and was surprised to ask Zhou Luanin, wasn't it agreed that you would take this? I've already signed the power of attorney. Let's forget it. I lack experience, and the case has high visibility. It's more suitable for you to handle it. Zhou Luanin glanced at his power of attorney and told the client to pass it to someone else and charge a lower fee. All right. Lawyer Wu agreed to follow Zhou Luanin's suggestion. Insufficient experience was just Zhou Luanin's excuse. Jiang Lili knew it was because he had taken Lin Xiran's case. But she had no other choice. Lawyer Wu reviewed this case from the beginning and then looked at the dashcam footage Jiang Lili had brought. After understanding everything thoroughly, it was already 2 hours later. He took a deep breath. Miss Jiang, there are many fraud cases, but not many can be won. I've been in the legal profession for nearly 30 years and have only won twice. You need to be mentally prepared. Lawyer Wu wanted to set expectations early. If they didn't win, he asked for her understanding. But since I've taken this case, I will be serious and responsible. He handed a new power of attorney to Jiang Lili. She took it, nodded, okay, thank you. They both signed. After signing, Lawyer Wu began to analyze the case. We'll split into 2 teams. I'll handle the investigation regarding the deceased, while your family should focus on diverting their attention, negotiating compensation, and soothing the family's emotions. Firstly, the other party has indeed been harmed, so we should apologize. Secondly, we need to prevent public opinion from being one-sided. Public opinion can be very damaging and can easily influence a judge's judgment. Without solid evidence, this case was doomed to lose. The deceased wasn't fully captured by the dashcam when they collided. The surrounding road surveillance was incomplete, falling into a blind spot. So it couldn't serve as direct evidence to prove that the deceased was committing fraud and had committed suicide. Lawyer Wu's brow was furrowed the entire time, making Jiang Lili's heart race with worry. If Miss Jiang has enough energy, you can also investigate the deceased. If you discover anything significant, please contact me promptly. Lawyer Wu gathered the materials and handed her a business card, asking her to keep in touch at all times. Jiang Lili stood up, took the card, and shook hands with Lawyer Wu. Okay, thank you, Lawyer Wu. After leaving Lawyer Wu's office, she was waiting for the elevator when 2 junior lawyers approached. I really don't understand what these rich people are thinking. They want to sue over a dog. What they thought didn't matter. What mattered was what Zhou Lunan thought. If the news got out that he was suing for a dog, he would definitely be laughed at by his opponents. Mocked for taking such a ridiculous case because he couldn't earn money anymore. After all, he was the president of Xingyun Group, Fu Xingchen. Who would dare to disrespect him? Their conversation fell into Jiang Lili's ears, making her already chaotic heart even more tangled. Chapter 17. How could Fu Xingchen bear to see her being bullied? Jiang Lili became increasingly determined to get a divorce. However, for now, she needed to save Jiang Heng, and the divorce could wait. As Jiang Heng's incident of hitting someone went viral, the news about the vice president of Xingyun Group's dog being kicked and having its ribs broken by an unreasonable neighbor also trended. Both pieces of news were equally prominent. The incident of Jiang Heng causing someone's death attracted a lot of attention, with many people leaning towards the deceased. Just judging from the surface, everyone concluded that Jiang Heng was a rich second generation who did nothing. Whether it was drunk driving or the spoiled behavior of a young master causing the accident, many unfavorable statements about Jiang Heng emerged. The controversy surrounding Lin Xiran's dog was also significant, with dog owners stepping up to speak out. They said that to kick a dog's ribs would require a lot of force, and the neighbor lacked public morality and compassion. They supported Lin Xiran in fighting against such people to the end. Jiang Lili had no time to read the news. She received a call from Zhang Qinghe. Lili, your dad has been hospitalized due to anger. You need to handle Jiang Heng's matter. How is he? Where is he? Jiang Lili was overwhelmed. He is fine. You don't need to come. Focus on handling Jiang Heng's situation. They kept talking about Jiang Heng. One accident after another left Jiang Lili flustered and confused. She forced herself to calm down and decided to follow Lawyer Wu's advice, splitting her efforts in two directions. Lawyer Wu would handle the police station, while she would visit the mother of the deceased at the hospital. The mother of the deceased had been sent to the hospital due to excessive grief. She bought a fruit basket and nutritional products and arrived at the ward. The door was half open, and she could hear the weak wails of the deceased's mother inside. My poor Huier, how could this happen so suddenly? How can I live, Mom? My poor granddaughter, losing her mother at just 3 years old. Jiang Lili paused with her hand on the door, unable to help but bite her lip. She learned from the news that the deceased was a young woman only 32 years old, at an age where one is both elderly parents and young children. Such a tragedy is unbearable for anyone. But she couldn't understand how such a woman could have staged a suicide for insurance money. Hearing the cries in the ward, she even momentarily doubted that it wasn't a staged suicide but a true accident. However, she had carefully reviewed the dashcam footage. Jiang Heng's speed was fast but within the legal limits, and he wasn't distracted by phone calls. The other party had come crashing towards him directly. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside the ward, besides the red-eyed mother crying on the bed, there was also a man in his 40s. The man was somewhat balding and had red eyes. They both turned to look at the door. Sorry to interrupt, I'm Jiang Heng's sister. What are you here for? The woman's emotions flared up, and she grabbed a pillow and threw it at Jiang Lili. I want that murderer to pay for my daughter's life. The pillow hit Jiang Lili's cheek, causing her to stagger. Looking at the pillow that had fallen at her feet, she said, please don't get agitated, your health is important. If it really is my brother's fault, the police will ensure you get justice. She placed the fruit basket beside the bed, but before she could steady it, the man yanked it up and dragged her out of the ward. We don't want your things. You think this little trinket can bribe us to let your brother off? Dream on. My sister died unjustly. The fruit basket was smashed, and the fruit scattered everywhere. Jiang Lili was also roughly pushed out of the ward, falling to the ground. The man, with a face full of anger, pointed at Jiang Lili and shouted, if you come again, I'll hit you every time I see you. Your brother needs to pay for my sister's life, and your family has to compensate. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. The commotion attracted strange looks from those around. Medical staff and patients came out of their wards to watch. At the end of the corridor, some reporters carrying equipment rushed over. The Jiang family, once prosperous, had been less in the news in recent years, but they had not been forgotten by the reporters. As they recognized Jiang Lili, they swarmed around her. Miss Jiang, how does your family plan to handle your brother's incident of killing someone? Why haven't your parents come forward? Are you planning to bribe the deceased's family to solve this with money? Have you considered the feelings of the deceased's family with this approach? How much do you think it would take to settle this matter? The cameras focused on Jiang Lili, capturing her embarrassment and distress clearly. Jiang Lili lowered her head, her long black hair covering half her face. She had never dealt with such a situation and found herself sitting on the ground, surrounded by a crowd, struggling to breathe. The police will provide you with an explanation. Please step aside. With one hand shielding her face, she stood up, trying to find a way to escape this chaos. But she was surrounded on all sides, and just as she stood up to leave, someone grabbed her hand, and the crowd continued to bombard her with questions. As a relative of the perpetrator, shouldn't you apologize for this incident? Since the incident, your parents haven't shown up. Are they secretly pulling strings to bail him out? Are you here to divert attention from the deceased family? Your family's connections could make it happen, but have you thought about the deceased family in doing so? Accusatory and leading questions came from all directions. Jiang Lili's ears buzzed, and her head felt like it was about to explode. She felt isolated and helpless, and images of Fu Xingchen and Lin Shiran being interviewed flashed through her mind. After Lin Shiran entered their lives, she specifically searched for the press conference they attended together online. The reporters occasionally asked tricky questions, and when they dared not question Fu Xingchen directly, they would turn to Lin Shiran. Each time, Fu Xingchen would defend Lin Shiran, and the reporters would no longer dare to bully her. He couldn't bear to see these reporters make things difficult for Lin Shiran. If he were here now and saw her in this situation, would he also be unwilling to see her being bullied? After all, they had been married for a day, and every day of that should count for something, right? Suddenly, a magnetic voice broke through. The matter is still under investigation, and reporters should be careful with their words. The Jiang family has the right to pursue your legal responsibility. The voice mixed with the reporter's accusations made it hard for Jiang Lili to hear clearly. She raised her head and, through the chaotic crowd, saw a well-dressed man. A glimmer of hope rising from the depths of her heart. The noisy voices suddenly ceased, and the reporters turned to look in the direction of the voice. Upon seeing the tall figure standing outside the crowd, they quickly parted to make way. Fu Xingchen, dressed in a white suit, with short, neat hair and an elegant demeanor, took off his coat, walked through the reporters, and approached Jiang Lili, draping the white suit over her shoulders. Jiang Lili's clear eyes looked slightly dim, and while the warmth from the suit enveloped her, her heart felt a wave of disappointment. How could Fu Xingchen bear to see her being bullied? Not only did he not care for her, but he also ruthlessly took away Zhou Lv. Fengchenji. She felt empty inside, her voice weak. I'll take you back. Fu Xingchen nodded slightly, reaching out to embrace her shoulders as they walked toward the elevator. Her throat felt stuffed with cotton, and she nodded slightly, following Fu Xingchen. The reporters exchanged looks, not daring to stop them, watching them leave. In the cramped elevator, Jiang Lili leaned against the corner. Fengchenji, when did you come back? Because of Su Yunyuan, she was quite familiar with Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen was 2 years older than her, and they attended the same university, with Fu Xingchen 2 years ahead of her. Out of consideration for his sister, Fu Xingchen had taken good care of her during their time at school. She treats Fu Xingchen like an older brother. After not seeing each other for 2 years, she feels a bit unfamiliar. Just as they reunite, she is seen by Fu Xingchen in such a sorry state, and he even helps her out of the situation, leaving her both grateful and embarrassed. She just got back today. Fu Xingchen is keeping a proper distance from her. I've heard about Jiang Heng's situation. It's quite tricky. Didn't you ask Xingchen for help? Chapter 18. How could she, and how dare she? Keep going on, and on. Jiang Lili was silent for a few seconds before she said that the lawyer was found with the help of Fu Xingchen. She was the first to tell Su Yunyue about her marriage to Fu Xingchen. The day before they received their marriage certificate, Su Yunyue took her out for drinks, and ended up getting drunk, crying, and telling her to be happy. Fu Xingchen was present, so he also knew about her marriage to Fu Xingchen. After that, Fu Xingchen suddenly went abroad, and didn't return for 2 years. Jiang Lili was not as familiar with him as before, and it was not easy to bring up the topic of divorce as soon as they met. Fortunately, Fu Xingchen did not ask too many questions. He just said that whoever comes forward with this matter will attract trouble. No matter how troublesome it is, I cannot abandon Jiang Hong. Jiang Lili knew that by representing Jiang Hong, she would likely become the focus of public opinion. Every move she made would be monitored, and any mistake could lead to severe criticism. But who could deny that Jiang Hong was her brother? Not to mention that this car accident likely had hidden motives. Even if it were indeed an accident caused by Jiang Heng's mistake, she had to do her best to make up for the mistakes he made. She couldn't just ignore it. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. The elevator doors opened, and Fu Xingchen extended his hand to gesture for Jiang Lili to go first. Jiang Lili walked out of the elevator, lowered her head to tidy her clothes, and handed her outerwear back to Fu Xingchen. Thank you, Fengchen Go. The wrist holding the jacket was red, marked by the grip of the deceased's brother. A shocking sight. Fu Xingchen glanced at it before returning his gaze, casually taking the jacket. Don't mention it. Be careful on your way back. After bidding farewell to him, Jiang Lili walked towards the parking lot. She was driving the Jiang family spare car, as Jiang Qingyin was in the hospital and Wu Nti needed it for the time being, so she decided to use it. The night was long, and the Maybach stopped in front of the villa. Fu Xingchen got out of the car, draping his jacket over his arm, and loosened his tie as he entered the villa. The room was pitch dark, He paused for a few seconds with his hand on the door handle. He had been busy with work and hadn't returned in several days. The last time he remembered coming back was the night Jiang Lili had caused a scene. Usually, when he returned home, the lights were on, no matter how late it was. The woman would greet him at the door, asking about his well-being, with a smiling face. At this moment, it was completely dark, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. He turned on the hallway light, changed his shoes, walked into the living room, and casually tossed his jacket and tie onto the sofa. Just like usual, he went upstairs to take a shower. It was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Not only was there no one to ask about his well-being, but there was also no one to clean up his dirty clothes. No one was there to fulfill his needs either. Fu Xingchen furrowed his brows deeply and took out his phone to make a call. How is the case investigation going? On the other end of the line, the voice of Zhou Nianen came through. Thanks to you, this case has garnered quite a bit of attention. Although it's just a small animal, the possibility of legal scrutiny is quite high. That's good. Fu Xingchen stepped out of the bedroom and stood on the balcony, the night breeze blowing against his pants, making them cling tightly to his straight legs. What about the Jiang family's case? He asked again. Zhou Nianen's tone was not very good. I heard from Lawyer Wu that it's quite tricky. I only have a 30% chance of winning. What about you? What is your confidence level? Fu Xingchen lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. The flickering light of the cigarette outlined his faint jawline. Zhou Nianen suddenly chuckled. I was originally interested in this kind of case and wanted to give it a try. Now that you've unexpectedly handed me Miss Lin's case, it's actually helped me maintain my undefeated reputation. He had not lost a case in many years. Over the years, he had been wanting to challenge himself by taking on difficult cases. He was very interested in the Jiang family's case. And even though his experience was far less than Lawyer Wu's, he planned to give it a shot. Seeing how troubled Lawyer Wu was, he felt fortunate that Fu Xingchen had intercepted the case. Losing his undefeated reputation was one thing. He might even drag the Jiang family down with him if things went poorly. Fu Xingchen scoffed and hung up the phone. He tossed his phone onto the low table. The Jiang family's case was already being handled. Jiang Lili hadn't returned yet. Was she waiting for him to invite her? His deep and serious expression blended into the night. The flickering cigarette but burned slowly between his fingers. The cold wind blew against his heated body, and it was only in the early hours of the morning that he returned to his room. Yet he had a sleepless night. The bed was filled with the fragrant scent of Jiang Lili. He found himself unable to sleep because of Jiang Lili. Of course, it wasn't because he missed her as a person. In his youthful vigor, he only thought of her body, that was all. Thinking about how Jiang Lili seemed like a different person lately, he felt both irritated and angry. How could she, and how dare she, keep going on and on? The next day, at Xingyun Group, Fu Xingchen arrived at the office early. Sun Ting came to report the schedule, being very cautious and not daring to breathe too loudly. He was afraid Fu Xingchen would hold him accountable for yesterday's incident. But it wasn't just because he was afraid. Fu Xingchen would definitely bring it up. Didn't she say anything when she left yesterday? Fu Xingchen rubbed his wrist gently, feigning indifference. Sun Ting replied honestly, Madam just said thank you. Just a thank you? Fu Xingchen's face darkened. Since she could say thank you, it proved she knew that finding a lawyer from Zhou's law firm was due to his influence. If she didn't apologize in person, that was fine, but a thank you could also be conveyed. She thanked me. I don't dare to claim anything else. After all, I also arranged the lawyer with your influence, Sun Ting said nervously, unable to fathom what Fu Xingchen was really thinking. He was clearly very dissatisfied with Madam, yet he always seemed a bit strange about it. Fu Xingchen's body stiffened. She thanked you? Sun Ting felt something was off and quickly replied. Of course she wanted to thank you, but you left in a hurry. No matter how he tried to salvage the situation, it was too late. For the entire morning, Fu Xingchen was particularly angry. People in the company guessed that he was upset because Lin Shiran was bullied by the neighbors. Su Yunyue had planted spies in the company, and the news quickly reached her ears. She was indignant but held back from saying anything, seeing how anxious Jiang Lili was about Jiang Hong. You haven't slept all night. You should rest a bit, she said. After Jiang Lili returned, she sat in the living room all night, collecting information on how similar cases of pigeon dropping were handled. It was hard to reach a conclusion about pigeon dropping. There had to be ironclad evidence. She understood the other party's roughness and loss of control after seeing the deceased's family fail to make their case yesterday. She didn't want to provoke the deceased's mother again and planned to find evidence from the deceased's side. I'm not tired. Jiang Hong is still in the detention center. I need to find evidence as soon as possible. Early in the morning, she received a call from Zhang Qinghe, questioning why Jiang Hong hadn't been released yet. Zhang Qinghe didn't care about the complexities of the situation. She only thought that Jiang Lili was unwilling to spend money or was not attentive, which was why Jiang Hong hadn't been rescued yet. Jiang Lili's explanations were futile. In the end, Zhang Qinghe left her with a message. Your dad said, if you can't save Jiang Hong, don't come to see us, and hung up the phone. Unable to reason with her, Jiang Lili simply stopped trying. Those words made her heart ache. But she was not saving Jiang Hong for her parents. It was because Jiang Hong had always been good to her as his sister. Did you really get divorced from Fu Xingchen yesterday? Su Yunyue, seeing how troubled Jiang Lili was about Jiang Hong, didn't he have time to ask about this matter? As Jiang Lili was about to go out again, she couldn't hold back anymore. Chapter 19. When women make a scene. It disturbs the mind. Jiang Lili gathered her long black hair and paused her movements, unable to leave. Perhaps she could reschedule for another day? Fu Go was busy fighting a lawsuit for his child bride's dog and didn't have time to accompany her for a divorce. A dog causing such a ruckus. If others found out that her brother-in-law was embroiled in a lawsuit, but was instead stepping in for a dog, they would surely laugh at him for being ridiculous. Su Yunyue was outspoken and wanted to vent her frustrations when she saw the news. She held back all night, worried that speaking out would upset Jiang Lili. But she couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted it out. Jiang Lili tied her long hair into a ponytail, her eyelids fluttering lightly, seemingly indifferent as she smiled. Just right, I also don't have time for a divorce. She grabbed her bag and left, intending to visit the police station. She had heard that the police were reviewing surveillance footage from around the incident site, and she wanted to see if there were any clues. Just as she drove into the traffic, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jiang Qinghe, and the urgent ringtone made Jiang Lili's heart skip a beat. After giving her an ultimatum that morning, he was calling again so soon, which surely meant something was wrong. She swiped the screen to answer, and Jiang Qinghe's anxious voice was mixed with bursts of angry shouting. Lili, hurry to First Hospital. Those people have come looking for trouble. They want to hit someone. Before she could finish, the call was abruptly cut off. It was unclear whether those people referred to the deceased's family or enraged internet users. Jiang Lili immediately turned the car around and sped towards Jiangxing First Hospital. Su Yunyue's apartment was very close to the hospital, and she arrived in about 10 minutes. Just as she approached, she saw a crowd gathered around Jiang Qingyi's car. People were throwing eggs and vegetable leaves, making it impossible for the car to move. Through the windshield, she could barely see Jiang Qingyin and Zhang Qinghe sitting inside. Jiang Lili got out of the car, intending to ask the security to bring more people. However, she hadn't taken 2 steps before Jiang Qingyin lowered the window a fraction and pointed at her, saying, "That's my daughter. If you want to vent your anger, go find her." As soon as he finished speaking, a rotten egg was thrown through the window, hitting him in the mouth, and he quickly raised the window again. Zhang Qinghe anxiously said, "What should we do, Lili?" "Uft. She's young. A few hits won't hurt her. Besides, how much pain has she suffered? Only when she's pushed to the forefront will she realize that Jiang Heng's matter needs to be resolved sooner rather than later. Jiang Heng is in detention. He's suffering more than she is." Jiang Qingyin wiped his mouth with a tissue. Noticing that the crowd around the car had dispersed and were now rushing towards Jiang Lili, he quickly started the engine and drove away. The crowd surrounding the car consisted of angry internet users, not the deceased family. They were filled with rage. Under the guise of seeking justice for the deceased, they were venting their long-held grievances from their own lives. Seeing they couldn't reach the people in the car, they surged towards Jiang Lili like a swarm. She turned to run but accidentally bumped into someone, falling heavily onto the ground. Vegetables and plastic water bottles were thrown at her one after another, along with some unknown sharp objects that struck her. Fortunately, a few security guards rushed over and quickly blocked the crowd, preventing them from physically attacking her, only throwing things instead. Onlookers pointed and whispered among themselves, discussing the scene. However, some felt pity for Jiang Lili and called the police. Seeing this, the troublemakers quickly dispersed. Jiang Lili's long hair was damp, her knee was scraped and bleeding, and the people surrounding her scattered. A young nurse ran over. "Miss, are you okay? Let me take you to get that treated." As a witness to the entire incident, the nurse had seen Jiang Lili being pushed out by her parents to endure all of this, her face filled with sympathy. Jiang Lili's gaze drifted past the nurse and landed on a couple at the entrance of the hospital's treatment building. Perhaps it was because he was too dazzling. Or perhaps Jiang Lili could always accurately catch sight of Fu Xingchen. Even from a distance, amidst the crowd, she spotted him immediately. Fu Xingchen was holding Lin Xiran, whose forehead was wrapped in a small piece of gauze. They were surrounded by a group of reporters holding microphones, conducting interviews. I really didn't expect such violent people. He knew I was going to file a case and attacked me as soon as he saw me. I was so scared, but thankfully Xingchen was by my side. Lin Xiran looked pitiful, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Fu Xingchen. He looked pained, holding her close and gently patting her back. "I will get to the bottom of this." His anger radiated a cold aura around him. The reporters had originally rushed over because they heard Jiang Qingyin was being surrounded, but unexpectedly encountered Lin Xiran injured and needing treatment. with Fu Xingchen accompanying her. They immediately shifted their focus for the interview. Jiang Lili was helped up by the nurse and slowly made her way towards the treatment building. Her striking black and white eyes showed no hint of emotion, reflecting the serious expression of the man she was watching. But in his eyes, there was only Lin Xiran. "Miss, let's take another route." The nurse reminded Jiang Lili that the main entrance was blocked and advised her to enter through the side door. Jiang Lili stopped at the same level as Fu Xingchen, peering over a few reporters to look at him. Perhaps her gaze was too direct. Fu Xingchen suddenly turned around, as if sensing something. Jiang Lili had never been so disheveled in front of him before. A shallow cut marked her cheek, a drop of blood streaming down half her face. She had vegetable leaves on her head, and a sticky, unknown liquid clung to her clothes. She couldn't quite understand the emotions swirling in Fu Xingchen's eyes. Perhaps it was disdain, perhaps disgust. Lin Xiran leaned close to his ear and whispered something, and he quickly withdrew his gaze, using his eyes to push back the reporters before hastily leaving with Lin Xiran. Back in the car, he glanced back at the entrance of the treatment building. Jiang Lili was no longer there. Remembering the look in Jiang Lili's eyes when she looked at him, his brows furrowed. "Xingchen, if we don't leave now, we'll be late for the international conference. All the efforts of the company over the past 2 years will be in vain." Lin Xiran fastened her seatbelt, feeling guilty. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to come here." Fu Xingchen's lips were tightly pressed together, and after a long moment, he finally started the engine. Jiang Lili was not in life-threatening danger, just in a bit of a predicament. He wasn't clear on the details, but with the Jiangheng incident causing such a stir, her appearing in public was simply foolish. This time, she should learn her lesson. She hadn't even sought his help, nor shed a single tear. There was no need for him to rush to her side. He thought this as he drove straight to the company. All the way, he spaced out several times, her eyes flashing in his mind. They were empty and emotionless, as if she didn't recognize him at all. A wave of irritation surged within him. He was clearly fed up with women crying. But Jiang Lili's expression of not shedding tears until she saw the coffin was even more bothersome. "Xingchen." Lin Xiran's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. The light turned green. "What are you thinking about?" Fu Xingchen smiled at her and shook his head. "Nothing." Indeed, when women make a scene, it disturbs the mind. It seemed necessary for him to have a serious talk with Jiang Lili. If she intended to continue this way, then let her go ahead and get divorced. He forcibly pushed Jiang Lili out of his mind and quickly drove towards Xingyun Group. At First Hospital, in the surgical treatment room, Jiang Lili sat quietly in a chair, allowing the doctor to treat her wounds. The cuts were deep and needed disinfecting, but she didn't even furrow her brows. Chapter 20. Do you know why I married you back then? Jiang Lili thought that after seeing the video of Fu Xingchen cheating and hearing those hurtful words he said, her heart would have died. But now she realized that what Fu Xingchen brought her was not the most pain, but only more pain. The small injuries on her face were nothing to fear. After the doctor treated her wounds and prescribed some medicine, she thanked him and got up to leave. The disparity Fu Xingchen brought her was far greater than being abandoned by her parents. After all, she understood Jiang Qingyin well. He was the kind of person who could abandon his daughter without a second thought. She returned to Su Yunyao's place to take a shower. And just as she came out, she received a call from Zhang Qingha. "Lily, you managed to escape, right?" Jiang Lili made a sound through her nose. "Emma, that's good. Your dad knew you could get away, which is why he left you there. I know you're angry with him, but you can't neglect Jiang Hong. He cares for you the most as his sister. You can't be heartless." Zhang Qingha wasn't calling to show concern. She was afraid Lily would be angry and neglect Jiang Hong. But she indeed wouldn't neglect Jiang Hong. "From now on, I will only be a good sister." After saying that, she hung up and called Lawyer Wu. Lawyer Wu had already seen the news online about her being surrounded. It was a video taken by onlookers that quickly went viral. "Miss Jiang, please be careful when you go out in the future. However, this news is beneficial for us. Many rational netizens believe that innocent people should not be attacked regardless of the circumstances. Thank you, Lawyer Wu, but my capabilities are limited. I haven't done anything so far. Is there anything you need me to do?" Jiang Lili curled up on the sofa, hugging her legs. Her small frame looked helpless and pitiful, but her expression was numb, her gaze unfocused. "There is indeed something that requires your investigation." Lawyer Wu had already communicated with the police, who promised to give him some time to gather evidence. From the cases of staged suicides, either the deceased had a terminal illness, or they encountered unfortunate events and chose to end their lives, but couldn't bear to leave their children without any financial support. You can send someone to check if there are any medical records for the deceased in major hospitals, and also investigate her whereabouts in the months leading up to her death. Lawyer Wu emphasized the word "send someone." If the deceased family was informed, they would definitely guard against Jiang Lili. Now that she had appeared in public, the deceased family would recognize her if they saw her. To check all hospitals in Jiangxing for the deceased's medical records in a short time was not an easy task. At least not something the Jiang family could accomplish. The Fu family could, but Fu Xingchen would definitely not help her. Given the situation, she had no need to hold on to her pride in front of Fu Xingchen. This marriage was destined to end. And she didn't care how much Fu Xingchen looked down on her. At this moment, she still wanted to leverage the Fu family's influence to help Jiang Hong. She went to the Fu family's old residence to find Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen had just returned from a business trip with Fu Xingchen's mother. When Jiang Lili arrived, there were still suitcases belonging to the Fu couple in the living room. Xiaoli, you came at the right time. Fu Xingchen was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. Seeing Jiang Lili enter, he took off his glasses and put down the newspaper. How is your brother's situation? He took the initiative to bring up Jiang Heng's case. Jiang Lili briefly explained and then mentioned Lawyer Wu's words. Dad, do you have any way to check the medical records from major hospitals? Fu Xingchen said without hesitation, this is a small matter for our Fu family. I'll make a call and have them send the records to your email. Jiang Lili was overjoyed. The gloom from the past few days finally lifted a little. Did you come back for something else? Fu Xingchen asked again. Just for the hospital matter, Jiang Lili explained. Upon hearing this, Fu Xingchen frowned. Can't you just tell Xingchen about this? Jiang Lili fell silent. Fu Xingchen understood something and smiled, changing the subject. Since you're back, stay for dinner before you leave. Grandma is napping. She just mentioned you. No, Dad, I have other things to deal with. Although Jiang Lili knew that Fu Xingchen rarely came back, she was afraid that if Grandma Fu saw her, she would call Fu Xingchen back. Fu Xingchen didn't stop her, knowing she was worried about Jiang Hong, and comforted her a few words. After Jiang Lili left, Fu Xingchen picked up the newspaper again. His gaze fell on the headline. Xingyun Group's president takes major action for Vice President Lin's beloved dog. He seemed thoughtful and made a call after a while. After leaving the Fu family, Jiang Lili learned about the deceased's work from the police. It was at an electronics factory in the suburbs. When she arrived, there were still 2 reporters taking photos and interviewing the security guard at the entrance. She waited until the reporters left before approaching the security guard to inquire. The security guard raised an eyebrow at her. Which newspaper are you from? A small newspaper. You see. Jiang Lili casually took a box of cigarettes from her car. It was bought by Jiang Qingyin and should be quite expensive. The security guard's eyes lit up upon seeing the cigarettes. Wang Hui was an ordinary worker in the workshop. She hadn't been to work for 2 or 3 days before the incident happened. She had just joined the factory for less than a month. And we don't know much about her. With just a few words, she exchanged the box of cigarettes. And the security guard closed the window of the security booth after finishing. Jiang Lili was left empty-handed. She blinked a couple of times and turned to leave. Either the security guard really didn't know the details, or she hadn't offered enough. She could only return and prepare thoroughly before coming back. After returning from the suburbs to Su Yanyao's villa, it was already dark. She parked outside the apartment complex and walked into the community. After a day out, her phone had run out of battery. As she walked along the cobblestone path, her figure was elongated by the streetlights. Suddenly, a blinding light shone on her from the corner. She instinctively raised her hand to block the light, but couldn't see what kind of car it was. Until the car stopped beside her and the door opened. Fu Xingchen, holding a cigarette in his mouth, got out of the car, brushed off the ash, and without saying a word, grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the back seat of the car. The man appeared suddenly and acted quickly. Jiang Lili only reacted when she was pulled to the side of the car, instinctively struggling. But Fu Xingchen didn't give her a chance to escape. One hand held her waist while the other supported her bottom. After she got into the car, he swiftly followed and blocked her way. The dim light inside the car was on, and Jiang Lili shrank into the corner, turning her head to look at him. He partially rolled down the car window, his long fingers resting on the window, still holding the cigarette. What are you doing? Fu Xingchen spoke with an unfriendly tone. What did you do today? Don't you know in your heart? He exuded an air of displeasure. Jiang Lili didn't want to provoke him and turned to open the car door. However, the door was locked, and she could only turn back again. I don't want to see you. You need to open the car door. Do you know why I married you back then? Fu Xingchen threw away the cigarette, but closed the car window and looked at her with inscrutable eyes. Chapter 21. Not wanting to be your tool for release in the past, Jiang Lili thought she understood. She believed Fu Xingchen liked her. Now, she shook her head, uncertain. I thought you were different from other women. Fu Xingchen leaned against the seat, rarely patient enough to communicate with her. He didn't like women who caused trouble or argued all day. The traditional male breadwinner and female homemaker dynamic suited him. And he was quite satisfied with Jiang Lili's behavior over the past 2 years. She didn't pry into his whereabouts or work matters. He also didn't bring work emotions home. At home, he was just a husband. They were compatible in bed, except she sometimes felt inadequate in fulfilling her own needs. He He thought they were well suited as a couple. However, he didn't know that this husband of hers was only competent in bed. In other aspects, he was lacking. Jiang Lili was confused, turning her body to look at him for a few seconds, her face suddenly pale. The dynamics between Jiang Qinghe and Jiang Qingyin were well known to the Fu family. The Fu and Jiang families had been family friends for generations, and her marriage to Fu Xingchen was arranged by their grandparents. Due to Jiang Qingyin's preference for sons and his personal character, Fu Xingchen had become much more distant from him. Did Fu Xingchen think she would be submissive like Jiang Qinghe, someone who would let her husband control her? That he married her because he believed she wouldn't interfere with his affairs with Lin Shiran, would quietly be Mrs. Fu, not causing a fuss? Do you know why I divorced? She frowned tightly, her lips pressed together. Fu Xingchen remained silent, either indifferent to her reasons for divorce or simply unaware. She answered herself, because I'm like other women. I don't want a loveless marriage. I don't want to be your tool for release, nor do I want to be your cover. The last sentence she almost yelled out. Her slender swan neck showed prominent veins, and her cheeks flushed with anger. Don't act like I've bullied you. If you truly have some backbone, you wouldn't have gone to the old house to complain. Fu Xingchen didn't pay much attention to her words. Instead, he carefully scrutinized her. Many nights, when she was too tired to straighten her back, she would resist him like a little kitten, biting and clawing. In their 2 years of marriage, she only resisted under those circumstances. The woman before him, filled with resistance, felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet heightened his desire to conquer. Where did she learn such alluring tactics? The push and pull of desire? What did I complain about? Jiang Lili suddenly paused. Could it be that Fu Xingchen contacted Fu Xingchen? She shouldn't have revealed any dissatisfaction with Fu Xingchen. After all, she had gone to the Fu family's old house without his knowledge, and now she felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. Jiang Lili, let's make a deal. Be a good Mrs. Fu. I'll give you whatever you want, but from now on, you need to behave. Fu Xingchen's expression tightened, adopting the demeanor of a business negotiator. He raised the stakes. If you want the medical records from every hospital, then agree. Jiang Lili's pupils contracted. Sure enough, Fu Xingchen had handed this matter over to Fu Xingchen. She felt Fu Xingchen had grasped her weakness. Seeing her change in expression, Fu Xingchen's demeanor softened, momentarily taking on the posture of someone in control. He didn't seem to be talking to his wife. Rather, he acted as if he were bestowing her the position of Mrs. Fu, as if it were a blessing she had earned over several lifetimes. She should be grateful and obedient, not expecting any love, let alone anything beyond the title of Mrs. Fu. Her lips drained of color, her breath weakened, almost overwhelmed by the strong sense of entitlement radiating from him. In that moment, she seemed somewhat pitiable. Fu Xingchen reached out, holding her hand resting on her lap. His rough fingertips gently brushed against her smooth, delicate hand. He leaned closer, and the atmosphere around her gradually became heated. Come home with me, His breath was heavy. The thick scent of hormones enveloped Jiang Lili, and her mind was exceptionally clear. She contemplated whether refusing Fu Xingchen would allow her to find another way to obtain the medical records from various hospitals in Jiang City. The answer was no. At that moment of clarity, she made her choice. She held her body still, allowing Fu Xingchen's cool lips to descend upon her. The tense atmosphere in the car gradually transformed, becoming hot and intense. The first rain of late autumn came suddenly, the car lights illuminating the empty road ahead. Fine raindrops fell against the glass, sliding down one by one. The sound of rain intertwined with the man's heavy breathing, and the hand Jiang Lili had pressed against his chest was taken by him. After several days of restraint, he felt uncomfortable, almost desperate to claim her right there. They had never tried it in the car. He wanted to see how it felt. Ignoring the fact that the woman in his arms was still somewhat resistant, and that she hadn't verbally agreed to anything, he lifted her, bringing her onto his lap. She wouldn't refuse. Although she had caused some trouble recently, she understood the limits and knew how to seize the opportunity he offered. Jiang Lili indeed didn't refuse because she was aware of the consequences of denial, but she also didn't agree. As long as she didn't verbally agree, once Jiang Heng's matter was resolved, she could bring up divorce again without being seen as inconsistent. Fu Xingchen could hardly restrain himself. She was disheveled, and it seemed he was about to take her right there. She acknowledged he liked her body, but it was limited to that. After all, they were outside, and Fu Xingchen's upbringing kept him from crossing certain lines. He drove them home. Raindrops continuously fell down the car window, reflecting the flames igniting in his eyes. The atmosphere around him was charged with desire, so intense that Jiang Lili's sorrow was completely overlooked. Jiang Lili thought, having slept together so many times, what was a few more? It was only when it came to that point that she realized the psychological gap was something she couldn't ignore. In the past, when he kissed her, she would always fantasize about his affectionate side, always believing they were in love. Now, even if his distinguished face lost control for her. She couldn't immerse herself in this act of intimacy. Because this intimacy, the continuation of their marriage, was a transaction Fu Xingchen had forged with his power. Outside, the rain drizzled, while inside the car, Jiang Lili gritted her teeth and complied. Fu Xingchen was very satisfied, to the point of losing control, knowing that this would hurt her, but unable to stop himself. Consider this a punishment for your disobedience these past few days. Moreover, she, with flushed cheeks and dreamy eyes, was also enjoying it. Such punishment was too lenient for her. In the early hours of the morning, as the rain gradually lightened, they moved from the car to the villa. Jiang Lili was only wrapped in his shirt, her long, slender, pale legs exposed. Seeing her fragile appearance reignited the fire within Fu Xingchen that had not been extinguished all night. Jiang Lili was in a daze, half asleep and half awake. She heard Fu Xingchen answer a phone call, his voice hoarse from the previous activity, tinged with urgency. "Sharon, before I arrive, make sure to protect yourself and hide." Fu Xingchen got out of bed and changed clothes in the closet. In just 2 minutes, he emerged in black suit pants and a white shirt. As he passed by the bed, Jiang Lili propped herself up with her weary body and grabbed his sleeve. Fu Xingchen, about Jiang Heng's matter. Chapter 22. Not leaving. Waiting for him to handle Jiang Heng's matter. Jiang Lili's words were not finished, and with a slight loosening of her fingertips, her hand was shaken off by Fu Xingchen. He walked toward the bedroom door without looking back. "I'll have Sun Ting handle it." Sun Ting represented Fu Xingchen and could definitely handle Jiang Heng's matter well. Jiang Lili did not expect him to deal with Jiang Heng personally. But thinking about how he was busy supporting Lin Sharon while throwing his own matters to Sun Ting, she felt a chill in her heart. After a night without sleep, she had no desire to rest and, feeling uneasy, called Sun Ting, asking him to get in touch with Lawyer Wu. Sun Ting took over the entire coordination with Lawyer Wu, investigating Jiang Heng's case. This way, Jiang Lili was completely free. She got up and went downstairs, taking out her long-off phone from her bag at the entrance. As soon as she charged it and turned it on, countless text messages and missed calls flooded in. Most of them were from Su Yunyu, who had been worried sick since Jiang Lili had not returned and her phone was off all night. She quickly called Su Yunyu back, and the call was soon connected. Su Yunyu's tone was not as serious as she had imagined. I went back to Fu Xingchen's place." Jiang Lili's voice was very soft, fearing being scolded by Su Yunyu. "I know," Su Yunyu said with a harsh tone. "I saw Fu Dog's assistant bringing a lawyer to the police station." Su Yunyu came to the police station to report Jiang Lili's disappearance. Coincidentally, she saw Sun Ting coming with Lawyer Wu, discussing Jiang Heng's case. The fact that Fu Xingchen would take over Jiang Heng's matter proved that there was something going on between Jiang Lili and Fu Xingchen. "Jiang Lili, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Before she could finish, Jiang Lili firmly and quickly said, "It's not that we're not leaving. It's just that he will leave after handling Jiang Heng's matter." As Su Yunyu walked out of the police station, step by step down the stairs, she paused upon hearing this. The next moment, she smiled. "Are you squeezing, Fu Dog? I forgive you." Jiang Lili did not feel pleased. Instead, she felt anxious. How could Fu Xingchen be so easily squeezed? She had to prepare for a counterattack. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered the interview that Yun Lan had scheduled with her. A day had passed, and she had completely forgotten about it, and Yun Lan had not contacted her either. She quickly found the number that had notified her of the interview and called back. The call was quickly connected, and she introduced herself and then apologized. "Sorry I had. Miss Jiang, our CEO Su just returned to the country and has been busy these past few days. Would it be possible to change the interview time to 9 a.m. today?" The woman's voice on the other end was gentle and polite. Jiang Lili was very relieved. "Sure. Thank you." It was not yet 8 a.m., so she had time to get there. However, she did not have any professional attire at Fu Xingchen's place, so she could only find a decent pair of jeans and a black coat. Arriving at Yunlan at 8:50, she entered the building just in time and found the front desk. Yunlan occupied the third floor of a commercial street office building. The first floor was mainly for reception, the second floor was where various designers worked, and the third floor was for company executives' offices and meeting rooms. Jiang Lili's interview was also on the third floor, next to the CEO's office. Through the frosted glass of the CEO's office, she could vaguely see a tall figure sitting at the desk. She followed the receptionist into the adjacent room, withdrawing her gaze. "Thank you." "You're welcome, Miss Jiang. Please wait a moment. CEO Su will come over once he's done." The receptionist brought her a cup of coffee and then left. If she couldn't work at Yunlan, it would be difficult for Jiang Lili to find a suitable design company in Jiang City. Compared to previous interviews, she felt more uneasy and nervous this time. Time passed slowly. The office was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Suddenly, Footsteps were heard outside, and the office door was pushed open. A few people led by Fu Xingchen walked in. Jiang Lili instinctively stood up, but froze in place when she saw Fu Xingchen clearly. CEO Fu Xingchen. Miss Jiang, there's no need to be polite. Please sit down. Fu Xingchen pulled out the chair at the head of the table and sat down. He smiled politely as if he did not recognize Jiang Lili. The other few people sat around him, and they all conducted the interview together. Jiang Lili's resume was not complicated and could be summarized at a glance. Starting with Fu Xingchen, each person asked her routine questions, all related to design concepts. At first, she answered fluently, but when the last person mentioned this year's most talked about design style, she felt a bit awkward. She had been so focused on Fu Xingchen that she hadn't kept up with design styles in the past 2 years. She couldn't comment or compare this year's design with last year's. Well, that's enough. Fu Xingchen tapped his fingers on the table. Soon, the receptionist came in to ask Jiang Lili to leave. Jiang Lili politely said goodbye to the interviewers, stood up, and followed the receptionist out. Miss Jiang, the interview results will be notified to you by phone within 2 working days. The receptionist led her to the elevator. Jiang Lili thanked the receptionist again. Okay, thank you. She looked back and saw that Fu Xingchen and the others had not come out of the office. They must be discussing whether to hire her. Jiang Lili was surprised to see Fu Xingchen here, but she had not thought of using backdoor connections and did not want to make things difficult for him. She entered the elevator, and just after leaving Yunlan, she received a message from Fu Xingchen. He said he would be working late tonight and would return home later, asking her to prepare dinner for him. Fu Xingchen never informed her about whether he would be working late. She didn't know why he suddenly sent a message today. Jiang Lili planned to go home and make dinner for him. After all, Jiang Heng's matter had not been resolved yet. At Yunlan, in the office, Fu Xingchen proposed hiring Jiang Lili, which met with half of the opposition. CEO, she is somewhat famous, but there are many fresh graduates, and many know the trends in the design industry better than her. Her graduation work won an award, which might make her a bit arrogant. She probably won't be content being a design assistant. I think Miss Jiang is quite humble. Maybe we can give her a try. She might bring surprises to everyone. Everyone held their own opinions. However, the final decision lay with Fu Xingchen. After several seconds of silence, Fu Xingchen spoke. I think Manager Chen makes a good point. Manager Chen was the last to speak, which meant Fu Xingchen intended to hire Jiang Lili. He held a high position, and the others did not dare to argue further. Fu Xingchen decided on the spot to hire her. So that evening, the HR department of Yunlan called Jiang Lili to inform her of the news. Please report to the design department of Yunlan next Monday. When she received the call, Jiang Lili was making soup. She was so excited that she nearly dropped the ceramic spoon. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, and I wish you a pleasant start in advance. Welcome to Yunlan. Jiang Lili replied. I am also very happy to join Yunlan. The chicken soup in the clay pot was bubbling, steam rising, and her phone screen went black after the call ended, reflecting her faintly smiling lips with 2 dimples. Joining some illegal organization, and you're this happy? Fu Xingchen's voice suddenly came from behind. Jiang Lili's hand trembled, and the ceramic spoon she had just picked up fell again, this time shattering on the ground. Chapter 23. Eat within 24 hours. There's still time. Jiang Lili squatted down to pick up the broken pieces of the porcelain spoon, her peripheral vision sweeping towards the entrance of the dining room. The dining room was empty, and there was no sign of the man. Could it be that she was feeling guilty and hallucinating? She threw the broken pieces into the trash can, stood up, and walked around outside the dining room. It was indeed completely empty. She didn't see Fu Xingchen at all. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief and continued to busy herself in the kitchen. The camera in the upper right corner of the living room flickered with a red light. The footage captured by the camera was remotely transmitted to Fu Xingchen's computer. The distance was such that Fu Xingchen couldn't quite hear what she said about where she had joined. But it had been a long time since she had smiled like that in front of him. He unconsciously interjected a question, wanting to know what made her so happy. However, after saying it, he realized it was inappropriate. He shouldn't be paying so much attention to Jiang Lili all the time. Although she had returned, she seemed a bit different. So, he wanted to observe whether Jiang Lili was as obedient as before. Sure enough, she was dutifully cooking at home. Even her pretentious demeanor from last night was just an act. He decided to give her some face and not dwell on her change in attitude over the past couple of days. Turning off the camera, he gazed out the window. The sky had turned dark, and neon lights illuminated the entire city. Behind him, there was a slight sound, and Lin Shiran emerged from the lounge of his office. Wrapped in a white bathrobe. Xingchen, if you have time this weekend, could you accompany me to look for a house? Fu Xingchen took off his gold-rimmed glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. I have properties under my name. You can choose anyone to live in. Lin Shiran stood at the end of the desk, the slightly open bathrobe revealing her fair skin. She slightly leaned forward, appearing casual. It's already inappropriate for me to stay in your office. Would it be suitable for me to move into your house? What's inappropriate about it? Fu Xingchen raised his eyebrows lightly, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiran straightened up and smiled quietly. All right, I'll go order dinner then. You can eat before you leave. Fu Xingchen's long fingers rested against his chin, and he didn't linger too long on Lin Xiran. No. Today is Sia's birthday. This guy said that having one more person eat longevity noodles would ensure she stays healthy, insisting that I invite you to eat longevity noodles. Mentioning his sister Lin Xia, Lin Xiran felt both helpless and indulgent. You can't cook here, otherwise, I would make it for you myself. Or, we could go out to eat. Recently, because of my matters, you've been troubled. Let me treat you to a meal. She brought up Lin Xia, one excuse after another to keep him. And Fu Xingchen was somewhat moved. After a few seconds of silence, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Jiang Lili, telling her that he would be working late tonight. After clicking send, he put down his phone and told Lin Xiran, let's order. Okay. Lin Xiran sat down opposite him and began to order food on her phone. In addition to 2 servings of longevity noodles, she also ordered several dishes according to Fu Xingchen's taste. Soon, dinner arrived. The man's desk was filled with a sumptuous dinner, and he ate slowly with chopsticks. Lin Xiran chatted and laughed across from him, occasionally leaning over to serve him food. Halfway through the meal, Lin Xiran took out her phone to set up a shot. Do you mind if I take a photo to report back to Xia? I don't mind. Fu Xingchen not only didn't mind, but was also very cooperative. He put down his chopsticks, rested his elbow on the table, and looked at the camera. In the shot, Lin Xiran looked gentle and lovely, her face full of happiness. Although Fu Xingchen's expression was cold, the fact that he rarely took personal photos and was willing to cooperate with the shoot was enough to prove that his relationship with Lin Xiran was not ordinary. Lin Xiran sent the photo to Lin Xia, then put down her phone and continued eating dinner. They didn't eat much, and the dishes were hardly touched. Fu Xingchen wasn't used to outside food. He had to admit that Jiang Lili's cooking was excellent. Over the past 2 years, his palate had been spoiled by her. However, he didn't think that Jiang Lili was anything special because of it. A housewife with excellent cooking skills was only to be expected, right? After dinner, it was already 10 o'clock at night when he left the company and drove home. Lin Xiran stood in his office, looking down at the night view of the entire city, and took another photo to send to Lin Xia. Sister, I miss home. Lin Xia received the photo and replied on WeChat with a crying emoji. Lin Xiran, be good, listen to the doctor, and wait until we find a suitable source of dirt. Xingchen will arrange for you to come back. Lin Xia joked. When I go back, do I have to call Xingchen brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. I told you before, Xingchen is married, so you have to be careful with your words and actions. Although Fu Xingchen's marriage had not been made public, Lin Xiran had overheard Sun Ting talking on the phone about it. To those who were unaware, there was no indication of it. Once informed, it wasn't difficult to find out who Fu Xingchen's wife was. Looking at the man's photo on the desk, Lin Xiran's eyes were filled with obsession. Since she could remember, Fu Xingchen had been like a ray of light in her life, illuminating her entire world. She had liked Fu Xingchen for a full 12 years. No matter what the inside story of Jiang Lili and Fu Xingchen's marriage was, Jiang Lili was the third party intruding between her and Fu Xingchen. If it weren't for Jiang Lili, she would have eventually entered Fu Xingchen's heart. However, as things stood, she couldn't act rashly. After all, Fu Xingchen had not yet accepted her. But she guessed that Fu Xingchen had not accepted Jiang Lili either. Otherwise, why wouldn't he make Jiang Lili's identity public? Their relationship was unstable, and she still had a chance. She could wait. Looking at the many photos of Fu Xingchen that she had secretly taken on her phone, a glimmer of light shone in her eyes. At 11 o'clock at night, the restaurant's dazzling lights were on, and the 4 dishes and soup on the table had gone from steaming hot to completely cold. Jiang Lili's heart was just as cold. He asked her to make dinner, but went to eat with Lin Xiran at the company. Was Fu Xingchen deliberately teasing her? The photo had been sent half an hour ago. This time it was from a different unfamiliar number, still with no text. What made her feel incredibly upset was not the dinner, but the photo of Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran together. She recognized that it was in Fu Xingchen's office, and that Lin Xiran was wearing Fu Xingchen's bathrobe, determined to divorce. Yet she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Feelings weren't so easy to reclaim. Her heart had been torn open, bleeding profusely. Even after healing, scars would remain. And how could an unhealed wound not hurt? A beam of headlights shone outside, and a Maybach stopped in the yard. Jiang Lili wiped her eyes and looked at the man entering the villa. Fu Xingchen took off his coat while looking at her. Usually, at this time, she would come over to take his coat and hang it up. But today, she sat there without moving, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while, he strode to the dining room, casually draped his coat over a chair, and took out a small bottle from his pocket, placing it in front of Jiang Lili. Eat within 24 hours, there's still time. It was a contraceptive pill, and she didn't know where he had gotten it from. It was said to have no side effects. After a wild night last night, Jiang Lili was too tired and busy with job interviews to think about this matter. Yet he remembered. Chapter 24. She causes a stir. Just as a spice, he still remembers such a small matter, fearing that she might be pregnant with his child. Thank you for taking the time to bring me the medicine. Jiang Lili picked up the bottle, poured out a pill, and swallowed it directly. Then she stood up and, right in front of Fu Xingchen, dumped all the food on the table. She didn't eat, wasn't hungry. She was full of anger. Fu Xingchen watched her take the medicine and then turned to go upstairs. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he heard the clattering of dishes in the dining room. His temper rising, his expression turned a bit unpleasant. There was an international video conference that evening, and he ignored Jiang Lili's negative emotions, took a shower, and went into his study. Sun Ting called him to report on the meeting. And when it came to the end, he mentioned Lin Xiran, saying that the vice president had mentioned that Fu Xingchen had asked him to choose a house under his name for temporary accommodation, but she chose. Whatever she chose was irrelevant. There was no need to report such matters. Fu Xingchen was in a bad mood because of Jiang Lili. As soon as he mentioned women, he felt irritable and somewhat impatient. Upon hearing this, Sun Ting respectfully responded, "Understood, President Fu." After hanging up the phone, Fu Xingchen continued the meeting until 3 in the morning. Jiang Lili slept uneasily, dreaming of Fu Xingchen having dinner with Lin Xiran in the office. She even dreamt that in broad daylight, Lin Xiran was coming in and out of Fu Xingchen's office, and the two were being intimate in the office. That lounge was a place where they often had passionate encounters. Seeing their intimate scene made Jiang Lili feel suffocated. Gradually waking from the dream, she realized that this suffocation was caused by Fu Xingchen's overwhelming kiss. He removed the thin blanket between them, and his muscular chest pressed against her soft body. "I'm sleepy," Jiang Lili murmured against his thin lips, her eyes barely open, as if talking in her sleep. Her soft and delicate voice, along with her fair and tender body, stimulated the taut string in Fu Xingchen's heart and body, making him feel like it was about to snap, almost taking his life. "The medicine is very expensive, and you're still under its effect. Don't waste it." His voice was low and hoarse. Jiang Lili's heart softened. But thinking of how he had once been intimate with Lin Xiran like this, her heart quickly hardened again. No matter how expensive the medicine was, it couldn't possibly be more costly than the tens of thousands of gifts he had given Lin Xiran, right? Her disobedience was of no use, but after last night, she was already very tired and couldn't cooperate, allowing him to have his way. Last night, Fu Xingchen was preoccupied with the stimulation of the change of environment and didn't carefully savor the differences in Jiang Lili compared to usual. Tonight, the bright moonlight shone through the window, just illuminating her palm-sized face. She had a flushed complexion, her sexy thin lips taut, refusing to make a sound. Jiang Lili had a high-class face. When she smiled, she was enchanting, and when she cried, it seemed like the whole world was at fault. When she showed her stubbornness, the coldness that emerged from her brows and eyes made people feel pity while also wanting to bully her. Fu Xingchen was unsure what kind of psychology this was. Perhaps he had been angered by her these days. He wanted to see her obediently pleading for mercy, wanted to see her unable to help but cooperate, wanted to see her eyes filled with him. But he did not succeed, yet he was not discouraged. With great interest, he thought that her causing a stir was just a seasoning, adding to the fun. Perhaps she did it intentionally, not knowing where she learned it from. Saturday was the day Jiang Lili and Fu Xingchen returned to the Fu family's old residence. Early in the morning, Fu Xingchen went to the company first, while Jiang Lili drove to buy some snacks and fruits. No matter what, the Fu family had treated her poorly. Her desire for divorce was due to Fu Xingchen's personal issues, and she couldn't be rude in front of the elders. Besides, she probably wouldn't come here many more times. Early in the morning, she called Sun Ting, who said they had found the deceased's medical records, and the deceased had been diagnosed with a terminal illness 2 months ago. Other places had also found some clues. This case, which was highly likely to be a staged accident, had turned into an absolute case of fraud, and Jiang Lili couldn't help but feel excited inside. Jiang Heng's matter would be resolved quickly, and once it was resolved, she could get a divorce. To avoid raising Fu Xingchen's suspicions, she reminded him, as usual, to go to the Fu family's old residence, and even asked him to eat lunch on time. Fu Xingchen, as usual, didn't reply to her messages. When he received her message, he opened their chat window. Only then did he see that the message from last night saying he would work late and wouldn't have dinner at home had never been sent out. There was a red exclamation mark next to the message, possibly indicating a poor signal. But thinking that Jiang Lili hadn't mentioned this matter at all, and that she had just sent another message with the same tone as before, he turned off his phone. There was nothing to explain. If he didn't explain, wouldn't she still be the same as before? The corners of his lips curled into a mocking arc. In the evening, at the Fu family's old residence, Jiang Lili arrived early as usual. She accompanied Grandma Fu to trim the flowers for a while before being called over by Fu Xingchen to play chess. Xiaoli, how is your brother's matter going? Jiang Lili held a black piece, nodded, and said, I called Sun Ting this morning. There has been significant progress, and it should be resolved soon. Thank you, Dad. Fu Xingchen dropped a white piece, his movement pausing. Sun Ting is handling it. Yes, Jiang Lili instinctively replied, but quickly furrowed her brows. Thinking of Fu Xingchen's dark face as he said she came to the old residence to complain, she added, Fu Xingchen is busy. It's the same whoever handles it. Upon hearing this, Fu Xingchen's expression improved a bit. Tonight the kitchen is making your favorite white-cut chicken. Eat more then. Okay. Jiang Lili felt warmth in her heart. Fu Xingchen resembled Fu Xingchen to a certain extent, and if he were as gentle and refined as Fu Xingchen, he might resemble him even more. However, even with a handsome appearance, he remained cold and distant, attracting countless admirers who wanted to marry Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen's coldness came from his mother. Both mother and son were similarly taciturn. She truly couldn't discern his real emotions from someone who was naturally like this. After all, Fu Xingchen's mother had been with Fu Xingchen for so many years and still wore that stern expression, yet it was said that they had a good relationship. After finishing a game of chess, Grandma Fu called her to the rooftop flower room to pick flowers. Grandma Fu had planted her favorite small sunflowers, which were blooming just right. She could cut them and take them home to put in a vase, which would last for a week. If she could make them into dried flowers before they withered, they would last even longer. Jiang Lili loved flowers, so she accompanied Grandma Fu upstairs. Fu Xingchen was putting the chess pieces away, and halfway through, Fu Xingchen entered the house in a rush. He carried the chill of the late autumn night with him, and a hint of fatigue was evident in his brows. Dad, come over to play a game of chess. Fu Xingchen pointed to the opposite seat. Fu Xingchen took off his suit jacket, but didn't he come over? Where's my mom? Fu Xingchen was not very pleased. Do you need something from her? About abroad. Fu Xingchen nodded, standing at the entrance of the living room, showing no intention of joining Fu Xingchen for a game of chess. The two of them didn't say much. Most of the conversation was Fu Xingchen expressing concern for Fu Xingchen's health. Fu Xingchen had almost never initiated a conversation with Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen threw the pieces back onto the board. Don't talk about work during off hours. Your mother's health isn't ironclad. First, tell me about Xiao Li's brother's matter. Why did you let Sun Ting handle it? Instantly, Fu Xingchen's expression darkened. Chapter 25. She really has a strong spirit. Did she complain to you again? The word again immediately alerted Fu Xingchen that something was off. It wasn't her complaining. It was him asking. Fu Xingchen raised the corners of his lips slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of indifference. Don't cover for her. Fu Xingchen replied. I'm not covering for her. Xingchen, men should care. You take care of yourself. I'm going to find my mom. In the spacious living room, the brilliant lights illuminated the communication between the father and son, which was clearly not on the same wavelength. Ever since Fu Xingchen took over the family business, Fu Xingchen had stepped back. As Fu Xingchen gradually distanced himself from work, Fu Xingchen immersed himself in it, and their communication became less frequent. Especially after Fu Xingchen got married and moved out, he would only return once a week on Saturdays when he wasn't busy. Even when he did come back, he spent most of his time discussing work with his mother. During busy times, he might not be seen for a month, further decreasing their interactions. Fu Xingchen put down his chess piece, watching his son's figure as he went upstairs, lost in thought. I stepped back to spend more time with my wife. I hope it doesn't bring any trouble to Xingchen's little family. On the top floor flower room, Jiang Lili was picking a bunch of sunflowers, trimming each one. Grandma Fu sat on a nearby rattan chair, smiling as she watched her. What else do you like? Grandma will plant more. In the evening, the sunroom offered a view of the starry sky, and the fragrance of various flowers filled the room. Jiang Lili particularly enjoyed coming here. She smiled at Grandma Fu. Whatever Grandma plants, I like. Should I pick a few more for you to put in the room later? Sure. Seeing her happy, Grandma Fu felt even more pleased. The lilies will bloom in a few days. We can dry them and put them in your wedding room. The so-called wedding room was not the one Jiang Lili currently lived in with Fu Xingchen. The Fu family owned many houses, but to show their regard for Jiang Lili as a daughter-in-law, they bought a villa for them before the wedding. Since the house had just been built and not yet decorated, they hadn't moved in. Speaking of that house made Jiang Lili feel a pang of bitterness. She had personally designed the decoration of the house in her favorite style. 3 months before the wedding, she had been busy designing the house every day. She didn't reference the most popular design styles at the time. Every detail was meticulously crafted by her, unique and special. That home, which she once fantasized about and worked hard for, would never be hers to live in. All right. She still responded affirmatively. After trimming the sunflowers, she picked a few more flowers, then accompanied Grandma Fu back to the bedroom. About half an hour later, dinner began. Jiang Lili sat down with Grandma Fu and Fu Xingchen for a while, and only then did the mother and son, who were discussing work, arrive late. Fu Xingchen pulled out the chair beside Jiang Lili and sat down, his long eyes sweeping over her profile. She seemed to have been chatting with Grandma Fu about something, a smile gracing her lips. He scoffed coldly in his heart, his gaze tinged with sarcasm. Was he mistaken about her, or was Jiang Lili just too good at pretending? Over these past few days, she had repeatedly tested his patience, charming the Fu family to the point where even his usually stern mother had smiled at her. Or perhaps, after a long time, her true colors were showing, attempting to use the Fu family to control him? What a delusion. Mom. At first, Jiang Lili felt a bit uneasy around her mother-in-law, Wu Meiling, especially during their first meeting. Wu Meiling's assessing gaze felt as if she were evaluating a product to see if it was qualified to enter the Fu family. She had thought Wu Meiling would be a difficult mother-in-law. However, after the marriage, Wu Meiling did not interact with her much. Occasionally, when they did meet, she was cold in demeanor but did not make things difficult for her. Over time, Jiang Lili grew accustomed to her and was no longer afraid. You seem to have lost some weight. Wu Meiling observed that Jiang Lili's already slender chin had become even sharper. Eat more to supplement yourself. After saying this, Wu Meiling used public chopsticks to serve her some dishes. Jiang Lili was taken aback but nodded slightly, not waiting to express her thanks. Yet she seemed to hear a light scoff by her ear. She turned her head to look at Fu Xingchen, whose side profile was perfectly displaying a sarcastic expression. But that expression was fleeting, almost making her doubt her own eyes. Mom, you've worked hard. Eat more. Fu Xingchen emphasized the words worked hard and served Wu Meiling more dishes, then added, the next project, let's hand it over to Chiron. With that change in topic from casual conversation to work, he and Wu Meiling huddled together, discussing work without a break, which was their norm. However, when Lin Chiron was mentioned unexpectedly, Jiang Lili's heart tightened, forcing her to interpret Fu Xingchen's "you've worked hard" deeply. It was as if, being a woman without work, she could skip meals, especially with the expression and tone he used when saying that. Jiang Lili's interpretation was quite restrained. The two projects I completed recently received good feedback, bringing significant profits to the company. I'm confident in handing it over to her. Wu Meiling rarely praised others, but she took the opportunity to compliment Fu Xingchen. You promoted her, and she didn't disappoint. Your judgment of people is accurate. Fu Xingchen's sharply defined features softened with a hint of a smile. She really has a strong spirit. Don't talk about work while eating. If you want to discuss it, go back to the study. Grandma Fu did not like discussing business at the dining table. She keenly noticed that Jiang Lili's expression was not quite right. The Fu family valued dining etiquette, and the clinking of bowls and plates echoed in the dining room, leaving no one to speak further. As the meal was drawing to a close, Fu Xingchen's phone, which he had set beside him, suddenly rang. He quickly took out his phone to answer it, so fast that Jiang Lili didn't even see who was calling. Don't move. I'll be right there. Jiang Lili, sitting closest to him, heard a woman's voice on the other end, familiar to her, Lin Chiron. Grandma, Mom, Dad, you all eat first. I have some matters to attend to. Fu Xingchen stood up, nodding slightly, apologizing for leaving midway. Yet, he ignored Jiang Lili entirely, not saying a word to her, not even giving her a glance. Fu Xingchen frowned, and Grandma Fu knitted her brows. Wu Meiling simply said, work is important, be careful on the way. Fu Xingchen grabbed his coat and left. The atmosphere at the dinner table changed instantly. Jiang Lili pretended to be nonchalant, burying her head in her food. But even after chewing for a long time, she couldn't swallow. She thought about when she would no longer feel sad about Fu Xingchen and Lin Chiron. How long would this emotion last? Perhaps, after the divorce, not seeing each other would ease her heart. Out of sight, out of mind might make things better. Mom, why aren't you eating? Wu Meiling suddenly noticed that both Grandma Fu and Fu Xingchen had stopped using their chopsticks and couldn't help but be curious. Fu Xingchen eased the atmosphere, smiling. Eat, you've worked hard. Eat more. Grandma Fu smiled at Jiang Lili. Shally has worked hard too. Eat more. Thank you, Grandma. Jiang Lili exerted great effort to swallow the food in her mouth. After dinner, she didn't linger at the Fu household and drove herself home. In the cramped car, the faint fragrance of the sunflowers lingered at her nose. On the way home, there were few cars, and she maintained the maximum speed limit. Ahead was a three-way intersection. She was about to slow down when suddenly a person dashed out from the intersection, running towards her and waving their hand. Instinctively, she turned the steering wheel to the left, and the car headed straight for a sturdy tree. With a loud bang, The cars had crumpled, and black smoke began to billow. Chapter 26. Xingchen, please let me out of the hospital. Jiang Lili felt a dull pain in her forehead, a warm liquid sliding down as she opened her eyes to a sea of red. Black smoke billowed from the front of the car, and she couldn't help but recall the images of car accidents and explosions she had seen online. Was she really going to die here today? But Jiang Heng hadn't come out yet. How could she die? Given Fu Xingchen's temperament, whether he would continue the lawsuit for Jiang Heng if she died was uncertain. With this thought in mind, she unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, and crawled out. 2 hours later, Jiang Lili was awakened by someone calling her name. She opened her eyes, her eyelids trembling, greeted by the blinding glare of fluorescent lights. Miss, you finally woke up. A doctor in a white coat sighed in relief. How are you feeling now? The sharp smell of disinfectant filled the air around her. Gradually regaining her senses, she recalled everything that had happened. She raised her hand to touch her forehead, but was met with a sudden, intense pain. Don't move. You have a mild concussion and need to rest. We tried to contact your family, but no one answered. Do you have any other relatives? The doctor took her phone and unlocked it using her fingerprint. The call log showed she had tried to call Fu Xingchen 7 or 8 times, but none were answered. She had him saved as husband. Jiang Qingyin and Zhang Qinghe weren't stored in her contacts, so the doctor couldn't find anyone besides Fu Xingchen. She opened her mouth, her throat dry and hoarse. 7 or 8 calls went unanswered. Calling again would be futile. At this hour, Fu Xingchen and Lin Shiran were probably resting. No family. What about friends? The doctor couldn't wait. You need someone to come and sign for you, so we can conduct further checks to see if there's any bleeding in your brain. Jiang Lili's mind was a bit foggy. She couldn't sign herself, so she had no choice but to tap on Su Yunyun's number. The doctor hurriedly contacted Su Yunyun. In less than half an hour, Su Yunyun appeared in the city hospital's emergency room, her fiery red hair a mess. Upon seeing Jiang Lili's bloodied face, she nearly burst into tears. What happened to you? While waiting for Su Yunyun to arrive, Jiang Lili had closed her eyes to rest, and when she opened them again, her mind was a bit clearer than before. She shook her head, trying to reassure her. It's nothing serious, just an accident. Where's Fu Xingchen? Why are you alone so late? Su Yunyun knew that every Saturday night, Jiang Lili would go back to the old house for dinner with Fu Xingchen. It must have happened on the way back from the old house. But why wasn't Fu Xingchen with her? Yun, you stay here and comfort her. I'll go talk to the doctor. Su Fengchen emerged behind Su Yunyun, looking a bit worn out. His dark eyes fell on Jiang Lili. Let's do a check first. We'll talk about anything else after that. Mentioning Fu Xingchen made Jiang Lili feel aggrieved, and her emotions began to stir. She was so agitated that she couldn't speak, her brows furrowing. And with the pain from her injury, she felt utterly uncomfortable. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Brother, you go handle it. Su Yunyun held Jiang Lili's hand. Wiping her tears, it's okay. An hour later, after a thorough examination, Jiang Lili was found to have a mild concussion and a 2-centimeter wound on her forehead. But nothing else was wrong. The doctor suggested a 2-day hospital stay for observation. If everything was fine, she could be discharged. As the doctor filled out Jiang Lili's medical records, he reminded her of some precautions. He added, "You're lucky that you only have a mild concussion and nothing else. If we couldn't reach your husband, it could have been fatal." After all the commotion, Jiang Lili was fully awake now. Her head hurt, but she wasn't dizzy anymore. Knowing she was fine, she ignored the doctor's last comment and asked, "Can I not stay in the hospital? I need to report to Yunlan tomorrow. It's a hard-earned job opportunity, and I can't afford any setbacks." Stay? Su Fengchen gave her a reassuring look. "I'll handle things with Yunlan. You can report after you get discharged." Fearing Jiang Lili would refuse again, Su Yunyun also persuaded her. "Your health is more important than work. Don't push yourself. Leave it all to my brother." Jiang Lili didn't want anyone at the company to know she knew Su Fengchen. It would give the impression that she got in through the back door. She bit her lip, feeling conflicted. "You don't have to feel embarrassed. My brother has been gone for 2 years. We haven't benefited from him at all. Now that he's back, who else should he help? This favor is owed to him. It has nothing to do with you." Su Yunyun patted her chest and waved for Su Fengchen to help Jiang Lili with her hospitalization. At this point, Jiang Lili had no choice but to stay. When she entered the hospital room, it was 3:30 in the morning. Su Yunyun stayed to accompany her, and Su Fengchen, perhaps not trusting his sister, also stayed. The two of them kept vigil, but they couldn't fill the emptiness in Jiang Lili's heart. She lay on her side, staring at her phone, which had not received a single call or message. Fu Xingchen must be with Lin Shiran tonight. He hadn't come back. Estimating the time, she thought that when she had the accident, they might have been together. If she had been injured more seriously, if someone hadn't happened to pass by to save her, she could have died there without Fu Xingchen ever knowing. She spiraled into a dark thought. Knowing she shouldn't think this way, shouldn't feel sad, but she couldn't help it. She didn't know how long had passed, but when daylight broke, the first ray of morning sun streamed into the hospital room. Jiang Lili moved her body, turned her head, and met Fu Xingchen's gaze, who was standing by the window. Su Yunyun was asleep on the sofa, and Fu Xingchen had covered her with his coat, wearing only a white shirt and a black vest at that moment. He was illuminated by the sunlight, a warm glow surrounding him. Feeling better? He walked over to Jiang Lili, noticing the scattered hair on her forehead. He raised his hand, then let it fall back down discreetly. Jiang Lili nodded. Much better. Thank you, Brother Xingchen. Fu Xingchen smiled gently, his voice soft and low. Later, I'll have Yunyun accompany you for breakfast. I'll go to the company to arrange for your start date to be postponed. Brother Xingchen. Jiang Lili propped herself up with her hands on the bed. But as soon as she sat up straight, she felt dizzy. She held her forehead, closing her eyes briefly. Fu Xingchen sat on the edge of her bed, wrapping his arm around her swaying body. Just say whatever you need to, lie down. Jiang Lili was helped back down by him, and he quickly released her. I don't want the company to know we know each other. If I encounter any problems at work, I'll solve them myself. Please don't make it difficult for me. After recovering a bit, Jiang Lili's voice was still weak and light. She didn't want to trouble Fu Xingchen, and he understood her intentions. Don't worry. No one knows we know each other. I'll arrange for your start date to be postponed appropriately. However, if you run into something you can't handle, feel free to reach out to me privately. Also, Fu Xingchen glanced at Su Yunyun. Don't tell Yunyun that I'm at Yunlan. Su Yunyun thought it was Fu Xingchen who helped Jiang Lili get into Yunlan. Jiang Lili was surprised. She had thought Su Yunyun knew that Fu Xingchen was at Yunlan. Okay, she didn't ask why. Fu Xingchen sat with her for a while before leaving. At 6 o'clock, a nurse came to check on her, waking Su Yunyun. The nurse suggested that Jiang Lili could get some sunlight, but should avoid walking and could use a wheelchair instead. Su Yunyun decided to push her in a wheelchair for breakfast. Jiang Lili didn't like hospitals and didn't want to stay in the ward, so she agreed. She was in a VIP room, with only 2 rooms on the floor. Just as she stepped out of her room, she heard a woman's delicate voice from the next room. Xingchen, please let me out of the hospital. My hand really doesn't hurt anymore. And having you here with me will delay your work. Jiang Lili turned her gaze towards the voice, catching a glimpse of Fu Xingchen standing at the foot of the bed through the half-open door of the next room. On the single hospital bed opposite him lay Lin Xiran, dressed in his own clothes, with a bit of gauze wrapped around his wrist. Chapter 27. Don't go to Yunlan. Leave Jiangxing. The morning sunlight was intense, casting a glaring golden hue across the entire hospital room. Fu Xingchen gazed at the woman in the hospital bed, his voice laced with deep concern. Work is not important. Lin Xiran is more important than work. Jiang Lili's hands, which hung by her legs, unconsciously tightened as she gripped the hem of her clothes. Her fingertips turned pale, her face gradually losing color, and her already haggard appearance became even more distressing. Su Yuyo was about to say something when Jiang Lili quickly grabbed her hand and shook her head. Let's go. She wasn't good with words and had difficulty moving. If things escalated, Su Yuyo might have to step in, and it could potentially implicate the Su family with Fu Xingchen. Moreover, Fu Xingchen had only been with Lin Xiran to see a doctor last night, which was why he hadn't answered her desperate call. This was far better than what she had imagined about their situation last night, wasn't he it? Su Yuyo was unwilling, glaring at the 2 people in the hospital room. Lin Xiran removed the bandage from her wrist, revealing a slightly red wrist, and turned it around. See, it's really fine. She got out of bed, walked up to the man, and tugged at his sleeve, shaking it. Let me be discharged. I really don't like staying here. Fu Xingchen caught her wrist, examining it closely before reluctantly saying, all right. A smile spread across Lin Xiran's face as she linked her arm with his and headed out. After just a couple of steps, they halted in their tracks. Through the door, several pairs of eyes suddenly met unexpectedly. When Su Yuyo refused to leave, Jiang Lili wanted to urge her to go, but for some reason, her gaze was fixated on Fu Xingchen. Watching their intimate gestures, she found herself unable to speak. The moment her cold, indifferent eyes met Fu Xingchen's deep gaze, she forced herself to look away. Yuyo, let's go. Su Yuyo gave Fu Xingchen the finger before finally pushing Jiang Lili to leave. Behind them, Lin Xiran's surprised voice came through. Xingchen, isn't that your family has made? The other one looks somewhat familiar too. Fu Xingchen's chiseled face tightened, and Jiang Lili's forehead bandage was particularly glaring. He suddenly thought of something and took out his phone from his pocket. The phone, set to silent mode, was filled with countless missed calls, the majority from Jiang Lili. What happened last night? Whether he was cold-hearted or overly harsh, he was not heartless. As a husband, it was indeed inappropriate for him to be unaware of his wife being in the hospital. Lin Xiran discreetly observed his expression and cautiously said, Xingchen, why aren't you speaking? Can you help me move after your meeting later? Let Sun Ting arrange the move for you. Fu Xingchen flatly refused, a wave of irritation rising in him due to Jiang Lili's earlier gaze. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, bit it, and said, "Let us go." Not getting her way, Lin Xiran felt a sinking feeling in her heart, but her lips still curved into a smile. She kept pace with Fu Xingchen. "Really? You're too busy. Just let Assistant Sun find a moving company for me. When I'm done packing, you can come over." Fu Xingchen didn't respond to her words, striding ahead while smoking. In the parking lot, next to the Maybach, he opened the car door for Lin Xiran. She was pleasantly surprised, sitting in the car and taking out a small mirror and lipstick to touch up her makeup. Halfway through, she realized Fu Xingchen hadn't gotten in. He was standing in front of the car on the phone. The veins in his hand were clearly visible as he held the phone, and his profile looked tense. Just seconds after dialing, his expression suddenly darkened. Fu Xingchen rarely called Jiang Lili, and when he did, she hung up. It was an accident that he hadn't answered her call last night. But Jiang Lili hanging up on him was intentional. Ungrateful. He shoved the phone back into his pocket, turned, got into the car, and started the engine. Driving away from the hospital, Lin Xiran sensed something was off about him and wisely stopped speaking. She silently tossed her lipstick under the passenger seat. As soon as Jiang Lili and Su Yuyo stepped out of the elevator, Fu Xingchen called. She glanced at it and hung up without hesitation. Late concern was worse than grass. She didn't need his concern. Besides, knowing Fu Xingchen as she did, it was likely not concern at all. Just a routine inquiry about how she had gotten herself into this state. Her heart ached like being pricked by needles. Near the hospital, there was a street filled with breakfast vendors typical of Jiangxing. Su Yuyo cursed Fu Xingchen in her heart all the way, but her mouth was busy distracting Jiang Lili. "Thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the time to come here for breakfast. The food here is great." Jiang Lili cooperated, avoiding the topic. "The last time I came here was before I graduated from university. The last time I came was also when you brought me here during university." Su Yuyo clicked her tongue, took a deep breath, and looked enchanted. "Today, let's indulge and eat everything here." At the crowded entrance of the alley, the noise gradually dispelled Jiang Lili's sadness. She allowed Su Yuyo to push her through each stall, and in the blink of an eye, their hands were full. The two found a wonton stall, ordered a bowl of small wontons, and sat down to eat. "Yuyo, please take me back to the hospital later. If you have things to do, just go ahead." Jiang Lili knew that Su Yuyo was usually very busy. The Su family's restaurants were doing well. Su Yuyo opened the packaging of the snacks and laid them out on the table in front of her. "Once my brother comes back, I'll be free. I won't have to manage those restaurants anymore." Why did Brother Fengchen suddenly come back? Jiang Lili recalled what Su Yuyo had mentioned and couldn't help but be curious. The Su family mainly operated restaurants and hotels, but Su Fengchen had chosen interior design for college. He had refused to take over the family business, which had made the Su family very angry, causing Su Yuyo's father to end up in the hospital. Jiang Lili had heard all this from Su Yuyo. Su Yuyo sighed. "I don't know what my brother is thinking. He started his own design company abroad and even won an award. My dad was very happy, and their relationship had just gotten a bit better, but then he suddenly withdrew his investment and came back. My dad was furious and made him manage all the family businesses, and he is probably afraid my dad will get too angry, so he is holding on." The Su family had many businesses, and on top of that, they had to manage Yunlan. Jiang Lili thought that the phrase holding on was not enough to describe Su Fengchen's busyness, but this was ultimately a matter for the Su family. So she listened to Su Yuyo vent without interrupting. An hour later, the two returned to the hospital room. The adjacent room was empty. Su Yuyo was fidgety, sitting on the sofa for a while, then running to the hospital bed to exchange glances with Jiang Lili. "Just say what you want." Although Jiang Lili was reluctant to mention Fu Xingchen, she was afraid Su Yuyo would burst. "Is there any progress on your brother's case? When can this marriage be dissolved?" Worried about her feelings, Su Yuyo didn't directly mention Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran. Jiang Lili shook her head. "If there is any progress, Sun Ting or the lawyer will contact me. Since Fu Xingchen has stepped in, it should be resolved soon. Have you considered not going to Yunlan and leaving Jiangxing?" Su Yuyo suddenly suggested. Chapter 28. I'm not the one cheating. Why should I leave? Jiang Lili understood that Su Yuyo felt that their encounters with Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran were too frequent. Seeing them occasionally made her sad. But she forced a smile and shook her head. "I'm not the one cheating. Why should I leave?" Perhaps seeing it often would make her heart die a little faster. And she could forget more quickly? "You don't say it, but I'm afraid you'll be sad." Su Yuyo sat beside her, wrapped her arms around her shoulders, and rested her head against hers. Jiang Lili felt warmth in her heart, holding her hand. No matter how sad it was, she would get through it. "Then I'll accompany you through it, but don't be too grateful to me. Don't fall for me. I like men." The suffocating atmosphere was unbearable for Su Yuyo, and within 2 sentences, she started talking nonsense. Jiang Lili chuckled. Her gloomy mood finally lightened a bit. However, there was a lingering unease in her heart because the incident involving Jiang Hong was gaining traction online. That night, she stayed overnight at the hospital, and Fu Xingchen didn't call or text her. She was used to it, but her heart still ached habitually. She didn't sleep well all night. The next morning, a hurried ringtone broke the silence in the ward. It was a call from Lawyer Wu. Her eyelids twitched as she answered. Ms. Jiang, your brother's case will officially go to court tomorrow. Jiang Lili's heart raced. Why so fast? Is the evidence ready? Lawyer Wu sighed. The situation has escalated too much online, and the court had to advance the hearing. The evidence we have isn't complete, so we can only take a risk. But you don't need to worry too much. Even if we lose, we can appeal. Please, Lawyer Wu. Jiang Lili didn't understand legal matters and could only pin all her hopes on Lawyer Wu. After hanging up, she buried her hands in her hair, curling up on the hospital bed. Losing and appealing would take time, which meant Jiang Hong would have to go to jail. She couldn't imagine what a disaster it would be for the Jiang family if Jiang Hong went to jail. She also couldn't accept that such a sunny and cheerful boy would have to live in a dark prison. The key was that Jiang Hong was innocent. That night, she messaged Jiang Qingyin to inform them of the court date. Jiang Qingyin said nothing. The next morning, accompanied by Su Yuyo, she went to the courthouse. As soon as she got out of the car at the courthouse, she saw Jiang Qingyin and Zhang Qinghe surrounding Zhou Yan'an. Lawyer Zhou, how confident are you about my son's case? My son is truly innocent. Xingchen has told you, right? He's my only son. I can't live without him. Xingchen has told you, right? No matter what means, we must save him. Zhang Qinghe couldn't hold back her tears, looking at Zhou Yan'an as if he were a savior. Zhou Yan'an was stunned for a while before he spoke. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, you've misunderstood. Young Master Jiang's case is not being handled by me. Jiang Qingyin's anxious expression stiffened. Impossible. I told Jiang Lili to find you for this case. It's really not me. It's our firm's top lawyer, Lawyer Wu. He has more experience with cases like this. Before Zhou Yan'an could finish, Zhang Qinghe saw Jiang Lili just getting out of the car. She quickly walked over. Lili, didn't you hire Lawyer Zhou? Hearing this, Jiang Qingyin's questioning gaze turned to her. Zhou Yan'an looked somewhat helpless, shrugged at Jiang Lili, and handed the explanation to her. Jiang Lili walked over under everyone's watchful eyes and stood in front of Jiang Qingyin. Dad, Mom, Lawyer Zhou has other cases. Jiang Lili. Jiang Qingyin raised his voice, his face flushed. Are you angry that I left you in the parking lot and deliberately found some useless lawyer to brush me off? The originally quiet surroundings were pierced by his sharp voice. Zhang Qinghe angrily turned back, pushing Jiang Lili. What is wrong with you? You clearly said you would hire Lawyer Zhou. That's why I let your dad not interfere. I never said that. Jiang Lili stumbled, catching a glimpse of another car at the courthouse entrance. It was Lawyer Wu coming. Lawyer Wu was holding case-related materials, standing awkwardly and unhappily without approaching. Jiang Lili had to lower her voice. Lawyer Zhou is very busy. Lawyer Wu is the best lawyer besides him. We have to trust him. With the court hearing imminent, it was already too late to change lawyers. Moreover, after 2 interactions, she felt that Lawyer Wu was indeed very experienced. Jiang Qingyin's face turned pale, although he was unwilling. He could only accept reality. He was afraid that if he went too far, he would anger Lawyer Wu, and during the court hearing, Lawyer Wu would intentionally not defend Jiang Hong. Jiang Lili, if we can't win the case, just wait for me. He left a harsh remark and angrily walked into the courthouse. Su Yuyo walked to Jiang Lili's side and patted her shoulder. She couldn't say anything harsh about her parents. After all, they were her relatives. I'm fine. With the hearing approaching, Jiang Lili couldn't care less about Jiang Qingyin's attitude. She nodded apologetically to Zhou Yan'an. I'm sorry. Lawyer Zhou. Zhou Yan'an smiled and said, it's okay, looking behind her. Lawyer Wu, thank you for your hard work. Lawyer Wu walked over, stopping next to Jiang Lili. It's not hard. I just hope that in case of a loss, Ms. Jiang can understand. Clearly, he had heard Jiang Qingyin's words. Jiang Lili shook her head, her gaze filled with hope. Lawyer Wu, I believe you can do it. Even if we lose, it's okay. Didn't you say we can appeal? Her attitude was sincere. Unlike Jiang Qingyin's aggressive demeanor, Lawyer Wu's expression softened somewhat. Ms. Jiang, you don't need to comfort me. Just be mentally prepared yourself. After some small talk, the group entered the courthouse. Xingyan Group. Fu Xingchen worked late into the night, sleeping only 2 hours before getting back to work. Shadows loomed under his narrow eyes, and his brows were tightly knit. There was a knock on the office door. He opened his thin lips. Come in. Sun Ting pushed the door open. President Fu. Jiang Heng's case is going to court today. Are we going through normal procedures or intervening forcefully? Normal procedures. The first trial will likely fail. We need to continue finding evidence for an appeal and go for a second trial. During this period, Jiang Hong will have to go to jail. the young master, who has been pampered since childhood, may not be able to endure hardship. With Fu Xingchen's capability, a forceful intervention could likely result in Jiang Heng being released on the spot. But with such a big incident, if he was released with sufficient evidence, Jiang Heng would forever bear the weight of a life in the public eye. This would greatly impact his future. If he couldn't even endure the hardship of jail, he wouldn't be able to carry a life on his shoulders for a lifetime, so going through normal procedures was necessary. Fu Xingchen, thinking from a man's perspective, wanted Jiang Heng to come out in a clear and upright manner. It was just a matter of time. He believed Jiang Heng could hold on. He had seen Jiang Heng only a few times, but in recollection, he found some similarities with Jiang Lili's stubbornness. All right, I'll notify Lawyer Wu. Sun Ting immediately messaged Lawyer Wu, then put away his phone and placed a document in front of Fu Xingchen. President Fu, this was sent over by the police department. It's the investigation results regarding Madam's car accident. Fu Xingchen took the documents to review and immediately furrowed his brows. It turned out that the injury on Jiang Lili's forehead was caused by the car accident. Chapter 29. How dare you stand here? Who are they? Fu Xingchen's voice was as cold as ice, and he put the documents aside, his gaze towards Sun Ting carrying an oppressive aura. Sun Ting shook his head. There was little surveillance footage from the scene, and the dashcam had not captured the suspect's face completely. The police wanted to see if they could find any clues from the driver. The person must have some psychological issues to scare people on the road in the middle of the night. Whether there was any grudge with Jiang Lili was unknown. After a few seconds of silence, Fu Xingchen spoke, suggesting they start investigating from the family of the deceased in the Jiang Heng case, and if nothing was found, then they could check with the lady to verify the situation. It was expected that Jiang Heng's case would lose in court. Jiang Lili was bound to make a scene and worry about the car accident. He would have to face a resentful woman every day when he got home. Fu Xingchen somewhat missed the calm days of the past. He notified the anniversary, if Lin Xiran's neighbors were willing to settle, to maximize the compensation and resolve it quickly. He had no patience to drag things out. It was the same with everything. Okay. Sun Ting took note of everything and left the president's office to handle it one by one. Jiang City Court Center. Ever since Jiang Heng had the accident, Jiang Lili had not seen him again. In just a few days, Jiang Heng seemed to have aged 10 years. The originally sunny and cheerful boy had become depressed and downcast. His hair was cut short, his face ashen, and his beard unkempt. The moment he saw Jiang Lili, his eyes instantly turned red. Sis, I didn't mean to. She really crashed into me. Jiang Lili leaned over the railing to comfort him. I know, don't worry. We will find evidence and get you out. Sis. Jiang Heng wanted to say something else, but was taken by law enforcement to the defendant's seat. Jiang Lili could only sit back in the audience, her hopeful gaze directed at Lawyer Wu. In the large courtroom, the cries of the deceased's mother echoed in every corner. Some of the people attending began to be emotionally stirred, their looks at Jiang Lili sharp as knives. Jiang Qingyin and Zhang Qinghe felt sorry for Jiang Heng, but sat towards the back of the courtroom once they entered. If the deceased's family became overly emotional, it was very likely they would rush up and hit someone. Thus, all the hostile glances and curses were directed solely at Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili felt as if she was being tortured, but she had to hold on and sit as close to Jiang Heng as possible. Once the trial officially began, the lawyer hired by the deceased's family confronted Lawyer Wu head-on. Every word could change the course of the case, and both sides held their ground, initially resulting in a tie. However, as Lawyer Wu presented the evidence he had found to the judge, the lack of compelling evidence began to put him at a disadvantage. An hour later, the trial ended, and Jiang Heng lost the case. He was sentenced to prison, and the Jiang family had to pay the deceased's family $1.6 million. Jiang Lili watched helplessly as Jiang Heng cried, looking as helpless as a child, being forcibly taken away by law enforcement. When Jiang Heng was sentenced, the sorrow on the deceased family's faces instantly faded, even revealing a barely noticeable smile. Miss Jiang, let's discuss this outside. Lawyer Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded apologetically at Jiang Lili. She followed him outside, stopping at the courthouse entrance. I'm really sorry, I tried my best. But based on the reaction of the deceased family just now, I feel like they are hiding something. While arguing with the opposing lawyer, Lawyer Wu also paid attention to the deceased family. He analyzed every subtle expression and action of theirs through psychological methods. Then where should we start our investigation next? Jiang Lili asked eagerly. Can I visit Jiang Heng? Lawyer Wu reassured her. I will apply for a visitation. Once the application is approved, I will notify you. Actually, I have already found some clues, so you don't need to get involved. Just pay attention to your safety. The earlier appeal by Lawyer Wu in court had left many dissatisfied, feeling that the Jiang family was unwilling to accept reality and were trying to protect Jiang Heng. The murderer. Jiang Lili represented the Jiang family and feared she would not be able to live peacefully in the near future. Okay, thank. Jiang Lili nodded. But before she could finish her words, her wrist was tightly grabbed. Slap. The sound of a slap rang out, making her turn her head sideways, her ear buzzing. The one gripping her wrist in anger was Jiang Qingyin. Jiang Lili, it's all because of the useless lawyer you hired. I see you want Jiang Heng to go to jail and swallow the Jiang family's fortune. Dream on. Jiang Qinghe also came over, crying as she pushed and pulled at Jiang Lili's arm. What are you doing? You want to kill me and your dad? Heng has treated you so well. Do you have any conscience left? How dare you stand here? Jiang Lili covered her face, and with a shake, tears streamed down like rain. At this point, how could she not be anxious? She suppressed her emotions and discussed with Lawyer Wu what to do next, racking her brain to think of ways to get Jiang Heng out as soon as possible. If she wasn't standing there, did she have to cause a scene in court? Not far away, Su Yunyuan, who was calling for help from Fu Xingchen, heard the commotion, cursed WC, hung up the phone, and rushed over. She rescued Jiang Lili from the Jiang couple's grip. What are you doing? Lily has been working late and losing sleep for your son. And even if she hasn't made any contributions, she has suffered. During this time, you two have been hiding like turtles, pushing her out to take the blame and fight for Jiang Heng. Do you have any conscience as parents? Su Yunyuan's temper flared as the veins on her forehead bulged. Jiang Qingyin didn't dare to provoke her, fearing to offend the Su family, and could only glare fiercely at Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili, if Jiang Heng can't be saved, I want to let it go with you. After saying that, he angrily shook his hand and left in a hurry. Jiang Qinghe looked at Jiang Lili with disappointment, wanting to say something but was interrupted by Jiang Qingyin's shout, "Let us go." She quickly wiped her tears and followed Jiang Qingyin out. Lawyer Wu looked at Jiang Lili with a complex and sympathetic expression. Miss Jiang, will your brother's case continue? Continue. Jiang Lili nodded without hesitation. I'm sorry, Lawyer Wu, please continue the investigation and find evidence to save Jiang Heng. She couldn't let the anniversary take the case for Jiang Heng, and Jiang Qingyin also had no way. Lawyer Wu was their only lifeline, and they absolutely could not give up. Okay, you. Take care. I'll go investigate first. Lawyer Wu was very dedicated to the case of the staged accident. Once he took the case, he had to resolve it, so he didn't care about Jiang Qingyin and his wife's attitudes. Su Yunyuan removed Jiang Lili's hands covering her face, which was already swollen. Is he even your real dad? How could he do that? The fiery pain spread from Jiang Lili's cheeks to every part of her body. Her heart felt like a bottle of mixed emotions had been overturned, filled with pain for Jiang Heng, despair, and unwillingness. I'm fine, I can hold on. Her voice was hoarse, carried by the biting cold wind. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with several notifications. It was news alerts that jolted her back to reality. She opened her phone. The media was conducting live interviews, and the camera focused on Lin Shiran and Fu Xingchen. Actually, I'm really sorry for taking up public resources for my dog, but the other party was really too much. Fortunately, Xingchen is here with me, supporting me. His original intention was to seek justice for me through legal means. But I feel this matter has dragged on for too long, so let's not waste everyone's energy. Thank you to all the media and everyone for your concern, and also to Lawyer Zhou for his professional advice. I hope everyone can take care of little animals in the future. Throughout the entire speech, Lin Shiran spoke while Fu Xingchen accompanied her. He said nothing, but just standing there made the reporters praise Lin Shiran. Chapter 30. He wanted to comfort her, but she burned the bridge behind her. You're a mess here, and he still has the mood to support other women. Su Yunyu expressed her dissatisfaction. If he had just stood by you for a moment, I don't believe your dad would dare to hit you. Jiang Lili's gaze was fixated on the interview footage. The man exuded an air of nobility in his every gesture. His features were perfectly sculpted, like a work of art. It wasn't just his looks that were exceptional. Even his bone structure was 1 in a million. But who could tell that his heart was as hard as a rock? Jiang Lili's heart had finally died. It died the moment Fu Xingchen stood beside Lin Shiran, supporting her. Yuzu, how are you? A gentle voice came from not far away. It was Su Fengchen. Su Yunyu tilted her body, squinting and pouting at him, while pointing at Jiang Lili beside her. Jiang Lili was somewhat lost in thought, her eyes downcast and her eyelashes laden with tears. The interview on her phone continued, and Su Fengchen heard it clearly as he approached. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Jiang Lili, do you understand the legal profession? Jiang Lili snapped back to reality and lifted her eyelids to look at him. Her eyes were red, but her expression was calm. Not very well. Su Fengchen gazed into her eyes, a trace of pity evident in his own. Although Yan'an was indeed a well-known lawyer in the country, every lawyer specialized in different types of cases, and Yan'an had never dealt with fraud cases, while Lawyer Wu was indeed more professional in comparison. Brother, Are you saying that Lily should thank that dog Fu? Su Yunyu was unhappy. Don't be biased. Why are you speaking up for Fu Xingchen? I'm not speaking for Xingchen. This is a fact. Su Fengchen had a scale in his heart. He knew that there were deeper issues regarding the lawyer's situation, and how could he not tell Jiang Lili? Jiang Lili's gaze shifted slightly as she lowered her eyelids. Her tone was calm and resolute. Yuzu, don't be angry. Whether the lawyer is good or not, it doesn't change the fact that I want to divorce Fu Xingchen. Jiang Heng's case had already signed a representation contract with lawyer Wu. Even if she divorced Fu Xingchen, lawyer Wu still had to represent Jiang Heng. She no longer had any concerns. So, when are you getting divorced? Su Yunyu asked eagerly. Jiang Lili thought for a moment and said, I'll draft a divorce agreement shortly and tell Fu Xingchen when I get home tonight. I won't report to Yunlan until next week, so it's just right to finalize the divorce with Fu Xingchen before then. Marriage is not a child's play, Jiang Lili. Have you thought it through? Su Fengchen gathered his hands at his sides, holding his breath as he awaited her answer. Jiang Lili raised her head to look at him, nodding firmly. I thought it through. Upon hearing this, Su Fengchen's hands, which had been gathered, instantly relaxed. He pressed his lips together. Yuzu, you can take her home. No need. I'll go back by myself. I just want to be alone for a while. Jiang Lili refused. She felt too chaotic and needed to calm her emotions before returning home. Su Yunyu hesitated, but a glance from Su Fengchen made her back off. If anything happens, call Yuzu. Or me, it's fine. Be safe. Thank you, Brother Fengchen, for making a fool of yourself, she said. The last time she mentioned Fu Xingchen to Su Fengchen, she hadn't mentioned her intention to divorce. Clearly, Su Fengchen had already known, and she felt somewhat uneasy. Su Fengchen smiled gently and patted her shoulder. No need to be polite with me. Exactly. Su Yunyu linked her arm with Jiang Lili's, shouting, Just treat my brother like your brother. That's not quite appropriate, Jiang Lili instinctively replied. Su Yunyu didn't mind. What's inappropriate? Before she could finish, Su Fengchen interrupted. It really isn't appropriate. All right, let Jiang Lili have some peace. Let's go. The courthouse was on the outskirts of the city, and there was only one bus line. Jiang Lili waited for about 10 minutes before she could board. As she sat on the bus weaving through the streets, she suddenly realized that after the divorce, the sentimentality of seeing familiar places did not exist for her. Because for the past 2 years, all their memories were in that house. The so-called memories were not many. They had meals at the dining table, went to bed in the bedroom, and aside from that, there were no other memories. How ridiculous. How had she lived these past 2 years? 2 years wasn't a long time. But it was hard to resist the daily interactions, seeing him before sleep and waking up to see him in the morning. She was uncertain how long it would take to forget Fu Xingchen, but she knew she had to forget him. She wouldn't accept living the rest of her life as if she were his appendage, living meaninglessly in an environment devoid of love. Nor would she accept being merely a cover for his hidden affair with Lin Shiran. For the better part of the day, she rode the bus and explored every corner of Jiang City. She returned home at 6 in the evening. Seeing the Maybach parked in the yard, Jiang Lili was surprised. Fu Xingchen was back. She stood in place, peering through the floor-to-ceiling window at the tall figure of the man in the living room. Fu Xingchen was on the phone, and as the person on the other end babbled on, his expression grew increasingly tense. Xingchen, we only have one son, Jiang Heng. If he goes to jail, it'll ruin our lives, and Jiang Lili yes. Jiang Lili has been married to you for so many years. She may not have done much, but she has suffered. How can you stand by and do nothing? No matter what it takes, you have to get him out. The prison is no place for a person. Jiang Qingyin was playing the victim, not forgetting to involve Jiang Lili. But Fu Xingchen remained unmoved, his voice cold. If you have any issues, talk to Sun Ting. He will explain everything to you. Knowing Jiang Qingyin's character, it wouldn't be easy to convince him to use any means to rescue Jiang Heng without a lot of effort. He had returned early today, intending to comfort Jiang Lili after her accident and Jiang Heng's loss in court. His patience was limited, and he didn't want to waste words with Jiang Qingyin. Shouldn't you give our Jiang Lili an explanation? If you don't save Jiang Heng, how can you face her? If you're so heartless, I'll make your marriage public. You should give my daughter a name. Jiang Qingyin was desperate and dared not provoke Fu Xingchen. He was pushed to call because of Jiang Heng's situation. He wanted to play the sympathy card. But seeing Fu Xingchen about to push him off to Sun Ting, he spoke recklessly. Fu Xingchen hated being threatened the most, and his eyes instantly turned icy. Explanation? Do whatever you want, just as long as you can bear the consequences. Okay. Jiang Qingyin wanted to say more. But Fu Xingchen directly hung up the phone and threw it onto the sofa. He rubbed his temples, feeling a surge of anger rising. With a click, the electronic lock opened. Jiang Lili walked in slowly. She didn't change her shoes and directly stopped at the entrance of the living room. Her clear eyes reflected Fu Xingchen's shadow, calm and unremarkable, with no focus in her gaze. She was terrifyingly calm. Fu Xingchen met her gaze for a moment, and his heart suddenly panicked, feeling as if he had emptied out. After a long moment of staring at each other, she placed a divorce agreement on the coffee table and pushed it toward him. Let's continue with the divorce. I've already signed it. Now it's your turn. Chapter 31. It's no fun once it's done. Fu Xingchen's gaze swept over the divorce agreement, and he was both amused and enraged, his once hollow heart now filled with sarcasm. Do you think this will make me find a way to save Jiang Heng? Don't the Jiang family members have any brains? Jiang Lili looked at him, confused. This had nothing to do with Jiang Heng. Fu Xingchen bent down to pick up the divorce agreement, flipped through a couple of pages, and stopped at the section on property distribution. Last time, there was no divorce agreement. If they had gone directly to get the divorce certificate, Jiang Lili would have left with nothing. This time, she wanted 5 million. He scoffed and tossed the divorce agreement aside, changing tactics. What did she want this time? Divorce wasn't as complicated as she thought. It was just a matter of words. He didn't want anything at all. Jiang Lili hated how he always twisted her words into making a fuss or wanting something. She simply wanted a divorce. Jiang Lili, it's no fun once it's done. Fu Xingchen took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, bit one, and lit it. As the flame flickered to life, his sharp features were illuminated, and the fine lines at the corners of his eyes became apparent. He had a charm unique to mature men, and just one glance made Jiang Lili's heart ache like a needle prick. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a loveless marriage. She wanted Fu Xingchen's love, but he wouldn't give it. Voicing it would only embarrass her. Fu Xingchen didn't care what she wanted. He only wanted to confirm that she had ulterior motives. He waved away the smoke that surrounded him and extinguished the half-finished cigarette. What do you want? Just say it directly. Putting on an act of being owed something. Who are you trying to show? He casually tossed the divorce agreement into the trash can, glanced at her lightly, and strode towards the door. I'll be on a business trip for the next 2 days. Think about it yourself. By the time I get back, you'd better be like before. His voice faded as he walked away, completely drowned out by the sound of the closing door. The night was long, and the cold wind blew, dissipating some of Fu Xingchen's irritability. Jiang Heng had just lost the lawsuit, and Jiang Lili was in a bad mood, so she might make excessive demands. If he refused, she might use that against him, bringing up Jiang Qingyin to bother him. He decided to leave, hoping she would get the hint and calm down in the next couple of days and just say what she wanted. Don't test his bottom line again. Once or twice is one thing, but 3 times is absolutely not acceptable. If he really signed the divorce agreement, she would probably cry until she couldn't find her way home. Then she would have to beg him for forgiveness. Why bother? Before getting into the car, he couldn't help but glance back inside. The empty house was brightly lit, and Jiang Lili stood straight and still, her small, thin figure motionless. He leaned into the car and drove away in the Maybach. Jiang Lili didn't chase after him. She stared blankly at the divorce agreement discarded in the trash can. What would it take for Fu Xingchen to believe that she truly wanted a divorce? Or did she seem like she was putting on an act, trying to extort something from him with the threat of divorce? For the past 2 years, he had never looked at her properly, so he didn't understand her at all. The divorce issue was bound to drag on for a while. She might as well wait for Fu Xingchen to come find her. Last time she left in a hurry, and there were many things she didn't take with her. This time, she packed everything she could. On her bedside table was a photo of her and Fu Xingchen together. It was a photo she had edited. Apart from their marriage certificate, they didn't have any other pictures together. She chose the best picture of Fu Xingchen and carefully took one of herself. In the photo, the man wore a black suit, his features exquisite and his demeanor cold. She wore a pure white dress, looking delicate and innocent. She hadn't thought there was anything wrong with the photo before, but now, the more she looked at it, the more mismatched it seemed. She cut the photo in half, which was easy since it was well edited. Then she tossed her half, filled with only thoughts of Fu Xingchen, into the trash can. The remaining half was put back into the frame and returned to its place. Half an hour later, she left the place with her suitcase. The spare car from the Jiang family was still there, and she drove straight to a hotel. With the window halfway down, the cold night wind rushed in, making her long hair messy. She felt both chaotic and clear-headed. Her desire for divorce was exceptionally strong. Yet scenes of her time with Fu Xingchen flashed through her mind frame by frame. She didn't want to go to Su Yunyuan's place. She wanted to be alone. She found a nice hotel to stay for the night, planning to look for an apartment near Yunlan the next day. In her chaotic state, she arranged everything methodically. She was able to handle everything so calmly because, aside from finding an apartment and contacting landlords, her phone was on airplane mode while she bought things. She found a 2-bedroom apartment in a mid-range community near Yunlan with a rent of 4,000 a month, paying 1 month's deposit and 3 months' rent in advance. After moving in, she bought some necessities, spending quite a bit of money. She only had 8,000 left. barely enough for a month's living expenses. Thankfully, she would start working next week, so she would have an income. Once everything was settled, she turned her phone back on. Su Yinyuan couldn't reach her and had sent her numerous messages, worried about her. She sent a WeChat message to let Su Yinyuan know she had moved and casually sent her location. Besides Su Yinyuan, Zhang Qinghe had called her several times and sent a bunch of messages. Lily, are you really not concerned about Erhang? If your dad gets really angry, I can't stop him. We raised you for over 20 years, and you're going to sever ties with us? Without the Jiang family, how could you marry into the Fu family and enjoy a good life? Your dad is throwing a huge tantrum. Do you want to make him mad? Perhaps after sending too many messages without a reply, Zhang Qinghe grew increasingly anxious and started sending voice messages. One after another, she accused Jiang Lili of being an ungrateful wolf. From angry curses to tearful complaints about how hard her life was in the Jiang family. Just when she had gained a little status, now she was being harmed by Jiang Lili, and Jiang Qingyin was scolding her all day long. In reality, Zhang Qinghe treated Jiang Lili fairly well. But for some reason, hearing Zhang Qinghe complain made her feel not an ounce of guilt. She even thought that if they cursed her even more harshly, it would be better to sever this relationship completely. Is this what it means to be ungrateful? She didn't reply to Zhang Qinghe's messages, unsure of what to say. About half an hour later, the doorbell suddenly rang. She got up and walked to the door, peering through the peephole. The peephole only showed the man's sexy Adam's apple and his pristine white shirt, accompanied by a dark blue tie. She couldn't help but shiver. According to what Fu Xingchen said, he would be back from his business trip in 2 days. And it was about time. She lightly bit her lip, silently counted to 3, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Chapter 32. Otherwise, he will make you divorce the lady. Lili. Su Yunyu stood by the door, her fiery red hair styled in a bun. Wearing a knitted sweater paired with a short Chanel-style skirt that didn't reach her knees. She playfully smiled at Jiang Lili, then tilted her head to speak to Su Xingchen. Brother, hurry and help her move in. Standing directly in front of the peephole was Su Xingchen, holding 2 large bags full of groceries. Jiang Lili fully opened the door to let them in. Yunyu, Brother Xingchen, what brings you here? What do you think? Su Yunyu linked her arm with Jiang Lili as they walked inside. Why are you moving here? It's much better at my place. I won't charge you rent. On the other side, after Su Xingchen placed the items on the table, he took the initiative to categorize them and put them in the fridge. Jiang Lili hadn't had the chance to buy groceries yet, so the fridge was empty. But it quickly got filled up. Her somewhat empty heart these past few days was also filled a bit. It's closer to Yunlan, convenient for my work. My brother said I lack boundaries and should give you some space, so I won't hold it against you, but I will come over to stick to you every weekend. Su Yunyu pulled her to sit down on the sofa and waved at Su Xingchen. Brother, make something delicious for her. She has gotten thinner. Jiang Lili couldn't sit still. It was unreasonable to have the guest cook. She hurriedly got up. I can do it. No need. You guys have fun. Su Xingchen supported himself on the dining table. Above him was a warm-colored dining lamp, casting a golden glow around him. I'll help. Before she could finish her sentence, a line from her mind involuntarily surfaced. A gentleman like Jade, unmatched in the world. Su Xingchen was also quite handsome. A completely different type from Fu Xingchen. She stood still because the kitchen was small, and it was hard for both her and Su Xingchen to move around. They were 2 adults, and she was afraid of the awkwardness. Come back and chat with me. Su Yunyu got up from the sofa and pulled her back down. Su Xingchen's gentle gaze lingered on her for a moment before he turned and went into the kitchen. He rolled up his sleeves and busily started working. Jiang Lili felt a bit guilty. While chatting with Su Yunyu, she kept an eye on the kitchen, worried that Su Xingchen might need something and couldn't find it. Seeing Su Xingchen busy in the dining room, she couldn't help but think of Fu Xingchen. She had never seen Fu Xingchen in the kitchen. She had only seen 2 extremes of him. One was in a suit, serious and unsmiling. The other was naked, lost in passion. She had never seen Fu Xingchen smile at her like he did with Lin Shiran. So, she could still distinguish the difference between his love and indifference. Lili, let's go hiking on the weekend. Su Yunyu said while fiddling with a small strand of hair that had fallen out. Let my brother carry the backpack. We just need to climb. Jiang Lili snapped back to reality, blinking her almond-shaped eyes. That's not appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Su Yunyu pouted in dissatisfaction. He's been back for so long and hasn't spent time with me properly. He promised to listen to my arrangements this weekend. Su Xingchen really dotes on Su Yunyu. Only a child raised in such affection can be as innocent and carefree as Su Yunyu, without worries. Jiang Lili envied her. Brother Xingchen is usually too busy. Let's not drag him into climbing. Su Xingchen was a particularly capable brother. But no matter how capable, he was still Su Yunyu's brother. She needed to maintain an appropriate sense of boundaries and couldn't be as casual with Fu Xingchen as Su Yunyu was. Su Yunyu didn't think there was anything inappropriate about it. After all, he needed to exercise appropriately while working all day. She spoke with conviction, not giving Jiang Lili a chance to refuse, and ran to discuss it with Su Xingchen in the kitchen. Su Xingchen readily agreed. The matter was set by the two siblings, leaving Jiang Lili with no chance to decline. On Saturday, she followed the Su siblings to go hiking. Today was the day of the Fu family's family banquet. In the afternoon, Fu Xingchen finished his work early and returned to the old house. He estimated that Jiang Lili should have calmed down by now. It was just right to use the family banquet to give her a chance to apologize. The Maybach stopped at the Fu family courtyard. After he got out of the car, he didn't see Jiang Lili's car and then remembered that her car had been wrecked. He recalled how disheveled she looked with a bandage on her forehead. If she behaved well today, he would buy her a new car. He was never a stingy person. Entering the villa, he changed his shoes and took off his coat. Striding inside, Grandma Fu and Fu Xijun were drinking tea in the living room, and they both looked towards the entrance. Where's Xiaoli? Fu Xijun frowned slightly when he saw no one behind him. Is Jiang Lili not here yet? Fu Xingchen frowned, pondering for a moment. She should be here soon. In the past, Jiang Lili would arrive in the morning. His gaze darkened as he loosened his tie and went upstairs to discuss some work matters with Wu Mei Ling in the study. By the time he came out, it had already been an hour. He stood at the corner of the second floor, glancing at the living room. It was still just Fu Xinyan and Grandma Fu sitting there. He turned and entered the bedroom, opened his phone to check the home surveillance. Around 6 o'clock, the villa was dimly lit, with no light or sound. Jiang Lili wasn't home. He patiently adjusted the surveillance until he discovered that shortly after he left that day, Jiang Lili had taken her suitcase and left. It seemed that as long as Jiang Heng's issue wasn't settled, Jiang Lili wouldn't be done. He called Sun Ting. Check where the lady has been these past 2 days. Upon hearing his tone, Sun Ting's heart sank. Yes, Mr. Fu. After hanging up, it took less than 10 minutes for Sun Ting to trace Jiang Lili's whereabouts. The lady rented a place in Boya Garden. She went hiking with Miss Su today. Since he only checked the past 2 days, he didn't find out about Jiang Lili's plans to go to Yunlan for work next week. Also, there was more than just Su Yunyu in the car that picked up Jiang Lili. Su Xingchen was also there, which he hadn't clarified. Having even rented a place showed that Jiang Lili was taking this more seriously than last time. On the other end of the phone, Sun Ting hesitated for a moment and then said, "These days, Mr. Jiang has been calling me, asking me to find a way to get Jiang Heng out, otherwise." The implication was clear. Otherwise what? Fu Xingchen asked coldly. Otherwise, he will make the lady divorce you, Sun Ting said, bracing himself. He felt that Jiang Lili wouldn't be in sync with Jiang Qingyin. So, he had been stalling Jiang Qingyin and urging lawyer Wu to act faster. But now, Jiang Lili had actually moved out? Could it be that she really listened to Jiang Qingyin? Fu Xingchen felt a surge of anger, and the pen he was holding snapped in half. Keep an eye on the lady's every move, as well as the Jiang family. Report to me immediately if they make any moves. He had to be cautious. If the Jiang family really used the hidden marriage as leverage, it would bring unnecessary trouble to Xingyun Group. After hanging up, he threw the broken pen into the trash can and got up to go downstairs. Just as he reached the living room, he saw Grandma Fu holding her phone, looking worried and asking him, "Xingchen, why hasn't Xiaoli arrived yet? I can't reach her on the phone. Is something wrong?" Chapter 33. If you're in a hurry, you can ask Mr. Fu for help. The Fu family cares a lot about Jiang Lili. Fu Xingchen doesn't want the elders to worry. It's just a small incident. When Jiang Lili has figured things out herself, or when he sees her one day, he can educate her a bit, and it will be resolved. She's not feeling well, so I'll go back and check on her. No need to stay for dinner. Grandma Fu's worried gaze suddenly filled with surprise. Could she be pregnant? Fu Xijun, who was drinking tea nearby, immediately put down his cup and came over. Pregnancy is a big deal. Let her move back to the old house to recuperate. No. Fu Xingchen denied it decisively. That medicine won't go wrong. Grandma Fu and Fu Xijun looked at him in unison, their eyes questioning. How can you be so sure? Fu Xingchen found a convoluted reason. She's just feeling unwell due to her monthly cycle. Oh, Grandma Fu was disappointed, reminding Fu Xingchen to take good care of Jiang Lili while urging him, if you don't have kids soon, you'll be old. 25-year-old Fu Xingchen. Knowing that Jiang Lili was unwell, he was about to leave, and no one stopped him. Fu Xijun walked him to the door, reminding him to drive safely before returning to the villa. Xingchen seems to be doing better than I expected. He sat down next to Grandma Fu. And at least he still cares about Xiaoli. Grandma Fu shot him a glance. That's the bare minimum. What kind of care is that? If Xiaoli doesn't have kids soon, I'm really afraid he won't be able to keep her. Although Fu Xijun was very attentive, He was still a bit lacking compared to Grandma Fu, who was a woman. She always felt that something was off between the two. It's not possible. Fu Xingchen said this, but he wanted to find time to talk to his son. You can't just focus on work. Family is also very important. It's all your fault for marrying such a good daughter-in-law and giving me a stubborn grandson who is unyielding. Grandma Fu half-jokingly complained. Behind her, Wu Meiling came down from the second floor. Mom, Xingchen, what do you mean by unyielding? Oh, Grandma Fu turned her head with a smile, saying the duck stewed in the kitchen didn't absorb the flavor. Even after marinating overnight, it's unyielding. In the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng, Junlan Mountain, Jiang Lili, not in good shape, could barely walk halfway. She was dressed in a white sports outfit with her long hair tied in a ponytail, which had loosened and now rested on her shoulder. Drink some water. A shadow fell over her, blocking the fierce sun above her head. It was Fu Xingchen, dressed in black sportswear, wearing a bracelet on his wrist. He held a bottle of mineral water, the cap slightly loosened. Although the temperature was low this season, the midday sun was still intense. Jiang Lili squinted in the light and took the water that Fu Xingchen offered. Thank you, Brother Xingchen. Fu Xingchen sat down on a flat stone not far from her, speaking gently. You don't have to be so polite with me from now on. The energetic Su Yuyo went ahead to scout the path, then ran back to say, we'll reach the top in another 2 hours. Lily, just hang in there. Okay. Jiang Lili nodded in response. The scenery on the mountain was beautiful, and a cool breeze blew, refreshing her mind. Since deciding to divorce Fu Xingchen and with Jiang Heng getting into trouble again, Jiang Lili had not felt this relaxed in a long time. The Su siblings knew she was in a bad mood, so they chatted and laughed along the way to distract her. As if this trip up the mountain was specifically to help her unwind. At 10 o'clock in the evening, they finally came down from the mountain. Fu Xingchen drove Jiang Lili back to Boya Courtyard. By the time they arrived, Su Yuyo was already asleep. Jiang Lili quietly got out of the car and waved to Fu Xingchen through the window. Brother Xingchen, be careful on your way back. Fu Xingchen got out of the car, took out a small box from the trunk, and handed it to her. I heard that the stones from Junlan Mountain have the effect of removing bad luck. I picked up 2 on the way. 1 for you and 1 for you. Jiang Lili had heard of this saying before, but she didn't believe in such things. However, knowing that Fu Xingchen was thoughtful, she was touched and took the small box, saying, thank you. I told you, don't be so polite with me from now on. Fu Xingchen stood by the car, his short hair tousled by the wind, his obsidian-like eyes reflecting the neon lights of the street. Thanks to Su Yuyo, Jiang Lili thought she would inevitably have more interactions with Fu Xingchen in the future. Being so polite would only make them feel more uncomfortable. All right, then be careful on your way back. She took 2 steps back, intending to step onto the stairs to give way, but unexpectedly tripped over something and lost her balance, tilting backward uncontrollably. Watch out. Fu Xingchen stepped forward, one arm around her waist and the other grabbing her wrist. In a whirlwind, Jiang Lili fell into a warm embrace. She had always been particularly afraid of pain. Her delicate skin would bruise easily. After a moment, she regained her senses, and the fear in her eyes gradually faded. Are you all right? Fu Xingchen timely released her. Jiang Lili, still immersed in the joy of having narrowly escaped a fall, didn't mind how intimate their position had just been. I'm fine, and I really have to thank you, Brother Xingchen, for saving my life. Fu Xingchen laughed at her, his voice cheerful. So how do you plan to repay me? He teased her on purpose, and the atmosphere was warm and cheerful. Jiang Lili rarely joked back. In the future, I would go through fire and water for any help Brother Xingchen needs. At this hour, the community was very quiet, with only the 2 of them downstairs. The light from the street lamp enveloped their black and white figures. At a glance, they looked like a young couple in love. Reluctant to part, someone sent by Sun Ting quickly took a few photos and sent them to Sun Ting. Unaware of being photographed, Jiang Lili entered the hallway to go home under Fu Xingchen's gentlemanly treatment. Fu Xingchen returned to the car, looking at the floor where she lived. When he saw her lights turn on, he finally started the engine and drove away. He turned the car around and came back, just in time to see a shadow sneaking out from the bushes. The person took 2 more photos of the building before leaving. In the dimly lit car, Fu Xingchen narrowed his eyes at the figure. Confirming that the person had only taken photos before leaving, he returned to his usual expression and drove away. Back at home, Jiang Lili washed up and fell asleep right away. After coming down from the mountain, her phone finally had signal, and there were many messages from Qinghe, which she ignored. Until the next morning, she woke up naturally. After getting up, she took 2 slices of bread from the fridge, eating while reading the WeChat messages from Zhang Qinghe. Just like yesterday, first scolding her, then complaining, and finally saying how hard it was for him. There were a few messages at the end that she simply refused to listen to. Jiang Lili called lawyer Wu to inquire about the progress of the case. Give me 1 more week, and I will definitely find the most concrete evidence. Lawyer Wu's tone was a bit excited, as if he had made a major discovery. Great. Jiang Lili couldn't help but feel excited too. So can I visit? The application for visitation hasn't been approved yet, but if you're in a hurry, you can ask Mr. Fu for help. It's much faster than the formal process. Lawyer Wu spoke frankly. Fu Xingchen has the ability to let Jiang Lili see Jiang Heng immediately. Chapter 34. Sending him the divorce agreement. Jiang Lili felt as if she had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. Her earlier excitement and happiness disappearing without a trace. Then, please notify me once the visitation is approved. This indicated that she was not seeking Fu Xingchen's consent, but rather following the formal process for visitation. Lawyer Wu, understanding her intent, did not ask further. All right. For several consecutive days, Jiang Lili deliberately avoided topics related to Fu Xingchen. She uninstalled news apps from her phone, not wanting to see any news about him. At that moment, when Lawyer Wu mentioned him, the emotions she had buried deep inside surged up, overwhelming her. If Lawyer Wu hadn't brought it up, she would have forgotten one thing. She had not yet delivered the divorce agreement to Xingyun Group. That home, she would never return to. Perhaps only by delivering the divorce agreement to the company would Fu Xingchen believe she was serious. But if she went directly, she was afraid she wouldn't see Fu Xingchen. After thinking it over, she prepared another copy of the divorce agreement and arranged for a local courier to deliver it. She spent the entire weekend refusing Su Yinyuan's invitations to go out, choosing instead to study at home. After all, she was going to report to Yinluan tomorrow. Learning interior design wasn't complicated. Even though she engaged with it for nearly 2 years, she quickly grasped the design trends. At 8 a.m. on Monday, she reported to Yinluan on time. The receptionist led her to a workstation in the design department. Miss Jiang, this is Designer Su's workstation. You will be learning from Designer Su in the future. Designer Su was not at her workstation, but there was a photo on the desk. The woman had just short hair, looking very capable. Su Na, 30 years old, had won numerous design awards in the country and was considered young and promising. Jiang Lili had heard of Su Na. She smiled and nodded at the receptionist. Thank you. May I ask where my workstation is? Your position was arranged by Designer Su. She went to the restroom. Please wait a moment. The receptionist had other matters to attend to and left her there. Designers usually started work at 8:30 a.m., and she had arrived early. Besides her, there was another young girl sitting at a workstation in the corner, secretly watching her. Jiang Lili was not a talkative person. She smiled and nodded at the girl, then stood there waiting. People gradually came into the office. Some greeted her kindly, some smiled and passed by, and others ignored her completely. But Su Na was still nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the design department. Su Na entered with a briefcase, her face dark, glaring at Jiang Lili like a knife, before storming into the design director's office. I've said it so many times. Don't arrange for me to have a vase. I don't want her. How? Are you forcing me not to work? If I don't work, the design department will collapse. Jiang Lili's face was pale under her light makeup, but thankfully, the makeup made her look less bad. The others in the office looked at her with sympathy and schadenfreude. She couldn't help but frown slightly, not because she felt embarrassed, but because she was afraid of losing the job she had just obtained. Finally, after a while, something the design director said made Su Na stop yelling, and she soon came out. But Su Na still wore a stern face, threw her briefcase on the workstation, and casually pointed to the corner, saying, "Sit there." Okay. Jiang Lili didn't care much about Su Na's attitude. Capable people were always aloof. Someone like Su Na, who wore her dissatisfaction on her face, was much better than Fu Xingchen, who was silent yet inscrutable. As long as she could stay, that was enough. Her workstation was right next to the young girl from earlier. When she sat down, the girl smiled at her, and the smile didn't convey sympathy, but rather a sense of shared experience. Jiang Lili began to organize her workstation, and after everything was ready, she turned on her computer. She wanted to find something to do, but there was nothing, so she had to get up to look for Su Na. Where are you going? The girl from across, named Yao Qing, called her in a very soft voice. I'm going to see if there's anything for Designer Su. Jiang Lili replied, equally softly. Yao Qing shook her head vigorously. She doesn't like you. If you go, you'll just be made a fool of. It seemed Yao Qing had rich experience. Jiang Lili sat back down and asked Yao Qing, so, how can I avoid trouble? Perhaps they felt mutual sympathy. Yao Qing told her everything. The two of them leaned over their computers, whispering. Not far away, Su Na saw this scene and became angry. She took out her phone, snapped a photo, and sent it out. Look at what kind of people the company has hired. They're slacking off on the first day of work. Lin Xiran, who received her message, enlarged the photo to take a closer look, confirming again. This person is Jiang Lili. Su Na was someone she met while volunteering at a welfare home. The two quickly became friends as they both thrived in the business circle. Lin Xiran stared at the photo, pondering for a long time before replying to Suna. You don't like her? Suna immediately replied, of course I don't like her. A few days ago, I personally interviewed several assistants, and before I could decide which one to choose, she was just shoved in. What real ability can someone who comes in through the back door have? Lin Xiran, she doesn't seem to have real ability. If you really dislike her, I have a way. Suna, what way? Lin Xiran, my boyfriend bought me a house, and I want to renovate it. You can have her do it, and I'll find a way to help you out. The designer assistant has a 3-month probation period. If they offend a client or make a significant mistake during this time, they can be dismissed immediately. If it's more serious, they could be blacklisted from the industry. Suna felt a little uneasy. This is not in accordance with the rules. I can find a legitimate reason to let her go. After all, she was just a vase and would certainly do poorly. At most, she would last a few days before being sent off. Lin Xiran persisted. What is not in accordance with the rules? Since she came in through the back door, she must have someone backing her. You can't afford to offend her. I'm a client, and isn't that just perfect? Realizing that the design director had said Jiang Lili was brought in by General Su, Suna really didn't dare to offend her. After hesitating, she agreed to Lin Xiran. Lin Xiran closed the chat window and looked at Fu Xingchen, who was handling documents in front of her. Xingchen, can I renovate your house? Fu Xingchen held the pen with his clearly defined hand, paused for a moment, and replied with 2 words, go ahead. His profile was tense, and his brow had been furrowed for a long time without easing. You've been in a bad mood these past few days. Has something happened? Lin Xiran's tone was gentle, unlike her usual strict work demeanor. For several days in a row, Fu Xingchen had been in a bad mood and could not find a breakthrough. He lifted his eyelids to look at Lin Xiran. If you are unhappy with your work, what would you do? I would tell you directly. Lin Xiran knew Fu Xingchen too well. After all, she had known him for 12 years and knew he didn't like beating around the bush. She was good at disguising herself, hiding her thoughts deep. In front of him, she was a straightforward, capable woman. That was why Fu Xingchen allowed her to stay by his side. However, her response did not improve Fu Xingchen's mood. After all, what troubled him was Jiang Lili. Family and work were not much different. He didn't understand why Jiang Lili couldn't just say what she wanted directly. It had been almost a week, and that woman had not made a sound. He pinched his brow, just about to say something when there was a knock on the office door. Come in. His voice was indifferent. Sun Ting pushed the door open. Holding a document in hand, President Fu, there's a courier document for you. Chapter 35. Madam, Mr. Fu is drunk. The sender's name was written as Miss Jiang. In almost an instant, Fu Xingchen guessed what was inside. His eyes darkened, cold as ice. Xingchen, this is... Lin Xiran still sat there, propping her elbows on the chair, seemingly casually concerned. You go out first. Fu Xingchen interrupted her, his tone unusually cold. In front of Sun Ting, Lin Xiran felt a bit embarrassed, but she quickly adjusted her stiff expression and got up naturally. All right, you carry on. After Lin Xiran left the office, the air gradually became thick and suffocating. Sun Ting felt breathless, and he also guessed what the package contained. But he couldn't believe it. Could it be that Madam really wanted to divorce Mr. Fu? Fu Xingchen opened the package and took out the documents. The words divorce agreement came into view, and he casually tossed it onto the desk, then stood up and went to the balcony to smoke. Anxious and depressed, various negative emotions surged up. It was all Jiang Lili's fault. Mr. Fu, seeing that he was in a bad mood, Sun Ting still had to report on work. There was a lunch meeting planned to introduce Mr. Jiang to the CEO of Evergrande. Fu Xingchen's schedule had been arranged at least a week in advance. At that time, he hadn't yet quarreled with Jiang Lili to this extent. But now, Fu Xingchen remained silent. Sun Ting had to ask directly, is the lunch meeting still on? Cancel. Fu Xingchen said with thin lips, uttering 2 words. Compared to Jiang Lili, he hated Jiang Qingyi's face even more. After a moment of contemplation, he added, from now on, I won't get involved in anything related to the Jiang family. Understood. Sun Ting had long wanted to avoid contact with Jiang Qingyi. He placed another document on Fu Xingchen's desk. It was about Madam's whereabouts in the past 2 days. Among these movements was the incident from the night before last, when Fu Xingchen hugged Jiang Lili at the entrance of the apartment building. It also included Jiang Lili starting work at Yunlan. Sun Ting had read it and felt a chill run down his spine, his heart trembling. He had clearly instructed that no company was allowed to hire Jiang Lili. But upon further investigation, he found out that Fu Xingchen was a partner at Yunlan Group. And he immediately understood. Su Yiyo had a good relationship with Jiang Lili, and it was normal for Fu Xingchen to help his sister out. But normal did not mean that Fu Xingchen wouldn't be angry. He couldn't predict the consequences of Fu Xingchen's anger. So he compiled all the information for Fu Xingchen to review himself. He didn't dare to speak. fearing that he might accidentally say something inappropriate during the report and provoke trouble. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Fu Xingchen turned slightly, glanced at the documents, and then withdrew his gaze. He tossed them aside. He figured Jiang Lili wouldn't dare to do anything outrageous. She was just momentarily confused, listening to Jiang Qingyin, trying to threaten him with divorce. On this point, he was quite confident. After all, for the past 2 years, Jiang Lili had been nothing but pleasing and humble in his memory. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to keep an eye on her. He needed to learn to be patient and wait for Jiang Lili to reach her breaking point and come back on her own. Like last time, he would not offer her a way out a second time. Sun Ting hesitated, thinking it over. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, Madam should not be able to work at Yunlan for many days. A few days of work wouldn't amount to much. As for the photo of Su Fengchun hugging Jiang Lili, it was probably a misunderstanding. Yes, he took the documents and tossed them into the trash can. Fu Xingchen stood by the window, holding a thin cigarette between his long fingers. It burned slowly and steadily, accumulating a bit of ash. Under the influence of nicotine, his anxious emotions gradually settled. He was usually quick to adjust his state, but for some reason, he couldn't remain calm when it came to Jiang Lili. Perhaps it was because his physiological needs were not being met, which made him constantly think of her. After all, for the past 2 years, she had fascinated him in that regard. He extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the trash can. But why should he bear the consequences of Jiang Lili's mistakes? In the Yunlan design department, Yao Qing suggested that Jiang Lili wait for Su Na to assign her tasks. Jiang Lili did not take her advice. Although she had never been in the workplace, retreating in the face of difficulties was not her temperament. After organizing her workspace, she mentally prepared herself and got up to find Su Na. Su Na wore a pair of black-framed glasses, her blunt short hair neat and tidy. "Designer Su, how can I assist you?" As soon as Jiang Lili's words fell, Su Na shot her a sharp glance. She felt like she was communicating with a stern figure. "Jiang Lili, right?" Su Na stood up, arms crossed, and said bluntly, "I don't want you to be my assistant. Can you leave?" Su Na was very straightforward. And Jiang Lili responded just as straightforwardly, "I can't." She had just signed a contract with the company. As long as she didn't make a mistake and didn't voluntarily resign, the company couldn't fire her. This hard-won job opportunity was something she couldn't easily give up, no matter how difficult it was. All right. Su Na was never soft-hearted towards those who came through the back door. This was her way of giving Jiang Lili a chance. "You go organize all those documents. If you don't finish, don't leave work." Jiang Lili looked in the direction she pointed. In the corner was a pile of documents nearly as tall as a person, covered with a thin layer of dust. It was evident that it hadn't been touched for a long time, and whether it was useful or not was debatable. Without thinking, Jiang Lili agreed, "Okay." She walked over to the pile of documents and first carried a small stack back to her workstation to organize. Throughout the morning, she hadn't even finished 1/5 of the work. At noon, she ordered takeout and had a bite before burying herself in organizing again. When Yao Qing returned from lunch, she quietly mentioned the 2 assistants designers Su hired before both gave up on organizing the files. "There's just too much. It's impossible to finish in a day." Faced with an impossible task, quitting was the simplest and lightest solution. "It's fine." Jiang Lili was fascinated by these materials. They detailed Yunlan's history since its establishment and every design work by all the designers. For her, this was a learning experience. Indeed, it was impossible to learn it all in a day. At 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Lili was still at her workstation, working hard. If she stayed overnight, she could finish it, as long as she didn't leave the company before the end of her shift. Just as her firm determination was taking shape, her phone on the right side rang. It was a call from Sun Ting. Calculating the time, Fu Xingchen should have received the divorce agreement by now. Without hesitation, Jiang Lili answered, "Assistant Sunday, madam." Sun Ting's side was very quiet, seemingly in the car. "Mr. Fu is drunk." "Mr. Fu is drunk?" Jiang Lili's heart stirred. But she didn't respond, waiting for Sun Ting to continue. Sun Ting thought she would express some concern, but instead, the atmosphere grew cold. After a while, Sun Ting continued, "Are you at home? Has he signed the divorce agreement?" Jiang Lili answered evasively, "What? What divorce agreement? I'm not sure." Sun Ting could only brace himself and say, "Tonight's social gathering, the cooperating party is difficult to deal with. Mr. Fu drank quite a bit. And now he's in the car, completely unconscious. His stomach problems might have flared up. He's been clutching his stomach. I'm taking him home. But the lights are off at home, and you're not there? Completely unconscious, stomach problems flaring up." Jiang Lili only heard these 2 phrases. Chapter 36. Dressed like this clearly intends to tempt him. After taking care of Fu Xingchen for 2 years, Jiang Lili understood his physical condition very well. Before she married him, he had already developed a serious stomach illness due to neglecting his diet because of work. In the 2nd month after their marriage, He was hospitalized for his stomach issues and could only eat liquid food, needing more than a month to recover. He didn't lose weight. Instead, she, while taking care of him tirelessly, lost 10 pounds. Later, under her care, his stomach problems never recurred. "Madam?" Sun Ting called out when he saw she was silent. Jiang Lili came back to her senses, her complex expression gradually clearing, her pupils distinctly black and white. She parted her red lips and said, "I'm not coming back." "Then, when will you return?" Sun Ting asked knowingly. "Sun Ting, we're getting a divorce." "I won't be going back," Jiang Lili pronounced each word clearly. It sounded almost like she was saying it for Sun Ting's benefit, but also as a reminder to herself. Her heart raced uncomfortably at the mention of Fu Xingchen being ill. There was a flurry of noises from Sun Ting's end, and after a moment of chaos, he shouted, "Madam, President Fu is spitting blood. How much did he drink?" Jiang Lili suddenly stood up. "Take him to the hospital. My car broke down. You need to come back quickly." Sun Ting was frantic. "Even if you're getting a divorce, you need to discuss it in person." President Fu. President Fu. After another round of chaos, the call was disconnected. The large office was silent, but Jiang Lili's heart was in a mess. So chaotic that her hands and feet didn't obey her brain's commands. Whether Fu Xingchen was alive or dead, what did it have to do with her? She wouldn't go back. But her hands had already started packing instinctively. After packing, she rushed out. On the way, she kept telling herself that Sun Ting's last sentence was right. The divorce should indeed be discussed in person. Based on her calculations, Fu Xingchen should have already received the divorce agreement. But he hadn't contacted her, and she didn't know if he had signed it. Meeting him would be fine. Although Fu Xingchen was drunk, he would eventually sober up. Or perhaps, considering her care for him, he might agree to the divorce. She found countless excuses within herself to cover up her worries about Fu Xingchen. An hour later, she arrived at Jiangjingbi Yuan. Sun Ting's car was parked in the middle of the yard, the villa's door wide open, and all the lights inside were on. As soon as Jiang Lili stepped into the villa, she was hit by a strong smell of alcohol. After a few days away, the familiar environment instantly broke through the memories she had buried deep in her heart. She felt a mix of emotions and pretended not to notice as she strode upstairs. There was no one on the first floor, and the door to the bedroom on the second floor, where she and Fu Xingchen slept, was half open. President Fu. President Fu. She heard Sun Ting's voice coming from inside. She walked over and saw Sun Ting holding a warm towel, with a basin of warm water at his feet. The floor from the bathroom to the bedside was wet with watermarks. A big man taking care of someone was a mess. "Madam," Sun Ting exclaimed upon seeing her, as if he had seen a savior. "You finally came back." Jiang Lili quickly stepped forward and took the towel from his hand. "Give it to me." "Okay." Sun Ting turned and walked outside without a word. "If President Fu feels unwell again, call me." Hearing this, Jiang Lili realized he was about to leave. "Wait, where's the blood he vomited? Didn't you call an ambulance?" Sun Ting paused at the door, without turning his head, and said, "He vomited in the car. I'll go clean it up." Just now, the president woke up and said he was fine, just needed to rest. With a series of hurried footsteps, Sun Ting disappeared without a trace. Jiang Lili held the towel in her hand, which was smooth and white, with 2 droplets of water on it. The light reflected off it, casting a reflection of her delicate face. She stared blankly at the doorway, and then at Fu Xingchen, who was collapsed on the bed. Perhaps Sun Ting had changed his clothes. The smell of alcohol on him was not as strong as it had been downstairs. The gray loungewear clung to his strong body, his handsome face striking, his thin lips slightly closed. After a few days, he had grown a layer of stubble on his jaw, not particularly long, but very sexy. He slept soundly, his chest rising and falling slightly, the corners of his eyes slightly reddened. He must have drunk quite a bit, but he shouldn't be in danger. Jiang Lili took a deep breath and bent down to wipe his face with the towel. He was fine, the worry in her heart eased. She knew she should leave. But since he was so drunk and unlikely to wake up, it wouldn't be too late to take care of him a little before leaving. After wiping his face with the warm towel, she unbuttoned a few buttons of his loungewear to wipe his neck and chest. She had rushed over, her mind in chaos, leaving half the car window open to let in the cold wind, trying to calm herself down. Her mind was indeed much clearer now, but her body felt quite cold, with her fingertips almost numb from the chill. As her cool fingertips just touched the man's chest, his thick eyelashes fluttered a few times. Fu Xingchen subconsciously raised his hand to grasp her wrist, opening his eyes just a crack. What met his eyes was Jiang Lili's exquisite features. At that moment, a layer of light surrounded her, gentle and virtuous. The black and white in her eyes was filled with panic. Jiang Lili truly did not expect him to wake up. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but instead, he forcefully pressed her against his chest. She was wearing a knee-length fitted skirt and a white shirt. At the moment she pressed against his chest, 2 buttons popped open. The light pink lace bra barely contained her curves. Her snow-white skin and soft body stimulated Fu Xingchen in every way. Jiang Lili's ear was pressed against Fu Xingchen's jaw, the stubble prickling her tender earlobe, causing a mix of pain and itchiness. She came to her senses and struggled to get up from him. Fu Xingchen's other hand locked around her waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. She pushed against his chest with both hands and lifted her head to meet his gaze. He said nothing, but when he saw her glistening eyes, memories of her enchanting gaze when she was deeply moved flooded his mind. His kiss fell directly on her lips, sucking on them. The cherry-flavored lip gloss on her lips spread between them. His unique scent of hormones surged over her, so intense it felt like he wanted to swallow her whole. Jiang Lili's refusal was futile. She struggled repeatedly. Though she couldn't escape his embrace, she also didn't let him have his way easily. Her resistance excited Fu Xingchen, making him more eager to have her. But he could never succeed, which irritated him. He released her lips, resting his forehead against her chest, his hot breath spilling out, filling the valley between her breasts. Fu Xingchen, we are getting a divorce. You tricked me into coming back? Jiang Lili's voice was soft, hoarse like a kitten's mewling, scratching at one's heart and making it itch. Fu Xingchen tightened his grip around her waist, his gaze sweeping over her attire. Jiang Taigong fishing. Willing to catch. Weren't you the one who came back voluntarily? Calling it a trick was not entirely accurate. He had indeed drunk a lot. Sun Ting worried. Left him alone and called Jiang Lili back with a lie. He had merely not stopped it. He noticed her short skirt, a style he had never seen before. It hugged her rounded hips tightly, the smooth fabric still warm from her body, making his throat tighten. His long eyes lowered, landing perfectly on her perky backside. Her slender legs were exposed to the air, and her prone position caused her skirt to rise, revealing the sensual area at the root of her thighs. Dressed like this in the middle of the night, it was clear she had come to tempt him on purpose. What was she still pretending for? Chapter 37, Lili, do you not want me? Jiang Lili never knew that Fu Xingchen had such a domineering side. She hated herself for being soft-hearted, neglecting her unfinished work to come and take care of him. If he were really sick, that would be one thing, but he was just pretending. Who would willingly come back? She gritted her teeth and retorted, I came to urge you to sign the divorce agreement. You should have received it. Urging him to sign in the middle of the night. Who would believe that excuse? Fu Xingchen didn't give her a chance to talk back. Flipping her over and pinning her beneath him, he casually dimmed the lights in the room. Even if she came for him, she would still be unhappy about being tricked back by Sun Ting. He knew that. He didn't want to see her cry. It was frustrating to watch. Clearly, it was a happy union between a man and a woman, and she was comfortable. Why did she have to act like she was unwilling? He didn't believe she could keep up the act. Jiang Lili struggled, but instead of breaking free, her short skirt rode up to her waist. She bit her lip, holding firm and refusing to give in. When his thin lips brushed against the corner of her eye, the moist sensation made him pause. He tilted his head slightly to look into her eyes. Fu Xingchen, I can accuse you of assault. Her voice trembled, her body shaking, their bodies pressed tightly together. And he could feel it. His heart raced, feeling a bit uncomfortable. We aren't divorced yet. This is a duty of a couple. He raised his hand, gripping her chin to force her to look at him. Her eyes glistened with tears, a heavy sense of fragility. This made Fu Xingchen's gaze darken. He was more emotional after drinking. Seeing her in tears mixed his irritation with a hint of heartache. His grip on her chin loosened slightly, his voice almost softening in an instant. Lili, do you not want me? His voice was hoarse and deep, rich like a cello. That voice made Jiang Lili's heart tremble. Her gaze gradually regained its brightness, involuntarily looking at him. His eyes were hazy, a gentleness she had never seen before. So gentle that it gradually healed the wounds in her heart from this time. She didn't understand how the man who had been so tense just a second ago could be so gentle at this moment. Just as she didn't understand how Fu Xingchen, who clearly had Lin she ran in his heart, could still indulge in her every night. Fu Xingchen's warm kiss traveled from her nose to her lips. He tasted her sweetness, then impatiently moved lower. In his eagerness, his movements appeared rough. The cold wind blew in through the slightly opened window, chilling Jiang Lili, dispersing the haze in her eyes and waking her up. She tightly gripped the blanket, her voice soft and feeble. I don't want to. Fu Xingchen's body above her froze for a moment, and the next second, he lifted his head and kissed her lips. He swallowed her resentment. Although she was unwilling, it made him uncomfortable, but he had already shown her kindness. He spoke softly, flirting with her, yet she remained so ungrateful. He couldn't be blamed for ignoring her feelings. Her tears were probably fake too. A housewife dressed like this appearing before him was just a uniform seduction to stir his desires, right? One excuse after another made the pent-up fire within Fu Xingchen even more unbearable. Jiang Lili's dignity and last line of defense were completely torn apart. The difference in strength between men and women made resistance futile. He was satisfied. Her struggling but immobile appearance deeply pleased him. Again and again, he felt sorry for her, kissing away the beads of sweat from her nose, transitioning from rough to gentle. He wanted to tear away her facade. She clearly enjoyed it too. But her vulnerable, tearful look made him want more, unable to stop. Blame her. If she had been obedient, he wouldn't have been so restless tonight. It did take a while. By 5 in the morning, their lovemaking finally ended. He took her to the bathroom to shower, but she still wore that cold demeanor. A sudden emptiness filled his heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. But he said nothing, and after washing up, he went to bed, holding her as they slept. This was the first time he held her so intimately while sleeping. He quickly fell asleep. Jiang Lili was also very tired, but had no desire to sleep. Her vacant gaze looked out the window, where the dawn light began to brighten, the glaring rays reflecting into the room. His arm was wrapped around her slender waist, the thin blanket covering her chest. Her collarbone and neck were marked with mottled kiss marks. A night of satisfaction for him was torment for her. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She sniffed, moved Fu Xingchen's hand away, and got out of bed. Her clothes from last night were torn, so she went into the walk-in closet to get another outfit, then left without looking back. It was still early. She planned to return to Boya Garden to change clothes before going to work at Yunlan. The events of last night replayed in her mind over and over, making her blush with anger and resentment. She was in a numb state, her mind clear about what she needed to do next, but her thoughts were scattered. Exiting the elevator, she saw Su Yunyu standing at the door with breakfast, and she halted. Lili, open the door. Su Yunyu must have just arrived. After pressing the doorbell with no response, she began knocking. Hearing the elevator door open, Su Yunyu instinctively turned around. Upon seeing Jiang Lili come out of the elevator, she immediately walked over. Why are you coming back from outside? Just started work and already staying overnight? Su Yunyu's words trailed off, her gaze fixed on the hickeys on Jiang Lili's neck. Jiang Lili lowered her eyes, uncomfortably shrinking her neck. Did you encounter danger? Su Yunyu asked anxiously. Was there someone engaging in shady dealings at the company, or was it on your way home? No. Jiang Lili shook her head, not daring to meet Su Yunyu's eyes or explain. She bypassed Su Yunyu to open the door, her voice growing softer. Let's talk inside. Su Yunyu's expression was grave, her face stern as she stepped inside faster than Jiang Lili. The morning sunlight flooded the living room. Jiang Lili sat on the sofa, while Su Yunyu sat opposite her, arms crossed, scrutinizing her. Jiang Lili, I would rather you were assaulted than believe you got back together with Fu Xingchen. Last night, Sun Ting called me, saying Fu Xingchen bled after drinking too much. I was worried and went over. Jiang Lili couldn't bring herself to say it. Ultimately, she was completely under Fu Xingchen's control. He knew that as long as he did this, she would definitely return. Su Yunyu was furious, her head nearly exploding. If you insist on being involved with Fu Xingchen now, then it means he hung you out to dry and you went to bury him, taking over all his assets. Aside from that, whether Fu Xingchen is dead or alive has nothing to do with you. This reasoning gradually dawned on Jiang Lili. However, her helplessness came from deep within. Yuzi, have you ever truly loved someone? Chapter 38. She saw the scratch and went crazy with jealousy. Jiang Lili's heart died at the moment when her feelings for Fu Xingchen were at their strongest. The news of the divorce came too suddenly, leaving her feeling like her heart was dead in an instant. However, her feelings for Fu Xingchen couldn't be retracted so quickly. After experiencing this, she could only ensure that there wouldn't be a next time. Who does she underestimate? My boyfriend has changed 5, 4, 3, 2 times. When it came to relationships, Su Yuyo felt a bit guilty. She used to envy how Jiang Lili's eyes sparkled when she talked about Fu Xingchen. She also wanted to find a man who could make her eyes sparkle. She tried with 2 men, but both ended due to various reasons. After the breakups, she felt more joy than sadness. Those 2 were at most liking, far from love. Jiang Lili sat on the sofa, hugging her legs, unable to shake off the bad mood caused by being deceived by Fu Xingchen. Su Yuyo couldn't bear to blame her anymore. Just consider it a dog bite, after all. It wasn't the first time. Last time, when Jiang Lili was forced back by him, she thought the same way. This thought did make her feel a bit better. Eat something, Su Yuyo said, handing her the breakfast she had bought. We still have to work. We can't let our bodies collapse. Jiang Lili took the breakfast and forced herself to eat it in big bites. Along with the food, she swallowed down her heartache and complex emotions. There was also a worry stemming from the unfinished documents from last night. She didn't know how Su Na would make things difficult for her. Fu Xingchen's biological clock was set for 6:30. Despite being tired from the night before, he still woke up on time. The person who had been in his arms was nowhere to be seen. The messy bed was empty except for him. Jiang Lili had left, his intuition told him. She wouldn't be downstairs preparing a lavish breakfast like usual, waiting to call him down to eat. He picked up his phone from the bedside, handled a few urgent work matters, and then fell into deep thought. He felt uncomfortable in his heart, always feeling that what had happened between them last night was wrong. But the lie was told by Sun Ting. Jiang Lili dressed that way also to seduce him. So why should he feel guilty? With that thought, Fu Xingchen felt enlightened, his gaze returning to calm. Jiang Lili running away early was just her not knowing her place. He snorted coldly in his heart, got up, put on his suit, and as he went downstairs, Sun Ting happened to arrive to pick him up. Seeing him come out, Sun Ting quickly got out of the car and opened the door. After Fu Xingchen got in, he crossed his legs and picked up the tablet on the seat to check the electronic itinerary. President Fu, the police have news. Sun Ting reported while starting the engine. The cause of the accident involving the lady was indeed the family of a victim from the Jianghen case. It's unclear whether they wanted to scare Jiang Lili or genuinely wanted her life. The police only found concrete evidence this morning and plan to make an arrest after informing me. Only after catching the person and interrogating them will we know the truth. How's the investigation on Lawyer Wu's side? Fu Xingchen's eyelids lifted slightly, his tone very cold. Sun Ting had been in contact with Lawyer Wu, looking for the last piece of evidence. Fu Xingchen frowned, urging him to speed up. Resolve the Jiang matter quickly, and Jiang Lili will come back. This on and off situation is affecting my state, which in turn affects my work. Yes, Sun Ting agreed. At Xingyun Group, as soon as Fu Xingchen entered the office, he saw Lin Xiran sitting on the sofa with a document, waiting. When she saw him come in, she immediately stood up to greet him. Xingchen, why are you so late today? Halfway through her sentence, she noticed a scratch on Fu Xingchen's neck, partially exposed and partially hidden under his shirt collar. Her heart sank. Some things had been delayed. Fu Xingchen took the document from her hand, bypassed her without a glance, and sat down at his desk. He opened the document to handle work, not raising his head again. Lin Xiran walked to the desk, saying, "Can I take a half day off this afternoon? I have an appointment with the home decoration company." Fu Xingchen replied without looking up, "Finish your work first. It's up to you to arrange your schedule. After all, it's your house. Don't you want to go see it?" Lin Xiran leaned on the desk, looking at him with expectation, hoping Fu Xingchen would go with her. They would make a big impact appearing in front of Jiang Lili together. Then, there would be no traces of Jiang Lili left on Fu Xingchen anymore. She saw the scratch and would be jealous, mad with jealousy. "I don't have time," Fu Xingchen said, feeling overwhelmed by Jiang Lili lately. Besides work, he had no interest in anything else. Lin Xiran's eyes fell in disappointment, but she pretended to be indifferent, saying, "All right, then I'll just go with my own decoration style." Fu Xingchen replied coldly. After leaving the president's office, Lin Xiran dialed Su Na's number, arranging to sign the decoration contract at Yunlan in the afternoon. Su Na saw that Jiang Lili hadn't finished her documents and directly agreed. At 8:30, Jiang Lili arrived at the company on time. As soon as she got to her desk, Su Na came over. "I said, if you don't finish the documents, you can't leave work." Jiang Lili frowned and replied, "I'm sorry, there were some unexpected circumstances last night, and I couldn't work overtime, but I will finish everything today." Su Na gave her no chance. "It's too late." "Then I can only say I'm very sorry, but you can't fire me for that," Jiang Lili said, being pragmatic. She had thought on the way here that if Su Na pursued this matter, she wouldn't compromise. The two of them faced off, attracting the attention of others. As a newcomer in the company, and with Su Na being her direct superior, Jiang Lili actually dared to challenge her. A group of people felt nervous for her. However, Su Na did not explode in anger as others expected. She simply said, "Then I will give you another chance. A client is coming in the afternoon. You take the order. If you can satisfy the client, I will let you stay and never make things difficult for you." "Designer Su, you are making things difficult for me." Jiang Lili didn't feel this was a lifeline. She was just an assistant designer, and after her first day, she was expected to take on work independently. The clients of Yunlan were either rich or powerful, and the more famous the designer, the happier the clients would be. If she couldn't handle it and lost the order, Su Na would shift the blame onto her, and she would be close to being fired. There was no company regulation stating that interns would be fired for failing to secure a deal. If the client really couldn't be managed, it would be my loss. If it could be secured, it would be your merit. Satisfying the client was your ability, and this is your only choice. Su Na dismissed all her concerns and cut off her retreat. Jiang Lili thought that if she didn't agree, Su Na would likely tear her face and make a scene. At that point, she would be very passive. So she simply agreed. After all, Su Na had already said it. If she couldn't secure the client, she bore no responsibility. In the afternoon, she went to the reception room with Su Na. Upon seeing Lin Xiran sitting at the head of the table, Jiang Lili's eyelids twitched violently. Chapter 39. Do you dare to compete with Fu Xingchen? Lin Shiran exchanged glances with Su Na for a few seconds, and Su Na was the first to walk over to introduce them. This is my assistant, Jiang Lili. It's you. The moment Lin Shiran looked at Jiang Lili, she raised a harmless smile. She even stood up, appearing very approachable. Jiang Lili stood still, her hands clutching the documents tightly. Su Na knew Lin Shiran, but judging by the expression on Su Na's face at that moment, she didn't know that Jiang Lili and Lin Shiran were also acquainted. What a small world. Jiang Lili either encountered Fu Xingchen or Lin Shiran. Coincidence? She didn't believe it. You know each other? Su Na asked in surprise. Lin Shiran nodded. We do. Jiang Lili slightly opened her lips. We don't know each other. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became a bit awkward. Lin Shiran broke the deadlock, seemingly unconcerned. I met her before outside a Western restaurant with my boyfriend, and later she even delivered documents to my boyfriend, but she seems to have forgotten me. Boyfriend, Fu Xingchen. As she said this, she crossed her arms, smiling brightly at Jiang Lili. It was a blatant provocation, and Jiang Lili found it amusing. It turned out Lin Shiran clearly remembered every encounter with her, yet pretended not to know her in Fu Xingchen's office. She and Fu Xingchen were in a secret marriage and couldn't bring this relationship to light. With divorce imminent, she didn't want to stir up trouble. Miss Lin has a good memory. She just smiled and then pulled out a chair to sit down, preparing to discuss work. A punch hitting cotton. Lin Shiran was not discouraged. After a few people were seated, Su Na began discussing work. Miss Lin, do you have any requirements for the decoration? My boyfriend will come over often, so let's decorate according to his preferences. He likes dark colors. Lin Shiran emphasized the requirements for the bedroom and study. Su Na asked about colors and materials. Jiang Lili should have been recording on the side, but she held the pen, not writing a single word. Miss Lin, I advocate for newcomers, and I hope you can give Jiang Lili a chance to handle your house. When she came back to her senses, Su Na had already finished discussing with Lin Shiran. She gave Jiang Lili a knowing look. Before Jiang Lili could say anything, Lin Shiran readily interjected. That's fine, Aunt. Love giving others opportunities, as long as Miss Jiang can seize the chance. Then let's pay a deposit first. Su Na took out a contract process, explaining that paying a deposit was the company's rule and hoped for her understanding. After the deposit, we will schedule a time to come and measure the dimensions, then provide you with a design draft for your review. If there are any unsatisfactory aspects, we will adjust it until you are satisfied before signing the contract and paying the final payment. Lin Shiran immediately took out a black card from her bag, placing it on the table and pushing it towards Jiang Lili. No need to explain so much to me. I trust you directly. Just swipe the card. Jiang Lili had seen this card many times from Fu Xingchen's bag. Occasionally, for extra expenses, she would report and apply to Fu Xingchen, who would give her this card. He would remind her to return it promptly after use. Therefore, every time she used it, she would immediately return it to him, fearing forgetting and making him unhappy or delaying his usage. To her, this card was like an unattainable existence. At this moment, her husband's card appeared in another woman's hands. Jiang Lili. Su Na signaled her to take the card to swipe it. Lin Shiran smiled, feigning ignorance. Miss Jiang seems distracted. What's wrong? Jiang Lili stared at the card for a few seconds before picking it up to ask, is this card Miss Lin's personal card? No, Lin Shiran answered matter-of-factly. It's my boyfriend's. Why are you asking so much? Su Na was unhappy and directly took the card to swipe it. She assumed Jiang Lili was just a newcomer in the workplace, knowing nothing. However, Jiang Lili smiled gently and then asked, could you please tell me your boyfriend's name for verification when swiping the card? She stood up, looking down at Lin Shiran. Having not rested well last night, her makeup was slightly heavy today, making her features appear even more exquisite. In an instant, the subtle atmosphere between the two changed. Jiang Lili dared not publicly disclose her relationship with Fu Xingchen. Did Lin Shiran dare? Equally, she didn't dare. Rumors and facts were two different matters. In this circle, no one would take rumors seriously. But if the words came out of Lin Shiran's mouth, it would be different. Lin Shiran's smile slowly faded. If Miss Lin is inconvenient to say, then let's switch to another card. Jiang Lili placed the card down and pushed it back in front of her. She was dominating the situation, and Su Na noticed this and immediately helped Lin Shiran out. Jiang Lili, why do you care so much? Miss Lin asked you to swipe this one, so just swipe it. Verifying the client's name was to ensure financial security. However, not disclosing the name wouldn't affect the usage. Jiang Lili disregarded her, insisting on verifying client information, which was company policy. Miss Jiang is truly principled, Lin Shiran said with a faint smile, taking the card back. But rules are dead. People are alive, whether in the workplace or daily interactions, or even in marriage, rules are the least useful and can't bind people. She then took out another card, the back written with her name. Su Na, annoyed by Jiang Lili's hesitation, took the card herself to swipe it. The reception room was left with only Jiang Lili and Lin Xiran. Lin Xiran's smile gradually faded, and her imposing presence returned. Miss Jiang, do you think what I said is correct? Jiang Lili stood there, bathed in sunlight, but her back remained icy cold. Her gaze was indifferent. Perhaps adhering to rules really was useless, but anyone who disregarded rules was dirty and shameful. There is no absolute right in this world, only absolute power. Lin Xiran walked around the table and approached Jiang Lili. Both were wearing high heels, and Jiang Lili was half a head taller than her. Standing next to Jiang Lili, she leaned closer to Jiang Lili's profile, like a venomous tongue spitting out words that sent chills down one's spine. Do you dare to compete with Xingchen? Jiang Lili clenched her teeth, standing straight, turning to face Lin Xiran. Just a scum, I have nothing to compete with. Take him if you like. Her heart felt like it was being cut, but she would not lose face. Having already been bruised for Fu Xingchen, she absolutely would not lose her dignity in front of Lin Xiran again. Lin Xiran stopped at just the right point, thinking that Jiang Lili's appearance here at work must mean there was already a rift between her and Fu Xingchen. That card for settlement couldn't use Fu Xingchen's. She didn't mind. Until she completely severed ties between Fu Xingchen and Jiang Lili, she wouldn't be eager to entangle herself with Fu Xingchen in public. That would be like handing over leverage to Jiang Lili. She would appropriately provoke Jiang Lili. After all, she was just a little white rabbit, easy to bully. She had the patience to wait, but her appropriateness had already worn Jiang Lili out. Suna returned after swiping the card and escorted Lin Xiran away. The reception room was left with just Jiang Lili. Her legs went weak, and her body leaned against the wall. Sliding down the wall slowly, just as she was about to sit on the ground, a bony hand grabbed her arm and helped her up. She turned her head back. Chapter 40. Being a plaything to please him, she should revolve around him. Fu Xingchen stood beside her, steadying her into the chair before releasing his hand. What happened? Jiang Lili gathered her long hair, forcing a smile as she shook her head. It's nothing. As she raised her arm, it tugged at the collar of her shirt. The kiss marks on her fair neck caught Fu Xingchen's attention, and his gaze deepened. Are you getting used to work? He didn't want Jiang Lili to know about his behind-the-scenes maneuvering, so he hadn't expressed concern on her first day at the company. It's fine. Jiang Lili also didn't mention that Suna didn't want her. She adjusted her mindset. Given Lin Xiran's temperament, she wouldn't have an easy time in the coming days. If she didn't adjust her mindset in time, she wouldn't keep this job. She didn't want to ponder whether Lin Xiran knew she was working here and was deliberately coming after her. All she knew was that if Lin Xiran disliked her and wanted to replace her, she had no choice. She straightened her clothes, stood up, and slightly nodded at Fu Xingchen. Brother Xingchen. Oh no, Mr. Su, I'll get to work now. Fu Xingchen's hand at his side curled slightly as he lowered his gaze to her. She didn't wait for his response, brushing past his shoulder as she walked toward the reception area. Watching her retreating figure, Fu Xingchen's brow occasionally relaxed, then furrowed again. After a while, he took a deep breath and left as well. As soon as Jiang Lili returned to her workstation, Suna approached her. This is Miss Lin's business card. Contact her to schedule a time to measure the dimensions at her home. Lin Xiran, Vice President and Director of Public Relations at Xingyan Group. The business card was made of a very hard material with golden embossed patterns along the edges, quite similar to Fu Xingchen's. Jiang Lili had particularly liked Fu Xingchen's business card when she saw it for the first time and had secretly kept one. She took the business card and acknowledged it. You really don't know Lin Xiran. Do you have a grudge against her? Suna felt something was off. She had sent Lin Xiran photos of Jiang Lili and Yao Qing slacking off at work. Lin Xiran hadn't mentioned knowing Jiang Lili. Yet, upon meeting, she claimed to know her, and the atmosphere between them was strange. Could she have been used? Jiang Lili took a deep breath and looked up at Suna. I should have seen her before, but I don't have a clear impression. Suna frowned and waved her hand, saying, forget it, you handle the rest yourself. Given how things have progressed, it's too late to discover anything else. Regardless of whether Jiang Lili and Lin Xiran had a history, she wouldn't keep an incapable assistant who came in through the back door. Jiang Lili was reluctant to call Lin Xiran. Instead, she added Lin Xiran on WeChat. Lin Xiran accepted her request immediately. Miss Lin, I'm Jiang Lili. When would you be available for me to measure the dimensions at your home? After sending the message, she instinctively clicked on Lin Xiran's profile. It was a photo of Lin Xiran, about 18 or 19 years old. Her now vibrant and charming face back then still bore innocence. Her dark eyes reflected the person taking the photo. Jiang Lili enlarged the picture. In Lin Xiran's eyes, there was vast sky and magnificent coastline. There was also a figure of Fu Xingchen in the background. If not for loving Fu Xingchen for 2 years, Jiang Lili wouldn't have recognized that silhouette so accurately. Lin Xiran, Friday at 5 p.m., I'll send you the location then. The The sudden WeChat message made Jiang Lili quickly glance at it before closing the app. Out of sight, out of mind. Today was Tuesday. Without measuring dimensions, Jiang Lili had nothing to do. She simply continued organizing the materials Su Na had asked her to sort. In the evening, she got off work on time. Just as she drove to the entrance of the Boya Garden community, a figure suddenly darted out. The after effects of the last car accident made her slam on the brakes in fear. Unlike before, when she woke up after the accident and pondered that nobody would suddenly appear on that stretch of road. She realized she must have been too exhausted those days and was just seeing things. But this time, someone really was blocking her car. She steadied her nerves and looked up. Bang! Jiang Qingyin slammed the hood of the car, glaring at her angrily. Jiang Lili, get out of the car. Jiang Lili was driving the Jiang family's spare car, so it wasn't surprising that Jiang Qingyin found her here. These past few days, she hadn't answered Jiang Qingha's calls or replied to his messages. Presumably, Jiang Qingyin was anxious about Jiang Hong's situation, which is why he came looking for her. She unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. Jiang Qingyin quickly stepped forward, gripping her wrist tightly. How did you offend Fu Xingchen? He wants to cut off Jiang family's livelihood. Jiang Lili winced in pain at her wrist and frowned involuntarily. What is wrong with him? He has severed all of Jiang family's businesses. Jiang Qingyin had never reflected that this was his own problem. He knew that saying those things would anger Fu Xingchen. Perhaps in a fit of rage, he would kick Jiang Lili out. But as long as Jiang Lili clung to him, cried, made a scene, or even threatened to hang herself, Fu Xingchen would have no way of getting rid of her. So it must be Jiang Lili's fault in this situation. She didn't act as he expected, cooperating with him to control Fu Xingchen. Whether he severed the Jiang family's businesses was beyond her control. Jiang Lili hadn't expected Fu Xingchen to act so quickly. Severing the Jiang family's businesses couldn't be accomplished in a day, yet he had deceived her into going back to bed yesterday. She bit her lip and struggled to free herself from Jiang Qingyin's grip. But Jiang Qingyin only held tighter. I raised you for so long. You can't save Jiang Hong, and you want to drag the Jiang family down with you? You need to go back to the Fu family right now. No matter what it takes, beg Fu Xingchen to forgive you, and ask him to restore the Jiang family's business. Jiang Lili's lips lost their color from the pain. I want to go back, she insisted, just as it was rush hour. Many people were stopping at the community entrance to watch the commotion. She didn't want to enter the community under the gaze of the crowd, trying to shake off Jiang Qingyin's hand while moving in the opposite direction. Through the crowd, she suddenly spotted a Maybach parked by the roadside. Jiang Lili's heart stopped for a moment. Her blood felt like it had frozen. The window of the Maybach rolled down just enough to see the man's deep-set eyes. Fu Xingchen was watching this scene without blinking. Jiang Lili, have some self-awareness. Being able to marry Fu Xingchen is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes. In front of him, what kind of dignity do you have? If you really get divorced, you'll become second-hand goods. What kind of man do you expect to marry again? You need to go back now, whether you cry, make a scene, or kneel to admit your mistakes. I don't care. You must gain his forgiveness. Stop pretending to be tough, even if he drives you away. You cannot leave. Jiang Qingyin lectured her, completely unaware that she had frozen in place. Her face was pale, as if she had been stripped naked in front of Fu Xingchen, feeling utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, the growing sarcasm in Fu Xingchen's eyes made her feel even more ashamed. Those eyes seemed to mock. In Jiang Qingyin's eyes, she was so lowly. Being a plaything to please him, she should revolve around him. And still expect him to look at her favorably? She didn't deserve it. Chapter 41. She hasn't been well behaved recently. Throwing tantrums, Fu Xingchen raised the car window and turned to look ahead. Sun Ting, go bring the lady over. Sun Ting in the driver's seat immediately turned off the car, opened the door, and walked straight towards the father and daughter surrounded by a crowd. When Jiang Lili saw Sun Ting coming down, she immediately took a step back, wanting to change direction and leave. But Jiang Qingyin held on tightly, and she couldn't break free. Did you hear what I said? Jiang Qingyin persisted. You need to go back to the Fu family right now. Jiang Lili couldn't hold it in any longer. I said I'm not going back. From now on, my matters are none of your business. Jiang Qingyin was stunned for a few seconds, and when he came back to his senses, he shouted even louder. You dare to talk to me like that? Your mother didn't have the ability to educate you. So today, I will teach you myself. He forcefully pulled Jiang Lili back in front of him. Raising his other hand high, using all his strength, he swung his hand down hard towards Jiang Lili's fair face. Since he took over the Jiang family, no one had dared to speak to him like this, except for Jiang Hong. Jiang Lili stood straight, her gaze fixed on the descending hand. After a moment, she closed her eyes, preparing to endure the blow. Anyway, she had already lost face in front of Fu Xingchen. What is a little more humiliation? He wouldn't care. Wouldn't he feel sorry for her? he would only look down on her even more. Suddenly, her vision darkened as a figure rushed forward, blocking the light from the street lamp. It was Fu Xingchen. He stood in front of her, intercepting Jiang Lili's descending hand. Su, Mr. Su. Jiang Lili immediately ceased his aggression. He withdrew his hand and, under Fu Xingchen's gaze, let go of Jiang Lili. Uncle Jiang, let's talk nicely. Fu Xingchen was not as gentle as usual, his expression carrying a hint of sternness. Jiang Lili suddenly laughed, completely different from before. Jiang Lili has been spoiled by her mother, as her father. Who should take care of it? But you're right, I'll take care of it at home from now on. You two chat. I have something to attend to, so I'll head back. He drove away the car that Jiang Lili had been in. The crowd dispersed. Sun Ting, who had rushed forward but was intercepted by Fu Xingchen, stood not far away. Meanwhile, across the road, Fu Xingchen had gotten out of the car at some point. Leaning against the car with his hands in his pockets, he looked indifferently at the pair of Fu Xingchen and Jiang Lili standing together. After the scuffle, Jiang Lili's hair was a mess, a strand sticking to her cheek. Her fair skin and slightly red eyes made her appear even more pitiful, standing half behind Fu Xingchen. She looked at the man in front of her, as if he were the only one in her sight. They stood there for a long time without moving, and Fu Xingchen's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Madam, Mr. Fu requests that you get in the car. Sun Ting approached cautiously. The Su family was aware of the marriage between Fu Xingchen and Jiang Lili, so he spoke openly. Fu Xingchen looked across the road, and only then noticed Fu Xingchen standing there. He nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned back to Jiang Lili. Brother Xingchen, thank you. How about going upstairs for some tea? Jiang Lili rubbed her red wrist, her voice trembling slightly. She deliberately avoided looking at Fu Xingchen and ignored his penetrating gaze. Fu Xingchen smiled gently, finally not saying thank you. It's getting late. I want tea, have tea. You go up. All right. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. Jiang Lili lowered her head, ignoring Sun Ting's words, and turned to walk into Boya Garden. Sun Ting immediately followed without thinking. But Fu Xingchen walked towards Fu Xingchen across the road. When did you return? Fu Xingchen's gaze was obscure, and his tone was barely polite. He glanced at Jiang Lili, who had entered the neighborhood without looking back, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Then he turned to Fu Xingchen, his eyes scanning him from head to toe. A few days ago, Fu Xingchen seemed unaffected by his gaze. Came to see Jiang Lili? Fu Xingchen and Fu Xingchen had known each other since childhood, and their relationship was neither good nor bad. 2 years ago, Fu Xingchen suddenly went abroad and lost contact. When they met again, a strange atmosphere developed between them. It was not unfamiliar, even carrying a sense of intimacy. But this familiarity came from Jiang Lili. A sense of inexplicable wariness rose in Fu Xingchen's heart. Of course, she hadn't been well behaved recently, throwing tantrums. Girls just need to be coaxed. Fu Xingchen did not expose that they had reached the point of a quarrel over divorce. Fu Xingchen withdrew his hands from his pockets and adjusted his cuffs. How did you end up here? Just passing by, Fu Xingchen answered crisply. But Fu Xingchen didn't believe it. Both the Su family and Su Corporation were far from here. His movements remained the same, his narrow eyes slightly narrowing. We should sit down and talk sometime. He took a couple of steps forward, stopping next to Fu Xingchen. He raised his hand and patted Fu Xingchen's shoulder, the pressure just right, but carrying an intimidating aura. Fu Xingchen instinctively frowned. All right. He turned his head, his gaze following Fu Xingchen as the latter crossed the road and entered Boya Garden. Sun Ting had long found out which building and floor Jiang Lili was on in Boya Garden. When Fu Xingchen arrived, Sun Ting and Jiang Lili were already at the door in a standoff. Sun Ting pleaded, Madam, please just go meet Mr. Fu. I want tea. Jiang Lili gripped the doorknob tightly, trying to close the door, but Sun Ting's half-body was wedged inside. Suddenly seeing the man coming out of the elevator, she recalled the night she was tricked into returning. She guarded against him entering like she would against a wolf. Fu Xingchen approached with his hands in his pockets. Standing behind Sun Ting, through the gap in the door and over Sun Ting's head, their gazes met. Fu Xingchen could clearly see the wariness and resistance in Jiang Lili's eyes. Her demeanor was completely different from how she had been with Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen felt displeased. I brought you something. We're leaving. Yes. Sun Ting, caught in between, was struggling to find something in his pockets. Jiang Lili was taken aback, seeing Fu Xingchen's heavy expression, feeling a sense of oppression in her chest. He came to deliver something? What was he delivering? Madam, this is the dashcam from your car. The police have already investigated the accident, and Sun Ting pulled out a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Lili. No need for explanations. Just look for yourself. Fu Xingchen's voice was cold as he finished speaking and turned to head towards the elevator. Madam, let go of the door. Sun Ting was squeezed in, unable to come in or go out. Jiang Lili took the USB drive, instinctively releasing her grip. She examined the USB drive, countless questions swirling in her mind. Was there more to the accident? Was the shadow she saw during the accident not her illusion but real? Just as she was pondering, the door in front of her was suddenly yanked open. A gust of wind blew from behind her, and she instinctively looked up. Fu Xingchen strode in, forcing her back into the room. With a bang, the door closed, and she was pressed against the entrance cabinet by the man. Chapter 42. Inviting an interior designer. Do you want to come? The faint scent of tobacco from Fu Xingchen entered Jiang Lili's nose. She looked at him with panic in her eyes, elbow pressed against his shoulder blade, biting her lip in silence. Are they really getting a divorce? Fu Xingchen's breath lingered around her. Her heart raced violently. This is what it feels like to like someone. She couldn't stand his tenderness, couldn't stand his indifference. She also couldn't bear the deadly heartbeat that came from being so close to him. Jiang Lili took a deep breath, her mind still clear. Divorce. Fu Xingchen's thin lips curled into a smirk, his eyes filled with a layer of frost. No tears before seeing the coffin. Remember, they haven't divorced yet, and she must adhere to her duties as a wife. Adhere to her duties as a wife. Those 4 words instantly awakened Jiang Lili. He was referring to Fu Xingchen, right? Just now, Fu Xingchen saved her. He could watch his wife being publicly humiliated without a care, but he couldn't stand anyone saving her. When he celebrated Lin Xiran's birthday, when he got into bed with her, when he gave Lin Xiran a black card, did he ever think about adhering to the husband path? Seeing the stubbornness in her clearly defined eyes, Fu Xingchen's heart burned with anger. He leaned down and kissed her fiercely, their lips colliding, and the taste of blood quickly spread in her mouth. Breath taken away, Jiang Lili whimpered. If he were still like that night. She hadn't even finished her thoughts when Fu Xingchen suddenly released her lips. She regained her breath, but before she could react, Fu Xingchen bit down hard on her neck and shoulder. A tingling pain mixed with a bit of itchiness. Fu Xingchen, are you crazy? She used all her strength to push him away. Fu Xingchen was caught off guard and crashed against the door, making a dull sound. His Adam's apple moved, letting out a low groan, his thin lips stained with a trace of blood. It was her blood. The light from the lantern in the entryway cast a lazy shadow over him. His eagle-like eyes met hers for a few seconds before he turned to leave. Jiang Lili's heart raced wildly as she slowly entered the bathroom. In the mirror, she saw a piece of her lip bitten open and a deep red hickey on her neck, a mark he had left. The kiss marks from last night hadn't faded, and wearing a slightly high-collared shirt could barely cover them. But now with kiss marks on her lips and neck, no matter how she tried to cover them, they couldn't be hidden. She licked her lips, wincing in pain. Without time to ponder Fu Xingchen's thoughts, she walked out of the bathroom and plugged in the USB drive to her computer. The USB not only contained footage from her car's dashcam, but also an electronic statement from the police station. After watching it all, she learned that the cause of her car accident was the deceased's husband, Zhang Bing, who was staging an accident. The police had already arrested Zhang Bing, and he had confessed. However, Zhang Bing said he only intended to scare Jiang Lili. He didn't expect her driving skills to be so poor that it almost led to a fatal accident. If Jiang Lili pursued responsibility, the other party would go to jail. Jiang Lili forwarded the contents of the USB drive to lawyer Wu to see if it could help with Jiang Heng's case. Miss Jiang, if you want Jiang Heng to come out sooner, you might as well take this evidence to negotiate with the Zhang family. They admit to deliberately staging the accident. Your brother's grievance will be avenged, and you can drop the lawsuit to spare Zhang Bing's life. The most favorable evidence hadn't been obtained yet, although it certainly would be. But it wouldn't be faster than negotiating now. Jiang Lili decisively chose to take this evidence to negotiate with the Zhang family first. Jiang Heng had been spoiled since childhood. How long could he hold up in prison? Moreover, he was wronged, making each day feel like a year. Other than an appointment on Friday evening, she had no important work to handle. So she asked lawyer Wu to arrange a meeting with the Zhang family. She wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Lawyer Wu quickly set it up for the weekend at 10 a.m. Fu Xingchen returned to the car and instructed Sun Ting to check if Jiang Lili had been getting close to Fu Xingchen lately. Last time, Madam went hiking with Miss Su and Mr. Su. After Sun Ting reported truthfully, he hesitated to mention anything else. Check if Fu Xingchen has any movements since he returned. For some reason, seeing Jiang Lili standing next to Fu Xingchen made Fu Xingchen feel uncomfortable. The warm expression on Jiang Lili's face was one he hadn't seen in front of him for a long time. It seemed he had been too indulgent with Jiang Lili. She could treat other men better than her own husband. Mr. Su not only took over the Su family, but also managed the Yunlan Design Company. After learning that Jiang Lili had entered Yunlan, Sun Ting had already investigated Fu Xingchen. However, as far as he knew, Fu Xingchen had long partnered with someone to create Yunlan. It wasn't for the purpose of acquiring Yunlan for Jiang Lili. So he didn't think there could be anything between Fu Xingchen and Jiang Lili. However, Just seeing Su Fengchen appear here made him a bit uncertain. Interior design? Fu Xingchen's sixth sense was always accurate. He suddenly recalled seeing Jiang Lili last night when she was in professional attire. His dark eyes stirred with turbulent emotions. Had Jiang Lili started working? Sun Ting indirectly answered, "Last time, we found out, but you threw away the information." Fu Xingchen was so angry he almost laughed. So Jiang Lili hadn't meant to seduce him last night. She had rushed over right after work. No wonder she had cried so much, looking so unwilling. Touching her, and she felt wronged? Who was she trying to remain pure for? He gritted his teeth, the line of his jaw sharp. His icy gaze looked out the car window, the neon lights illuminating his face, clearly showing his anger. He ordered that no design company was allowed to hire Jiang Lili. Yunlan would also receive the notice. As a result, Jiang Lili entered Yunlan. Who else could it be but Su Fengchen operating behind the scenes? The image of Su Fengchen suddenly appearing and saving Jiang Lili flashed in his mind. Watching them, Fu Xingchen's hand resting on his thigh clenched into a fist. He had just been too polite to Jiang Lili. He should crush her. Make her understand that he could easily crush her. Let her see if she still dared to act like this. That USB drive should be retrieved. Let her be in deep waters, so she would come to him for help. Anger drove away his rationality, making the usually calm and composed him unable to hold it together. He just didn't want to be cuckolded. That was a man's nature. It wasn't that he cared that much about Jiang Lili. She was just a woman. He married her for peace of mind, but now it had turned into trouble. How could he not be affected? Back at the company, working overtime, Sun Ting didn't dare complain, turning the car around on the empty road, heading straight for Xingyun Group. Fu Xingchen worked through the night. He couldn't stand being affected by a woman. Only busy work could restore his rationality. She's just a woman. For 2 consecutive days, the entire Xingyun Group felt suffocated under the low pressure emanating from him. Only Lin Xiran, as usual, dared to communicate with him normally. "Xingchen, I have an appointment with the interior designer to take measurements later. Do you want to come?" As the end of the workday approached, Lin Xiran pushed open his office door and walked in. Because of Jiang Lili, Fu Xingchen didn't want to see any women. He refused without looking up. "I won't go." "What's wrong with you these days? In a bad mood?" Lin Xiran sat down opposite him. "What person or matter is affecting you so much? If you keep working like this, your body won't hold up. Come with me to take the measurements. I'll treat you to dinner. You need to relax a bit." "Affecting me?" Fu Xingchen paused his work, then pulled out a dismissive smile. Fine. He wouldn't let Jiang Lili affect him in any way. Chapter 43. She asked like a joke, but in the past few days, Jiang Lili's work has been affected by him. She tied a silk scarf to go to work, and when she bent down, it felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't take it off. By Friday evening, the marks had almost faded, so she simply took it off. Suna was afraid that if she let Jiang Lili go to Lin Xiran alone to measure, it would seem too excessive, so she accompanied her. Coincidentally, she didn't have a car, so Suna drove them there. Lin Xiran sent the location directly to Suna's WeChat. Suna didn't like Jiang Lili, and since Jiang Lili didn't initiate conversation, the atmosphere in the car dropped to freezing point. She sat in the back, opened Zhang Qinghe's WeChat, and looked at the messages Zhang Qinghe had sent in the past few days. "Xiaoli, how can you not let your dad manage you? He got really angry and blamed me for not educating you well. Since you were little, you haven't been favored in the Jiang family. I pity you, indulge you, and spoiled you. It's indeed my fault." It was not hard to hear that Zhang Qinghe felt very guilty. Her guilt made Jiang Lili feel cold inside. Did Zhang Qinghe really indulge her? No, she didn't. Ever since she could remember, all she recalled was Zhang Qinghe saying, "Xiaoli, you have to be good, so that your dad and grandma will like you. Xiaoli, you have to be obedient, you can't talk back. Xiaoli, if you don't do this, your dad will get angry." Besides the messages, Zhang Qinghe also sent her many voice calls, all of which she had set to do not disturb and hadn't answered. "Jiang Lili, you've disappointed me too much." The last text message was sent yesterday morning. Seeing those words made Jiang Lili's heart ache fiercely. She still chose not to reply. Once she compromised, it meant going back to the past, listening to Jiang Qingyi's arrangements for everything. Under his arrangement, she would have to go back and plead with Fu Xingchen, continue to be Fu Xingchen's humble and lowly wife in his eyes. Every time she thought of the way Fu Xingchen looked at her, her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. She pressed her fingertips against her forehead, slowly digesting the negative emotions brought by Zhang Qinghe's messages. After all, they were her biological parents. Although it was very desperate, there was still Jiang Hong. She didn't want to sever ties. But until she divorced Fu Xingchen, if she softened her stance in the Jiang family, it would only bring more trouble. However, the divorce agreement she sent out had not received a reply to this day. She couldn't figure out what Fu Xingchen was really thinking. Nor did she know how to get a divorce. The car had stopped without her noticing. "We're here." Suna dropped those 2 words, unbuckled her seatbelt, and opened the door to get out. She moved too quickly, and when Jiang Lili came to her senses, she was left alone in the car. Jiang Lili quickly grabbed her bag and took the electronic measuring tape to get out. Suna had already walked a short distance, and she hurried to catch up. But when she clearly saw the luxurious villa in front of her, she suddenly stopped. Bolen Manor? She couldn't believe it and turned to survey her surroundings. The manor was situated halfway up a hill, and there were a total of 8 villas in the entire villa area. After careful observation, she confirmed that this one was indeed her and Fu Xingchen's wedding house. Every detail in this wedding house was designed by her own hands. How could this possibly be Lin Xiran's home? How could it need renovation? What are you still dawdling for? Come and knock on the door. Suna walked to the villa door and saw her standing at the entrance in a daze, her tone discontented. Jiang Lili held a glimmer of hope in her heart. Perhaps the meeting place was just temporarily set here? Fu Xingchen had bought another set next door to their wedding house for Lin Xiran. Regardless of which scenario, it was better than Fu Xingchen letting Lin Xiran move into their wedding house. Her heart raced. Waves of pain surged up, suppressing the strange feelings in her heart. She climbed a few steps to the door. Looking at the electronic lock she had personally chosen, she raised her hand and entered the password. Password incorrect. The mechanical female voice shattered the last glimmer of hope in Jiang Lili's heart. The password had been changed. Suna was slow to react, wondering what she was doing. Press the doorbell. What password are you entering? It's as if this is your home. Suna gestured for her to step aside and rang the doorbell. The solid wood door was opened from the inside. Lin Xiran popped her head out, and upon seeing them, she pushed the door fully open. Miss Lin. Suna didn't know who Lin Xiran's boyfriend was. With the news online, plus the value of this mansion worth tens of millions to hundreds of millions, she guessed the news was true. Therefore, her attitude towards Lin Xiran was even more respectful than before. No matter how famous she was in the design world, she was still just a designer. Lin Xiran, as the vice president of the Xingyun Group, had a glamorous identity. With Fu Xingchen by her side, she would be a wealthy lady in the future. She felt completely unrelated to wealth and luxury. While thinking this, she saw Jiang Lili standing next to her with a stiff expression. She immediately whispered, "Jiang Lili, greet Miss Lin." A door, as if separating two worlds. Looking at Lin Xiran standing casually in home attire inside the villa, Jiang Lili felt her chest filled with indescribable emotions. That feeling gradually swelled, making it hard for her to breathe. "We all know each other. No need to be so polite." Lin Xiran smiled faintly, leading them in. "My boyfriend has a cleanliness obsession. Please wear shoe covers." Suna walked in front, putting on the shoe covers while looking around. "Miss Lin, this painting at the entrance is really beautiful. Is this a pair of wedding rings? That ring looks so familiar." The painting at the entrance was a sketch that Jiang Lili had drawn herself. That was the wedding ring she and Fu Xingchen had chosen together. It was not a commonly seen limited edition in magazines. It was a unique ring she picked from a very niche brand. Suna thought it looked familiar because the female version of the ring was on her ring finger. Having proposed long ago, she had forgotten to take off the ring. As for Fu Xingchen's ring, he had never worn it. At this moment, the ring felt like a branding iron, burning her finger. She instinctively shrank her hand into her sleeve. She felt like a joke. "No." Lin Xiran swept her gaze across Jiang Lili's face and said with a half-smile,
"I don't know where my boyfriend got this from. I don't like it and plan to throw it away." Suna was surprised.
"This painting must be worth quite a bit. You're just going to throw it away? Does your boyfriend agree?" Suna didn't understand art and thought it was valuable simply because rich people wouldn't buy cheap things. Lin Xiran shrugged and laughed. "Since I'll be living here in the future, anything I don't like, he'll clear it out. If he doesn't I'll do it myself. And he won't stop me." Her double entendre made Jiang Lili grip the bag strap tighter. She bent down to adjust the shoe cover, taking advantage of the moment. Lin Xiran pulled Suna aside and whispered, "My boyfriend is also here, but his identity is not ordinary. Don't disclose our relationship, just pretend you don't know. Okay." Suna immediately made a gesture to seal her lips. Jiang Lili finished adjusting the shoe covers and followed them into the villa, passing through the screen. The contrasting colors inside the villa felt extraordinarily familiar to her. With every glance, her eyes began to sting, until her gaze suddenly collided with the man sitting in the living room. She couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. Fu Xingchen sat with his legs crossed, casually leaning on the sofa. Upon seeing her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Chapter 44. What makes designer Jiang stand out? When Fu Xingchen arrived at the Bolen Manor, he realized that the place Lin Xiran chose to live in was the wedding house he had shared with Jiang Lili. This was his first time visiting after the renovation was completed. The decoration style was quite nice, but unfortunately, Lin Xiran had already moved in. Every corner was filled with traces of Lin Xiran. He indeed had a cleanliness obsession. He would never live in a house that had been occupied by someone else. let alone use it as a wedding house. There was no need to ask Lin Xiran to move out just to arrange another house for him. However, Jiang Lili was actually the designer measuring the place. After the surprise in his eyes faded, his brows instinctively furrowed. Xingchen, these two are designers from Yunlan. This one is designer Su, and that one is designer Jiang, Lin Xiran said, stepping behind Fu Xingchen with her hands resting on the back of the sofa. Her posture affectionate. Su Na's face lit up with joy. Fu Xingchen really was Lin Xiran's boyfriend. She knew the secret, but dared not act recklessly. Hello, Mr. Fu. Jiang Lili forced back her tears. She didn't want to appear like a clown, losing her composure here. Fu Xingchen showed no guilt or unease upon seeing her. At that moment, he had already regained his usual expression, the corners of his lips curling into a cool arc. Ladies, who is the lead designer? Su Na was unwilling to reveal her confrontational side in front of Fu Xingchen. She immediately looked at Jiang Lili, its designer Jiang. We at Yunlan are currently nurturing talent. The design fee for this house wouldn't be less than several $100,000, including the renovation materials. It would come to at least 7 figures. This was considered a big project in the design industry. Even if Fu Xingchen didn't understand design, he knew that the company wouldn't randomly assign a $1 million project to someone without assurance, unless someone was deliberately arranging things to promote a newcomer. If it flopped, someone would take the fall. If it succeeded, the newcomer would rise to fame. He immediately thought of Fu Xingchen. He leaned back on the sofa, gently massaging his wrist, taking Jiang Lili in from head to toe. Talent? What made designer Jiang stand out? Su Na was momentarily speechless. The title designer Jiang sounded deeply ironic to Jiang Lili. In his eyes, she was just a housewife. Associating such a prestigious title with her felt like a joke. Forget it. No matter who designed this house, it ultimately meant her efforts would be wasted on a complete renovation. Whether she felt heartbroken was irrelevant. Her dignity was also unimportant. What mattered was that she needed to stand tall in front of Fu Xingchen and not let him stab her heart. My graduation project once won a design award, and I've received many accolades during college. Fu Xingchen suddenly laughed, standing up with his hands in his pockets, walking over to Jiang Lili. The man was a head taller than her, looking down at her with an imposing gaze. What value does a college design award hold? You, an intern with no social experience, think you can design a house worth tens of millions? Who gave you the confidence? Fu Xingchen. He wanted to see if Fu Xingchen dared to offer it, and whether Jiang Lili dared to accept. Did she really think that wearing a professional outfit and working at Yunlan for 2 days made her remarkable? An oppressive aura surged forth, wrapping around Jiang Lili. She could clearly see her reflection in his eyes. Gritting her teeth, she locked eyes with him. Su Na didn't expect things to take a turn with Fu Xingchen. She hurriedly walked to Lin Xiran's side. Xiran, you should persuade Mr. Fu. At the very least, Jiang Lili needs to make some mistakes so that I can proceed with her dismissal. But if Fu Xingchen blocked Jiang Lili from taking this project, she wouldn't be able to convince the company to fire her. Xingchen, Lin Xiran gave her a reassuring look and stepped beside Fu Xingchen. I've seen Miss Zhang's graduation work, and I quite like that style. I want her to design. Fu Xingchen's piercing gaze remained fixed on Jiang Lili. The small, delicate face of the woman was pale, her eyes dark, and very stubborn. Just a few days had passed, and she dared to look at him like this? His thin lips tightened, and his hands in his pockets clenched, wishing he could pick her up and teach her a lesson right then and there. After a moment, he suppressed his imposing presence to give Lin Xiran face. You have the final say. Lin Xiran smiled, signaling Su Na, let's go upstairs to measure. Su Na quickly followed her upstairs. Jiang Lili turned to follow, trying her best to appear nonchalant. Xiran, I think this renovation design is quite good. The further they went upstairs, the more Su Na felt a spark of inspiration. When she first entered, she thought the decoration style was very unique. It wasn't the kind of European or pastoral style that was commonly seen, but rather a niche style with a personal design sense. It could very well become a new trend in the design industry. I don't like it, Lin Xiran replied decisively. Everyone has different tastes. Su Na said nothing. Moreover, Fu Xingchen had money, so it was normal for him to spend on a renovation that Lin Xiran liked. But she still asked, this house was renovated by your boyfriend, right? Lin Xiran nodded, yes. Which design company did he hire? And who was the designer? Su Na, a design enthusiast, wanted to discuss color matching with her. I don't know where he found them. Lin Xiran glanced at Jiang Lili following behind them. She truly didn't know who designed the house. However, she was sure that some very detailed aspects of the house were definitely designed by Jiang Lili, because those details reflected Jiang Lili's expectations for this home. Now, she was about to personally destroy Jiang Lili's hopes. Su Na pleaded, when you have time, can you ask your boyfriend who designed it? I'll ask when I have time. Lin Xiran dismissed her. The entire villa had 3 floors, with a sunroom on the top floor. The third floor was the leisure and entertainment area, featuring a cinema and plenty of fitness equipment. The second floor housed the bedrooms and study, the owner's living area. The first floor was the dining room, kitchen, living room, and several guest rooms. The group began measuring dimensions from the third floor. Jiang Lili remained silent, recording the dimensions of each area. She could only bury herself in work to push everything else out of her mind. But Lin Xiran kept casually mentioning her boyfriend in conversation with Suna. The atmosphere in the villa was suffocating, and she wanted to escape. The moment her phone in her bag rang, she quickly handed the paper and pen to Suna. I need to take a call. She exited the gym and entered the media room on the right. Function. The call was from Su Yunyuan, but when she answered, it was Su Function speaking, and she sounded surprised. Jiang Lili, you're not off work yet? The room had excellent soundproofing, and it was very quiet. The man's voice on the phone was gentle and intimate, clearly audible. I'm with designer Su, and we might be a while longer before we finish, Jiang Lili replied truthfully. We're at your door. Yunyuan bought a lot of groceries, but you're not here. Su Function had been waiting with Su Yunyuan for quite some time. Su Yunyuan, tired of waiting, sat on the floor, opened a bottle of drink, and sipped it. She was so exhausted that she didn't want to talk on the phone, directly handing her phone to Su Function. Every time Su Yunyuan came over, she brought a big bag of things, and Jiang Lili didn't want them to carry it back. She simply said, the password to my house is my birthday. You can go in and wait. Okay. Su Fengchun didn't stand on ceremony, as Su Yunyuan was with him. After hanging up, Jiang Lili leaned against the right side in the dark. There, she had specially placed a long bench, wanting to take a break before going out. However, when she sat down, not only did she not feel soft, but it was also hard and scorching hot. She jolted and quickly tried to stand up, but a pair of large hands tightened around her slender waist. Had it only been a few days since she moved out? Was she already living with another man? Had she even told him the password to their home? Fu Xingchen's thin lips were pressed against her earlobe, and with every word he spoke, his grip tightened a little more. Chapter 45. It's because I love you, not just because I deserve this, although I couldn't clearly hear what Su Fengchun said. His warm tone mixed with Jiang Lili's soft whispers sounded like flirting. However, Jiang Lili had been speaking to him in a cold voice lately. At this moment, her attitude was even more apparent as she whispered angrily, Fu Xingchen, what nonsense are you talking about? Let go of me. Jiang Lili never expected there would be someone in this dark room. She struggled, but the more she moved, the tighter the man held her. Did she forget that she was a married woman, casually letting a man into her home at midnight? Fu Xingchen released her waist and grabbed her wrist, turning her body to face him directly. Jiang Lili was sitting on him, her body pressed closely against his, and his breath was even heavier. Brother Fengchun is not as filthy as you, she exclaimed. He is a gentleman. Filthy? Fu Xingchen's voice was icy. Let me show you what filthy really is. He pressed against her chin, forcing her to lift her head, and kissed her lips fiercely. Jiang Lili was shocked and fought back with all her might. Aren't you afraid they'll hear us? Fu Xingchen paused, indifferent. What? Your brother Fengchun is a gentleman, but I am not allowed to be seen? What does he have to be afraid of? It's all legal and compliant. Who has been playing with things that can't be seen? Jiang Lili shot back. I've been married to you for 2 years. Have you ever given me a title in front of others? Fu Xingchen remained cold and indifferent to her accusations. Would revealing their marriage 2 years ago change their current situation? Would she not be confused by Jiang Qingyin and threaten him with divorce? If you want a title, it also depends on whether you are worthy of it. The darkness could not hide the humiliation he brought to Jiang Lili. Her cheeks burned as she was repeatedly trampled on by him. Feeling somewhat defeated, she said, Of course, I am not worthy. I am not only unworthy of being your wife, but also unworthy of being a designer, and even unworthy of living. Then why did you marry me in the first place? Her voice trembled slightly. Fu Xingchen's heart stirred slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, crying and whining in front of him, throwing harsh words one after another. But what about in front of Su Fengchun? Brother Fengchun, what a loss of dignity. Do you think I wanted to marry you? He suddenly released her, stood up, and straightened his wrinkled trousers. His tone was full of disdain, and his actions reflected the same. A few words felt like a lump of cotton, choking Jiang Lili. She silently shed tears, suddenly grateful for the dim light, not wanting him to see her crying, especially because of him. Fu Xingchen tidied his clothes and turned to leave. Just as he opened the door a crack, his sleeve was tugged. The light from the slightly opened door illuminated Jiang Lili's face. Her eyes were red, looking at him insistently. Since you don't want to marry, then let's get a divorce. She didn't dare to divorce. In the past, this thought had been deeply rooted in Fu Xingchen's mind. But at this moment, he couldn't be sure. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about divorce? This qualification was not just because he thought Jiang Lili's status was low. He also felt that Jiang Lili was being greedy. She should be grateful for marrying him. Jiang Lili tightly gripped his sleeve. When you prepared a birthday surprise for Lin Xiran, did you consider me as your wife? When you were together with her, did you think about being a married man? When I was in a car accident and almost died in the hospital, you were with her. Don't you think you went too far? Now you let her stay here. Did you think this is our marital home? Every brick and tile here was designed by me. With one word of dislike from her, she can destroy it and renovate again. And she wants to use your black card to pay the bill, which is our joint property. Based on all this, do I still not have the right to talk to you about divorce? Every word she said was filled with bitterness and pain. Yet the man in front of her remained unmoved, as if all of this were something she should endure as his wife. It's just an apartment. Do I need to consult you on how to handle it? After all this, do you want to control everything and have me report everything to you? Fu Xingchen did not believe her words. This was just her excuse to cover up her unclear relationship with Fu Xingchen, taking advantage and still wanting to play the victim. Clearly, it was her fault, yet she still wanted to throw dirt on him. Jiang Lili's eyes trembled, frustrated that she was always hurt by his words. Since they had reached the point of discussing divorce, they would have no further relationship or entanglements. She shouldn't be sad anymore. But she wanted to make her stance clear. Fu Xingchen, I am indeed lowly. I haven't earned a penny for this family in 2 years, but I have prioritized everything for you and never said no because I love you. You needed a wife to manage everything at home, not because I needed a man to support me. I am willing to be a housewife for you. But that doesn't mean I only deserve such a humble life. Jiang Lili had imagined countless times the scene of coming to the marital home with Fu Xingchen. They could bask in the sun and enjoy tea in the living room. The study would have a double desk where she could read beside him while he worked. In their bedroom, she had specially prepared a sofa at the foot of the bed because he liked to sit on it at night. She should accommodate him as a husband in every way, but she never expected that none of it would come to pass. The first time they came to the marital home, in this room where she thought there would be countless surprises and anniversaries, they discussed divorce. Suddenly, the lights in the media room turned on. Jiang Lili instinctively closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she saw Lin Xiran entering from another entrance with a serious expression. Xingchen, did you marry designer Jiang? Lin Xiran walked over gravely. I thought she was a servant of the Fu family when I saw her in your office last time. Why didn't you say so earlier? There's nothing to say. Fu Xingchen replied coldly. He was not moved by Jiang Lili's accusations. After all, he and Lin Xiran were innocent. There was nothing between them. He had never known her mouth was so sharp when it came to grandiose excuses and justifications. I'm sorry, Mrs. Fu, I didn't know this was your marital home. I will move out immediately. Lin Xiran's attitude was so good that it was hard to pick a flaw. Jiang Lili had no words. She never expected that Lin Xiran, who had provoked her behind her back and held herself high, would be so understanding and generous in front of Fu Xingchen. No need. Seeing Jiang Lili's firm decision to divorce, Fu Xingchen's anger surged. He coldly told Lin Xiran, you stay as you are. I make the decisions here. Xingchen, don't argue because of me. I would feel bad about it. Lin Xiran was anxious, looking at Jiang Lili again. Mrs. Fu, I heard everything you just said. I really didn't know my existence caused you such distress. Things are not as you think. Jiang Lili felt disgusted. This two-faced Lin Xiran refreshed her views. There's nothing to explain. I wish you both long-lasting happiness. She opened the door and left. It was better to break this hidden, triangular relationship. No matter what Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran decided to do in the future, she thought, this time Fu Xingchen surely wouldn't refuse the divorce, right? Tomorrow, she would personally deliver a divorce agreement to Xingyun Group. Xingchen, go chase after Mrs. Fu and explain things clearly to her. Lin Xiran blocked the door that was about to close, pushing Fu Xingchen out. Chapter 46, not passing by, but here to find Jiang Li. Jiang Lili walked quickly. When Fu Xingchen came out, he only saw her figure disappearing around the corner. He pulled back his hand that Lin Xiran had been holding and said in a deep voice, you continue to take them to measure, don't worry about me. After saying that, he turned and walked in another direction. Lin Xiran stood in place, watching the two of them leave in opposite directions, the corners of her lips curving up slightly. Suna had already gone upstairs to measure. She was unaware of what had happened upstairs. When Jiang Lili just returned, she noticed something was off. Are you crying? Is something wrong at home? It's nothing. I'll handle it after measuring. Jiang Lili replied without defending herself. Although she hadn't looked in the mirror, her eyes felt a bit swollen, and she knew she couldn't hide it. Suna, despite being dissatisfied with her for coming in through the back door, was still a good person. If you have something to do, go ahead. I can measure by myself. Jiang Lili shook her head and took the paper and pen from Suna's hand. Let's do it together. She didn't want to neglect her work. Only by doing her best could she show Suna her seriousness. Only then would Suna truly accept her and let her stay. They quickened their pace. And an hour later, all measurements were complete. Miss Lin and the others are in the garden. Unable to find Lin Xiran and Fu Xingchen, Su Na sent Lin Xiran a message. We'll go over and say goodbye before we leave. Jiang Lili said to Su Na, Designer Su, you go ahead. I'll wait for you at the door. She didn't want to look at them any longer. Okay. Su Na waved her off and went to the garden. In the back garden, there was a fish pond where Fu Xingchen stood feeding the fish, his back to Su Na. Su Na couldn't see his expression but felt inexplicably that he was in a bad mood, exuding a low pressure. Lin Xiran stood not far away, her eyes full of Fu Xingchen. Xiran, we're done measuring. Su Na walked over to Lin Xiran and whispered. Lin Xiran turned around and only then realized Su Na was alone. She asked, where's designer Jiang? Su Na looked towards the villa entrance and replied. She had something urgent at home, so we left first. The conversation fell into Fu Xingchen's ears as he looked at Jiang Lili, who was waiting by the car. She stood under the streetlight at the villa entrance, holding her phone and lowering her head, revealing a small section of her delicate, fair neck. She might be messaging Su Xingchen, her brows relaxed and the corners of her lips curving up slightly. It wasn't that something was wrong at home, clearly. A man was waiting for her at home. In his ears, Jiang Lili's words echoed. I always take you as the priority and never say no because I love you. Her love was indeed shallow. In the blink of an eye, she had fallen for someone else. But upon closer inspection, Jiang Lili's attitude towards him in recent days was indeed vastly different from the past 2 years. Realizing this made him feel even more uncomfortable. He wanted her to be like before, obedient and compliant. While he was lost in thought, Lin Xiran sent Su Na off and walked over to him. Fu Xingchen glanced again towards the entrance. Su Na's car had just disappeared from view. He dropped the fish food in his hand and said, I have something to do, so I want to be having dinner. After saying that, he returned to the villa to grab his car keys and left in a hurry. On the way back, Jiang Lili remained silent. Su Na, unusually chatty, said, actually, the design of this villa is quite unique. Don't you think? Jiang Lili replied vaguely, it's just okay. She had no confidence in herself. She just liked it and thought it looked good together, so she matched it that way. It seems you don't understand. Su Na labeled her as an outsider. Su Na was quite well known in the design circle. She felt that people more famous than her would also appreciate the decor of Bolan Manor. Jiang Lili remained silent, thinking that it would be great if she could carry the divorce agreement with her at all times. This way, she wouldn't have to find Fu Xingchen alone to sign it and see him one more time. Jiang Lili got out of the car in the city center, and it was almost 8 o'clock. She took another taxi back to Boya Garden. By the time she arrived at Boya Garden, it was already 8:30. She hurriedly ran into the building and back home. Su Yuyo transformed into a friend stone, standing at the door in a pose to welcome her. She was momentarily stunned and then laughed out loud. The heavy feelings in her chest dissipated significantly in an instant. If you don't come back soon, it's no big deal if the food gets cold, but your only good friend will starve to death. Seeing her smile, Su Yuyo feigned seriousness. You can't work so late anymore. You need to spend more time with me. Jiang Lili changed her shoes, put down her bag, and took off her coat while walking in, saying, okay, tomorrow is Saturday, and I'll stay with you all day. That's more like it. Hurry up and eat. Su Yuyo linked arms with her and led her to the dining room. Su Yuyo had been watching by the window, and when she saw Jiang Lili downstairs, she quickly had Su Xingchen reheat the dishes. At this time, 6 dishes were halfway heated. Jiang Lili hurried over, reaching out to take the spatula from Su Xingchen's hand. Brother Xingchen, let me do it. You've worked hard all day. Go rest. It'll be ready soon. Su Xingchen didn't let go. Her fingertips brushed against his. Retracting subtly, aren't you all tired after a day's work? I feel bad for you. Su Yuyo sat down at the dining table and started eating, mumbling. In the future, when I get a divorce, you can serve me like this, right? Su Xingchen frowned and turned around to scold her. Don't talk nonsense. Open your eyes and don't end up like me, meeting the wrong person. Jiang Lili knew that Su Yuyo didn't bring up her divorce to hurt her. Su Yuyo stuck out her tongue and continued eating. In no time, all the dishes were heated. By the time Jiang Lili and Su Xingchen sat down to eat, Su Yuyo had already eaten quite a bit. Is work going well? Su Yuyo asked her this almost every day. Jiang Lili nodded and replied, yes. You don't have to keep worrying, my colleagues are all pretty good. Su Xingchen served Su Yuyo food, but she refused, so he placed it in Jiang Lili's bowl. You haven't had a 9-to-5 job before. You need some time to get used to this kind of life. Eat more to replenish yourself. That was the oil-braised prawns, Jiang Lili's favorite dish. Fu Xingchen didn't like eating shrimp. He didn't even like the taste of shrimp. She hadn't had it in a long time. Actually, I'm not that unaccustomed. I absorbed the design stuff quickly. For the past 2 years, she had taken care of Fu Xingchen and managed everything at home without a break. Having been back to work for a week, she felt fine. Su Xingchen nodded with a faint smile, no longer speaking, listening to her and Su Yuyo exchange words. By the time they finished the meal, it was already 10:30. Jiang Lili didn't have to work the next day, so Su Yuyo stayed over. Su Xingchen left alone. As he walked out of the Boya Garden community, he saw a Maybach parked by the roadside. The car was turned off, the interior dark, and the windows tightly closed. But he knew Fu Xingchen was inside. Just as he hesitated whether to approach, the car door opened. Fu Xingchen's long, strong legs stepped out, his polished leather shoes hitting the ground. He leaned his elbow on the car door, appearing nonchalant. What a coincidence, passing by again. This time, it wasn't he just passing by. He came to find Jiang Li. Su Xingchen spoke truthfully. Chapter 47. You are responsible for driving him away late at night. With few vehicles on the road, the two stood across from each other, speaking softly. Yet, they could hear each other clearly. Fu Xingchen suddenly tugged at the corners of his lips. Although he was smiling, the deep blackness in his eyes was chilling. What kind of hobby does Mr. Su have? Seeking out other people's wives in the dead of night? They hadn't been in touch for too long, so they were unfamiliar, but mentioning Mr. Su instantly turned their relationship from distant to adversarial. Xingchen, give her some space and privacy. Su Xingchen hadn't expected that after 2 years. The once radiant Jiang Lili seemed like a different person. She was taciturn, her smile significantly diminished. Her brows were often furrowed, exuding a faint sadness. She had a suffocating heaviness about her, which was heart-wrenching. Who knows what she had experienced in these 2 years? Our matters don't require your concern, an outsider. Fu Xingchen returned to the car, closed the door, and started the engine to leave. He just needed to confirm that Jiang Lili didn't have the audacity to leave Su Xingchen here overnight. As for how to discipline his disobedient wife, he hadn't figured that out yet. The Maybach sped away from the street. Su Xingchen's gaze was complex. After a long sigh, he headed to his car. As the night deepened, Jiang Lili's emotions surged. It was because Su Yunyue had asked her why she was coming back so late tonight. Initially, she didn't want to mention that Lin Shiran had moved into the marital home she shared with Fu Xingchen. Unable to withstand Su Yunyue's persistent questioning, she told a lie full of holes and had to confess the truth. Lin Shiran did it on purpose, right? Su Yunyue clutched a rabbit-shaped pillow, gritting her teeth. Jiang Lili lay on the chaise longue, her long hair cascading as she stared at the ceiling. It didn't matter. What mattered was that she had to get a divorce as soon as possible. Before that, she was still troubled about how to divorce Fu Xingchen. After this incident, she decided to take the most straightforward approach to get divorced. She had to face him directly and not drag it out any longer. Procrastination would only make her more embarrassed. Divorce. Su Yunyue declared fiercely, tomorrow I'll find 2 bodyguards, and we'll go to Xingyun Group to confront that Fu dog. Jiang Lili curled up her body and shook her head. No matter how excessive he was, all she wanted was a divorce. She didn't want to cause trouble. Mainly, she couldn't afford to make trouble. Then after you get divorced, I'll find a color for a sack that he hates and beat him up. Su Yunyue felt indignant for her, always feeling that this breath couldn't be released, that she couldn't die in peace. No matter how wrong she felt. Nothing compared to the future where she could stand in front of Fu Xingchen openly, which would make her feel proud. Jiang Lili stayed up all night to reorganize a divorce agreement. This time, she didn't ask for a penny. She wasn't being overly humble. She was just too lazy to waste words with Fu Xingchen. As long as he agreed to the divorce, she could accept anything. With this firm thought, she got up early the next morning, took the divorce agreement, and headed straight to Xingyun Group. At 8 o'clock, according to Fu Xingchen's usual schedule, he should be at the company. Jiang Lili stood at the company entrance and called him. After 2 attempts with no answer, she had to call Sun Ting. Sun Ting quickly answered, Madam, is there something you need? I want to see Fu Xingchen. She got straight to the point. President Fu is in a meeting and will be very busy this morning. If you have something, you can wait until he returns home. Hearing Jiang Lili's tone, Sun Ting knew something was amiss. In the past, when she delivered items, she either didn't come up or dropped off the items and left. She had never demanded to see Fu Xingchen so sternly before. Jiang Lili didn't want to play games. He would eventually finish. So either let me wait upstairs, or I'll go to the front desk to book an appointment to divorce him. She didn't shy away from sounding threatening. Today, she had to see Fu Xingchen. Sun Ting didn't dare to make a decision. After hanging up, he reported to Fu Xingchen, who was still in the meeting. In the large conference room, Fu Xingchen sat at the head of the table. Dressed in a suit, his handsome face bore a serious expression. After hearing Sun Ting's report, his brows furrowed. Let her come up and wait. I need to settle a score with her. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lili appeared in Fu Xingchen's office. She wasn't sure if Fu Xingchen was deliberately stalling for time or if he was genuinely busy. Standing straight in front of the desk, she tightly clutched the divorce agreement. When Fu Xingchen returned from the meeting, he saw her standing there, her back straight, her long hair cascading down her back. Hearing the door open, she turned around. The moment her eyes met his dark pupils, she bit her lip. Today, Fu Xingchen was wearing the black suit she had bought for him on their first wedding anniversary. However, the tie was not the one she had chosen. It was the one Lin Xiran had given him as a birthday gift. This is the divorce agreement. Take a look. If there's no problem, just sign it. She placed the divorce agreement in front of Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen sat down, his knuckles visible as he loosened his tie. He indeed put on a posture to have a serious talk. However, he didn't look at the divorce agreement, but took out a piece of paper from the drawer on his right and handed it to her. A resignation letter. Lin Xiran's. Jiang Lili's heart stirred. Lin Xiran wanted to resign? She looked at Fu Xingchen in confusion. What do you mean? You drove her away. You must take responsibility. Fu Xingchen said matter-of-factly. Driven away by me. Jiang Lili was stunned into laughter. Your wife, me, was also driven away by her. Why don't you let her take responsibility? Does a mistress have any reason? Moreover, she pointed at the reason for resignation column and said, Vice President Lin said she decided to resign due to work not going well, which has nothing to do with me. Fu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, dismissing her earlier words. He looked at the spot she was pointing to and said in a deep voice, She is the company's vice president. Wanting to resign requires the board's approval. If she says it's for personal reasons, the board will definitely dig deeper. Are you planning to let her tell everyone that you can't tolerate having another woman beside you? Jiang Lili. What do you mean she can't tolerate having another woman beside Fu Xingchen? How many female secretaries are there in the secretary's office? And how many female employees are there in the company? Has she ever said anything? If we had to use can't tolerate to describe it, then it would be that she can't tolerate having another woman in her husband's bed, can't tolerate another woman appearing as the mistress of her marital home. Is that wrong? What do you want me to take responsibility for? She didn't understand. Was she supposed to take Lin Xiran's position? Fu Xingchen replied without hesitation. Then ask her to come back. She can come back. It's just a matter of your words. Jiang Lili's face darkened. She wanted to invite Lin Xiran back to apologize for what she had said that day, to admit that she had wronged Lin Xiran, that Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran were innocent, that there was nothing between them. Wouldn't that just mean letting Lin Xiran bully her? There are many things I can accomplish with just a word, but if you want to divorce me, why should I step in for you? Fu Xingchen said emphatically, as if it were Jiang Lili's own doing. He was doing it on purpose. Jiang Lili could see that, lightly biting her lip. If I go, will you divorce me? Chapter 48. He has the patience to coax her, and Jiang Lili will definitely not hold on. She is willing to bow her head. Fu Xingchen was not as happy as she imagined. Instead, his gaze darkened, so deep it seemed like it could drip water. To get a divorce? She is even willing to endure this humiliation? His dark, long eyes narrowed slightly, and he lightly rubbed the watch face with his fingertip. After a moment of contemplation, he said in a calm voice, Besides that, before you invite him back, you should fulfill your duties as a wife. Jiang Lili felt a tightness in her throat. Today is Saturday. This means she has to go back to the Fu family with him. Forget it. The divorce isn't finalized yet. If the Fu family gets involved, it will be harder to leave. Although the Fu family has treated her well, and she has interacted with them for 2 years, she doesn't know if infidelity is forgivable in the hearts of such aristocratic families. If the truth comes out, and they scold Fu Xingchen, saying they are doing it for her sake and urging her not to divorce, what will she do? Not wanting to put herself in a dilemma. It's better to keep it a secret for now. However, her patience is being worn thin bit by bit. In her bright eyes, the handsome features of the man are reflected. Every second spent with him is torment. It is the pain of longing and heartbreak struggling against each other. Seeing her like this, Fu Xingchen felt as if she had suffered some great injustice. His distinct fingers tapped the edge of the table. I'm not forcing you. If you don't agree, take the divorce agreement and leave. I agree. Jiang Lili confirmed with him repeatedly. But you also have to promise me that you will sign the divorce papers when the time comes. Her eagerness to get divorced stirred an inexplicable desire deep within Fu Xingchen. He couldn't stand her being oppositional to him. He increasingly wanted to see her look at him like before, with stars in her eyes. His lips moved slightly, ambiguously saying, If you insist. I have no reason not to agree. Jiang Lili thought she had said everything that needed to be said. Fu Xingchen had no reason not to divorce. Okay. After placing the divorce agreement down, she left for the Fu family. As usual, she bought a few snacks according to old lady Fu's preferences. At 10 o'clock, she arrived at the Fu family home. As soon as she entered, old lady Fu came out to greet her. Shaoli, you must be feeling much better now? Jiang Lili slowed her shoe-changing action, suddenly remembering that she hadn't come last week. Perhaps Fu Xingchen used her illness as an excuse to cover for her. She nodded and took old lady Fu's outstretched hand. Grandma, I'm fine now. Sorry to worry you. Old lady Fu smiled, her face full of wrinkles. It's good that you're fine. I missed you so much after not seeing you for half a month. Come, let us talk. Every time she returned, most of her time was spent talking with old lady Fu. Wu Meiling was on a business trip, accompanied by Fu Xingchen, so only old lady Fu was home. When she returned, old lady Fu was happy and didn't take an afternoon nap, pulling her to chat all afternoon. In the evening, Fu Xingchen returned just in time for dinner. At the dining table, old lady Fu kept serving Jiang Lili food. Why do I feel like you've lost weight? Upon hearing this, Fu Xingchen leaned back slightly, glancing at the woman beside him. Jiang Lili sat next to him, a faint floral scent surrounding her. Her waist, which he could once grasp with one hand, was indeed thinner now. However, the places that should have flesh remained plump. In fact, she looked even fuller than before. Fu Xingchen's breath hitched, and his gaze moved up to her pointed chin. Grandma, I haven't lost weight. It might just be that I'm wearing thicker clothes because it's cold. Jiang Lili had indeed lost weight. The pants from last autumn and winter were now loose on her. It had only been a few months since she mentioned the divorce. She couldn't eat or sleep well, but she didn't want to worry old lady Fu, so she lied. My eyes are the measure. Old lady Fu looked at Fu Xingchen with a proud expression. You tell me, has she lost weight? Fu Xingchen nodded seriously. She has lost a bit, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the feel. He would still feel it when he looked at her. Jiang Lili sensed the hidden meaning in his words, her ears turning pink. Grandma, you should eat more. She served food to old lady Fu, wanting to end the topic. But old lady Fu wouldn't let it go. A little weight loss doesn't affect health, but losing more would be a problem. You're a man. You need to learn to cherish your wife, pamper her more, and learn from your dad. Fu Xingchen's words were double-edged. What grandma meant was that he should take good care of her. He served food to Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili didn't refuse, but she didn't eat it either. By the end of dinner, the food he served was still in her bowl. You two should stay the night. Your parents want to be back, and it's just me here. After dinner, old lady Fu insisted they stay. Okay, I'll keep you company. Fu Xingchen readily agreed. Jiang Lili had originally planned to return to Boya Garden, but Fu Xingchen's quick agreement made her hesitate. Old lady Fu smiled with squinted eyes, delighted, and pulled Jiang Lili to the flower room to arrange flowers. After some fuss, it was already 10 o'clock. It's getting late. Don't keep Xingchen waiting. Hurry back and sleep. Jiang Lili sent old lady Fu back to her room and was urged to leave. She watered and fertilized the flowers, sweating profusely in the temperature-controlled flower room. Only the bedroom had her clothes, so she had to go up. She pushed open the door, and the room was pitch black. Fu Xingchen wasn't there, and she felt relieved. She stumbled into the closet, turned on the light, and suddenly saw a man in a bathrobe standing in the middle of the room. Why didn't you turn on the light? Fu Xingchen stood there calmly. This is my room. He can turn it on or off as he wishes. The bathrobe hung loosely, revealing his honey-colored chest. His well-defined abs were vaguely visible, looking like an alluring painting of a handsome man. Ripples stirred in Jiang Lili's seemingly ordinary eyes. She lowered her gaze and said, I'm just getting my pajamas. Whatever. Fu Xingchen took out his black satin loungewear from the wardrobe. Without any regard for Jiang Lili's presence, he took off his bathrobe. Jiang Lili happened to be squatting in front of a nearby cabinet, looking for underwear in the drawer. Her gaze inadvertently caught sight of something she shouldn't have seen, and her breath stopped. Her ears instantly turned hot. Although it was him who was exposed, she was the one turning red. He nonchalantly put on his underwear and then his clothes, lowering his eyelids to look at her. Have you seen enough? I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Lili grabbed her clothes and turned to leave. She fled in a panic. Fu Xingchen's eyes were icy, a hint of an ambiguous smile playing at the corners of his lips. He understood Jiang Lili, especially in this regard. As a man, he knew very well that women cannot withstand gentle words. If he has the patience to coax her, Jiang Lili will definitely not hold on. Moreover, she loves him. Doesn't she? Emotions are not so easily retracted. Jiang Lili quickly rinsed off and came out. After coming out, she realized that she had to sleep with Fu Xingchen tonight. She dried her wet hair and thought about grabbing a blanket from this room to make do in the guest room for the night. She draped a towel over her shoulder and walked to the bedside, just reaching out when her wrist was suddenly grabbed by the man. The man's beautiful features were not as sharp as usual, carrying a calm gentleness. His palm had thin calluses, and as he firmly held her hand, she could feel it clearly. It was a bit ticklish and numb. As a wife, you need to fulfill your duties. His voice was hoarse, and aside from holding her hand tightly, he didn't seem to have any coercive intentions. He was seriously asking for her opinion. Is that okay? Chapter 49, Jiang Li. One day you will beg me for 2 years. Fu Xingchen had never asked for her opinion. For the first time ever, his clear and serious gaze conveyed his intent. Jiang Lili's clear eyes trembled slightly as she heard the uncontrollable pounding of her heart. She didn't speak, which in Fu Xingchen's eyes was equivalent to acquiescence. After all, she couldn't withstand his intimate approach. He would occasionally tease her in bed, and with just a few sweet words, she would become as pliable as water. Now, it was the same. His eyes held a smile, and his thin lips descended upon her beautiful eyes. The kiss was gentle and warm, his breath hot against her skin. Jiang Lili lowered her eyelids, her gaze falling on his attractive Adam's apple and collarbone. She bit her lip and spoke just as he was about to cover her lips with his. Fu Xingchen, you just want to sleep with me, right? She recognized the fact that Fu Xingchen didn't love her. Suddenly, she felt she could easily distinguish that his seduction was solely aimed at sleeping with her, devoid of any emotion. He wasn't sincere, he was merely driven by desire. Are you willing? With her purpose exposed, Fu Xingchen wasn't angry. He didn't think wanting to sleep with her was an unreasonable request. They were legally married. She had her own, and he had his. Neither should suffer physically. He didn't hide his physiological attraction to her. She should be grateful that if it weren't for this bit of attraction, he wouldn't have been entangled with her for so long. I don't want to. Jiang Lili answered decisively, but if you force me, I refuse. She couldn't truly refuse. The physical strength between men and women was disparate, so if he insisted, she had no way out. Her words were too blunt, and Fu Xingchen wouldn't let her finish. He leaned down to block her lips. When did her once soft red lips become so aggressive? He wanted, she gave. It would be comfortable for both, so what did she lose? Fu Xingchen was capable of completely dismissing the notion of divorce and simply focusing on sleeping with her. Perhaps her earlier words displeased him. He whispered in her ear, "Are you uncomfortable?" Uncomfortable. Jiang Lili tensed her body, trying to prevent him from feeling too comfortable. Her non-cooperation shifted Fu Xingchen's initial excitement into a growing impatience. The dim light in the room cast shadows over his features as he pressed against her. His eagle-like gaze gradually sharpened and became clearer. The woman beneath him had delicate features, her expression indifferent, exuding a coldness that he couldn't read. He couldn't even find traces of the past on her face. In the past, she had called out to him like a little kitten, yielding beneath him with a flushed face and a myriad of charming expressions. Fu Xingchen was very concerned about his pride, and Jiang Lili understood him well. Last time, after drinking, he thought she dressed that way to seduce him. The more she resisted, the more excited he became. This time, he clearly knew she was unwilling and would feel uncomfortable, so he wouldn't touch her. But he would be angry. What are you pretending for? You should be thankful that I'm still interested in you. He gripped her jaw tightly, not caring at all that it might hurt her. Jiang Lili's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Fu Xingchen, you're too full of yourself. A fire gradually ignited in Fu Xingchen's eyes. Clearly, she was the one who didn't know what was good for her. He thought perhaps because the divorce issue had become public, he had been too proactive, leading to a passive situation where Jiang Lili dared to repeatedly challenge his bottom line. He shouldn't have rushed to find her. Instead, he should have made her come back to him willingly. She might have been confused for a moment, not realizing that being by his side was a blessing she had accumulated over several lifetimes. But he couldn't let her disrupt his life completely. If he wanted to return to the past, he didn't mind using a few more tactics. Jiang Lili, one day you will beg me to want you. He suddenly released her chin. Jiang Lili's eyes were already red from the pain. She watched as his expression shifted from anger to clarity, as if he had made a decision. Fu Xingchen withdrew and took a cigarette and lighter from the bedside table before leaving the bedroom. Jiang Lili couldn't sleep all night. Her heart filled with anxiety. As dawn approached, she dozed off, and when she opened her eyes again, it was nearly 9 o'clock. She quickly got up, washed up, and went downstairs. Every weekend morning, old Madame Fu would copy scriptures in the study, forbidding anyone from disturbing her. The living room was empty, and Fu Xingchen's car was already gone from the yard. She had a meeting with the Jiang family at 10 o'clock, so she immediately found old Madame Fu's driver. Uncle Lu, can you take me to the city? If she took a taxi now, she would probably be late for the appointment. She had no choice but to shamelessly ask the Fu family's seasoned driver for a ride. I'm sorry, young madam, but the young master said that the old lady is getting older, and my car cannot be moved, just in case of any emergencies. Uncle Lu's gaze flickered, not daring to meet Jiang Lili's eyes. Jiang Lili immediately understood. This was what Fu Xingchen meant by her one day begging him. She smiled coldly. I understand. Jiang Lili left the Fu family's old residence, hailing a taxi while contacting lawyer Wu, informing him that she might not make it by 10. No need to rush. The Jiang family is more anxious than we are. Jiang Bing was the only son of the Jiang family. He was in prison, and even if it was just for a few years, his parents were heartbroken. At 10:30, Jiang Lili arrived late. When she got there, lawyer Wu was waiting at the door. When I arranged to meet the Jiang family, they were also trying to contact me, probably to discuss this deal. Lawyer Wu lowered his voice and said, Miss Jiang, You need to remain calm. Jiang Lili nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I know. Her gaze fell on a couple in their 60s inside the CAF. During the last court session, she had only seen Zhang's mother, but she remembered her vividly. Zhang's mother had a sharp and bitter look, yelling and playing the victim in court, and immediately smiling after winning the case. As soon as Jiang Lili entered, Zhang's mother rushed over and plopped down on her knees in front of her. Miss Jiang, I beg you to spare my son. He was just driven to desperation by your brother, and he frightened you out of anger. You've already taken the life of my daughter-in-law. Please don't harm my son any further. On weekends, the CAF was not very crowded at this time. The originally peaceful and quiet CAF was suddenly filled with chaotic noises due to her loud voice. Zhang's mother immediately put Jiang Lili on a moral high ground. Fortunately, Lawyer Wu had given her a heads up in advance, so Jiang Lili remained composed. This is a public place. I'm not here to listen to your threats. If you don't sit down and talk calmly, I will leave right now. Zhang's mother's sobbing voice stopped abruptly. Her trembling body froze in an instant. Miss Jiang, please come over and talk, Zhang's father said as he got up, helping Zhang's mother back to her seat. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Jiang Lili walked over and sat down opposite them. She didn't want to waste time talking with such people and got straight to the point. You know better than anyone whether my brother is wronged. And your son is indeed guilty. Our deal is not a loss for your Jiang family. Chapter 50. Do you still have a choice? Jiang Lili was worried about Jiang Heng. Every day that Jiang Heng spent in prison was torture for her. She didn't want to engage too much with the Zhang family. If Zhang Bing really went to jail, the old couple from the Zhang family would definitely not let it go easily. It would be a never-ending entanglement. So it was better to just trade with each other. But the Zhang family was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. We lost a life. But you didn't die. It's just a small scar. It can't just end like this. Mother Zhang, who had just appeared pitiful, slammed the table with righteous indignation. At this, everyone else turned to look. The waiter quickly approached and quietly reminded them, Sorry, please don't disturb the other guests. Sorry, Jiang Lili smiled apologetically. After the waiter left, she turned her gaze back to Mother Zhang. If someone really died, your Zhang family wouldn't be able to handle it. She kept her voice low, trying to remain calm. I feel sorry for that young life, but the fault doesn't lie with my brother, so I won't pity you. I hope you will stop here. Jiang Lili's attitude was more resolute than the Zhang couple had expected. The couple exchanged glances, and Mother Zhang's eyes bulged as she said, If you want your brother out, give us 2 million. I'll give you at most 100,000. Jiang Lili had considered this from the start. Regardless of the deceased's circumstances or how harsh the Zhang family was, she wanted to offer some compensation for the sake of that young child. Jiang Heng was kind-hearted, and giving some compensation to the Zhang family would also ease Jiang Heng's mind. Mother Zhang's eyes nearly popped out. 100,000? Are you sending beggars away? A life is worth only 100,000. If I had known, I would have had my son scare you to death, and we would be even. Don't talk nonsense. Father Zhang reprimanded sternly. Immediately, Mother Zhang quieted down, but her anger was still palpable. Jiang Lili had nothing to say to such unreasonable people. She looked at Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, what do you think? 100,000 is 100,000. When will you pay? Father Zhang had just finished speaking when Mother Zhang pushed and hit him hard. He glared at her, and only then did Mother Zhang behave, but she was still sobbing. Jiang Lili's heart raced. I'll pay when Jiang Heng comes out. Upon hearing this, Father Zhang stood up and pulled Mother Zhang away. We're going to find a lawyer right now. The Zhang family was deliberately extorting money, and someone had to bear legal responsibility. But even if the old couple from the Zhang family spent their lives in prison, they would still protect Zhang Bing. How they handled it, Jiang Lili didn't care. That afternoon, the news broke that the Zhang family had confessed to their scam. The deceased had suffered from a terminal illness and had no money for treatment. The father-in-law advised her to stage a scam and commit suicide, leaving some money for her family and children. Additionally, they had bought accidental death insurance for the deceased 2 months prior. Lawyer Wu said they were still missing one piece of evidence, which was the insurance contract. With solid evidence, Jiang Heng was released by 5 o'clock that afternoon. Jiang Lili didn't think about who from the Zhang family had suggested the suicide. She only cared about Jiang Heng and rushed to pick him up. Nearly a month had passed since the incident, and Jiang Heng had lost weight. His short hair and stubble made the originally sunny young man look 10 years older in an instant. Before she could shed tears for him, Jiang Heng began to cry first. He hugged Jiang Lili tightly. Sister, I really didn't mean it. She died. She had a terminal illness. Even if it weren't you, she would have found another way to die. It's not your fault. Jiang Lili gently patted his back. It's okay. We're out now. Xiaoheng, Erheng. The anxious voices of Jiang's parents came from behind. Before Jiang Lili could release Jiang Heng, Zhang Qinghe pulled her arm and yanked her away. Looking at her son, who had lost weight, Zhang Qinghe was heartbroken. Son, it's all your sister's fault for not being capable, letting you stay in prison for so long. Now you're finally out. Let us go home. Mom will take good care of you. You've lost so much weight. Stop nagging, it's so cold. Hurry and let Xiao Heng get in the car. Jiang Heng looked dejected, as if his soul had left his body, and allowed them to pull him away. The three of them got into the car, and Jiang Qingyin stepped on the gas, driving towards the Jiang family home. It was early winter, and the evening temperature had dropped, making it quite cold outside. But it was nothing compared to the cold in Jiang Lili's heart. She watched as Jiang Qingyin's car drove further away, disappearing from her sight. They were gone. The three of them. The prison was in the suburbs, and not only was it hard to get a taxi, but even booking a ride online would take a long time. She stood on the sidewalk, hands in her coat pockets, stepping on the fallen leaves as she walked towards a busier area, hoping to catch a taxi. At the intersection, Fu Xingchen's car was parked there. The window was half open, and the man's deep-set eyes were fixed on her. Mr. Fu, should I call the lady to get in the car? Sun Ting asked him. Fu Xingchen raised the window and turned his gaze to the notebook in front of him. Go. Sun Ting was puzzled. He was working in the car while holding a laptop just to see Jiang Heng get released. Fu Xingchen knew that the matter was resolved quickly because of the evidence of Jiang Lili being hit. The moment he got the evidence, he sent it to his wife, proving that he was thinking of her. How could he care for her and neglect her at the same time? Not daring to probe further, Sun Ting did as Fu Xingchen said. He started the engine and quickly drove off. In just a few seconds, the Maybach caught up to Jiang Lili, who had only walked a few minutes. Inside the car, Fu Xingchen said stop, and the Maybach screeched to a halt beside Jiang Lili. Sun Ting couldn't control it and bumped his head on the door frame, grimacing in pain. Behind them, Fu Xingchen lowered the window. Jiang Lili stopped, her eyes still reflecting her loneliness, which was quickly replaced by surprise. Why is he here? During rush hour, no cars should be coming to this area. Fu Xingchen raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice deep. Beg me. For the sake of our marriage, I'll take you back. Back where? Jiang Lili felt cold all over. If Fu Xingchen was taking her back to Boya Garden, she would plead with him. But she was afraid that he might mean something else, that if she begged him, he would think she was softening and that she didn't want a divorce. Fu Xingchen's expression darkened. There are no cars within dozens of miles. You'll freeze to death if you walk back. Do you think you still have a choice? He didn't understand why Jiang Lili was so stubborn. Today, he took the initiative to speak to her because he felt sorry for her being left here by the Jiang couple. As her husband, he could treat Jiang Lili poorly, but others could not. He felt pity for her, but it didn't mean he was begging her to come with him. Then let me freeze to death. Before Jiang Lili could finish her sentence, a series of car honks echoed from a distance. She looked in the direction of the sound. An SUV stopped across the street, and Fu Xingchen's face appeared in view. He gently asked, Jiang Lili, do you need a ride home? I do. Jiang Lili bypassed Fu Xingchen's car, crossed the wide road, and jogged towards Fu Xingchen's car. Chapter 51. Cheating in marriage and keeping a woman in the marital home. Fu Xingchen's gaze was cold and piercing as he stared at Jiang Lili. The chill in his eyes penetrated the car window, following Jiang Lili as she crossed to the other side of the road. Once in the car, Jiang Lili felt a shiver down her spine and quietly said, Brother Fengchun, let's go. The SUV made a U-turn right there, brushing past the body of the Maybach. Sun Ting wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was unheard of for President Fu to come away empty-handed. Indeed, the supporting characters on TV lose because they talk too much. If President Fu hadn't said those extra 2 sentences, Madam would have gotten in the car earlier. And Su Fengchun would have missed out, right? President Fu, should we leave? If we don't leave, are we waiting to be imprisoned? Fu Xingchen fixed his eyes on the car ahead, watching where they were going. Such an eager act of coming to pick someone up was beneath him. The Su family would eventually fall to Su Fengchun. His thin lips tightened as he lowered his head to handle work again. The once clear documents suddenly became convoluted for some reason. After staring for a long time, it felt as if he couldn't understand them at all. Not knowing how to proceed, he simply closed the computer, pinching the bridge of his nose, his head throbbing. All right, Jiang Lili. Daring to get into another man's car in front of me. Even if you didn't sit in the passenger seat, it's still unacceptable. Relying on someone else's eagerness. Has she started to get carried away? Fu Xingchen mentally noted a score against Su Fengchun. However, he wouldn't confront Su Fengchun openly. Causing a scene over a woman would only diminish his stature. He had his own ways. President Fu, they entered Madam's neighborhood. The Maybach stopped at the entrance of Boya Garden, and Sun Ting asked him, should we go in? No. Fu Xingchen wouldn't take the initiative to approach, lest Jiang Lili think he cared too much. However, he looked at the SUV that had driven into the neighborhood, his eyes turning icy. Inside the SUV, besides Su Fengchun, was Su Yunyuan. Yesterday, when Jiang Lili stayed at the Fu family's old residence, she had sent a message to Su Yunyuan. As soon as she got into the car, Su Yinyuan grabbed her clothes to check her neck. Seeing that she had no new marks apart from the ones left last time, she finally let go. What is that dog doing here? Su Yinyuan glared at the Maybach through the car window, wishing she could dismantle the car. Jiang Lili shook her head. I don't know either. Saying it was just a coincidence seemed too contrived. But if she said Fu Xingchen came for her, then she preferred to believe it was just a coincidence. Don't mention the killjoy. Su Yinyuan snorted, changing the subject. Where's Jiang Hong? He was picked up. Mentioning Jiang Hong reminded Jiang Lili of the scene where Jiang Qingyin and Jiang Qinghe hurriedly treated her like air. Some things she could predict, but it still made her heart ache. Just like she knew Fu Xingchen didn't he love her, yet every time he looked at her coldly, she couldn't help but feel sad. Just like she knew Jiang Qingyin and Jiang Qinghe didn't he love her as a daughter, but every time they ignored her, it hurt to the point of suffocation. In this wilderness, why didn't they bring? Su Yinyuan was speechless. Before she could finish, Su Xingchen interrupted. It's getting late. Let us find a place to eat. Jiang Lili wasn't hungry. She felt cold all over, having been chilled while waiting for that while. Let us eat at my house. All right, let my brother cook. Su Yinyuan was taking full advantage of Su Xingchen as a free laborer. Then let us find a place to eat. I'll treat you. Jiang Lili glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing that the Maybach was still following them. So she wanted to go home. But thinking about returning home and having Su Xingchen handle dinner made her feel guilty. Su Yinyuan could confidently boss Su Xingchen around. She couldn't they weren't that close, and besides, Su Xingchen was still a guest. After not having home-cooked meals for 2 years abroad, I've been cooking for myself, and I'm not used to outside food anymore. Let us go home and cook. Su Xingchen glanced at Jiang Lili through the rearview mirror. With his suggestion, Jiang Lili had no choice but to agree, thinking that when they got home, she definitely wouldn't let Su Xingchen into the kitchen. But things didn't go as she wished. As soon as they entered the house, Su Yinyuan pulled her to sit on the sofa. Su Xingchen took off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and headed straight for the kitchen. Brother Xingchen, I'll do it. Jiang Lili pushed Su Yinyuan's hand away. Before she could stand up, she was pulled back down by Su Yinyuan. You're upset right now. How can you have the heart to cook? Su Yinyuan said with conviction. Jiang Lili pushed her. I'm not upset. How can you not be upset? Tomorrow you're going to see Lin Xiran to apologize and bring her back to your husband. How can you be such a spineless wife? To make her stop trying to help in the kitchen, Su Yinyuan was really stabbing her in the heart. The matter of bringing Lin Xiran back was something Jiang Lili subconsciously wanted to avoid. She stopped struggling, fell silent, and furrowed her brows. What is so spineless about it? Admitting a mistake wouldn't cost her anything. She could even get a divorce from Fu Xingchen. What is not to like? Su Yinyuan was surprised. You're so open-minded now? Jiang Lili forced a smile. It wasn't that she was open-minded. It was just that she had no other way to go and could only grit her teeth and push forward. You reminded me. I need to contact Lin Xiran. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Xiran. Miss Lin, if you have time tomorrow, would it be convenient to meet? Although she knew Lin Xiran lived in the marital home with her and Fu Xingchen, it felt too forward to go directly to her. She wanted to leave gracefully and maintain the necessary politeness. Lin Xiran also gave her a dignified response. Let us meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. The other party didn't mention the location, but Jiang Lili knew it was at Bolin Manor. Bring the marriage certificate when you go tomorrow. I'll gather some media to let everyone see that Fu Dog is cheating and keeping a woman in the marital home. Su Yinyuan rubbed her hands together, eager to vent her anger. Just imagining that scene was exhilarating. Jiang Lili only half listened. She knew Su Yinyuan was just speaking casually. She held her phone and sent many messages to Jiang Hong, recalling the scene where he had just come out and hugged her while crying, which left her very worried. She sent many messages, comforting Jiang Hong not to take the matter to heart. She reminded him to take care of his health, lift his spirits, and get his life back on track. After sending many messages, Jiang Hong only replied with 3 words. I'll do my best. Jiang Lili put down her phone and looked at Su Yinyuan beside her. Su Yinyuan was venting her grievances against Fu Xingchen by playing games. She got up and entered the kitchen. Brother Xingchen, is there anything I can do? If you really want to come in, let us chat. Su Xingchen didn't have anything for her to do. Su Na was hard to get along with. Not bad. Jiang Lili didn't mention the bet Su Na had made with her. She felt that while Su Na was difficult to approach, she didn't think what Su Na did was excessive. Su Na was a very capable designer at Yunlan and was currently a pillar of the company. Having some reputation in the domestic design industry, it would be beneficial for her to follow Su Na. Su Xingchen knew Su Na was hard to deal with and hated taking shortcuts, but he still let Jiang Lili follow Su Na. He believed Jiang Lili had the ability to make Su Na willingly stay with her. Brother Xingchen, did you suddenly go abroad 2 years ago and suddenly come back because of work? Jiang Lili thought that if Fu Xingchen had always managed Yunlan, it would definitely be more glorious than it is now. Fu Xingchen paused in his chopping, quickly returning to normal. His tone was light, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. It was because of a person. Chapter 52. Did she admit her mistake with a good attitude? When saying this, Fu Xingchen raised his head and stared at Jiang Lili without blinking. Jiang Lili's curled eyelashes trembled as she looked away, feeling embarrassed for asking about his personal matters. She was simply talking about work, thinking that Fu Xingchen went abroad for better opportunities. In fact, such a private matter didn't require Fu Xingchen to be so straightforward. Heaven had made her talk herself into a corner. Fu Xingchen lowered his head to continue chopping vegetables, saying, "You don't have to be so formal with me." Jiang Lili thought he was just being polite. She turned to leave. Recently, Jiang Lili hadn't been in a good state. She knew it wasn't appropriate for Fu Xingchen to come here as a guest and cook for her every day. But she was a bit flustered and didn't have the energy for small talk. She thought that after the divorce, she would adjust her state and properly thank the Su siblings. An hour later, dinner officially began. Su Yuyo always ate like a starving ghost, cursing Fu Xingchen while eating. Fu Xingchen quietly ate, occasionally serving dishes to Su Yuyo or Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili didn't notice anything wrong with Su Yuyo's ruckus. After dinner, the Su siblings left. "Brother, why do you insist on making me go home? I want to stay at Lily's house with her." Su Yuyo initially planned to stay, but Fu Xingchen wouldn't allow it. He started the engine and drove toward the community entrance, saying, "You're not keeping her company. You're just hurting her." At the dinner table, Su Yuyo couldn't stop talking about Fu Xingchen. Even when he interrupted several times, Su Yuyo didn't catch on to his intentions. Jiang Lili needed peace, not someone constantly mentioning Fu Xingchen in her ear. How could my cursing Fu Xingchen hurt her? She's even agreeing with me that Fu Xingchen is bad. Su Yuyo muttered quietly, extremely dissatisfied. The parking barrier at the community entrance didn't lift automatically, so Fu Xingchen stepped on the brakes, unfastened his seatbelt, and got out. He went to the security booth and handed a cigarette to a security guard who looked to be around 50 or 60 years old. "Young man, you're not a resident of our community, are you?" Fu Xingchen nodded. "No, my friend lives here." The guard took the cigarette, took a puff, and said, "Yesterday, a resident lost something in the community. From now on, no one who doesn't live here is allowed in. Not just cars, but people too." Fu Xingchen seemed to understand something. "Okay, thank you." In exchange for the cigarette, the guard readily lifted the barrier. Outside the community, a Maybach was parked. When he saw the SUV come out, Fu Xingchen finally spoke, "Let's go." Just as he walked a short distance, his phone rang. It was Lin Xiran calling. "Xingchen, Mrs. Fu wants to meet with me tomorrow morning at 8. Fu Xingchen tightened his grip on the phone. "I know." Lin Xiran hesitated before saying, "Have you explained everything clearly to Mrs. Fu?" "There's nothing to explain." The man leaned his head against the car seat, a sudden throbbing in his head. He always felt that his once orderly life had been thrown into chaos by Jiang Lili. "I feel like Mrs. Fu is still upset and wants to talk to me. I suggested a CAF, but she told me not to bother and to come straight to her house. I'm afraid it will cause you trouble." For couples who had already reached the divorce stage, communication was what they lacked the most. Lin Xiran lied without needing a script, throwing fuel on the fire. Her words implied that she was worried Jiang Lili would make a scene, causing Fu Xingchen negative repercussions. However, Fu Xingchen understood Jiang Lili well enough. She wouldn't make a scene. He could talk to her however he wanted. Lacking the patience to continue the conversation, he hung up the phone. He wanted to see how Jiang Lili would invite Lin Xiran back. He also wanted to know just how determined Jiang Lili was to get a divorce. The next day at 8 o'clock at the Bolin Manor, Jiang Lili rang the doorbell, but waited a long time without anyone opening the door. Just as she was about to knock again, the door was opened from the inside. A crack revealed the edge of a woman's black lace nightgown. The next moment, the door was fully opened. Lin Xiran, wearing her pajamas, opened the door and turned to walk inside. "Please change your shoes." While speaking, she took out shoe covers from the cabinet and tossed them on the ground. The shoe covers rolled to Jiang Lili's feet, and she looked down. "I don't like others coming and going freely, dirtying my home." Lin Xiran leaned against the cabinet, watching her. Jiang Lili merely glanced at the shoe covers, remaining motionless, her eyelids lifting slightly to meet Lin Xiran's gaze. "Whether this is your home or not is still uncertain. Whether we can have a pleasant conversation today affects whether I can smoothly divorce Fu Xingchen. Are you sure you want to keep me at the door?" When it came to divorce, Lin Xiran showed some emotion. She tossed her long hair and no longer insisted, turning to enter the living room. The morning sunlight flooded the living room, and Lin Xiran lazily leaned on the chaise longue. The pillow in her arms was carefully chosen by Jiang Lili. As Jiang Lili walked through this villa, it was hard not to feel ripples in her heart, but she suppressed it with all her might. "You deliberately resigned, right? Do you want to see me begging you?" Or do you want me to understand that Fu Xingchen is on your side? Lin Xiran had no reason to resign from Xingyun Group. She didn't know if Fu Xingchen was cooperating with Lin Xiran to embarrass her, or if Fu Xingchen was just oblivious to Lin Xiran's poor acting skills. After all, if she really resigned, how would they continue to use business trips as an excuse in the future? She recalled the background that Su Yuyo had found out about Lin Xiran. According to Su Yuyo, the Fu family initially wanted to send Lin Xiran abroad because they discovered a spark between her and Fu Xingchen. No woman willingly wants to be in a hidden relationship forever. She didn't believe that Lin Xiran didn't want to rise to a higher position, especially during their private encounters. Lin Xiran often made double-edged remarks that mocked her. Lin Xiran sized her up, feeling a bit wary. Jiang Lili, are you really willing to get a divorce? What kind of person is Fu Xingchen? The woman who marries him, even without love, can live a glamorous life just by being Mrs. Fu. She had investigated Jiang Lili, who seemed like a little sun revolving around Fu Xingchen. But why was Jiang Lili not as she had imagined after several encounters? As long as you return to Xingyun Group and continue as vice president, we will get a divorce. Jiang Lili straightforwardly told her about her agreement with Fu Xingchen. Her directness left Lin Xiran at a loss for words. After a long time, Lin Xiran finally spoke again. Actually, whether you get divorced or not is not important to me, so you can't tempt me. She didn't want to let Jiang Lili lead her around by the nose, pretending to be calm. But to Jiang Lili, her words meant that Lin Xiran knew she couldn't enter the Fu family and was willing to live a lifetime with Fu Xingchen in a hidden relationship. They were willing to live in such a way, but Jiang Lili did not want to spend her life like that with Fu Xingchen. She said, I'm not trying to tempt you, just giving you a good opportunity to spend more time with Fu Xingchen. If you don't become the vice president of Xingyun Group, your chances of seeing him will be halved. Fu Xingchen was busy with work. Busy enough that she could only see him every evening and sometimes not at all for several days when he was on a business trip. As the mistress, Lin Xiran would have even fewer opportunities to see Fu Xingchen. Mrs. Fu is so understanding, and yet Xingchen still doesn't like you. What a pity. Lin Xiran seized the opportunity to stab at her heart, but being understanding didn't matter. One needed enough ability to stand by his side, don't you think? Jiang Lili had anticipated her sarcasm when she came. 2 years wasn't long, but it consumed all her energy and emotions. How could she not feel sad at all? But she didn't want to show it in front of Lin Xiran. So are you going to come back or not? If not, I'll go back and continue to make do with Fu Xingchen. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Xiran stood up and said, all right, then I'll go back to work. I'll go today. Jiang Lili brought the divorce agreement. She planned to go directly to Xingyun Group to find Fu Xingchen for his signature after leaving here. Lin Xiran. Okay. Jiang Lili turned and left. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Xiran saw her walking away quickly, hesitating. Things were developing in the direction she expected. Jiang Lili and Fu Xingchen were indeed going to get a divorce. However, Jiang Lili's reaction was beyond her expectations. She thought that once Jiang Lili discovered something was off, she would have a big fight with Fu Xingchen, and he would naturally agree to the divorce. Instead, it turned out the opposite. Jiang Lili was quiet and went straight for the divorce. She bit her lip, thought for a while, and took out her phone to call Fu Xingchen. Xingchen, I'm not resigning anymore. Is that okay? What? Fu Xingchen was surprised. How did Jiang Lili convince Lin Xiran? Did she realize she misunderstood him and Lin Xiran and apologized in a good manner? Otherwise, with Lin Xiran's temper, she wouldn't come back so easily. Lin Xiran hesitated for a long time before saying, Mrs. Fu came to see me and said that if I don't go back, she will expose your marriage and also make public the evidence that raises doubts about our relationship. Xingchen, it's indeed inappropriate for me to stay in your marital home. And if Mrs. Fu really spreads this, it will bring you a lot of trouble. Chapter 53. Lili, do you think I should help or not? Although letting Lin Xiran stay in the marital home was an unexpected turn of events, Fu Xingchen knew it was irrational. If word got out, it would indeed be his fault. However, Jiang Lili actually used this matter to blackmail him? Was she determined to divorce? Fu Xingchen finally realized this point. But Jiang Lili must not have seen it clearly. She was not qualified to get a divorce. He hung up Lin Xiran's call without saying a word, his gaze darkening. Sun Ting knocked on the office door and, upon receiving his permission, quickly walked in. President Fu, there's a document here that requires your signature. Fu Xingchen opened the document to sign and casually asked, how is the Jiang family doing? Madam's father has a bad reputation in the circle. Without your support, the Jiang family is rapidly declining, especially since Jiang Heng's situation has taken up most of Mr. Jiang's energy. I'm afraid the Jiang family won't last much longer. To save his son, Jiang Qingyin has neglected work and offended some influential figures he met through you. Now that Jiang Heng has finally been released, Jiang Qingyin's focus will likely return to his career, but it may be too late. Sun Ting sighed with regret. Mr. Jiang should have sensed this. He has been contacting me frequently these past 2 days, wanting to see you. Fu Xingchen's eyes gradually filled with sarcasm. So without him, what was the Jiang family worth? He signed the document swiftly and pushed it back. Then let us meet. Sun Ting was taken aback, instinctively picking up the document. When? Fu Xingchen contemplated, raising an eyebrow slightly. Depends on the situation. What situation? Sun Ting did not understand, but he only needed to wait for Fu Xingchen's notification. Without a car, it was not very convenient for Jiang Lili. It took her 2 hours to get from the exhibition manor to Xingyun Group. At 10:30, she got out of the ride-hailing car. She thought it would be difficult to see Fu Xingchen again, but to her surprise, as soon as she entered Xingyun Group, the front desk asked her to go up by herself. As she walked in, the front desk called Sun Ting to report. Sun Ting quickly informed Fu Xingchen, who then instructed Sun Ting to notify Jiang Qingyin to arrive at Xingyun Group within half an hour. Things went too smoothly. When Jiang Lili took the elevator to the top floor, her eyelids suddenly twitched. She raised her hand to press her eyelids, staring at the door of the president's office. A vague sense of foreboding rising in her heart. She had done everything she promised Fu Xingchen. This time, she would definitely be able to get a divorce. With this thought, her unease faded a bit, and she walked to Fu Xingchen's office door and knocked twice. Come in. The man's deep and rich voice came through the door, making one's imagination run wild. Jiang Lili took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Approaching noon, the sunlight was strong, and the man standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window had a tall, upright posture. The white shirt made him look handsome and dashing, and his short hair was tousled on his forehead, enhancing his striking features. Seeing Jiang Lili come in, he slightly turned to the side. Vice President Lin has agreed to come back to work today. Jiang Lili closed the door and walked toward him, stopping a short distance behind him. It was agreed that when she returned, he would sign the divorce agreement. Fu Xingchen turned around, standing against the light, his sharp features shrouded in shadow. He remained silent, just looking at her. That gaze made Jiang Lili's heart race. Fu Xingchen, you won't go back on your word, will you? Of course not. Fu Xingchen raised his hand to straighten his shirt. There are people waiting to see me. Can we discuss the divorce after I finish my meetings? Is that okay? Is that okay? This was the second time Fu Xingchen asked Jiang Lili for her opinion. It did not sound good. Jiang Lili instinctively thought so. She bit her lip, her brows knitting together. You can sit here and wait. We will definitely discuss the divorce today. Fu Xingchen pointed to the orange-yellow sofa in the center of his office. With his words, Jiang Lili simply turned around and sat down on the sofa to wait. She wanted to see what Fu Xingchen was planning. Time ticked by, and after Sun Ting brought in a cup of coffee, he left again. The large office was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Lili listened to her strong heartbeat, which quickened again and again, pounding more violently. For some reason, a strong sense of unease gradually enveloped her. In contrast, the man standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window was leisurely smoking. His fingers were slender and well-defined, and the cigarette he held slowly burned, sending up wisps of smoke. It was clearly a calm scene, but every time Jiang Lili looked at it, her unease increased significantly. Knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Sun Ting pushed the door open and entered. President Fu, Mr. Jiang has arrived. Following behind him, Jiang Qingyin walked in, wearing a flattering smile. Xingchen, Jiang Li is here too. Seeing Jiang Lili there, Jiang Qingyin's smile faded slightly. Jiang Lili's breath caught, and she instinctively looked at Fu Xingchen. Was this the person he referred to as waiting to see him? Did he intend to discuss their divorce in front of Jiang Qingyin? Please sit. Fu Xingchen ignored her gaze and sat down at the desk. He intertwined his fingers, resting his elbows on the edge of the table, his expression calm, exuding an air of nobility. Jiang Qingyin sat down across from him, his attitude humble and his tone flattering. I'm here today to specifically thank you. Without you, Jiang Li wouldn't have been able to rescue Jiang Hong so smoothly. Fu Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of mischief passing through his elongated eyes as he looked at Jiang Lili. After hearing Jiang Qingyin's words, Jiang Lili finally understood Fu Xingchen's intentions. She bit her lower lip, the color draining from her face. I also owe you an apology. I lost my head over Jiang Heng's situation and said things I shouldn't have. Please don't take it to heart. We are all family, right? Jiang Qingyin thought he was being flexible. Little did he know, his behavior was utterly shameless. Did Fu Xingchen need his apology? He didn't. And he didn't even want to give Jiang Qingyin the opportunity to apologize. But this opportunity could teach Jiang Lili a lesson. His gaze toward Jiang Lili gradually became meaningful. The paler her face turned, the more it proved she understood the Jiang family's current position. A smart person should know what to do. Xingchen? After talking for a while without a response from Fu Xingchen, Jiang Qingyin cautiously called out. Fu Xingchen leaned back in his chair, appearing relaxed and approachable. No need for an apology. Is there anything else? He didn't say he forgave him. But by asking if there was anything else, it indicated he wasn't concerned about that matter anymore. Jiang Qingyin breathed a sigh of relief. But soon his expression turned troubled again. Recently, due to Jiang Hong, I've neglected my work, and now the Jiang family is becoming less prosperous by the day. Xingchen, could you possibly help out? I'm listening to Lili. Fu Xingchen's voice was laced with a smile as he asked Jiang Lili, what do you think? Should I help or not? Chapter 54. If the Jiang family falls, Fu Xingchen won't look at you. Jiang Lili was in despair. She sat there, surrounded by sunlight in a comfortably warm office, yet she was drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Qingyin turned his head away from Fu Xingchen, constantly signaling her with his eyes. She remained unmoved, her hands tightly clenched into fists resting on her legs, her nails digging into her flesh. Because Lin Xiran could never be accepted by the Fu family. He had his sights set on the Jiang family's need to rely on the Fu family. So he clung to her, making her their cover. She had never known that Fu Xingchen could be such a despicable person. Xingchen, listen to Lili. Lili definitely wants you to help her family. Not that I'm saying you should listen to women. You can decide for yourself. Seeing Jiang Lili silent, Jiang Qingyin awkwardly laughed, trying to muddle through. He forced a smile and looked at Fu Xingchen. But Fu Xingchen continued to look at Jiang Lili, wanting her to say it herself, whether she would accept help or not. Jiang Lili. Jiang Qingyin couldn't hold back any longer and called out to her. How long do you plan to let him support the Jiang family? Jiang Lili's expression was unchanged. She shifted her gaze from Fu Xingchen to Jiang Qingyin. Jiang Qingyin glared at her. What do you mean? Families are supposed to support each other. But you're not cut out for business, Jiang Lili stated bluntly. After Jiang Qingyin took over the Jiang family, it started to decline. Once able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Fu family, it had been only 20 years under Jiang Qingyin's management. The fall to the current state was enough to prove that Jiang Qingyin was not the right material. Wasn't he it? 2 years ago, in a desperate attempt, he made an investment that cost the Jiang family all its assets. This further proved that Jiang Qingyin was not only not the right material, but also a cautionary tale. Jiang Qingyin suddenly stood up, angrily rebuking, what do you know, you woman? He suddenly remembered that Fu Xingchen was still present, and he reined in his anger, softening his tone slightly. I may not be capable, but there's still Jiang Hong, right? How smart he is. In the future, you and Xingchen should support him more. He's better than I am. Jiang Lili remained unmoved. Jiang Hong had no intention of entering this line of work. He had his own plans, unrelated to the Jiang family. You. Jiang Qingyin was so furious that he couldn't find words to say. The father and daughter were at a standoff. But this was not what Fu Xingchen wanted to see. His gaze darkened little by little. Jiang Lili, who gave you such confidence to disregard the Jiang family for the sake of divorce? The image of her calling out Brother Fengchen softly over the phone flooded Fu Xingchen's mind, stirring a tempest in his eyes. Xingchen, I want to talk to Jiang Lili alone. As Jiang Qingyin said this, he walked towards the sofa and pulled Jiang Lili out of the office. Fu Xingchen watched them leave with an indifferent gaze. Jiang Lili did not refuse. Today, if she didn't speak up, Jiang Qingyin would not let it go easily. Discussing it here would only make Fu Xingchen a spectator to their farce. The two arrived at the guest room next to the president's office. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Qingyin's pent-up anger erupted. Jiang Lili, are you crazy? The Jiang family is about to collapse, and Fu Xingchen still looks at you? Jiang Lili met his furious gaze fearlessly and blurted out, we're getting a divorce. Jiang Qingyin's words choked in his throat as he fell into shock. He would no longer help the Jiang family. He should give up on that. Jiang Lili lowered her head and said, I'm here today to sign the divorce agreement with him. Seeing Jiang Qingyin at a loss for words, she turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qingyin rushed over and blocked her way. You can't sign. As long as you don't sign, you'll still be Mrs. Fu. And we still have a chance to turn things around. Jiang Lili. Jiang Qingyin probably didn't expect that it was she who wanted to divorce Fu Xingchen, not that Fu Xingchen no longer wanted her. You can't go back to how things were before. If you don't help Jiang Hong, it'll be over. Jiang Qingyin's gaze was resolute. After he got out of prison, he was not right. We took him to see a doctor overnight. He developed a severe mental disorder. And we hired the most famous psychological counselor in the country. The treatment costs at least 100,000 a month. Where are we going to find the money? Jiang Lili felt a dull pain in her chest. What happened to Jiang Hong? You'll know if you go see him. Jiang Qingyin's desire to restore the Jiang family's former glory was true, but the urgent need for money to save Jiang Hong was also true. His face showed a hint of pain. Without the support of the Fu family, the Jiang family would soon go bankrupt. By then, not only would they be unable to pay the 100,000 a month for treatment, but they would also owe the bank millions. 2 years ago, the Jiang family's investment failed. After Fu Xingchen married Jiang Lili, He only brought resources and benefits to the Jiang family, not money. Jiang Qingyin could only take out loans from the bank to continue doing business. Over the past 2 years, they had indeed made a lot of money. But greed led to more loans for bigger businesses, and now the Jiang family was just a shell. Where's Jiang Hong? Jiang Lili had no time to care about the Jiang family situation. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Jiang Hong. He.s. at Jiangqing Central Hospital. As soon as Jiang Qingyin finished speaking, Jiang Lili pushed him aside, opened the door, and ran out. Jiang Lili's reasons for divorcing Fu Xingchen were unclear to Jiang Qingyin. But since she had left, Jiang Qingyin could no longer find Fu Xingchen, so he left as well. The news of the father and daughter leaving one after the other was reported to Fu Xingchen by Sun Ting. Fu Xingchen frowned. They left? It seems like there's something urgent. Sun Ting didn't pay attention to the Jiang family situation and was unaware of Jiang Heng's condition. Go check. Fu Xingchen adjusted the watch on his wrist, his expression inscrutable. Sun Ting began to investigate and found out in about half an hour. Jiang Hong was admitted to Jiangqing Central Hospital last night. It said that he has developed a serious mental illness and is currently receiving treatment. Fu Xingchen had seen Jiang Hong a few times. Jiang Heng's attitude towards him was average, but that young man was sunny and resilient. He had a good impression of Jiang Hong. He also knew that Jiang Lili had a good relationship with her brother. After thinking for a moment, he got up and grabbed the coat from the back of the chair. Go to the hospital. At Jiangqing Central Hospital, after Jiang Hong returned home last night, he ate very little before going back to his room. In the middle of the night, Jiang Qinghe and Jiang Qingyin were awakened by a loud noise coming from Jiang Heng's room. They immediately rushed to his room and found Jiang Hong curled up in the corner, hugging his head, crying and shouting. I really didn't mean it. I didn't mean to hit you. They rushed over to hug Jiang Hong, trying to comfort him, but they couldn't stop his cries. In desperation, they took Jiang Hong to the hospital. After the accident, Jiang Hong had been unable to sleep soundly in prison. That pent-up emotion exploded completely after he was released. The doctor diagnosed him with reactive psychosis, and the condition was quite serious. Due to long-term lack of rest, the doctor recommended administering a sedative first, then proceeding with treatment slowly. When Jiang Lili arrived at the hospital, she saw Jiang Hong sleeping. As she approached the bedside, Jiang Qinghe pulled her away. Stay away from him. Be careful not to wake him. Jiang Lili was about to ask something when Jiang Qinghe dragged her out of the ward. Let us talk outside. Jiang Hong was in a VIP room. There were only 2 rooms on the entire floor, making it very quiet. After Jiang Qinghe pulled her out, she sat down on a bench and covered her face, crying. What sin have I committed? It was so hard to have a son, and now he's like this. It's all your fault for not saving him sooner. The you referred to Jiang Lili. It was as if Jiang Lili was a disaster, and all the bad things and wrongs originated from her. Chapter 55. I can't get divorced anymore. What did the doctor say? No matter what happens, as long as it involves Jiang Lili, she will definitely be blamed. She has gotten used to it and doesn't care anymore. Jiang Qinghe cried even harder, saying that his condition was very serious and he might do something foolish at any moment. As for treatment, it would take at least 6 months to see results. Is this the best doctor? Jiang Lili squatted down beside her and asked if there were better doctors abroad. Jiang Qinghe wiped her tears and looked at her. The two of them met each other's gaze, both with tears in their eyes. She was suddenly hugged tightly, and Jiang Qinghe's cries became clearer in her ears. This is the only connection your father has. He found the best doctor in the country. We can't even afford the best doctor here, so what are we talking about for foreign ones? Jiang Lili was hugged so tightly that she was almost suffocating, but she didn't struggle, kneeling on the ground, tears silently falling from the corners of her eyes. If Heng has an accident, the Jiang family is finished, and your father will blame me. Jiang Qinghe stopped hugging her, gripping her shoulders with both hands, staring intently at her. Why can't you understand my difficulties? For Mom's sake, can you save Heng? Jiang Lili's hand, which had been gently resting on her arm, seemed to lose strength in an instant and fell naturally. The blurry vision gradually became clear, and the mother who had raised her for over 20 years suddenly felt so unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that she seemed not to recognize her. Speak up. Are you going to save Heng or not? Save him. Save him. She remained silent, and Jiang Qinghe shook her shoulders vigorously. Jiang Lili was so shaken that her head was spinning. She finally couldn't take it anymore and pushed her away. I'll save him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghe paused for a moment, then quickly smiled. You. But I'm not saving him for you. I'm saving him for myself. He is my brother. Jiang Lili supported herself on the bench and stood up, turning to look at the sleeping Jiang Hong in the ward. When will he wake up? I want to see the doctor. Jiang Qinghe stumbled to her feet. Okay. Mom will take you to see the doctor. I knew you wouldn't ignore Heng. Communicate well with the doctor. Both Mom and Heng are counting on you. Perhaps sensing Jiang Lili's distance from her, She tied herself to Jiang Hong with every word. After all, as long as Jiang Lili still recognizes Jiang Hong as her brother, she is Jiang Lili's mom. At this moment, Jiang Lili really had no mind to play word games with her. She met Jiang Heng's attending physician, the most famous psychiatrist in the country, Dr. Duan Su. Dr. Duan, how confident are you that my brother will fully recover? She asked very straightforwardly, wanting to determine if it was necessary to seek foreign experts. Dr. Duan hesitated for a moment and said, 50%. No doctor, whether domestic or abroad, dares to guarantee a full recovery in such a case. The level of recovery depends on the patient's own will to survive. Mental illness is different from other physical illnesses. Medication has a limited effect, and the focus is still on the patient's self-healing. How will the treatment proceed? Jiang Lili had no concept of this illness. Dr. Duan patiently explained it to her. The initial stage requires long-term hospitalization, receiving psychological counseling and medication from doctors. Once there is progress, regular visits to the hospital will be required. However, the specific timeline for seeing results cannot be determined. After leaving the office, Jiang Qingyin had already arrived at the hospital and was waiting with Zhang Qinghe outside the office. When he saw her come out, the two hurried over. Lily, what did the doctor say? They had already asked once inside, but they still held on to hope. Jiang Lili's voice was calm and hoarse. Let's wait for treatment. After saying this, she turned and walked towards the hallway. Lily. Zhang Qinghe began to cry again when she saw her leaving. Stop crying. Jiang Qingyin scolded. Yelling at her was useless. Fu Xingchen wants to divorce her. Zhang Qinghe gasped. How could she be so inconsiderate at such a critical moment and make Fu Xingchen angry? Then what about Heng's medical expenses? What will the Jiang family do? Jiang Qingyin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. You ask me, how would I know? Why did I marry such a wife and have a daughter who is so unworthy, causing little Heng to end up like this? He scolded. And Zhang Qinghe didn't dare to retort, shrinking her neck to listen. I told you last time to take Jiang Lili to see a doctor. Why has it taken so long, and she hasn't gotten pregnant? Fu's family would be crazy to want her after 2 years of marriage without a child. Zhang Qinghe was both anxious and angry. I wanted her to go, but she wouldn't listen. Later, Heng had an accident, and I couldn't focus on this matter. Useless in achieving anything and only causing trouble. Little Heng has a caregiver. Hurry up and handle this matter. Jiang Qingyin urged. Fortunately, Jiang Lili hadn't signed the divorce agreement yet, so the Jiang family could still hold on for a while. Hopefully, during this time, Jiang Lili can be sensible and get pregnant with Fu Xingchen's child. On the hospital rooftop, the wind was strong on the rooftop, and Jiang Lili's windbreaker was puffed up. In front of her was a 1-meter-tall wall, and standing there, she could see most of Jiangqing's scenery. She appeared calm, but her mind was racing, trying to find a way out of the current predicament. Just starting work, her internship salary was only 15,000. After 3 months, her salary would be 20,000. To become a designer at Yunlan, she needed at least 2 years. By then, her salary would be 50,000. Time was running out, and the amount was still far from the 100,000 needed for monthly medical expenses. She licked her dry lips, her eyes vacant, staring blankly ahead. Su Fengchen pushed open the rooftop door and walked out. Seeing her standing there, he slowed his pace. His footsteps were light as he walked to Jiang Lili's side. And only then did she notice him. Brother Fengchen, she murmured softly, feeling as if she were hallucinating. I happened to have something to do at the hospital. I heard about Jiang Heng and came to see you. Su Fengchen was wearing a military green windbreaker with a black shirt underneath. He stood in the wind, blocking the cold breeze blowing towards Jiang Lili, his short hair tousled by the wind. Oh, Jiang Lili really didn't know what to say. She looked back at the distant scenery. She hadn't told Su Yunyue about this matter right away. Because of Su Yunyue's personality, she wasn't the type to comfort her immediately. She wanted to be alone in silence. But for some reason, Su Fengchen's presence gave her an impulse to want to complain. Perhaps it was because Su Fengchen had taken care of her too much recently. But she held it back. After all, Su Fengchen was not her biological brother. He wasn't someone she could rely on. But she still said, Brother Fengchen, I can't get divorced anymore. I can help with Jiang Heng's situation. Su Fengchen thought she would cry, thought she would say something. He wanted to wait for her to speak, but he didn't hear the words he wanted to hear. Thank you, but I don't need it. Jiang Lili was afraid she couldn't repay the favor. A hint of sadness and heartache crossed Su Fengchen's clearly defined eyes as he looked down at her. Just promise me one thing, and you won't owe me any favors. Chapter 56. They are a loving couple. I have nothing to repay. Jiang Lili's eyes were filled with tears. She knew Su Fengchen wanted to help her for free. The things he wanted her to agree to must be things she could easily do. Su Fengchen looked at her, his pupils as black as ink, and his gaze gradually became complex. She didn't even give him a chance to speak. She was in a difficult situation at the moment. He couldn't force himself to speak, as it would scare her. If you don't accept my help, then lean on my shoulder, cry if you want to. Fu Xingchen stepped closer to her. She turned her head, her gaze level with his shoulder. The man's shoulders were broad and strong, making her feel particularly safe. Jiang Lili blinked lightly, and as the tears fell, she lowered her head, resting her forehead against Fu Xingchen's shoulder. Her tears dripped onto his sleeve, instantly turning the dark green vibrant. One after another, her body trembled lightly. It was a mix of grievance, heartache, and the sadness and worry brought on by Jiang Hong. Fu Xingchen raised his hand, wanting to hug her. But as soon as he thought of her saying, "I can't get a divorce," his hand gradually fell. Time passed, and Jiang Lili's tears eventually dried up. Fu Xingchen handed her a tissue, and she took it to wipe her tear-stained face. Her almond-shaped eyes were a bit swollen. Her eyes felt puffy from crying. She would go to the ophthalmologist later to get some cold compresses. It would feel much better. Jiang Lili nodded, took a deep breath, and cleared her throat. Once she had composed herself, she spoke, "I'll go down to see Jiang Hong. I'll come home early to rest tonight. I have to work tomorrow." She had only taken one day off. She initially thought that on this day, she could get a divorce certificate with Fu Xingchen. From then on, she would have nothing to do with Fu Xingchen. She began living a life of commuting between her rental apartment and the company. Little did she expect. At this point, she could only be thankful that Fu Xingchen had always looked down on her, forcing her to go back. Fu Xingchen accompanied her downstairs and insisted on taking her to the ophthalmologist to get 2 cold compresses. He also accompanied her to see Jiang Hong. The doctor said that even if Jiang Hong woke up, it was best not to see family members for the time being to avoid triggering memories. There were dedicated caregivers in the hospital, and Zhang Qinghe and Jiang Qingyin had already left. Jiang Lili could only stay for a short while before leaving. At the hospital entrance, Fu Xingchen and Jiang Lili walked out one after the other. "I'll take you home," Fu Xingchen said as he took out his car keys. Looking at her, before she could say anything, she saw Sun Ting standing by the roadside. Behind Sun Ting, Fu Xingchen's car was parked there. Jiang Lili shook her head at Fu Xingchen. "I want to go back to Boya Garden." Fu Xingchen also saw the car. He couldn't remember how many times he had seen Fu Xingchen's car. Each time, Fu Xingchen sat in the car, looking down at everything with an air of superiority. This time, unlike previous times, Jiang Lili took the initiative to get into his car. Sun Ting opened the car door, and Jiang Lili bent down to get in. The back seat of the Maybach was spacious. She sat against the door, with a large gap in between. Fu Xingchen's expression was unreadable, his dark gaze piercing through the car window at Fu Xingchen, who was standing on the road. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman beside him. Jiang Lili obediently got in the car, but he was not as pleased as he had expected. Her eyes were red, huddled into a small ball, looking like a little red-eyed rabbit. He turned to look at her, examining her for a while before taking the cold compress from her hand. "Come here, lie down," he said, patting his thigh. Just now, he had learned about Jiang Heng's condition. The only son of the Jiang family becoming like this was a significant blow to everyone in the Jiang family. He wasn't cold-hearted. He wouldn't confront Jiang Lili at this critical moment to blame her for turning his life upside down. If she returned obediently and everything was as usual, he would say nothing. Jiang Lili stiffly laid down on his leg. She closed her eyes and let Fu Xingchen place the cold compress over her eyes. The coldness made her eyes feel much better. Her lips were a bright red, and a few strands of hair fell over her slender neck. Fu Xingchen's fingertips brushed across her cheek, tucking her hair behind her ear as she rested. He said nothing, leaving Jiang Lili somewhat surprised. She was already prepared to face his sarcastic remarks. She was ready to plead with him to let her go back. But he not only didn't speak, but his expression was also calm, as if nothing had happened. Yet so much had happened. On the way home, she thought a lot. They needed to have a serious talk to continue living peacefully. After Sun Ting dropped them off at home, he drove away. After the cold compress, her eyes didn't look as red and puffy. Her head also felt much clearer. Once inside the villa, she followed Fu Xingchen to the living room. It had been a long time since she had been back, and in the familiar environment, they stood awkwardly in the living room, a hint of embarrassment and strangeness emerging. Fu Xingchen was not good at initiating conversations, and in the past, it had mostly been her who pushed to talk. He turned around and looked at Jiang Lili, who was standing there in a daze. "Let us hire a nanny," he said. Jiang Lili spoke first, discussing it with him. She knew Fu Xingchen didn't like having strangers in the house, so she explained, "I might need to go to the hospital to see Jiang Hong at any time. And I found a job. I don't want to be a full-time housewife anymore. I want to work." For the past 2 years, she had dedicated herself to taking care of Fu Xingchen, meeting all his standards for food, clothing, and living conditions, which had made it impossible for her to work. "Okay." Fu Xingchen surprisingly agreed. He turned and sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs, waiting for her to say something more. For example, about the Jiang family's business. Jiang Heng's medical expenses? But Jiang Lili didn't say anything more. She was already very satisfied that Fu Xingchen could agree to these things. As for the Jiang family's business, she absolutely could not let Fu Xingchen have any long-term involvement with the Jiang family. After all, her return was only temporary. Once Jiang Heng recovered, or when she made a lot of money, I'll go make a bowl of noodles. Seeing the faint sadness in her expression, Fu Xingchen felt a surge of sympathy. She probably wasn't in the mood to talk about the Jiang family's matters. They could discuss it later when she was ready. He stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Jiang Lili was startled, turning to watch him enter the kitchen. Fu Xingchen could cook noodles? The man took off his dark plaid suit jacket, rolled up the sleeves of his black shirt, and entered the kitchen. He had cooked so few times that his movements were awkward. After boiling the water, he rummaged through the cabinet for a long time before finding a pack of thin noodles. After putting the noodles in the boiling water and adding seasoning, he remembered to grab 2 small lettuce heads from the fridge. After preparing the vegetables and tossing them into the pot, the noodles had already been overcooked and broke apart with a flick. Jiang Lili stood in the dining room, watching his busy figure, and for a moment, she had a delusion. They were a loving couple. When her family was in trouble and her mood was low, he kindly made her noodles. In that moment, she even wanted to express the grievances she couldn't tell Su Fengchun to Fu Xingchen. She walked over and gently tugged at his sleeve. Jiang Heng, Just as she had said 3 words, Fu Xingchen's phone rang. He leaned over to grab his phone, and his sleeve slipped from her fingers. She ran. Fu Xingchen didn't even notice that she had something to say. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xiran's voice was tinged with tears. His expression immediately darkened. I'm coming over now. Chapter 57. How did you suddenly get married? Do you love her? A phone call shattered Jiang Lili's fantasies. Her hand froze in midair. Her expression calm as water, watching him without a ripple. You eat by yourself. I have some work to handle. Fu Xingchen noticed something was off with her expression. Thinking she was still worried about Jiang Heng, he tucked his phone into his pocket, glanced at her a couple more times, then turned to leave. As the door closed, the man hurried out, opening the car door to get in. His face was anxious as he rushed to another woman who needed him. The pot of noodles was still boiling, the noodles reduced to mush, bubbling away. Jiang Lili turned off the heat, not eating a single bite, and turned to go upstairs. The corners of her lips curled into a sarcastic arc, mocking herself. How could she think that Fu Xingchen was a qualified good husband who would listen to her grievances and worries, just for a bowl of noodles? How could she have fallen so easily? Xingyan Group. The shareholders of the company had their own thoughts, with only half loyal to Fu Xingchen. There was significant dissent regarding Lin Xiran, who had been completely promoted by Fu Xingchen. Those dissatisfied with Fu Xingchen were now jointly demanding Lin Xiran's dismissal. The situation escalated, with many reporters camping outside the company, conducting live broadcasts. Fu Xingchen's car drove directly into the underground garage, where Sun Ting was already waiting by the elevator on the basement level. What is the situation now? Sun Ting greeted him as he entered the elevator and reported. The shareholders believe that Vice President Lin is not fulfilling her duties, treating her position lightly, and the company doesn't need a vice president like this. As the elevator ascended, the cramped space felt heavy with tension. Fu Xingchen adjusted his cufflinks, a chilling smile at the corner of his lips. They were challenging him. Sun Ting stood respectfully behind him, finishing his report without further comment. Recently, due to the matter with his wife, Fu Xingchen's temper had been rising. That group of shareholders was looking for trouble this time. Exiting the elevator, he headed straight for the conference room. As soon as Fu Xingchen entered, he saw Lin Xiran standing to his right. Lin Xiran was dressed in a light beige professional suit, surrounded by a group of men. Her confidence diminished to a mere facade. Upon seeing Fu Xingchen, her eyes immediately turned red. President Fu is here. We have already voted, and the majority supports removing Vice President Lin. The leading shareholder, Liao, who was defying Fu Xingchen, spoke confidently, seemingly intending to overpower him. Holding only company stocks, waiting for dividends, they had no right to interfere in the company's affairs. If anyone was unhappy, they could give up their shares. Fu Xingchen gave no face to this group of old shareholders. In his first 2 years in office, he had done many things that dissatisfied the shareholders. Yet, he had made a lot of money, leaving the old shareholders unable to find a chance to challenge him. This was the first time the old shareholders suddenly realized that Fu Xingchen was not Fu Xingchen. Whether in terms of strategy or temperament, he was more ruthless than Fu Xingchen. The phrase "hand over your shares" immediately plunged the large conference room into silence. Who would be willing to throw away dividends, ranging from millions to billions? Any more nonsense? Fu Xingchen's cold gaze swept across the room. And no, there is nothing more. Someone spoke up first. Liao remained silent, and the others echoed his sentiment. We just hope Vice President Lin takes her attitude towards the company more seriously. Yes, if Vice President Lin does this again, we might really. Ignoring their ramblings, Fu Xingchen shot a meaningful glance at Liao and turned to leave. Passing by Lin Xiran, he dropped the words, "Come with me." Lin Xiran followed without hesitation. The corridor outside the conference room was bright, and the tall man walking ahead had a commanding presence, a typical broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted figure that made many women unable to resist squealing. Just now, he had protected her. Did this mean he had feelings for her? Lin Xiran's heart soared, and in an instant, her grievances vanished. Sun Ting opened the office door, and Fu Xingchen strode in, pulling off his tie as he sat down at the long table. "Xingchen, I knew you cared." Lin Xiran followed in, her face full of joy, unable to hold back some words. "This isn't your fault." Fu Xingchen didn't notice her thoughts. "If it weren't for wanting to teach Jiang Lili a lesson and have her ask you, I would have rejected your resignation on the spot and wouldn't have caused such a big stir." Lin Xiran's voice abruptly stopped, as if struck by lightning, her smile frozen on her face. Sun Ting noticed her odd expression and tried to reassure her. "Vice President Lin, we are President Fu's right and left arms. Whatever happens, President Fu will never neglect us. You don't need to fear those shareholders. If they come after you, just let them find President Fu." That group of shareholders hadn't been able to find any faults with Fu Xingchen in the past 2 years. They had been making things difficult for Sun Ting, who was initially forced to seek help from Fu Xingchen. Later, when further troubles arose, he simply pushed it all onto Fu Xingchen. They were Fu Xingchen's trusted aides. He would handle it. Left and right arms. Lin Xiran murmured unconsciously. Fu Xingchen lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him as he looked at Lin Xiran. Her dazed expression reminded him of Jiang Lili. The memory of Jiang Lili's lost look when he picked her up at the hospital inexplicably weighed him down. "Sun Ting, communicate with the housekeeper at the old residence and arrange for a nanny specifically to take care of my wife's daily needs." After saying this, he realized. He seemed to have taken Jiang Lili's words too much to heart. When Jiang Heng needed a lawyer, he was angry but still had Zhou Nianen arrange the most experienced lawyer, Wu. Now, he didn't hold it against her and was arranging for a nanny. He was too eager to return to that calm, regular life. Forget it, with everything arranged, returning to the past quickly would allow him to focus entirely on work. This reason was just right, and Fu Xingchen felt much more at ease. All right. Sun Ting immediately took out his phone to contact the housekeeper at the Fu residence. However, Lin Xiran couldn't hold back, asking, "Aren't you going to get divorced?" "When did I ever say I would get divorced?" Fu Xingchen replied without hesitation. "It's just her acting out. It has nothing to do with you. You go and get busy." After saying this, he flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. "How did you suddenly get married?" Lin Xiran asked, holding on to a glimmer of hope. "Do you love her?" "Love?" Fu Xingchen's motion of flicking ash paused as he fell into contemplation. Before he could answer, Sun Ting finished his call and walked over. "President Fu, everything is arranged. Do you have any other matters?" Fu Xingchen came back to his senses, waved his hand. "No, you all can leave." He didn't respond. He simply didn't love her. Lin Xiran's expression softened significantly as she turned to walk out. Fu Xingchen was protective of Sun Ting because he was his assistant. But she was different. She was a woman. Fu Xingchen promoted and protected her partly because she was his subordinate. But there was also a part of him that surely liked her. It was just that a man like Fu Xingchen didn't understand what love meant. As long as he hadn't fallen for Jiang Lili, she still had a chance. In the office, only Fu Xingchen was left alone. The man was trapped in Lin Xiran's question, unable to free himself for a long time. Chapter 58. Looking forward to returning to the old days. How did it suddenly come to marriage? Does he love her? Getting married and having children is a path everyone must take. 2 years ago, Grandma Fu urged him to marry, but he had no intention of doing so. However, being stirred up and unable to find peace, he remembered this childhood engagement. When he went to propose, willing to fulfill the marriage contract. It was not his first time meeting Jiang Lili. He had investigated beforehand. Jiang Lili was very obedient and listened to her parents, even though they were not competent. And he needed a wife like that. He didn't dislike Jiang Lili. In fact, he found her body and appearance somewhat appealing. And he was a bit interested in her when he first met her. After marrying her for 2 years, their relationship had been harmonious, proving that his initial choice was not wrong. As for the period when she was not obedient, that was in the past. They were a good match. He suddenly looked forward to returning to the days of yore, where after work, she would prepare a delicious dinner, run a bath for him, and personally iron his clothes. The more he looked forward to it, the slower time passed. He dealt with many documents and glanced at his watch countless times that afternoon, finally waiting until 6 o'clock. Fu Xingchen drove home, parked the car in front of the villa, got out, and entered the villa. The living room lights were on. He bent down to change his shoes when hurried footsteps approached. Jiang Lili, as usual, came over to hang up his clothes and tidy up. "Young master, you're back?" Lu saw, wearing a floral apron that Jiang Lili had previously used, greeted him, taking Fu Xingchen's briefcase. "Dinner is ready. Would you like to shower first, or eat first?" Fu Xingchen was silent for a few seconds, took off his watch, and placed it in the jewelry box at the entrance. "Where's my wife?" "She's upstairs." Lu Sa had worked for the Fu family for many years and was dedicated. Since she was here, naturally, these tasks would not fall to Jiang Lili anymore. As Fu Xingchen unbuttoned his shirt while going upstairs, he said, "I'll shower first." He returned to the bedroom and pushed the door open. Jiang Lili was working. She had set up a small table on the bay window, with a notebook and many materials on it. Hearing the door open, she turned to look. "You're back." Her tone was neither warm nor cold. Compared to before, there was less smile on her face and much less enthusiasm. Fu Xingchen replied with a monosyllable and turned to enter the bathroom. The sound of water trickled from the bathroom, disturbing Jiang Lili's thoughts. She was working on the renovation drawings for the Bolan Manor. Every corner and detail reminded her of the feelings she had 2 years ago when designing this house. The joy she felt then was now replaced with sadness. She glanced at the business news headline that appeared in the lower right corner of her computer. Xingyun Group's president offends shareholders for Vice President Lin. The news had come out 2 hours ago, and she had read it once. The interviewee was shareholder Liao, who sarcastically said that Fu Xingchen disregarded him, an elder, for Lin Xiran. He was even forced to withdraw his shares. Being old, he only wanted to quietly make money and had to suffer in silence. However, he mentioned this matter out of concern that Fu Xingchen would be deceived by Lin Xiran, because he said that Lin Xiran actually had no work ability and relied entirely on Fu Xingchen to be promoted to vice president. He was really afraid that one day, Fu Xingchen would become a tyrant. Jiang Lili remembered that Lin Xiran was the public relations officer of Xingyun Group. The news was escalating, yet the public relations department remained silent. Clatter. The man came out of the shower, the bathrobe loosely draped over his shoulders. Seeing Jiang Lili still sitting on the bay window in a daze, he walked over. "Even if you're working, I don't want you to occupy your off-duty time." Jiang Lili did not think he was showing concern for her, but she began to tidy up her things. "All right, Lu Sa has made dinner. Let's go downstairs." She wore a black nightgown, which in itself was not sexy, but her good figure and soft material clung to her curvy body. For the first time, Fu Xingchen felt a cold beauty emanating from her. After drying his hair and changing his clothes, he came out, only to find that Jiang Lili had already gone downstairs. Jiang Lili helped Lu Sa set the table and only sat down after seeing Fu Xingchen come down. Fu Xingchen disliked talking during meals, so she ate quietly as usual. Yet he felt that the atmosphere was lifeless. Just as he was about to say something, a phone rang at the table. It was a call from Wu Meiling. He put down his chopsticks to answer. "What's going on with the news online?" Fu Xingchen had been busy with work that afternoon and had not checked the news. But he guessed that the shareholders were stirring up trouble. Wu Meiling's tone was serious. "I don't care about the specifics. Have the public relations department handle it quickly." After saying that, the call was disconnected. Fu Xingchen opened his phone and saw that the news was everywhere, reported by major media outlets. It had been 2 hours, and the public relations department had not managed it yet. His expression darkened as he stood up and left the dining room to make a call on the balcony. He directly called Lin Xiran. The call was quickly answered, and Lin Xiran's cheerful voice came through. "Xingchen, why hasn't the company's news been handled yet?" His tone was stiff, like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Lin Xiran's delight. She had deliberately not handled it. Who told Jiang Lili to say she would get a divorce, but didn't? It was likely that Jiang Lili had seen the news and had a falling out with Fu Xingchen. Holding resentment in her heart, Lin Xiran did not show it. The public relations department is already handling it, but shareholder Liao is deliberately manipulating the media, making the situation tricky. "I will resolve it as soon as possible." In history, any unfavorable news for Xingyun Group would disappear within an hour. Fu Xingchen was very dissatisfied with her handling this time. "I'll give you 10 more minutes. It must be resolved." Lin Xiran instinctively wanted to say something, but there was a cold, mechanical, busy tone on the line. Lin Xiran's delicate features gradually twisted with anger as she looked at the painting of the rings at the entrance. Anger surged in her heart, and she abruptly threw the cup in her hand. Bang! The cup shattered into pieces, and the coffee inside stained the painting. She had always been composed, but for some reason, she had been losing her temper recently. Perhaps it was because Siya's illness had a new turn. Once Siya got better, Fu Xingchen would no longer take special care of her, so she felt a bit impatient. After calming down, she gradually regained her composure. As long as she lived in this house, she would be a thorn in Jiang Lili's heart. Divorce? She didn't believe Jiang Lili could calmly divorce Fu Xingchen. Wasn't this the beginning of stirring things up, trying to provoke her relationship with Fu Xingchen? After Fu Xingchen finished the call and returned, he discovered that Jiang Lili had already finished eating and gone upstairs. Jiang Lili had not eaten much. The dishes on the table were barely touched. His thin lips tightened, losing his appetite, perhaps because he was used to Jiang Lili's cooking. Clear it away, he instructed Lu Sa. Lu Sa complied, tidying up the table while saying, "Young master, I'm going home tonight and won't disturb you. I'll come over tomorrow morning to make breakfast for you. If there's anything you want to eat, you can tell me in advance. No need, let my wife make breakfast." Fu Xingchen really didn't like the feeling of having people in the house. Madam said she wouldn't make it. Lu Sa was afraid that coming over too early would disturb Fu Xingchen and Jiang Lili's rest. So she specifically asked Jiang Lili whether they would handle breakfast themselves or if she should come over to make it. Jiang Lili firmly said, "I won't make it." Those 3 words made Fu Xingchen furrow his brows. She won't make it? Chapter 59. It was only then that Fu Xingchen realized Jiang Lili was going to work casually. He dropped 2 words and turned to go upstairs. In the bedroom, Jiang Lili had just taken a shower and was making the bed. She bent over, her dark hair slipping from her shoulders, the swell in front of her faintly visible. Fu Xingchen stood at the foot of the bed, watching her smooth the sheets before lighting incense on the bedside table according to his habit. She also placed the book he often read by the bed. It was getting late, so it was better to rest early. He had to work tomorrow. Jiang Lili lifted a corner of the blanket, sitting on the bed and looking at him. Fu Xingchen's Adam's apple moved. Before he could say anything, his phone in his pocket rang again. It was Sun Ting. The 2-hour gossip had affected the company, and there were some urgent situations that needed his immediate attention. Got it. He always prioritized work, and didn't he bother to respond to Jiang Lili's words as he turned and went to the study. Jiang Lili watched his departing figure, and the hand she had tightly clenched in the thin blanket suddenly relaxed. She could skip breakfast and no longer attend to Fu Xingchen meticulously. But getting into bed was unavoidable. She was already prepared, but he left, and she let out a sigh of relief, lying down on her side. Although it was an emergency, Fu Xingchen could handle it online. By the time he finished dealing with everything, it was already 2 in the morning. He twisted his wrist, reaching out his hand to the right, but found nothing. In the past, when he worked late, Jiang Lili would bring him a glass of milk or freshly squeezed juice. If he worked for too long, she would even make a late-night snack and bring it over. He had never eaten it, but he would always drink the milk. He would impatiently tell her not to disturb him while he worked. Today, Jiang Lili didn't come to disturb him. Yet for some reason, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. It must be a habit. He got up and left the study, returning to the bedroom, only to see the woman on the bed with her eyes slightly closed, breathing evenly, already asleep. In the dim light, Fu Xingchen's hawk-like gaze fell on the woman curled up on the bed. She was small, tucked under the blanket, and seemed to have cried, with the corners of her eyes slightly red. As he walked over, she murmured a couple of words in her sleep. Fu Xingchen stopped, holding his breath, but Jiang Lili turned over without saying anything more. He took a deep breath, and after getting into bed, he straightened the blanket that had been disturbed when he turned her over. His long arms slipped around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Lili didn't sleep soundly. She was vaguely dreaming of Jiang Heng crying as he hugged her when he was released from prison. It wasn't until her body was enveloped in warmth that she gradually calmed down and fell into a deep sleep. 6 o'clock was her biological clock. Usually, she would get up at this time to make breakfast for Fu Xingchen. She opened her eyes and saw the man's broad chest in front of her. The defined muscles of his chest were filled with masculine hormones. Jiang Lili took a moment to collect herself before remembering that she was home. Last night, he had held her while they slept. The man's breath flowed down from above her head. Her curled eyelashes trembled slightly as she carefully withdrew from his embrace. She still got up early, but instead of making breakfast for him, she changed her clothes, washed up, and prepared to go to work. It would take her half an hour to walk to the bus station and then an hour on the bus to Yunlan, just in time for her 8 o'clock shift. When she finished packing and was about to leave, Fu Xingchen happened to wake up and come downstairs. She was putting on her shoes as she said, "I'm going to work." This sentence sounded too unfamiliar coming from her mouth. Fu Xingchen momentarily didn't react. It wasn't until she left and closed the door that he realized Jiang Lili was going to work. Yunlan, Fu Xingchen's company. His thin lips tightened, but he said nothing. For the first time, Jiang Lili felt that the villa was like a cage. Stepping out of the villa, the fresh air outside eased her complicated feelings significantly. However, the bus came less frequently than she had anticipated, with only one every 20 minutes. She was late. She had only just started working, took a leave of absence yesterday, and was late today. Suna seized the opportunity and began to make things difficult for her. Jiang Lili, Don't think that signing a contract with Miss Lin means you can smoothly stay in Yunlan. I'm sorry, I won't be late again in the future. Feel free to deduct my salary according to company policy. I have no complaints. Jiang Lili admitted her mistake decisively. Su Na found herself unable to spit out more difficult words. After a while, Su Na said, "Of course it will be deducted. This will not be an example." Jiang Lili sat down and continued working on the design drawings for the Bolan Manor. Yao Qing's head peeked out from behind her computer, whispering, "Su designer is setting you up. Why did you jump in?" She was referring to Su Na asking Jiang Lili to handle a client on her own. This news had spread throughout the company. Although Su Na didn't say it outright, everyone could see that she wanted an opportunity to dismiss Jiang Lili openly. "Perhaps it's not a trap," Jiang Lili replied quietly. Yao Qing pouted. "I've been in the company for almost a year, not to mention handling clients alone. I've never even met a client on my own. Things are not as simple as you think." Things were indeed not as simple as Jiang Lili thought, but they weren't particularly complicated either. If she could satisfy the client, she could stay. Su Na would never make things difficult for her. If she couldn't satisfy the client, according to company policy, they couldn't actually dismiss her. Su Na was too eager to trap her, encompassing all the possibilities that were disadvantageous to her. The premise was that she couldn't make any principled mistakes. So as long as she didn't violate any rules, whether the deal succeeded or not had nothing to do with her. The design drawings for Lin Shiran had a deadline of 10 days. The time was not particularly generous, and Jiang Lili buried herself in her work all day. Perhaps because she was too busy, Fu Xingchen's figure no longer entered her mind. What she didn't know was that Fu Xingchen, like bewitched, often had her image pop into his head. Her cool demeanor, the scene of her eating without looking at him, and her appearance that morning, dressed up and wearing 5-centimeter heels to go to work. When Jiang Lili had returned, he had been very irritable. Now that she was back, why was he still inexplicably annoyed? This emotion lingered in his heart and wouldn't dissipate until the evening, when he returned home. As he opened the door, he hadn't even had time to change his shoes when he saw Jiang Lili, wearing a white shirt and a black knee-length skirt, walking briskly toward him. She had just gotten home from work and hadn't had time to change clothes. As she approached, her starry eyes held a hint of a smile. Although it wasn't as bright as before, it was much better than yesterday. The inexplicable unease in Fu Xingchen's heart dissipated a lot. He watched her take his briefcase and tiptoe to help him take off his coat. "You're back?" Jiang Lili walked behind him, took off his black suit jacket, and hung it on the coat rack. Then she bent down to get his slippers for him. The woman's hips were wrapped in the short skirt, round and full, alluring. Fu Xingchen stood there, arms extended, waiting for her to make a move. Jiang Lili understood and raised her hands to loosen his tie, softly saying, "I made your favorite chicken porridge." The man's voice was pleasant. She hadn't even changed her clothes and had made him his favorite porridge, wanting him to be able to eat as soon as he got home. At the dining table, Jiang Lili served him dishes. After he was full, she went upstairs with him, bringing him clean clothes so he could take a shower. When he finished and came out, he discovered Jiang Lili had already taken a shower in the neighboring bedroom. She was wearing a water blue satin nightgown, her hair half dry, a few strands sticking to her neck and shoulders. With no makeup, she still exuded charm. She walked over to him, took the towel he used to dry his hair from his hand, and her black and white eyes looked at him. "I have something I want to tell you." Chapter 60. It means there's no love left. Fu Xingchen grasped her soft, boneless little hand, gently rubbing his fingertips on the delicate back of her hand. "What's the matter?" "I want to buy another car. Commuting is inconvenient," Jiang Lili said, her eyes shimmering as she made her request. Suddenly, Fu Xingchen's pupils constricted, and his originally gentle gaze gradually turned sharp. He scrutinized her. She had changed. Yet tonight she was just like before. She hadn't changed, but she had never proactively asked him for anything before. The car that was totaled had been his idea to buy for her. Because she found it inconvenient to travel and always borrowed his car, he found it troublesome. "Sure." Fu Xingchen didn't refuse. He said, "You can use my card. If you have time this weekend, I'll accompany you to browse, and whichever one you like, I'll buy for you." Jiang Lili was taken aback. She thought Fu Xingchen would be like before, just handling the payment. But he said he'd take her to look around. She thought for a moment and said, "No need to be so troublesome. Just like the last one is fine. I'm used to driving it." Since she was used to it, she should switch to a more expensive one, which would be more fitting for Mrs. Fu's status. Fu Xingchen brought her hand to his lips and gently kissed it. He kept staring at her. Jiang Lili had long, alluring eyes that drew people in. She smiled, saying that being too flashy wasn't suitable for work. "Then don't go to work." The reason Fu Xingchen didn't refuse her continuing to work was that he saw her feeling low because of Jiang Hong. Now reflecting back, she somewhat regretted working at Su Fingchen's company. Jiang Lili didn't give him a chance to regret. "All right, then you can accompany me to shop for something worthy of Mrs. Fu's status this weekend. Having fulfilled Fu Xingchen's wish, yet his gaze was deep, tightening around her wrist as he pulled her waist toward the bed. He understood that Jiang Lili had her own thoughts, and her job at Yunlan was to be kept for now, as long as she was like before. It had been a long time since he had touched her, and Fu Xingchen didn't want to mention this awkward topic at this moment and ruin the mood. Jiang Lili fell onto the soft bed, and the man supported her head, forcing her to meet his descending lips. She felt so soft that it gave him a sense of not being able to hold on. The night was thick with darkness, and her moans were like songs. Lightly biting her lip, it was hard for her to cooperate, yet equally hard to maintain complete rationality and not cooperate at all. Her brow slightly furrowed, her hair damp and sticking to her neck. She had been acting unreasonable for so many days, and Fu Xingchen had only touched her that once. His stamina was better than that of an average man, and he had long endured to the limit. Once he was invested, he didn't notice that Jiang Lili wasn't like before, shyly hooking her arms around his neck, asking him to be gentler. When Fu Xingchen lost control, Jiang Lili had no right to say no. It was tough for her since she had to work the next day. She fell into a deep sleep in the second half of the night and got up without having enough rest. Her legs were weak, forcing herself to walk half an hour to the bus stop. Fortunately, the bus arrived in less than 2 minutes. In 3 days, it would be the weekend. And once she bought a car, she wouldn't have to struggle like this anymore. But these 3 days were extremely hard to bear. Fu Xingchen almost sought her every night. Having been abstinent for a long time, his desire was intense. This kind of torment left Jiang Lili exhausted. Yesterday, she had mustered all her strength to return home and tried to ignore his presence as much as possible. Now, she was so tired that she didn't want to deal with him at all. Fu Xingchen was in high spirits, yet upon reflection, he finally noticed something was off with Jiang Lili. There was a sense of distance, of indifference. Except for that night when she proposed buying a car. She had actively taken his bag and attended to him. But afterward, she returned to how she was on the first night back home. In the evenings, regardless of whether he had finished his dinner, she would eat her fill, put down her utensils, and leave. Every morning, when he went downstairs, Jiang Lili had already left, and Aunt Lu only prepared breakfast for him alone. These were all superficial changes, the most direct manifestations. More subtly, it was in bed. She no longer cooed or clung to his neck to act cute. He had seen her eyes clear and devoid of any desires several times. All these things piled up in his heart, causing him to lose focus during meetings. Until the meeting ended, Sun Ting walked over. "President Fu, are you feeling unwell?" Fu Xingchen raised his hand and knitted his brows tightly. "I'm fine." Sun Ting's heart trembled. Good days had passed for only a couple of days. Why did it suddenly seem like President Fu's worries were heavier than before? His intuition told him it was related to the lady, but he didn't dare to ask. "Have you ever had a girlfriend?" Fu Xingchen suddenly asked him. Sun Ting was taken aback, and after regaining his senses, he instinctively shook his head, then nodded. "I've had one, but not now." "If she changes her attitude towards you drastically, what does it mean?" Fu Xingchen, usually busy with work, mostly interacted with clients or partners. He was a person who clearly separated work from personal life. Even if clients tried to be friendly, he didn't like to make friends with them. So he had few friends, and when encountering such matters, he casually asked Sun Ting. "It means there's no love left." Sun Ting replied bluntly. He thought of his ex, 5 years younger than him, who would call him brother and uncle when she was in love, playfully flirting. On the day they broke up, she called him an old geezer. This drastic change in attitude was nothing short of falling out of love. No love left. The 3 words suddenly made Fu Xingchen's pupils constrict. His facial lines tightened as he replayed Jiang Lili's behavior over the past few days in his mind frame by frame. He wanted Jiang Lili's love. He wanted Jiang Lili to be like before, looking at him with gentle, shimmering eyes, revolving around him all day long. Jiang Lili couldn't possibly not love him. In the afternoon, he called Aunt Lu to prepare sweet and sour fish for dinner. "Okay, I'll go buy the fish now." Aunt Lu readily agreed, but hesitated. "But I've never made it, so I don't know if I can do it well." Fu Xingchen hinted, "Madam can cook." Aunt Lu quickly understood. Madam is skilled. The sweet and sour fish she makes must be delicious. That evening, when Fu Xingchen returned home, he smelled a sweet and sour aroma before even entering the door. But the closer he got to the villa, the more the smell seemed off. He entered the house, changed his shoes, and headed straight for the kitchen. The open kitchen was filled with smoke, and Aunt Lu was busy. On the island counter lay a fish that had been badly fried. "Young master, this sweet and sour fish is a southern dish. I've never cooked it before, so I messed it up." The fish was a rare, boneless deep-sea variety and quite expensive. Aunt Lu felt very guilty for ruining it. Fu Xingchen's eyes were filled with unfathomable depth, and his heart sank. "Where's Madam?" "Madam is upstairs." Aunt Lu wasn't shirking responsibility, but spoke honestly. Madam might be tired and didn't want to cook, so she asked me to follow an online tutorial. But the tutorial only teaches the ratio of seasonings. I couldn't control the heat. I messed it up. Throw it away. Fu Xingchen turned and walked upstairs. On the second floor, only the bedroom door was slightly ajar. Jiang Lili had just finished showering and was reading a book on interior design. Hearing footsteps, she looked over and said, as if on autopilot, "You're back." Chapter 61. It seems she has a special relationship with our President Su. After Fu Xingchen took over Xingyun Group, he encountered all sorts of people, more than ghosts. He could see through Jiang Lili's perfunctory attitude. What's wrong? Being stared at by him made Jiang Lili feel a bit uneasy. I want to eat the sweet and sour fish you made. Fu Xingchen walked over, raised his hand, and tucked the loose strands of hair on her cheek behind her ear. His voice was gentle, yet carried a sense of pressure. His cool fingertips brushed against Jiang Lili's face, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body. Jiang Lili hesitated for a moment, turned her head to get up, and raised a faint smile. "Then I'll go make it," she replied decisively and walked straight downstairs. Fu Xingchen's hand froze in midair as he turned to look at her departing figure, his eyebrows raised high. She still wouldn't refuse him, even though he could see the weariness in her eyes. He had used his methods to make her give up on divorce, and it was normal for her to have emotions about it. But she should be grateful that he still had intentions for her. Once she lost his interest completely, it would be too late for her to regret. Jiang Lili was unaware that this was a test from him. She just didn't want to have a dispute with him. After all, in her current state, she didn't have the right to vent her emotions or refuse. The fish didn't turn out well, as it had been burnt by Aunt Lu. But Fu Xingchen was in a good mood and ate most of it by himself. "Madam's cooking is really good." Aunt Lu praised Jiang Lili, inadvertently saying, "In my opinion, madam, you should just stop working and focus on taking care of the young master. He really likes the dishes you make." Jiang Lili had just put the food in her mouth and was caught off guard by Aunt Lu's sudden remark. She couldn't swallow and couldn't spit it out, and she choked. She covered her mouth and turned away to cough. "Oh dear. Let me get you a bowl of soup," Aunt Lu exclaimed and hurriedly ran to the kitchen. Fu Xingchen put down his chopsticks, his broad hand resting gently on her back, patting her lightly. When Jiang Lili recovered and straightened up, she gently pushed away Fu Xingchen's arm, saying it was okay now. "Quick, drink some soup." Aunt Lu placed a bowl of winter melon seafood soup in front of her. "I was just saying it casually. Why did you react so strongly, madam?" "Thank you." Jiang Lili avoided answering, lifting the soup and sipping it slowly. Fu Xingchen leaned back against his chair, his hand resting on the back of her chair, his posture resembling an embrace. "You still haven't answered Aunt Lu's question." Jiang Lili held the soup spoon, turning her head to look at him with her wet, glistening eyes. Her cheeks were flushed from choking, a mix of embarrassment and beauty. "Because I want to work." She knew that Aunt Lu's comment was just casual talk, but Fu Xingchen genuinely wanted a reason. Madam is young and wants to have her own space. She doesn't want to just stick to the family. Many women are like this nowadays. Aunt Lu was oblivious to her own implications, creating a subtle change between Jiang Lili and Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen suddenly smiled, the smile ambiguous. It was unclear whether he thought Jiang Lili was unworthy of the phrase "a space of her own" or found her desire to transition from a housewife amusing. However, he didn't ask anything further, and Jiang Lili felt relieved. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Lili carried breakfast she bought downstairs to eat on a bench on the rooftop. Halfway through her meal, she received a call from Su Yunyue. "Jiang Lili, you're not getting a divorce from Fu Dog, and you went back to him? You didn't tell me such a big thing. Do you still consider me a friend?" Mentioning Fu Xingchen made Jiang Lili instantly lose her appetite. "I didn't plan to hide it from you. I just haven't found the right opportunity to say it." Su Yunyue was very angry, and a large part of that anger stemmed from concern. "How could you go back? I have money and power. What is wrong with coming back?" This reason was what Jiang Lili used to convince herself. Now, it might calm Su Yunyue down. "What about your freedom? Fu Dog didn't force you to resign?" Su Yunyue was unaware that she was still working. Jiang Lili reiterated, "No, I'm very free right now." "I don't believe it," Su Yunyue said angrily, "unless you come to Boya Garden tonight for dinner. We need to talk about this in person." This matter couldn't be clarified over the phone. Jiang Lili pondered for a moment and agreed. "Okay, see you tonight." After she accepted the dinner invitation, Su Yunyue quickly hung up. In the past 2 years, Jiang Lili had never arranged dinner with her. Because Fu Xingchen came home every night, Jiang Lili had to prepare dinner. If she could go out tonight, then Su Yunyue would believe that Jiang Lili still had freedom. The phone screen dimmed, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, along with Jiang Lili's complex eyes. She sighed and packed up the unfinished breakfast. "Sorry, Yue just called me. I didn't know you hadn't told her." Su Fengchen's voice came from behind her. She turned around and realized that he had been standing behind her for some time. But from his words, it seemed he had overheard her phone call. Jiang Lili stood up. It's okay. She has every right to be angry. I didn't tell her as soon as it happened. How have you been these past few days? Fu Xingchen stepped forward, standing opposite her across the bench. His eyes were gentle, his lips red and white, bathed in the morning sun, making him appear soft and carefree. Jiang Lili faced the sunlight, raised her hand to shield her forehead, her eyes squinting, unable to see how gentle his expression was at that moment. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, her voice soft. Pretty good. That's good. Just as Fu Xingchen finished speaking, his phone in his pocket rang. He took it out to check and couldn't help but laugh. Yue wants me to come to your house tonight to be your free chef. Jiang Lili instinctively replied, no need. I can cook. Fu Xingchen shifted to the right, blocking the sunlight for her. So you don't welcome me coming? Of course not. Jiang Lili lowered her hand that was shielding her eyes, about to explain, but was interrupted. After work tonight, I'll just happen to take you there. Fu Xingchen knew that she had been taking the bus these past few days. Jiang Lili was used to driving and found taking the bus troublesome. She simply said, okay, I'll go to work first. See you tonight. Go ahead. Fu Xingchen watched her pack everything up and followed her out of the rooftop. Not long after they left, a figure emerged from the corner of the rooftop. It was Su Na. She had arrived earlier than Jiang Lili, but because she didn't like Jiang Lili, she didn't even bother to greet her. Upon hearing the conversation between Jiang Lili and Fu Xingchen, she was astonished. Since Jiang Lili was assigned to her, Fu Xingchen had never shown up. She thought he had just done a favor for Jiang Lili by arranging a position for her. Now it seemed that there was a direct relationship between them. See you tonight? She was startled, growing increasingly anxious, and took out her phone to call Lin Shiran. Shiran, about dealing with Jiang Lili. Maybe we should drop it. She seems to have a special relationship with our President Su. What's wrong? Lin Shiran felt annoyed at the mention of Jiang Lili's name, but she hit it well. Su Na thought for a moment and said, President Su is going to Jiang Lili's house tonight to cook for her. Chapter 62, Jiang Lili. Come here to repent. Lin Shiran instinctively said, impossible. Jiang Lili's home is just Fu Xingchen's home. How could Fu Xingchen possibly cook for Jiang Lili? I heard them say it myself. Su Na said firmly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Lin Shiran found an excuse to hang up and immediately dialed another number. Keep an eye on Jiang Lili's every move, including where she goes and who she sees. In the evening, at 5 o'clock, Jiang Lili got off work on time. She arranged to meet Fu Xingchen on the street next door to avoid being seen by company people, which might cause misunderstandings. After leaving Yunlan, she took out her phone from her bag and called Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, I won't be coming home for dinner tonight. Aunt Lu instinctively asked, is the sir coming back? Just as she was about to get off work, the street was crowded with people. Jiang Lili sidestepped to pass by pedestrians and said softly, I'm not sure. You can call to ask him and tell him that I'm working late tonight and won't be home for dinner. Okay. Aunt Lu agreed readily. Jiang Lili put her phone away, quickened her pace, and arrived at the street next door, where she immediately spotted Fu Xingchen's SUV. Seeing her come, Fu Xingchen opened the passenger door from inside the car. This made Jiang Lili, who intended to get in the back seat, pause for a moment. Then she circled around the front of the car and climbed into the passenger seat. Have you been waiting long? It took about 5 or 6 minutes to walk from the company. The cold wind of early winter made her nose red, and her speech had a nasal tone. Fu Xingchen turned up the car's heating, also just arrived. Yuzu has already bought the ingredients. We can just go directly. She bought them? Jiang Lili paused while fastening her seatbelt, saying, I said I would treat you, but now it seems like she's treating us again. Don't be so polite with us. It's just an opportunity to sit together. It doesn't matter who treats whom. The car drove away from the spot, and Fu Xingchen locked the doors again. He glanced in the rearview mirror and happened to catch sight of a person with a camera taking a few pictures of the back of the car. He instinctively stepped on the brakes. Jiang Lili lost her balance and nearly leaned against the car window. What's wrong? She turned her head and looked back in the direction of Fu Xingchen's gaze. The street was crowded with pedestrians, and she did not see anything unusual. Fu Xingchen looked around carefully but did not see that person again. He turned his head, released the brake, and stepped on the gas. Sorry, I think I just saw someone I knew. Jiang Lili, do you want to go down and say hello? No need. I must have seen it wrong. Not wanting to tell her something uncertain, Fu Xingchen didn't want to cause her unnecessary worry. It takes about 20 minutes to get from Yunlan to Boya Garden. Cars not registered in this community need to be logged in. Jiang Lili said while unbuckling her seatbelt. Xingchen go. I'll go register. You go in first. No need. Fu Xingchen's voice just fell as he drove to the entrance of the community and honked twice. The security guard came out of the booth, saw it was him, and immediately raised the electronic barrier. He even bowed and gestured for him to go directly in. Su Fengchen drove straight into Boya Garden. I don't understand the wealthy. Buying a house is like buying a pound of sunflower seeds, and they don't even let you register the license plate number. If you register the license plate number, the car can go straight in. The security guard held a handful of sunflower seeds, watching Su Fengchen's car turn at the intersection. He didn't know much about cars, but he knew that Su Fengchen bought a house just for the convenience of getting in. As for someone giving him a sum of money to prevent strangers from outside the community from entering, they bought a house, so they belonged to this community. Su Fengchen parked the car at the entrance of the unit. As Jiang Lili opened the car door to get out, she curiously asked, "Why don't you need to register?" Gave the security guard a box of cigarettes, just to make it convenient. Su Fengchen smiled lightly. "Go up, Yuzu has arrived." Jiang Lili couldn't help but smile, exchanged a glance with him, and entered the building. Not far away, a drone flew in from outside the community, capturing all the footage. Jiang Lili still had many clothes here that she hadn't taken away. It felt no different from living here, and she changed into slippers as she entered the house. Su Yinyuan was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, hands clasped together. "Brother, you go cook. Jiang Lili, come here to repent." "No way." Jiang Lili was amused by her antics, but said solemnly, "We agreed that I would treat you. You bought the ingredients, and what am I supposed to do?" "What are you supposed to do?" Su Yinyuan sneered. "It's impressive enough that you can handle being scolded by me, and you still want to do something else?" Jiang Lili. Su Fengchen had already started walking towards the dining room, but upon hearing Su Yinyuan's words, he stopped and glanced at her. Receiving her brother's gaze, Su Yinyuan slumped down. Fine, I won't scold her, but she must clarify what's going on. Then you two chat. I'll cook." Su Fengchen hung his silver gray suit jacket on the back of a chair, rolled up his sleeves, and carried the ingredients from the dining table into the kitchen. Jiang Lili rolled up her sleeves and was about to go over. "I'll help." But she hadn't taken 2 steps when Su Yinyuan grabbed her wrist and forced her down onto the sofa. "If you really want to cook, wait until later to stir-fry a small dish of greens. But for now, tell me the truth." Su Yinyuan held onto her wrist tightly, and she had no choice but to give up, briefly explaining her reason for returning to Fu Xingchen. "How is Jiang Heng's health?" Su Yinyuan released her, looking worried. "How much will it cost?" "I have money here." Jiang Lili forced a smile, ignoring her latter half of the sentence. "He is currently receiving treatment, and the hospital staff sends me his photos or videos every day." Su Yinyuan crossed her arms and stared at her. "So, are you not divorcing Fu Xingchen because of money?" "Divorce has more disadvantages than advantages. I decided not to divorce after careful consideration." On the hospital rooftop, Jiang Lili had thought seriously about this. Being with Fu Xingchen, aside from heartache, everything else is fine. After leaving Fu Xingchen, her heart didn't feel any better. Instead, every aspect became problematic. "Then you just make money, and once you have enough, kick Fu Xingchen away." Su Yinyuan lifted her foot and kicked the air twice. Jiang Lili fell silent. "If you can't bear to, I'll scold you a couple of times, but if you feel guilty in your heart, I'll have to scold you 10 times. Su Yinyuan pinched her face. "Wake up a bit. He used your joint marital property to support Lin Shiran. So what's wrong with you asking him for some money to take care of Jiang Hong?" "I know." Jiang Lili felt very bad just thinking about the indefinite days with Fu Xingchen. Although she was scolding her, upon seeing her, Su Yinyuan felt pity and reluctance. After chatting about a few topics related to Fu Xingchen, they began to talk about other things. After a while, Jiang Lili found an excuse to go into the kitchen to help. Seeing that she felt really embarrassed, Su Fengchen handed her the remaining small dish of greens. But Su Fengchen didn't leave. He stayed by her side and watched her. "Jiang, do you know about the international design competition that Kairu is holding?" "I heard about it." Jiang Lili had heard it from Yao Qing. This competition was initiated abroad, and the winner would receive a prize of 20 million. The internal competitions of each country only allow the top 3 to qualify for the international competition. Yunlan secured 2 spots for the competition, but only designers are eligible to participate, so as an assistant, she couldn't. "Do you want to participate?" Su Fengchen asked her seriously. Jiang Lili was washing the greens, and she turned off the faucet, saying very seriously, "I don't have the qualifications to participate, so no." Su Fengchen opened his thin lips, about to say something. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Su Yinyuan's voice from the living room. "Lili, Fu Dog called you." Su Yinyu stood on the sofa, waving Jiang Lili's phone. "Checking up on me, huh? He has never called you." Chapter 63. "Mrs. Fu, have you thought about how to explain it?" Jiang Lili instinctively wiped her hands on her apron and quickly walked to the living room to grab her phone. She pressed her finger against her lips, signaling Su Yuyo to be quiet, and went to the balcony to answer the call. "Where are you?" Fu Xingchen's voice came through the line, lazy and casual, mixed with a hint of possessiveness. Jiang Lili curled a strand of hair around her finger, feeling anxious, working overtime. Fu Xingchen made a monosyllabic sound through his nose. A moment of dead silence ensued, so quiet that Jiang Lili thought the call had been disconnected. She looked down at the screen and confirmed that the call was still ongoing. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. What time will you be back? Fu Xingchen asked again. I'll come to pick you up. Come pick me up? Jiang Lili never dared to imagine that she would receive such treatment. She instinctively replied, what? Half an hour. I'll be downstairs. Fu Xingchen's tone was clearly impatient. But Jiang Lili said, no need. It was the first time he had taken the initiative, and the first time she had refused. No need. Fu Xingchen's tone held a hint of skepticism. Then he mockingly said, fine, you figure out how to get back. He hung up the phone. Feeling a bit annoyed, he had subconsciously thought of picking her up after hearing from Lu Sa that she was working overtime. She actually refused him, and his annoyance turned into mockery. Was she trying to see him rush to pick her up? He would not give her the satisfaction. She must be regretting it at this moment. He then picked up his car keys, left the company, and drove straight home. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination and got out of the car. His phone in his pocket rang, and as he took out his phone while walking up the steps, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes darkening. On the phone, he saw a picture of Jiang Lili getting into Fu Xingchen's car, entering Boya Garden. There was also a clear photo of Jiang Lili cooking in the kitchen, with Fu Xingchen standing by her side. In an instant, the veins in his hand tightened around the phone, and he nearly bit down on his teeth. No wonder she didn't need him to pick her up. She was clearly guilty. After hanging up Fu Xingchen's call, Jiang Lili felt inexplicably uneasy. She returned to the kitchen, where Fu Xingchen had just finished cooking the last dish. It's time to eat, Fu Xingchen said as he removed his apron and served the dishes on the table. Su Yuyo was sitting at the dining table, casually tapping her leg while watching them busy, while she was only busy with her mouth. Did Fu Xingchen not urge you to go back? Jiang Lili placed 2 bowls of soup on the table and shook her head. He said he would come to pick me up, but I refused. She was secretly worried that she might have been caught lying by Fu Xingchen. But then she thought, if she were really discovered, Fu Xingchen wouldn't have called her so calmly. Let's eat first, Fu Xingchen said as he sat down at the table and placed chopsticks in front of them. He then looked at Jiang Lili. The competition I mentioned earlier can be entered in your personal capacity. After hearing about the competition from Yao Qing, Jiang Lili had looked up the competition rules online. People from major design companies could directly enter the national finals, while some individual small designers from the preliminary rounds had to go through multiple rounds of competitions to qualify for the finals. Jiang Lili had never considered signing up. I have work to do, and I still need to check on Jiang Hong. I don't have the energy to participate in the competition. The first place in the country would win a prize of 1 million, and the national selection would end within 3 months. Fu Xingchen lowered his eyes to hide the pain in his heart, but he had to say, the competition is online. It might be tough, but I think it's a great opportunity. He had someone evaluate Jiang Lili's design drafts, and well-known designers in the industry thought she was very talented. Time will not bury a person's talent, especially since you are working so hard now. This is a good opportunity to dust off the dust that has accumulated on your talent over the past 2 years. It's also a chance for you to earn money quickly and make your own choices. Jiang Lili silently thought for a few seconds, then smiled faintly. I'll think about it. She knew it was indeed an opportunity, but ever since she became sensible, she felt that the heavens had not treated her well. They gave her a wealthy family, but subjected her to neglect and pressure from her family. She didn't believe she had enough luck and strength to achieve anything in this competition. However, Fu Xingchen had good intentions, and she didn't want to refuse directly. Brother, are you still paying attention to the design industry? Su Yuyo said while eating. Isn't the family business busy? Fu Xingchen pushed up his black glasses and placed a piece of steamed abalone into Su Yuyo's bowl. Busy? I just happened to see this news. Jiang Lili was unclear how Fu Xingchen managed to balance the Su family's business while also being busy with Yunlan. She was surprised that she knew Fu Xingchen's little secret. This made her feel a bit guilty, and she was somewhat afraid to look at Su Yuyo. Dad took Mom on a trip, and he doesn't care about work at all, leaving everything to you. I've also dropped my restaurant work. You won't be too tired, right? Su Yuyo chatted about family matters. Fu Xingchen answered her with a few words here and there. Jiang Lili ate quietly, and while she was eating, her phone rang. She glanced at it. It was a WeChat image from Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen rarely called or messaged her. What was going on with all these calls today? The moment she opened her phone, the images that popped up left Jiang Lili stunned for a few seconds. She quickly realized that it was a picture of her and Fu Xingchen. Below the few photos was a message from Fu Xingchen. Mrs. Fu, have you thought about how to explain it? He did not urge Jiang Lili to go home. Jiang Lili's heart raced in an instant. She put her phone down and picked up her chopsticks again, but she hesitated to grab any food. What's wrong? Fu Xingchen asked as he served her food. Just thinking. About the competition, Jiang Lili replied, her clear eyes trembling as she didn't tell the truth. She lowered her head and continued eating. Fu Xingchen's gaze swept past her phone and turned to Su Yuyo, who was chattering away, saying, "It's getting late. Hurry up and eat so we can go home." Su Yuyo quickly nodded, "Got it." Half an hour later, after they finished eating, Jiang Lili tidied up a few things, carrying a small suitcase downstairs. "Lily, we'll drive you back," Su Yuyo said as she opened the car door, gesturing for her to get in. "No need, I've called a car." Jiang Lili stood by their car. "You guys go back, be careful on the road." Although there was nothing between her and Su Xingchen, and Su Yuyo was also present for the meal, she had indeed lied, using overtime as an excuse to come to Boya Garden. So she felt uneasy and didn't dare to let Su Xingchen drive her back. Su Yuyo wanted to say something else, but she was pushed into the car by Su Xingchen. "Then be careful on the road, and let me and Yuyo know when you get home." Jiang Lili walked towards the community entrance with her suitcase. "Okay, you all be careful too." Su Yuyo knocked on the car window vigorously. But Su Xingchen locked the car door, and she was very dissatisfied. Before packing her luggage, Jiang Lili had already called for a ride. She reached the community entrance just as the car arrived. An hour later, she returned home, sitting in the villa on the mountainside. Behind her was a cluster of uneven mountains and trees. It should have been dark, but the brightly lit house illuminated half of the mountain. Chapter 64. Sleeping in my arms every day while dining with other men, Jiang Lili lifted her suitcase, and, the moment she entered the villa, saw the tall figure of a man in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass, his eagle-like gaze fell upon her, like a beast of prey in the night, with a glimmer in his eyes. It had been nearly 2 hours since he messaged Jiang Lili until she returned. For Jiang Lili, those 2 hours were a torment. For Fu Xingchen, the fire in his chest intensified with every passing minute. "Mrs. Fu, you still know to come back," he said, pinching a cigarette between his fingers. The ashtray beside him was piled high with cigarette butts, making it look like a hedgehog. Jiang Lili set down her suitcase, changed into slippers, and walked towards him. "Did you send someone to follow me?" Fu Xingchen suddenly laughed, in my heart. "You don't weigh that much to make me put in the effort to keep an eye on you." Then who sent her photo to Fu Xingchen? Jiang Lili's mind flashed to Lin Xiran. "Then who sent you the photo?" "What? You didn't think of how to argue your way out on the way back? Want to turn the tables and ask me where the photo came from?" The man's expression darkened. This was not the time to dwell on that question. The cigarette in his fingers burned slowly, accumulating ash. The swirling smoke enveloped him completely, and his anger pierced through the layers of smoke, striking Jiang Lili's cheek. "It wasn't just me and Brother Xingchen eating," Jiang Lili tried to explain. But when her gaze met the man's furious, disdainful, and mocking eyes, her throat tightened, and she suddenly couldn't speak. Fu Xingchen was furious, feeling as if he was on a grassland. He raised his hand and grasped Jiang Lili's slender, pale neck, his thin lips almost touching her cheek. "Every night under me, yet secretly dining with other men. Jiang Lili, don't you find yourself disgusting?" Jiang Lili's heart ached. The her he referred to was indeed disgusting, but the her in his words wasn't real. He didn't even give her a chance to explain. "Since that's the case, why did you come back? Let the Su family deal with your mess, and see how far Su Xingchen will go for you." Jiang Lili instinctively grasped his wrist, panting, her eyes gradually becoming misty with tears. "It's not what you think." The atmosphere was stiff, and the large villa was shrouded in a sense of deadness. Her phone in her pocket rang. The cheerful ringtone felt like a death knell, unable to ease the tension. Fu Xingchen's hand slid down her slim waist and pulled her phone from her pocket. "Brother Xingchen." The 3 words instantly intensified the fire in the man's eyes. "Answer it." He shoved the phone into Jiang Lili's hand, his grip on her neck loosening slightly, giving her a chance to speak. Jiang Lili was not guilty. She swiped the screen and turned on the speaker. "Lily, are you home?" Su Yunyao's voice came through. "We just got home." It wasn't Su Xingchen. And Su Yunyao's words were enough to prove that tonight's dinner wasn't just her and Su Xingchen. "I'm here." Jiang Lili's voice trembled slightly, her breath unsteady. "It's getting late. You guys should rest early." Su Yunyao didn't sense anything unusual. "Okay, you should rest early too." After hanging up, Jiang Lili looked up at Fu Xingchen. "Yaozi is also here tonight. It's not just me and Brother Xingchen." Her explanation did not dissipate Fu Xingchen's anger. However, he released her and turned to sit on the sofa, speaking sarcastically. "Since it's so above board, was it necessary to get in the car next door at Yulan and then lie to me about working overtime?" Jiang Lili took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "Lying is my fault, but if I told the truth, would you agree?" Fu Xingchen pressed his tongue against his cheek and smiled with a strong and domineering air. "Don't think too highly of yourself. It's just a meal. I wouldn't care." He looked at her with disdain, as if he didn't care at all about Jiang Lili dining with other men. In fact, even if she had dinner alone with Su Xingchen, He wouldn't mind. After all, he didn't love her. Jiang Lili was hurt by his words. Since that's the case, then let us rest early. After saying that, she turned to take her suitcase upstairs. Stop. Fu Xingchen's voice suddenly turned cold. I can overlook this meal, but lying and cooking for other men. Do you not care about me at all? In several photos, Jiang Lili looked gentle and smiled with her eyes curved. That image was worlds apart from her current stiff expression. Fu Xingchen didn't understand whether he owed her money or had done something unforgivable. Why did she keep glaring at him as if being with him was a grievance? Jiang Lili didn't expect him to pick a fight over this matter. The photo happened to capture her preparing vegetables. Just a few seconds, it was taken quite cleverly. She simply said, I invited them for dinner, and by the way, picked up some things, and I only cooked one dish. No matter how she explained, in Fu Xingchen's eyes, it was just a defense. If you like cooking so much, let Sister Lu go back tomorrow, quit your job, and take care of me like before. He knew how to manipulate Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili bit her lip. Took a moment before speaking. Fu Xingchen, in your eyes, do I have no dignity, only fit to be a housewife? Dignity? Fu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. The dignity you speak of is just being stubborn in front of me? Cooking a sweet and sour fish for him. It wouldn't work unless he personally asked her to do it. Besides sleeping at night, she had become a hands-off manager, doing nothing. His suits, she no longer washed, ironed, and hung them in the closet for him to easily access. He would think he was raising an ancestor. You said it yourself. These things you never asked me to do. Jiang Lili returned his words to him. Since it's unnecessary for me to do, I want to do it. Isn't that just right? Fu Xingchen was indifferent, so obedient, but now I want you to do it. He had no mutual respect for their marriage. It was as if Jiang Lili should always look up to him and do everything he said. All right. Jiang Lili reluctantly agreed, but she said, Mrs. Fu indeed shouldn't work. She should dress up beautifully every day, not embarrass the Fu family, and should revolve around you. But the premise is that everyone knows I'm Mrs. Fu. Can you do that? Publicly acknowledge their marriage. She bet Fu Xingchen wouldn't do that. Fu Xingchen's eyes bore into her, as if forcing her to submit. After a while, he suddenly laughed. Going through so much trouble, you just want a legitimate title? Jiang Lili, you really are putting in a lot of effort. He reevaluated the wife he had brought home for 2 years. Naive, ridiculous. Her obedience in front of him for 2 years was all poor acting. She was just thinking about climbing up. Chapter 65. Grasping every opportunity in a desperate situation Jiang Lili didn't understand. She was clearly Fu Xingchen's wife. Wasn't it only natural to seek a title? How could Fu Xingchen put on an expression that suggested she was being unreasonable and greedy? He refused to give her a title, forbade her from working, and expected her to serve as his maid. Every day, she had to watch him and Lin Xiran flaunting their relationship on camera. Did she seem that easy to bully? Yes, she was indeed easy to bully. Jiang Lili took a deep breath to calm the resentment and bitterness brewing inside her. The Jiang family had no money, and Jiang Heng was sick and needed funds. 100,000 was just a mere amount, yet it felt insurmountable for her. She had no choice but to let Fu Xingchen manipulate her for that 100,000. I'm not asking for a title, so you shouldn't force me not to work. As for other matters at home, if you need, I can handle those too. The light outlined the man's facial features, cool and detached. He seemed to disdainfully say, who cares? It was just 2 years of taking care of him. His suggestion for her to quit was not because he thought she did well. It was merely a habit, one he could break whenever he wanted. After saying that, he turned and went upstairs. He didn't insist on Jiang Lili quitting. Jiang Lili thought he probably didn't want to make their marriage public. Did that mean she had the upper hand? She lowered her head, her lips suddenly curling into a bitter arc. The argument downstairs seemed to have no effect on Fu Xingchen's mood. After they both showered and lay down, he turned off the bedroom light. The room fell into darkness. And before Jiang Lili could settle down, a warm hand wrapped around her waist. She couldn't understand how the man who had been arguing with her just an hour ago now looked at her with layers of ambiguity in his eyes. His thin lips brushed against her earlobe, his breath hot enough to scorch her skin. Jiang Lili felt restless because of his little actions. Suddenly he spoke, his voice gravelly and hoarse. As long as you are Mrs. Fu, you must abide by your duties as a wife, understand? Okay. Jiang Lili's voice was soft, almost fragile, enough to melt anyone's heart. In the darkness, Fu Xingchen's deep-set eyes held a satisfied smile. No matter how Jiang Lili struggled, he could always control her. That was enough. In the dead of night, they indulged in each other. In the early morning, Fu Xingchen released her and went to shower. Jiang Lili climbed up, supporting her tired legs, and took some medicine from the bedside cabinet. Recently, Fu Xingchen hadn't reminded her to take her medicine. She had been sensible enough to take it on her own. After taking her medicine, she picked up her phone and searched for the Kairu design competition, finding the personal registration entrance. The competition had been open for registration for a long time, with the deadline at 8 o'clock the next morning. Without hesitation, she chose to register. 3 months of hard work. If she didn't win the national championship, it would be counted as experience. But if she did win, the 1 million prize for the national championship would bring her some fame. Monthly medical expenses of 100,000 wouldn't be a burden for her anymore. Fu Xingchen always forced her to learn to grasp every opportunity firmly in desperate situations. The sound of water in the bathroom ceased, and Fu Xingchen emerged wrapped in a towel. Noticing her putting down her phone, the man's gaze grew heavy. Working at this hour? No. Jiang Lili showed him the registration page and glanced at the news. Fu Xingchen accurately caught sight of the registered text on the screen. He remained composed as he pulled back the thin blanket and got into bed. Jiang Lili put down her phone and headed to the bathroom. After Su Yinyu finished her call with Jiang Lili, she tossed her phone back to Fu Xingchen. Brother, why didn't you send Lili back? Fu Xingchen put away his phone. It's inconvenient. Just 3 words, and Su Yinyu couldn't understand. Complaining, she got out of the car. What's inconvenient? You're just worried. A girl taking a taxi at midnight. And that Fu dog won't even give her a ride. She rambled on, and Fu Xingchen followed behind, his head aching from her chatter. Finally, they arrived at the 2nd floor, and Fu Xingchen turned to walk toward his study. You should rest early. I have some work to handle. You too. Don't overwork yourself. You all make me worry. Su Yinyu yawned as she entered her bedroom and shut the door. In the study, Fu Xingchen opened his computer to handle some work related to the Su Corporation. Finally, he sent an email to his assistant titled, Sponsorship for the Kairu National Competition. To ensure fairness in the competition, no design company was allowed to sponsor the Kairu competition. He could only use the Su Corporation to become a sponsor for the competition. As far as he knew, there was still a significant amount of sponsorship not secured. He could handle it all. This way, he would have the final say. Fu Xingchen's decision faced opposition from within the Su Corporation. The industries under the Su Corporation were basically unrelated to the design field. The old shareholders of the Su Corporation immediately called Fu Xingchen's father, trying to persuade him to intervene and reject the proposal. In an instant, the Su Corporation was thrown into chaos. This led to Fu Xingchen not visiting Yunlan for many days. Jiang Lili wanted to tell Fu Xingchen about her participation in the competition, but she hadn't seen him. On Friday evening, as she was leaving work, she received a call from Zhang Qinghe, asking her to visit Jiang Heng in the hospital. The caregiver for Jiang Heng had also left Jiang Lili's contact information. However, if there were any issues with Jiang Heng, they would contact Jiang Qingyin or Zhang Qinghe. Zhang Qinghe only left a sobbing message on the phone, saying, "You should come see Heng." Jiang Lili immediately took a taxi straight to Jiang City Central Hospital. However, when she arrived at the floor where Jiang Heng's ward was located, she was stopped by a nurse at the front desk. "Miss Jiang, the doctor specifically instructed no visitation. How is he doing?" Jiang Lili rushed over, her chest slightly heaving. The nurse smiled and said, "Don't worry, the patient has just begun treatment, and it's showing effectiveness. But the more effective it is, the less room for error there can be. Didn't the attending physician say that when visitation is allowed, they would call you? If visitation wasn't allowed for Jiang Heng, then why did Zhang Qinghe call her over?" Jiang Lili was confused and turned to glance toward the ward. "Lili, over here." Zhang Qinghe ran out of the elevator, walked up to Jiang Lili, smiled at the nurse, and pulled her toward the elevator. Jiang Lili was forced to retract her gaze as she was pulled into the elevator. "Didn't you say to let me see Heng? Heng is fine. I called you over for something else." Zhang Qinghe forced a smile. It was as if their earlier disagreement had never happened. Jiang Lili was already accustomed to her tricks. Every time they had a quarrel, no matter how angry she got, Zhang Qinghe would never admit her faults. She would find some excuse to meet Jiang Lili again, brushing off the previous issues. This time, to get her to come over, she started using Jiang Heng to deceive her. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor, and the doors opened, facing the obstetrics and gynecology department on that floor. Chapter 66. Would having a child make Jiang Lili settle down? Let's go down first and talk while we walk. Zhang Qinghe pulled her out. Jiang Lili shook off her hand and pressed the button for the 1st floor, saying, "Let's talk outside." "Hey, don't go." Zhang Qinghe clung to the elevator door, trying to pull her back. "You little brat, why are you so ungrateful? I've been running around for you, and you have this attitude. Am I trying to harm you?" A nurse pushing a medicine cart approached and stopped outside the elevator. "Are you two going up or down?" Zhang Qinghe continued to cling to the elevator door. "We're going down. Sorry, we'll be out soon." Jiang Lili refused to come out, so Zhang Qinghe kept holding onto the elevator door. Helpless, she finally stepped out of the elevator. "Just think about it. When you were a child, we put so much effort into making sure you were worthy of Fu Xingchen, piano lessons, getting into a good university. How much effort did we put into you? And now that you're married, you still don't let us rest easy. Zhang Qinghe dragged her along toward the obstetrics and gynecology department, forcibly trying to convince her of their love for Jiang Lili. Even if you don't care about Erhang or us, for your own sake, you need to secure your position as Mrs. Fu. You'll enjoy a life of luxury, and even if you don't share a penny with us, as long as you're happy, your dad and I will be happy too. Jiang Lili let her words go in one ear and out the other. When they reached the room at the end of the corridor, Zhang Qinghe took out a mask from her pocket. Put this on, so we don't run into anyone we know. Jiang Lili looked at the sign on the door. Director Wang Qinglian of the gynecology department at Jiang City Hospital, specializing in infertility treatment. I have no problem with my body. She didn't take the mask, clearly rejecting the idea. But Zhang Qinghe didn't care and directly pulled the mask over her ears. You have no problem, yet you haven't been able to conceive for 2 years? Seeing Jiang Lili trying to leave, Zhang Qinghe grabbed her hand again. Our only connection is here at the hospital. Your dad had to pull strings to find Dr. Wang, who is known as the goddess of fertility. Getting pregnant is not just my problem. Jiang Lili pushed her hand away and ripped the mask off again. The Fu family has routine checkups every year. How could Fu Xingchen have a problem? Seeing her adamant refusal, Zhang Qinghe's face darkened. You messed up with Erhang's matter. And if you don't listen to us about this, do you want to drive your dad to death? At this hour, there weren't many patients in the hospital, but there were still other medical staff present. As Jiang Lili and Zhang Qinghe tugged at each other, many eyes were drawn to them. Yes, I'm unfilial. I do everything wrong. I always make you angry, so maybe you should just stop worrying about me. You should just listen, Zhang Qinghe said, making a move to push the door open. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Lili turned and ran into the hallway on the left, heading straight for the lobby on the first floor. Unexpectedly, she ran right into Jiang Qingyin, who was hurrying along. Seeing her demeanor, Jiang Qingyin immediately understood what she was trying to do. What are you doing? Now you won't even listen to us. Do you not want the surname Jiang anymore? Jiang Qingyin's voice was louder than Zhang Qinghe's, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the hospital lobby, including Fu Xingchen, who was answering a phone call at the railing on the second floor. He had one hand in his pocket, his gaze fixed on Jiang Lili. At that moment, the hospital was quiet, and he could clearly hear the conversation between the father and daughter. I not only want the surname Jiang, but I'm going back now to obediently get checked out, to try to conceive Fu family's child and secure my position as Mrs. Fu. Is that all right? Jiang Lili turned and climbed back up the stairs. Fu Xingchen narrowed his eyes. He knew all too well that this woman's mind was focused on that. On the surface, it seemed like she was playing hard to get, but privately, she was trying every means to secure her position as Mrs. Fu. The sponsorship for the Kairu design competition had already been negotiated, Mr. Fu. On the other end of the phone, Sun Ting reported again after receiving no response. Repeating the report a second time, Fu Xingchen came back to his senses. He had sponsored the Kairu design competition to keep an eye on Jiang Lili. Now it seemed unnecessary, but since the negotiations were already complete, there was no reason to back out. He instructed in a deep voice. Hand over the Kairu matters to Deputy General Manager Lin. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to be involved anymore. Understood. Sun Ting didn't understand why they needed to sponsor a home decoration design competition. But then he thought, Jiang Lili was in this line of work now. Perhaps it was related to Jiang Lili. But he didn't dare to ask. After hanging up, Fu Xingchen felt inexplicably more at ease. Logically, Jiang Lili was now entangling with him in a different way, and he should be annoyed. But there was an indescribable sense of relief in his heart. Perhaps it was the male ego at work, to be thought of by a woman like this. He adjusted his suit jacket and turned to enter the elevator, heading straight for the VIP ward on the top floor. In the ward, Grandma Fu was wearing a hospital gown, her complexion rosy and shiny, but she was sighing. Grandson, if you had come a little later, Grandma would have reunited with Grandpa. Fu Xingchen stood by the bedside. Did Grandpa come back from the dead? He would rather believe that Grandpa had come back from the dead than that his lively grandmother was unwell. Grandma Fu paused her hand on her forehead, lifting her eyes to look at him through her fingers. Your grandfather came to me in a dream last night. Fu Xingchen, just say directly what you want. Your grandfather said that after 2 years of marriage, you Haven Tea made Lily pregnant, so it might be because of your health. He suggests you have a thorough checkup. Grandma Fu was using the deceased old man as a shield. I have a checkup every year, Fu Xingchen reminded her. Grandma Fu lost patience, and after saying a couple of sentences, she changed her tone. If it's not a health issue, could it be that the positions are wrong? Why is it so difficult to get you to do a checkup? I've already arranged for the doctor. Come in fasting tomorrow morning. Fu Xingchen helplessly rubbed his forehead. Are you going to be discharged? I'm not leaving. If you don't get checked, I'll stay here. Grandma Fu coldly turned her head away. Soon, she seemed to remember something and looked over at Fu Xingchen. Don't tell Lily about me inducing labor or forcing you to get checked. Women can't have pressure. Otherwise, it's hard to get pregnant. Let us rule out your problems first, and once we confirm you're fine, I'll slowly talk to her. Fu Xingchen contacted people from the old house to take care of Grandma Fu. Fu Xingchen and Wu Meiling were not in Jiang City. Only when they were away would Grandma Fu cause trouble. He was the type who had no choice but to cooperate with the checkup. But Jiang Lili was the one who was eager for a checkup. After the arranged people arrived at the hospital, Fu Xingchen turned to leave. On the drive home, a question unexpectedly invaded his mind. Why did they need to practice contraception back then? When he married Jiang Lili, he had just taken over the Xingyun group, and the company was busy. He didn't want to be distracted at that time. But what about now? The company was on the right track, and he was no longer as busy as before. Perhaps, if they had a child, Jiang Lili would settle down? Chapter 67. Who knows when the Fu family might go bankrupt? Jiang Lili climbed the stairs back upstairs, but she didn't go to the 4th floor. She circled from the 2nd floor to the back door on the 1st floor and ran away. Just as she was getting into a taxi at the hospital entrance, Zhang Qing has started calling her repeatedly. To prevent any issues with Zhang Hong, she had unblocked Zhang Qing's number from her blacklist. One call after another came in, leaving her no chance to pull a new number. The driver looked at her through the rearview mirror. "Miss, why aren't you answering the phone?" Harassment calls. Jiang Lili finally seized the opportunity to block Zhang Qing's phone number again. But soon, Zhang Qinghe began bombarding her with messages on WeChat. "You upset your dad, and he still wants to take care of you and plan your future. How can you be so ungrateful? If you're really discarded by the Fu family and become secondhand goods, what good man would want you? Even if you marry another man, you need to have children. You can't be careless about your health." Jiang Lili replied directly. "I have no health issues." She didn't remain completely silent like before. Zhang Qing has stopped sending messages and handed her phone to Jiang Qingyin. "Honey, look," Lili replied. After marrying into the Fu family, she also had a physical exam. If there were any problems, they would have been discovered long ago. Could it be that something went wrong in another aspect? Jiang Qingyin was so angry his head was buzzing. "I don't care which aspect went wrong. You must make her get pregnant with the Fu family's offspring soon." Zhang Qinghe was sweating in panic. How? How can I make her pregnant? Besides, that's the Fu family. If they are determined to divorce, can she still be wanted if she gets pregnant? At the very least, if she has a child, she can get some child support. The Fu family would casually give her something, more than what the company earns in a year. Jiang Qingyin waved his hand and walked out of the hospital. With Xiao Heng like this now, and Jiang Lili still disobedient, what are you doing as a mother? If this doesn't work out, you can get out of the Jiang family. "Honey, I will find a way. Don't worry. We've been married for over 20 years. You can't be so heartless." Zhang Qinghe cried as she chased after him. After a trip to the hospital, Jiang Lili returned home close to 8 o'clock. Aunt Lu had already left, and the 1st floor was empty. The door to the 2nd floor bedroom was ajar, with some light coming from inside. She went up to the 2nd floor bedroom, pushed the door open, but still found no one in the room. Fu Xingchen's car was parked in the yard, so he had returned. However, she bit her lip, turned around, and went downstairs to make a simple dinner. Halfway through her meal, footsteps could be heard from the 2nd floor. The man was wearing a gray-black satin loungewear and had a pair of gold-framed glasses on his nose. Under the lenses, his narrow eyes were slightly squinted, exuding a sense of coldness and nobility. Jiang Lili looked up at him. "I went to the hospital to see Jiang Heng tonight, and came back a bit late." Fu Xingchen's voice was indifferent as he walked to the coffee machine to brew coffee. Deep down, he sneered. Going to the gynecology department to see Jiang Heng? He knew that Jiang Lili's visit to the hospital for an examination was not her own idea. After all, she had been on medication for 2 years, which was why she couldn't get pregnant. But now Jiang Lili wanted to make her move and had the thought of getting pregnant sooner. So she cooperated with the Jiang family to go to the hospital for an examination, wanting to adjust her body to conceive quickly. Fu Xingchen thought about it. Why should he give her what she wanted? After the coffee was brewed, he prepared to go upstairs. As he walked past Jiang Lili with the coffee cup, he paused. "You've been taking your medication recently, right?" Jiang Lili had finished a bowl of noodles and was using a spoon to drink the soup. Suddenly, hearing him mention the medication, she choked a bit. Cough, cough. Yes. She grabbed a tissue to cover her mouth, looking at him in confusion. She was sensitive to anything related to pregnancy, because her parents had just urged her to have children. But Fu Xingchen's gaze was sharp. To him, she seemed guilty. "I have work to deal with tonight." A few days ago, he had indeed forgotten to keep an eye on Jiang Lili taking her medication. However, her period had just ended, and it was a safe period, so the chances of her getting pregnant were very low. The moment he appeared, Jiang Lili lost all appetite. She had intended to pour out the remaining soup, but thought about his work meaning. He wouldn't be returning to the bedroom, right? Okay. She buried her head and finished the remaining soup quickly, washed the bowl, and went upstairs to prepare for the Qi Rue design competition with her notebook. There were many types of designs, such as restaurants, shopping malls, apartments, etc., each with different categories. Jiang Lili chose apartment design. The submission deadline was within 10 days for the preliminary selection. The floor plan of the Expo Manor unconsciously appeared in her mind. After graduation, the only house she had designed was there. With mixed feelings, she shook her head and expelled thoughts she shouldn't think about, choosing the most popular floor plan to design. Tomorrow was Saturday, and she didn't have to work, so she immersed herself in her work until the early morning before sleeping. She had planned to sleep in naturally and then go to the Fu family's old house. Who knew the doorbell rang continuously early in the morning, waking her from her deep sleep? She had to go downstairs to open the door. Outside stood Zhang Qinghe, wearing a teal wool coat and sporting exquisite makeup. Xingchen has gone to work. Why are you still sleeping at this hour? Without waiting for Jiang Lili to respond, she squeezed past her into the villa. Jiang Lili was so sleepy her head felt heavy. The moment she opened the door, the cold air rushed in, making her shiver. If you came to check on things, you might as well go back early. Following Zhang Qinghe inside, she found Zhang Qinghe already sitting on the sofa, looking around the villa. Don't be ungrateful. When I married your dad, our Jiang family lived in such a nice villa too. Later, how can you be so unaware of your blessings? Whenever Zhang Qinghe came here, her eyes would light up. This was a famous half-city villa in Jiangcheng, and living here was a status symbol. Jiang Lili thought seriously for a moment and said, by your logic, even if I marry Fu Xingchen, it doesn't guarantee a lifetime of glory. Who knows when the Fu family might go bankrupt? Huh. Zhang Qinghe had jumped up. So you're dead set on going against me, aren't you? They were not in sync, and seeing her about to argue again, Jiang Lili simply said, I'm going upstairs to change clothes. I'm going to the Fu family's old house. You can sit for a bit. Zhang Qinghe wouldn't stop her from going to the old house. This was the only way to resolve their conversation quickly. Zhang Qinghe got up and followed her, buy some more food and drinks. Did your dad's relatives like the specialties you brought last time? If they did, next time your dad goes out of town, buy more. Jiang Lili entered the bathroom, quickening her washing speed under Zhang Qinghe's incessant chatter. In the bedroom, seeing she was quiet, Zhang Qinghe quietly walked to the bedside. She opened the bedside cabinet, rummaged through it, and quickly found a small medicine bottle labeled with English words. She took a photo and searched for it online. Special contraceptive pills. Chapter 68. How can one create the rumor that he is not capable? The safety of this medicine is higher than that of ordinary drugs. It is also healthier than regular medications, and taking it will not affect women. Zhang Qinghe's mind raced. It must have been Fu Xingchen who made Jiang Lili take contraceptive pills. Otherwise, Jiang Lili would not have been unable to conceive for so long. And Fu Xingchen would surely be furious. But this foolish girl, why doesn't she know how to charm a man with a few tricks? Not having a child would only lead to being kicked out of the house. This daughter of hers really gives her no peace of mind, stubborn and without any capability. It's making her, as a mother, unlucky too, almost losing her status as Mrs. Jiang. Looking at the small white pills in the bottle, she suddenly had an idea and took out a bottle of vitamin C from her bag. It was slightly larger than the contraceptive pills, but she unhesitatingly swapped the two. After all, it would be difficult to find another opportunity to come back and change the medicine once she left the villa today. After changing the pills, she had just put the bottle back in her bag when Jiang Lili came out of the bathroom. What are you doing here? Noticing Zhang Qinghe standing by the bed with a strange expression, Jiang Lili walked over to examine her. I got you a talisman. Zhang Qinghe took out a talisman for fertility from her bag and stuffed it under the pillow. They say this thing works best under the pillow. Jiang Lili did not want to argue and turned to change her clothes in the dressing room. When she came out again, Zhang Qinghe was still standing at the foot of the bed, grinning at her. Let's go. Jiang Lili went downstairs first. Zhang Qinghe hurried to catch up. Lili, you mustn't take that talisman out. It's very effective. I went through a lot of trouble to get it. Got it. Jiang Lili changed her shoes and walked out of the villa with her. Take me to a place with more cars. I'll take a taxi to the Fu family's old house. Where's your car? Zhang Qinghe looked around the yard, noticing it was missing. Zhang Qinghe still did not know about Jiang Lili's car accident. She gathered her long hair, standing by the car, tugging at the handle. It's broken. Zhang Qinghe unlocked the car, and as she got in, she fastened her seatbelt while lecturing her. How could you crash the car? Every day, you give Xingchen a headache. Luckily, that car was cheap. If it were an expensive one, Xingchen would definitely be angry. Jiang Lili struggled to suppress the urge to get out of the car. She was very tired and did not want to walk another half hour to take the bus. So she simply pretended not to hear, leaning against the car door while browsing her phone. If it's broken, then it's broken, as long as you're fine. We can just replace it next time, get a better one. Not to mention millions. It should at least be in the hundreds of thousands. You're Mrs. Fu. You can't embarrass the Fu family. The car Jiang Qinghe was driving was worth over 800,000. It wasn't a good car. But since the Jiang family had fallen on hard times in recent years, she didn't dare to mention changing it to Jiang Qingyin. Suddenly lost in thought, she sighed. You know, if you drive a luxury car worth millions, and after 2 years you don't want it anymore, you can just give it to me. I haven't changed my car in years. I'm not expecting you to buy me one. You can just give me your old one. I really can't count on you at all. As she rambled on, Jiang Lili completely lost focus on the content of her phone. She didn't know how Jiang Qinghe got sidetracked, but somehow the conversation shifted back to children. Women are valued for having children. If you have a girl, then have another. You can give the Fu family a long-awaited grandson, and you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Jiang Lili pinched her brow and turned to ask, why don't you focus your attention on Erhang? Isn't Erhang getting treatment? Jiang Qinghe shot her a glance. If you could actively give Fu Xingchen a child, would I still need to worry about you? Ineffective communication made Jiang Lili turn her head to look out the window. It was early winter, and the plane trees on both sides of the road were a dull yellow. The car sped along, crushing the withered leaves on the asphalt road. She looked in the rearview mirror at the crushed leaves, feeling a mix of emotions. Not to mention the problems in her marriage with Fu Xingchen. She didn't even have the mindset to prepare for pregnancy with Jiang Heng in such a state. Under Jiang Qinghe's incessant chatter, Jiang Lili couldn't hold out until they reached the city center and randomly got off at a bus stop. She took the bus to the city center, bought some fruits and snacks, and then took a taxi to the Fu family's old house. When she arrived at the Fu family's old house, it was already close to noon. Grandma Fu knew she would come and had the kitchen prepare her favorite dishes in advance. There was still a soup left to finish. So Jiang Lili accompanied Grandma Fu to chat in the living room. Lili, tell Grandma the truth. Is Xingchen not capable? In the morning, Fu Xingchen had just had an examination, and the report was not yet out. But Grandma Fu couldn't help but think too much. What if the doctor who does the annual checkup for the Fu family is just being lazy and fills out a random report for Fu Xingchen? Jiang Lili found it difficult to speak and truly could not discuss such matters with her elders. She hesitated and whispered, "Yes, fine. Looking at your expression, he really isn't capable." Grandma Fu's heart sank. "I didn't say that." Jiang Lili hurriedly shook her head. But based on her one sentence, Grandma Fu sentenced Fu Xingchen to death. There shouldn't be any big issues. Maybe he is just deficient. Better supplement him. She stood up and walked towards the kitchen. "Sister Lu, come here. I want to talk to you about how to arrange their diet in the future." On Saturday, Jiang Lili and Fu Xingchen came here, so Sister Lu didn't go to their residence. Hearing Grandma Fu call, Sister Lu wiped her hands and ran out. "Old lady, what do you need?" "Just one word, supplement." After Grandma Fu said that, she added, "Later, make a bullwhip soup. It'll be just right to drink in the evening. And the wild goji berries we bought last time, give him half a pound." Jiang Lili's mouth twitched. The more she listened, the more unbearable it became. This misery did not refer to Fu Xingchen, but to her. Without supplements, Fu Xingchen could torment her until midnight. With them, her legs couldn't help but tremble. "Oh, I was born to worry." After Grandma Fu finished her instructions, she returned to sit on the sofa. "Lili, you've worked hard. Xingchen must have taken after his mother. The Fu family hasn't had this problem for generations." "Grandma, he is fine." As soon as Jiang Lili thought of Grandma Fu's instructions for the soup, her head began to throb. Grandma Fu took it as Jiang Lili wanted to leave a bit of face for Fu Xingchen to maintain his image. "But Grandma, there's no need to leave him face." "What face?" Fu Xingchen's cold voice came from behind. Jiang Lili's back stiffened, and when she turned around, she realized he was wearing a tailored suit, just coming down from upstairs. Wasn't he supposed to be at the company? "What face are you talking about?" Grandma Fu glared at him, disappointed. "What a shame for this face. Just don't let the Fu family die out." Fu Xingchen's features were tinged with fatigue. Last night he had been in the study, unable to sleep. Early in the morning, he was dragged to the hospital for an examination. So he took the opportunity to rest for a while at the old house, while accompanying his grandmother home. "Grandma, I'll go check if the food is ready." Jiang Lili wanted to escape the awkward topic and stood up to leave. But as she left, she couldn't stop Grandma Fu from continuing to discuss this topic with Fu Xingchen. "Grandson, you need to treat Lili better. If your health isn't good, you can compensate in other ways, like giving her surprises, buying her small gifts. If you could learn half of your dad's skills, that would be enough." Fu Xingchen stood behind the sofa, with both hands resting on the back of it. The spot he was standing in was where Jiang Lili had just been sitting. The air was filled with a faint fragrance of gardenias, which was her scent. His gaze landed precisely on the woman's silhouette. She was wearing a black base shirt that hugged her body, accentuating her waist. She was both slim and shapely. She was alluring, and on countless nights, he lost control. She clearly kept begging for mercy. How could she still create the rumor that he is not capable? Chapter 69. The unintentional drop by Vice President Lin. Old Lady Fu scolded him a couple of times, but he remained indifferent. Forget it. I'd rather urge your dad to have a second child than push you to have a baby. Fu Xingchen. After a moment, lunch began. At the dining table, Jiang Lili silently ate her meal, sensing Fu Xingchen's gaze occasionally landing on her. She didn't know what old lady Fu had said to him, but his eyes made her feel inexplicably guilty. After finally enduring until she was full, she sent old lady Fu back to her room for a nap and returned to her bedroom upstairs. She thought Fu Xingchen had gone to the company, but to her surprise, he was in the bedroom. The midday sun was bright, and his shirt glowed with a layer of white light, making him look warm and lazy. Jiang Lili hesitated at the door handle, her clear eyes reflecting his figure. Come in. Fu Xingchen's voice was magnetic, like there were grains of sand in his throat, full of texture. She closed the door and turned to walk in, her hands gripping the hem of her clothes. Worried about what old lady Fu had said that might have led to his misunderstanding. Although he already had many misconceptions about her, she didn't want to add more. She stood in front of Fu Xingchen, and he lifted her chin with his fingertips, examining her small face. Pure and obedient, yet rebellious. He leaned down, his thin lips brushing against her cheek as he slowly spoke. Don't think about playing tricks under my nose. Whatever you want, I will give it to you, understand? Jiang Lili looked at him with her clear eyes, feeling a flicker of unease from his cool expression. She didn't know what he was thinking, wanting to keep their distances, but she couldn't help but feel good about it. All right, now, change your clothes and let us go buy a car. Fu Xingchen released her. Adjusting his shirt and cuffs, Jiang Lili was stunned. Are you really going? She thought he was just saying it. She had already found several cars of different price ranges online and was planning to ask him which one he preferred in the next few days. I will keep my promise, Fu Xingchen said, his deep gaze on her. He was serious, and that dark gaze made Jiang Lili's heart tremble. She snapped back to reality, suppressing her suddenly quickening heartbeat. No need to change, let us just go like this. Fu Xingchen looked her up and down, but said nothing. Leading the way out of the bedroom, Jiang Lili quickly followed him. For the few times she had sat in Fu Xingchen's Maybach, the cramped cabin felt intimate. His long legs were slightly bent, and his clearly defined hands rested on the steering wheel, his long fingers perfectly proportioned. Being so close to him, Jiang Lili found it impossible to ignore his presence. Even the faint scent of musk lingered in the air. At the traffic light, the car came to a smooth stop, and Fu Xingchen tilted his head slightly. She quickly turned away, her gaze landing somewhere unknown. Right now, she understood very well that Fu Xingchen did not love her. Yet, she couldn't help but glance back. Fortunately, Fu Xingchen wasn't looking at her. He was only checking the rearview mirror on the right side. Suddenly, her attention was caught by a flash of bright red in the gap of the driver's seat. Her small hand easily reached through the gap to retrieve it. It was a lipstick, a big brand, and this shade was the one Lin Xiran had used the first time she saw her. A wave of suffocating emotion hit her, and Jiang Lili couldn't help but take a deep breath. Noticing something was off with her, Fu Xingchen looked over. What's wrong? He frowned, confused as to why she appeared so distressed over a lipstick. Jiang Lili's fingers, gripping the lipstick, turned white. She forced herself to calm down, facing forward as she placed the lipstick in the storage box. It must be Vice President Lin's. I'll remember to return it to her another day. She maintained her composure, as if she had no emotions at all. But she couldn't help but shatter that fade, revealing the truth that the lipstick belonged to Lin Xiran. Is that so? Fu Xingchen's brows furrowed deeper. He couldn't even remember the last time Lin Xiran had been in his car. When the light turned green, he released the brake and pressed the accelerator, driving away. The negative emotions brought by the lipstick lingered, but they belonged solely to Jiang Lili. The cabin was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. She should have kept her composure. Otherwise, she would end up like this, feeling awkward alone. The car stopped at the Maybach dealership. Among the few cars Jiang Lili had previously considered, the most expensive one was still cheaper than the cheapest one here. She looked at Fu Xingchen, who seemed determined to buy her a good car. Since he was the one paying, Jiang Lili could only comply. Do you have any requests? Fu Xingchen asked her before getting out of the car. She thought for a moment and said, something suitable for a woman, nothing too expensive. Fu Xingchen opened the car door and stepped out, and the dealership staff immediately approached him. Perhaps Jiang Lili's broad request led to Fu Xingchen directly instructing the staff to take her to choose. The staff quickly walked around to Jiang Lili. Welcome, miss. What kind of model do you like? Jiang Lili was led inside the store. Luxury cars worth 7 to 8 million were displayed in the hall, the spotlight above reflecting dazzling light. There were many people looking at cars in the store, each dressed stylishly. Only Jiang Lili, dressed plainly. realized at that moment why Fu Xingchen had asked her to change clothes before coming. She glanced outside. Fu Xingchen had not entered but was standing by the window, smoking. With a cigarette between his fingers and one hand scrolling on his phone, he looked relaxed. She withdrew her gaze, looking at the staff and requesting a relatively cheaper car suitable for women. Are you sure? The staff smiled and said quietly, this is a rare opportunity to buy a car. If you choose something cheap, you might regret it. Jiang Lili was taken aback, realizing that the staff mistakenly thought she had a close relationship with Fu Xingchen, who was only there to pay and keep his distance. Every detail indicated that their relationship couldn't be made public. She didn't explain, simply smiled and said, just do as I say. Okay. Seeing her insistence, the staff led her to a black sedan, explaining that it was suitable for girls and priced affordably at $1.3 million, and the rest that one over there. Let us go with this one. Jiang Lili felt that this car was much more understated compared to the others. The staff fell silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, whose name will it be registered under? Under his. Jiang Lili indicated to the staff, I'll let him come in to handle it. After saying that, she turned and walked out of the store. Fu Xingchen had just extinguished a cigarette when he saw her coming out. Pick whatever you like. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Once you've made your choice, you can pay, and I'll wait for you in the car. Jiang Lili reached out her hand to him. Palm up, give me the car keys. Chapter 70. Who allowed you to answer my call? A gust of wind blew, scattering Jiang Lili's long black hair, covering half of her cheek. Her distinct black and white eyes peeked through her hair, meeting Fu Xingchen's gaze. Her small, delicate hand was pale, with faint lines showing a hint of pink. In that moment, Fu Xingchen was momentarily lost in thought. Seeing that he was motionless, Jiang Lili took a step forward, reaching into his pants pocket to fish out the car keys. I'll get in the car first. She turned and walked towards the vehicle. Fu Xingchen's dress pants clung to his thighs, and the woman's hand brushed past the root of his leg. He snapped back to reality, his gaze deepening as he watched her get into the car before turning to enter the store. The staff had already prepared the car purchase contract, and he was led into the VIP lounge. Sir, are you married? Fu Xingchen sat down on the sofa, pausing in his cross-legged position, and instinctively replied, yes. Then allow me to remind you, this car, purchased in your name, is a joint asset of you and your wife. It seems a bit inappropriate to give this young lady. The staff member had initially thought Jiang Lili was a young girl trying to climb the social ladder. Now, they realized she was the mistress of a wealthy man. Buying something for a mistress? Who would put their own name on it? Setting aside the money. If the wife checked the assets under his name, wouldn't it all be exposed? What did you just say? Fu Xingchen's eyes narrowed, a chilling aura radiating from him. What do you mean by inappropriate? The staff member was new and did not recognize Fu Xingchen. He could only tell that he was wealthy. He didn't understand why his kind reminder had made the man angry. Of course, this is your business, sir. I'm just reminding you. After all, if you don't mind, and the young lady outside doesn't mind, then we can sign here. Fu Xingchen held the pen but did not sign. Instead, he looked out the store window. The anti-peep window film blocked everything inside the car, but he could almost picture Jiang Lili sitting upright in the passenger seat. After a moment, he returned his gaze, signing as he asked, have you reminded her like this too? Sort of, the staff member replied politely with a smile. This young lady is very well behaved. How is she well behaved? Did she not correct the misunderstanding that she was his wife when the staff thought she was a mistress? Fu Xingchen's brows furrowed into a shape. She was indeed perceptive enough to make him feel a bit uncomfortable. After signing and completing the procedures, he ordered the car to be delivered to his home and turned to leave. Jiang Lili was engrossed in her phone, looking at the renovation plans for the Expo Manor. She planned to send the drawings to Lin Shiran next Monday. Suddenly, the car door was opened, and Fu Xingchen lightly jumped in. She instinctively put away her phone and turned to fasten her seatbelt. If you're going to the company, drop me off at the nearby bus stop. I'll go back to the old house myself. Fu Xingchen started the engine, emitting a monosyllabic sound from his nose. The two of them seemed to have returned to the past, with her being perceptive and him remaining cold and taciturn. The Maybach stopped at the nearby bus stop, and Jiang Lili opened the car door to get out. She stood on the platform, watching the man's car disappear from sight until it was out of view. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lili took the bus back to the Fu family's old house. In the evening, Fu Xingchen returned as well. After accompanying Elder Fu for dinner, they drove back home. This time, Elder Fu did not stop them, as she was focused on Fu Xingchen, having drunk most of a bowl of bullwhip soup. The faint fishy smell in the air made Jiang Lili feel uncomfortable. Once they got home, she felt even worse. The man was full of energy, recovering quickly. Originally, they would have gone at it for half the night, but now it lasted most of the night. Afterward, Jiang Lili lay limp on the bed, drowsily hearing the sound of the man entering the bathroom to wash up. She wanted to wash too, but was too tired and inadvertently dozed off. Until she felt a chill, the thin blanket being pulled away by the man. His hand rested on her waist, the palms slightly calloused, gently rubbing against her soft skin, tickling her. She struggled to open her eyes a crack, looking at the man sitting at the edge of the bed. He shook a small medicine bottle in his hand. It was contraceptive pills. She instantly became much more alert. A slight pain pierced her heart as she mustered her strength to sit up. She poured a pill from the bottle into her mouth, picked up a glass of water from the nightstand, and swallowed it. During this time, she watched Fu Xingchen, whose indifferent gaze was also on her. Neither of them paid attention to the pill. She obeyed, and Fu Xingchen put the medicine back in its place and turned to go to the study. Fu Xingchen had been busy with work recently, and Jiang Lili noticed it. Every time Wu Meiling went on a business trip, due to the time difference, Fu Xingchen's late-night video conference calls had noticeably increased. Stirred by a contraceptive pill, she was wide awake. She got up to take a shower, and when she lay back down, it took a while before she felt sleepy again. Just as she was about to drift off, her phone rang suddenly. Instinctively, she reached for the source of the sound, grabbing her phone from under the pillow next to her, and swiped the screen to answer. Xingchen. Hello. They both spoke at the same time. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiran's voice was soft and weak. In the quiet of the night, that voice carried a hint of seduction. Jiang Lili's voice was hoarse, clearly showing that she had just been through something. Suddenly, there was a deathly silence. Jiang Lili opened her eyes and realized she was answering Fu Xingchen's call. Click. The door swung open, and the man stepped in, seeing Jiang Lili holding his phone, his expression instantly changing. He quickly stepped forward and snatched the phone away. Who allowed you to answer my call? His strength was so great that Jiang Lili was yanked by the arm and fell onto the bed. Her hair was a mess as she looked at him in shock. Why was he so agitated? As if her answering his call could somehow separate him from Lin Xiran. Perhaps he was afraid Lin Xiran would be upset. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, silently mocking herself. The anger in Fu Xingchen's eyes was intense as he shot a warning glance at Jiang Lili before walking out of the room with the phone. You listen to me explain. Explain what? Did he need to explain to Lin Xiran after sleeping with his wife? Jiang Lili closed her eyes. All the words she wanted to say lodged in her throat, but in the end, she turned over and went to sleep. As Fu Xingchen stepped out of the bedroom, the words had barely left his mouth when Lin Xiran's voice came from the other end. Xingchen, I have an urgent document here. Deputy General Manager Lin? Fu Xingchen paused his steps and lit up the phone screen, only to realize it was Lin Xiran calling. Lin Xiran paused before continuing. I have a document that needs your signature online. Fu Xingchen rubbed his forehead, feeling the veins bulging. Just send it to me. There's no need to call. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again. It was the call he had been waiting for. He quickly swiped the screen to answer. I'm sorry, I just took a call and kept you waiting. A strong voice came from the other end. No problem, President Fu. I understand you are busy. On Saturday morning, Jiang Lili woke up to find that Fu Xingchen had already left the house. She had made plans to watch a movie with Su Yunyue, intending to try out the new car. Expensive cars have their reasons for being pricey. The performance was much better than the previous one that cost over 200,000, and the visibility was wider. She had just parked the car in the cinema parking lot when her window was knocked on. She rolled down the window. The bright sunlight hit her face, making her pale skin flush with color. Su Yunyue teased her. You're so happy just because you got a car? Looks like you really love Fu Dog, huh? Have you forgotten him? Chapter 71. Showing off by running out? If you don't mention him for a day, I can forget him a day earlier. Jiang Lili took off her sunglasses and got out of the car, closing the door behind her. She had now learned the distraction technique and could control her emotions well every time she saw Fu Xingchen. Aside from Su Yuyo, no one would bring up Fu Xingchen with her. She thought that soon she would get through this time. That was tormenting her heart. When she truly experiences a breakup one day, let's mention each other in her ear, so she can taste that feeling too. Su Fengchen stood not far from them, holding 2 bags of popcorn and 2 cups of milk tea. Jiang Lili leaned past Su Yuyo's body and saw him. Brother Fengchen? You're here too? Aren't you my brother? Su Yuyo pouted in dissatisfaction. You two are the closest people to me besides my parents, and I'm stretched thin trying to accompany both of you every weekend. It's not easy. Su Fengchen chuckled softly. Are you sure it's you accompanying us? Su Yuyo couldn't argue back, turned to Jiang Lili. My brother is back this time and doesn't plan to leave again. To make up for the past 2 years of neglecting me, he promised to spend every weekend with me. I don't prioritize family over friends, so I'll still make time for you. After saying that, she hooked her arm around Jiang Lili's and pulled her towards the cinema. I tend to say what's on my mind, so don't be mad. I'm just worried you might get swayed by Fu Xingchen again, Su Yuyo said. Jiang Lili was tugged up the 2 flights of stairs to stand in front of Su Fengchen. He handed her a cup of milk tea and a bag of popcorn. The movie tickets are with Yuyo. You two go in and watch. I'll wait outside. Aren't you going in? Jiang Lili took the items and looked at him in surprise. Let us go in together. No, I've seen this movie. You guys go ahead. Fu Xingchen smiled gently and watched them enter the theater, then sat down in the waiting area. When Jiang Lili entered the movie theater, she glanced back and saw Fu Xingchen had already taken out his notebook and started working. Is Brother Xingchen very busy? Su Yuyo found a seat and pulled her down. Yes, he has been busy lately. I don't know what sponsorship he is handling, but he has offended all the old shareholders in the company, even bringing my dad back into it. Since he's so busy, he shouldn't accompany us to watch the movie. Jiang Lili felt this kind of meaningless companionship was unnecessary. I already told him to work from home, as long as he can be there when I need him, but he insisted on being here. Although he knows how to manage his time, and won't let it interfere with work. Su Yuyo also didn't understand when her brother became so reliable. The movie started, and Jiang Lili didn't say anything else. After the movie ended, they went out. Fu Xingchen was waiting at the exit with his laptop bag. I've picked a few restaurants. You can choose which one suits your taste. They're all nearby. He handed over the tablet, which displayed electronic advertisements for several restaurants. Su Yuyo glanced at it and turned to Jiang Lili. Last time you treated, this time I'll treat. What do you want to eat? Let me choose. Jiang Lili said, picking a newly opened hot pot place based on Su Yuyo's preferences. That last time doesn't count as me treating. What are you being polite for? Your money is saved for Jiang Heng's treatment. Su Yuyo returned the tablet to Fu Xingchen. Let us go with hot pot. Fu Xingchen put the tablet back in his bag. I'll drive you there. After you're done, we can go back to the cinema to pick up the car. Jiang Lili nodded. Okay. She and Su Yuyo got into Fu Xingchen's car, chatting lightly along the way, the atmosphere cheerful. The hot pot restaurant was on the top floor of a shopping mall. Being a new opening, it was crowded. Fu Xingchen had made a reservation in advance, and they were directly led to a private room by the staff. Su Yuyo, being knowledgeable about food, took charge of ordering. Jiang Lili took the opportunity to tell Fu Xingchen, Brother Xingchen, I've signed up for the design competition for Cairo. Really? Fu Xingchen's lips curved into a smile. I knew you would sign up. Yes. Jiang Lili tied her loose hair with a hair tie, chatting casually. In a week, it'll be the preliminary round. And submissions are online. Fu Xingchen corrected her. To be precise, there are 6 days left. Submissions start at 8 o'clock on the 7th day. Do you need any help from me? Jiang Lili indeed felt a bit lost. If you have time, let us discuss color coordination. She had been busy with work and had a good grasp of the general design trends over the past 2 years. However, the finer details truly determined the outcome. For example, color combinations, where each color had many secondary shades. All right, I'll organize the latest color palette at home. During lunch breaks at work, you can come to my office, or just message me anytime after work. Fu Xingchen had the latest electronic color palette at Yunlan. It was updated every few days, which provided great convenience for Jiang Lili. What time do you usually finish work each day? Jiang Lili recalled Su Yuyo mentioning he had been busy lately and regretted being so straightforward in asking for help. Fu Xingchen thought for a moment and said, you can contact me anytime with questions. If I'm not busy, I'll reply right away. If I am busy, it might be a bit later. Is that okay? Jiang Lili nodded eagerly. That is fine. You can reply whenever you have free time. I'm not in a rush since there are still several days. What is the rush? Su Yuyo, having finished ordering, turned back to ask, not in a hurry to get divorced? Jiang Lili's lips twitched slightly. Not in a hurry to eat. Fu Xingchen shot her a doting glare. Have you ordered everything you like? Su Yuyo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Of course. I ordered it all. You're treating, so I want to be polite. Fu Xingchen was taken aback. Aren't you treating? You a big man. How can you let us 2 girls pay for the meal? Su Yuyo argued confidently. With this attitude, you'll have a hard time finding a wife in the future. Jiang Lili laughed at Su Yuyo's absurdity. All right, no more jokes. I'll really treat. My brother will definitely be a single dog in the future. Su Yuyo rolled her eyes, letting girls spend money. Fu Xingchen laughed helplessly, but he didn't argue anymore, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Soon, the waiter brought the food, and the 3 of them quietly ate, occasionally discussing the plot of the movie they had just seen. 2 hours later, their small gathering ended. Fu Xingchen drove them back to the cinema entrance. Jiang Lili got out of the car and got into a Maybach. Su Yuyo half lowered the car window, clicking her tongue repeatedly. Driving the luxury car that your husband bought you, and being so pretty, you're simply a winner in life. She sighed, raising the window again, and precisely critiqued, what a pity, Fu Dog has a mistress. I told you not to mention Xingchen in front of her anymore. Fu Xingchen watched as Jiang Lili's car drove away before leaving the parking lot behind her. Wasn't I just mentioning Fu Dog after closing the window? Su Yuyo stuck out her tongue. She can't hear me. Not only did Jiang Lili, who got into the Maybach, not hear it, but Lin Xiran, standing next to Fu Xingchen's car, also didn't hear her comments about Fu Xingchen after she closed the window. Lin Xiran only caught the earlier part, not getting divorced and buying an even more expensive car. Look at Jiang Lili. She is so arrogant, running out to show off. She instinctively felt that she was overshadowed by Jiang Lili. I won't let you be arrogant for too long. Chapter 72. What exactly does Miss Lin displease you? As evening approached, Jiang Lili returned home and adjusted the design drawings for the Bolon Manor on her computer. After confirming everything was correct, she sent them directly to Lin Xiran's email. As the sky darkened and the lights outside began to glow, the indoor lighting became dim. She stood up, stretched, and on a whim, went downstairs to help Sister Lu prepare dinner. In the blink of an eye, it had been nearly half a month since she started working. Living every day in an apron, surrounded by pots and stoves, felt like a long time ago. She missed it a bit, and the pressure of work could be released through these activities. Madam, I see the young master really likes your cooking. You should write down a recipe for me someday, so I can practice when I have free time. So I want to always make dishes that don't suit the young master's taste. He works very hard, and his health can't be taken lightly. Sister Lu observed keenly. The fish she had almost thrown away after being ruined was nearly finished by Fu Xingchen, while the meals she carefully prepared often had leftovers. In the future, let us cook dinner together on weekends, Jiang Lili said briskly as she cleaned a piece of pork tenderloin. He is indeed picky. I'll write down what he doesn't eat another day. Verbal instructions 1 do. There are simply too many things Fu Xingchen can't eat. For example, he eats cilantro and ginger, but a dish cannot have both cilantro and ginger. He does not eat stir-fried cucumber, only cold dishes. Madam, you are really attentive to the young master. I'm getting old and can't remember, so when you write it down, I'll stick it here. Sister Lu joked, pointing to the refrigerator. Does that show I'm attentive? Fu Xingchen's habits were all figured out by her over 2 years of observation. Some small details, even Fu Xingchen himself hadn't noticed. In her first year of marriage to him, she had made him different dishes every month. She kept notes on which dishes he took a few bites of and which he didn't touch at all. The more she remembered, the more patterns she discovered. Jiang Lili lifted her eyelids, her eyes warming up unconsciously, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and started cooking. At 7 o'clock, Fu Xingchen returned home. He looked tired, hung up his bag and coat, and walked towards the living room. Passing by the dining room, he paused when he saw the familiar figure in the kitchen. Jiang Lili was wearing an apron and had her hair tied in a low ponytail. The light gray pure cotton loungewear made her skin look fair and radiant. The kitchen light enveloped her, and the smoke curled around her. Young master, you're back? Sister Lu brought a dish out and smiled at him. Madam is so virtuous. The young master is in for a treat. Fu Xingchen's expression rarely showed satisfaction, but indeed, he thought Jiang Lili was a competent wife who took good care of him. However, Jiang Lili herself seemed a bit unaware of her own fortune. But tonight, she took the initiative to cook for him, so she must have realized she had been unreasonable recently. Madam is also quite fortunate. You two are especially well matched. Sister Lu praised as she turned back to help in the kitchen. Watching Jiang Lili's busy figure, Fu Xingchen felt as if something was gradually filling his heart. He adjusted his tie and went upstairs, showered, and changed into a new outfit before coming down. For dishes and a soup were already on the table. He came down just as Jiang Lili placed the last bowl of soup on the table. Are you getting used to the new car? Fu Xingchen sat down, his features sharp and handsome, noticing that the wheels were quite dirty, clearly indicating that Jiang Lili had driven it. Jiang Lili sat down opposite him. It's pretty good. Nothing to get used to. With their concise conversation ending, they each began to eat. Fu Xingchen was increasingly satisfied. Life had returned to normal, and she was becoming more obedient. That night, all his clothes were washed by her own hands. Just like before, they were cleaned, dried, ironed, and placed in the most conspicuous spot in the wardrobe. Moreover, every suit had its tie color coordinated, making it easy for him to grab a set to wear. Perhaps in a good mood, he was very gentle that night. However, no matter how gentle he was, Jiang Lili would still feel tired. Afterward, she didn't wait for him to urge her. She proactively took medicine from the bedside cabinet and swallowed it. She looked at him, wanting to remember how he was staring at her at that moment more clearly, so she could make her heart numb faster. After drinking some water, she opened her mouth to let him see clearly that she had swallowed the medicine. Fu Xingchen was increasingly satisfied with her thoughtfulness. After showering, he embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her neck, his thin breath brushing against her delicate skin. She stiffened, her body tensing up. He assumed she was just unaccustomed to it, as he hadn't held her like this before. She was sleepless, her emotions complicated. With the car, she no longer needed to take the bus to work ahead of time, so she didn't have Sister Lu come over early. After getting up, she made 2 simple breakfasts, and after eating with Fu Xingchen, they drove off together. The 2 Maybachs drove out of the villa one after the other. Jiang Lili's model was much smaller than Fu Xingchen's. Her car was in front, with Fu Xingchen's following behind. At the intersection leading to the city center, the traffic increased and the crowd thickened. Jiang Lili's car stopped in the left turn lane, while Fu Xingchen's car went straight. At the moment the red light turned green. Both of them pressed the gas pedal and drove off in different directions. At 7:40, Jiang Lili parked her car on the street next to Yunlan and walked to her office. She arrived just in time at her workstation. Jiang Lili. Yao Qing popped her head out. Designer Su wants you to go see her. She looks pretty upset. Jiang Lili put down her bag, took off her coat, and adjusted her black shirt. What's the matter? Yao Qing shook her head, pouting. She came looking for you. It's not good news. Got it, thanks. Jiang Lili smiled and turned to go to Suna's office. Besides Suna, there were 2 other veteran designers at Yunlan. In the design department, only the 3 of them had independent offices. Among them, Suna was the youngest and most capable, so her office was the largest. Jiang Lili knocked on her office door and heard her come in from inside before pushing the door open. Designer Su, you wanted to see me. She closed the door and walked straight to the desk, standing upright. You gave Miss Lin her design drawings, didn't you? Suna crossed her arms and looked at her. Yes. Jiang Lili nodded. Is there something inappropriate? Suna originally didn't intend to make things difficult for her, especially since she had a direct relationship with Fu Xingchen. If she offended her too much, her own job could be at stake. She understood the weight of the situation. However, upon seeing the design drawings Lin Xiran sent over, she couldn't help but ask, what exactly do you find displeasing about Miss Lin that you would want to curse her? Jiang Lili was taken aback, confused. What is the problem that makes you think I want to curse her? Suna opened her phone to show the design drawings Lin Xiran had forwarded to her. How do you explain this? The design drawings were indeed designed by Jiang Lili, and at first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong. But upon closer inspection, there were added small details, some placements and directions of objects that seemed subtle and had superstitious implications. Jiang Lili didn't believe in superstitions, but she had once encountered a very famous senior who had told her that while she could disbelieve, she couldn't stop her clients from believing. And in her line of work, she couldn't directly ask, do you believe in the supernatural? So without asking anything, she grasped this aspect herself to avoid it directly. These things are not designed by me. I don't know who added them. Jiang Lili put Suna's phone back and took out her own phone, opening the file she sent to Lin Xiran yesterday. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Chapter 73, Xingchen. I really can't live without you. Jiang Lili sent Lin Xiran the original design draft via email. Suna took a look and confirmed that it was indeed different from what Lin Xiran had sent her. Let me talk to Miss Lin again. You can go about your business for now. If Miss Lin is really dissatisfied with me, then maybe you can take over this project, Jiang Lili said. She didn't want to be bogged down by such trivial matters, wasting her time. The Qi Rui design competition had already taken up half of her energy. Normal work often encountered problems, which disrupted her rhythm. Suna thought for a moment and said, I'll communicate with Miss Lin. Jiang Lili didn't expect her to be so agreeable. Thank you. You can go now. Suna waved her hand, avoiding Jiang Lili's gaze, not daring to respond to her thank you. Once Suna was alone in the office, she quickly called Lin Xiran. Miss Lin, Jiang Lili has sent you the email record of the design draft. Accusing her like this won't work. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiran showed no sign of being caught in a lie or feeling anxious. Well, I'm not satisfied with her design draft. Let her redraw it. Suna was momentarily speechless, feeling more guilty than Lin Xiran. Didn't I say last time that we should just let it go? Let it go. Lin Xiran questioned her. You're representing my image when you go out. Aren't you afraid she might embarrass you with her lack of ability? Of course I'm afraid. Well-known designers in the industry not only need to maintain their image, but also manage the people they mentor well. Suna found it hard to choose between her job and her reputation. Xiran, can you do me a favor? Can you ask the designer currently renovating your house for me? Then, we can continue our collaboration? She simply couldn't forget the color scheme and decoration of the Bolon Manor. Lin Xiran readily agreed. Sure, I'll ask for you. You bring Jiang Lili to the restaurant downstairs at my company for lunch. I'll personally reject her to avoid putting you in a difficult position. Great. Suna was excited. After hanging up, she notified Jiang Lili via WeChat to meet Lin Xiran with her in the afternoon. This meant Jiang Lili would continue to collaborate with Lin Xiran. Jiang Lili's slender fingers pressed against her forehead, and she could only agree. At Xingyun Group, Lin Xiran knocked on the door of the president's office while holding a report. Come in. From behind the door, Fu Xingchen's voice was deep and magnetic. She pushed the door open and placed the report in front of Fu Xingchen. Xingchen, why are you suddenly interested in the design industry? The materials she handed over were related to the Qi Rui design competition, needing Fu Xingchen's signature for funding approval. Just a whim, Fu Xingchen replied dismissively. Lin Xiran caught on, but didn't mind. Which designer did you hire for the Bolon Manor? Fu Xingchen handed her the signed documents. If you don't like it, why ask so much? I'm not fond of that style, but I have a friend who likes it. Just asking, Lin Xiran said with a faint smile, holding the documents. Do me a favor. Fu Xingchen didn't think there was anything special about that renovation. Perhaps he had no strict requirements for such things and hadn't researched them much. However, he thought about it and realized that Jiang Lili must have put in a lot of effort into the renovation, which surely had its merits. Give Sun Ting the contact information, and he will help you get in touch. All right, let's have lunch together then. I'll treat you as a thank you for helping me with the resignation issue, and now helping me with a small favor. Lin Xiran took the opportunity to invite him. I've already reserved a place, just right to talk about Xia's illness. The words of refusal were on the tip of his tongue, but hearing her mention Lin Xia, Fu Xingchen changed his mind. Okay, see you at noon. Finally, as she wished, Lin Xiran's eyes curved with a smile. He rarely refused any of her requests, so he must care about her. She gazed affectionately at the man focused on his work before turning to leave, heading straight to Sun Ting's office. Assistant Sun. She explained the situation clearly and left Su Na's WeChat ID behind. This is my friend's contact information. Sun Ting took a photo of the note. Yes, Vice President Lin. Is Xingchen planning to expand into the design sector? Lin Xiran inquired about the rumors. As soon as Jiang Lili became a designer, Fu Xingchen invested in the design competition. She had to think more about it. I'm not sure what the president thinks, Sun Ting replied with some frustration. Lately, it's been harder to gauge his thoughts. Lin Xiran smiled lightly, reminding him not to forget to make the connection before turning to leave. Back in the office, the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off. She immediately called the domestic head of the Qi Rue design competition. Can you help me check if there's a participant named Jiang Lili? Please send me all her information. Xingyun Group had sponsored 1/3 of the funding, and the head agreed without asking why. In about 10 minutes, the information of 2 participants named Jiang Lili was sent to Lin Xiran's email. The online registration only required an ID number, revealing gender and age, but no photos. One was 35 years old, and the other was 25. Lin Xiran was almost certain that the 25-year-old was Jiang Lili. She immediately told the head, eliminate both participants named Jiang Lili. Under the influence of financial power, even without seeing the design drafts, the decision to eliminate had already been made. At noon, Jiang Lili hadn't even had lunch before Su Na took her to Xingyun Group. Su Na looked very happy, constantly checking her phone along the way, murmuring, why hasn't she added me yet? Waiting for someone? Jiang Lili casually asked. Yes, Su Na nodded, not explaining who she was waiting for. Jiang Lili's relationship with her hadn't reached the point of digging deep into such matters. At most, Su Na no longer looked at her with hostility, but there was definitely no indication that she accepted her as an assistant. Jiang Lili was perceptive enough not to ask further. About half an hour later, the car arrived at the Western restaurant downstairs of Xingyun Group. The towering Xingyun building blocked the midday sun. Jiang Lili looked up at the building for a few seconds before retracting her gaze and entering the restaurant with Su Na. Su Na knew the box number and led her directly there. The door to the box at the end of the second-floor corridor was open, and faint voices of a man and woman could be heard talking. Xingchen, I really can't live without you. Please don't leave me. Lin Xiran's voice was tinged with a sob. Jiang Lili's footsteps halted, and Su Na in front of her immediately stopped as well, turning around to shush her. Let's not go in, let's wait here. The door was half open, and while they couldn't see the people inside, they could see the silhouettes of 2 people tightly embracing each other under the light. Jiang Lili stared unblinkingly, unable to control her gaze. I won't leave you. As long as you hold on, I'll always be by your side. Fu Xingchen released Lin Xiran and took out a tissue to wipe her tears. Chapter 74. Destroying her future. She cannot tolerate it. Warm liquid unconsciously trickled down Jiang Lili's cheek. Plop, a tear the size of a bean landed on her shirt. She came back to her senses and turned her head to wipe away the tear marks. What is there to persist in? Persisting in being his mistress? Unable to be public, unable to appear boldly in the public eye. Is Lin Xiran the one who is wronged? What is there to be wronged about? At the very least, Lin Xiran still has his private, infinite indulgence and love. What about her? This legitimate Mrs. Fu, aside from having a certificate, has nothing at all. Isn't she the one who is wronged? It doesn't seem right to eavesdrop on someone else's privacy here. Let's leave first. Su Na didn't notice her abnormality and heavily tugged at her, bending down and sneaking out. Jiang Lili let her pull her along. Someone else cries. And there are people who care and wipe their tears. And she? She only deserves to cry quietly. At the corner, before the two had a chance to go downstairs, a voice suddenly came from behind. Designer Su, Designer Jiang. It was Lin Xiran. Su Na immediately stopped, forcing Jiang Lili to stop as well. Two piercing gazes fell on her from behind, and her blood felt like it had frozen. Without needing to turn around, she could imagine how arrogant Lin Shiran's expression was at this moment. She had to suspect that today's situation was deliberately set up by Lin Shiran. Was it revenge for that night, when she answered Fu Xingchen's call? The pressure emanating from Lin Shiran, wanting to suppress her, was too strong. Anyone who knew the relationship between the three of them would definitely see the tension in Lin Shiran. Among the four of them, the only one who was unaware was Su Na, completely oblivious. And Fu Xingchen also seemed to be unaware. He stood there half-shouldered with Lin Shiran, with his arm draped over a black suit jacket. He looked calmly at Jiang Lili and Su Na, slightly nodding as if to greet them. He had greeted her. His wife. Mr. Fu. Su Na hurriedly nodded. Sorry to interrupt your meal. I came here early with designer Jiang. It's fine, we just finished. Fu Xingchen said as he walked out from behind Lin Shiran, exchanging a glance with her before leaving. The sleeve of the jacket he had draped over his arm brushed against Jiang Lili's fingers as he passed by. She immediately retracted her hand as if it had been burned by a hot iron. The man walked away without looking back. Designer Su, Designer Jiang, please come in. Order whatever you like, my boyfriend will pay. Lin Shiran returned to the private room, called the waiter, and had the dishes she had shared with Fu Xingchen cleared away. Su Na followed Lin Shiran inside. Jiang Lili looked at the spot where Fu Xingchen had just stood, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward to follow. Standing at the door, she paused again. A small round table with 3 chairs around it. Just now, when Lin Shiran was crying in Fu Xingchen's arms, they had been sitting in the 2 outer chairs. At this moment, Lin Shiran sat in her original position, leaving 1 chair empty for her. The place where Fu Xingchen had sat. The scene from earlier pieced together in her mind like frames of a movie. Come sit, Su Na said, noticing her daze. Her tone not very good. Why do you always mess up every time I bring you out? Lin Shiran propped her chin up with both hands, jokingly said. Designer Jiang seems to get unhappy every time she sees me with my boyfriend. What's wrong? Is it because your husband is not as good as my boyfriend, reminding you of some sad memories? Su Na blurted out. Where in the world can anyone compare to Mr. Fu? Her comparison referred to Fu Xingchen's wealth and capability. Su Na, you speak so bluntly. Don't you consider Designer Jiang's feelings? Lin Shiran twisted the knife and didn't forget to dig deeper, but what she said makes sense. Designer Jiang, don't mind it. Just try to think positively. Noticing that her words were indeed too blunt, Su Na felt a bit awkward. Jiang Lili took 2 steps forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The faint scent of tobacco lingering on the man enveloped her. Lin Shiran hit the nail on the head. My husband is indeed not a good person, keeping a mistress and being emotionally abusive, doing all sorts of inhumane things. Lin Shiran raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue, but she said nothing further. Instead, Su Na, astonished, said, How could your husband be like this? He really can't compare to Shiran's boyfriend. Jiang Lili turned her head to look at Su Na, smiling in surprise. Designer Su, your words are not right. One can only compare husbands with husbands. Boyfriends are a bit off. When did Miss Lin marry Mr. Fu? I'll admit defeat. Thinking carefully, she realized that when she mentioned divorce, Fu Xingchen did not readily agree. Whether he was trying to find a way or truly planning to let her be a lifelong cover-up, it all proved that the Fu family's door was not something Lin Shiran could enter. Of course, if it weren't for the initial marriage agreement, she would not be worthy of Fu Xingchen either. Lin Shiran maintained her expression, but her hands under the table were tightly clenched into fists, her fingertips digging into her flesh. Don't say random things. Su Na quietly reprimanded Jiang Lili, then forced a smile to change the subject. Let us talk about the design draft first. Designer Su, go order at the front desk. Jiang Lili and I will talk slowly. Lin Shiran dismissed Su Na. Sensing the atmosphere in the private room was off, Su Na got up to leave. Jiang Lili crossed her legs, resting her foot against the table leg, appearing very calm. Lin Shiran, Fu Xingchen can treat you like a treasure. You can do whatever you want, but I advise you to treat me as transparent. I also want to treat you as transparent. Lin Shiran leaned forward, looking at her seriously, her gaze like it was laced with poison. But every time I see you two together, it makes me so sad, so heartbroken. Xingchen cares for me. He can't bear to let me take it out on you. Punching bag? Jiang Lili curled her lips. You've been angry for 2 years. And he only lets you take it out on me now? He doesn't love you that much. Lin Shiran's expression tightened. Before she could say anything, Jiang Lili interrupted. And actually, according to his ability, he could marry you against all opposition. The Fu family cannot suppress him. But why doesn't he marry you? Because once he marries you, the Fu family's reputation will be damaged, and the company will be affected. This proves that you are not more important than money in his heart. She spoke the truth. Often, the truth is the most hurtful. She was unsure if Fu Xingchen truly loved Lin Shiran. But she was certain that Fu Xingchen did not love her. Lin Xiran took a step forward. She wouldn't indulge. Just right. Venting all the grievances she suffered from Fu Xingchen onto Lin Xiran. No one would have it easy. Then, I'm just not as important as money. You say, what are you important in his heart? Lin Xiran took out a card from her bag and placed it on the table. Judge of the Kairu design competition, Lin Xiran. Jiang Lili's pupils constricted sharply as she stared at the card. If Fu Xingchen brought her immense pain, she could endure it. But if Lin Xiran wanted to destroy her future, she could not tolerate it. Xingchen specifically sponsored a lot of money for this competition for me. He told me to enjoy it, play freely. Lin Xiran lightly tapped on the card with her fingertips. Chapter 75. At noon, you come to my office. So how do you plan to play this out? Jiang Lili pressed her lips together, realizing she had to communicate clearly with Lin Xiran and explain her intentions. Don't be afraid. I just want you to design the villa for the Expo Manor properly. Go back and do it again. Lin Xiran had not made any unreasonable demands. Pushing Jiang Lili too hard wouldn't benefit her. Jiang Lili was puzzled. Just like that? Yes, just like that. Lin Xiran smiled charmingly. This request wasn't difficult. It far exceeded Jiang Lili's expectations. She even thought that Lin Xiran might use this to force her to divorce Fu Xingchen. But upon reflection, Lin Xiran must know that whether or not to divorce wasn't up to her. All right, I will continue designing the house for the Expo Manor until you are satisfied. As soon as she finished speaking, Suna returned after ordering food. Lin Xiran stood up, took her bag, and said, you two enjoy your meal. I've discussed everything with designer Jiang, so I'll leave first. As soon as Suna sat down, she immediately stood up to see her off. Xiran, aren't you going to eat a little more? Lin Xiran walked outside. No, I've just eaten enough with my boyfriend. Their conversation faded away. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Suna returned to the private room. So, what are Lin's complaints about your design? Jiang Lili hadn't designed a house in 2 years, and she really couldn't put all her energy into the design for the Expo Manor. Therefore, her design plan this time was conventional and unremarkable. However, some of her finer details still surprised Suna, completely unsatisfactory. Jiang Lili cut her steak into small pieces and put them in her mouth. It was like chewing wax, tasteless, and even made her feel a bit nauseous. Although her design was unremarkable, Suna could see her daily work state. Seeing her so easily agree to redo it made Suna feel uneasy. You can do it. During the meal, both of them had their own thoughts. Suna checked her phone several times in between, but she didn't receive a single message. Instead, Jiang Lili received a photo from Sun Ting at the end of the meal. It was a piece of paper with a string of phone numbers on it. Madam, someone is very interested in the renovation design of the Expo Manor and hopes you can add them on WeChat to communicate. Right now, Jiang Lili was focused on this job, and since the other party was interested in her design, she immediately agreed. However, when she tried to add the other party as a friend, she was reminded, the other party is already your friend, and the other party's profile popped up. She was stunned and looked at Suna, who was walking ahead. She suddenly remembered that when she first went to the Expo Manor with Suna to take measurements, Suna had praised the renovation there. At that time, she had asked Lin Xiran who designed that house, hurry up and get in the car, or you'll be late. Suna had already gotten in the car and urged her impatiently when she saw her standing outside. Jiang Lili turned off her phone, opened the car door, and got in. Sorry. I've reminded you several times, when you come out to meet clients, you can't always be distracted like this. Suna was not satisfied with her attitude. She nagged all the way until they returned to the company, and after getting off the elevator, the two parted ways. Back at her desk, Jiang Lili thought for a long time and registered a new WeChat account to add Suna. The other party accepted her request immediately and sent a message. Hello, are you the one introduced by Miss Lin? Lin Xiran. So, Lin Xiran didn't know that the Expo Manor was designed by her own hands. She only thought it was something she had someone else oversee. Otherwise, Lin Xiran would never have helped Suna inquire. She really didn't know how to thank Fu Xingchen for being willing to be this middleman. After pondering for a while, Suna sent another message. I'm in the same field as you, but don't misunderstand. I'm just a small player who wants to get to know you and discuss design issues together. Suna's friend circle had no personal information. She was somewhat well known in the design world, but didn't want to reveal her identity. Jiang Lili replied, it's an honor, but I'm not very professional. I hope you understand. How could that be? If you can come up with a design like the Expo Manor, if you're not professional, then that's a talent. Suna noticed that the other party's account was new. Who knows, maybe it's some big shot trying to hide their identity. With various speculations. After chatting for a few minutes, Suna had to go to a meeting, and the conversation ended. For the entire afternoon, Jiang Lili cleared her original design for the Expo Manor and started reworking it from scratch. Going through several redos of the same design would drain one's inspiration. By the time she finished work that evening, the design board was still blank. She drove her Maybach home after dinner, and since it was still early, she began to work on the competition design drafts. Although Fu Xingchen was not happy that she brought work home, he had been busy lately too. After dinner, they each focused on their own tasks, she in the bedroom and he in the study, until late at night, when he returned to the room. She turned off her computer and got into bed. The Yun Cloud Group sponsored the Qi Rui competition. Jiang Lili couldn't help but ask him. Fu Xingchen paused for a moment as he lifted the thin blanket to get into bed. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed his eyes. What? Do you have an opinion? Seeing his attitude, Jiang Lili regretted asking. What difference would it make to ask? Could he return the power he handed over to Lin Xiran? She bit her lip, turned over, and switched off the lamp on her side of the bed, just asking. Fu Xingchen looked at her lying down with her back to him, her figure small and thin under the light blanket. He felt inexplicably irritable. She had never turned her back to him before. After a moment, he turned off the light and got into bed, also turning his back to her. Rarely, they fell asleep peacefully. However, despite the calm appearance, Jiang Lili's heart was anything but peaceful. She didn't trust Lin Xiran and wanted to have a good talk with Fu Xingchen about the Qi Rui design competition. Could it be possible for her not to let Lin Xiran interfere? To give her a way out? But then she thought again. Fu Xingchen created this opportunity to let Lin Xiran vent her anger, handing it over to her. It wasn't as if a conversation, selling her misery, or pleading with him could change his mind. At this point, she could only pray that Lin Xiran would keep her word. Most of her thoughts were focused on the competition design draft. With 3 days left until the actual competition, she completed the design draft but was still unsure about some aspects. She sent the draft to Fu Xingchen, hoping he would give her some advice. Come to my office at noon, we can talk while eating. Jiang Lili happily replied. Okay. On Friday, Fu Xingchen wasn't very busy. After finishing his work at the Su family company, he arrived at Yunlan just before noon. As soon as the work hours were over, Jiang Lili secretly went to his office. She didn't want to be seen and, when she got to the door of his office, heard footsteps around the corner. Startled, she didn't even bother to knock and quickly pushed the door open to enter. No need. I'm personally handling the Qi Rui design competition. Fu Xingchen was on the phone, and when he heard the door open, his voice abruptly stopped. Once he saw it was Jiang Lili, he immediately hung up the phone. Chapter 76. After all, they are our parents. Please take good care of them. I'm sorry, Brother Xingchen, I saw someone outside. Jiang Lili looked flustered. It was indeed impolite to come in without knocking. It's okay. Fu Xingchen put down the phone and smiled at her. I just finished my call. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. How can someone hang up the phone in the span of a second? Jiang Lili still felt embarrassed and said, next time, let's not do this in your office. Just message me. I didn't consider it carefully. I shouldn't have asked you to come to my office and make you feel awkward. Fu Xingchen pointed to the chair opposite him. But since you're here today, we shouldn't waste the opportunity. I happened to bring lunch, and it's almost getting cold. On the desk, there was a takeout bag from a 5-star hotel. He opened it and took out several dishes he had chosen based on Jiang Lili's preferences. Why did you arrange lunch? Jiang Lili quickly stepped forward. I ordered lunch. Since she asked Fu Xingchen for help, she naturally wanted to treat him to lunch. Fu Xingchen immediately said, it's still not too late to cancel now. Otherwise, it would be a waste if we can't finish it. Brother Xingchen, if you do this, I won't be able to ask you for help next time. Jiang Lili said honestly as she stepped back. If it can be returned without wastage, she would still clarify. But Fu Xingchen always managed to strike the right balance, making her feel comfortable without being overly awkward. How do you know I wasn't waiting for your help? She smiled. Are you planning not to help me in the future? Of course not. Fu Xingchen said gently, sit down. Let's not waste time. Tell me about your design draft. Once the dishes were arranged, the aroma of the food filled the office. His office had a completely different style from Fu Xingchen's. The light cream-colored desk and cabinets, along with the light-colored sofa, were bathed in the warm midday sunlight, creating a cozy atmosphere. With the man in front of her having gentle features and always smiling, Jiang Lili unconsciously relaxed and discussed her work while eating. This drawing of yours does have some shortcomings, but there's no problem getting through the preliminary round. I personally suggest not to present something too perfect to the public right from the start. Her work indeed had some flaws, but it was far superior to the average designer's capabilities. A work that is too stunning might lead to overwhelming expectations, bringing her significant pressure in the upcoming competition. Is that really okay? Jiang Lili wasn't nitpicking, nor was she pursuing perfection. She was just unsure of herself and worried about being eliminated in the preliminary round. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Believe in yourself. Fu Xingchen comforted her, then thought for a moment and said, do you have time this weekend? Jiang Lili nodded. Yes, why? Fu Xingchen opened the drawer on his right side, took out 2 invitation cards, and pushed them towards her. This is the Domestic Interior Design Exhibition. happening this weekend. Let's go together. You can look for inspiration to prepare for the upcoming competition. She had seen news about the design exhibition, where all the designs were from famous designers. She couldn't have asked for more. Okay, see you this weekend. Jiang Lili's eyes sparkled, and two small dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Her bright smile reflected in Fu Xingchen's eyes, making his gentle gaze even warmer. After lunch, taking advantage of the time before work, Jiang Lili quietly left his office. Fu Xingchen might not be well known in the domestic design industry, but Jiang Lili knew he had been engaged in the design field abroad for the past 2 years. If he believed her design draft could pass the preliminary round, she felt relieved. She could submit her work early, so when she returned to her workstation, she submitted her design draft first. The back-end displayed, submission successful. At the corner of her desk, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the hospital. Hello, Miss Jiang, Dr. Duan asked me to inform you that you can visit the patient this afternoon. Okay, thank you. Jiang Lili's face lit up with joy. After hanging up, she asked Su Na for leave and headed straight to the hospital. At 2 o'clock, the hospital's working hours, she first saw Dr. Duan. Dr. Duan, has my brother's condition improved? Dr. Duan pushed up his glasses. To be precise, there hasn't been any improvement in his condition from all aspects. He is just a bit more stable emotionally compared to when he first arrived, but his state is still not good. This morning, when I was doing my rounds, he suddenly said he wanted to see you. Jiang Lili's heart tightened. He wants to see me? Yes, I even asked him if he wanted to see our parents. But he refused, saying he only wanted to see you. Dr. Duan paused and added, just pay attention to the patient's condition when you visit. And try not to mention the car accident. Observe if there's anything unusual about him. Jiang Qingyin and Zhang Qing simply didn't like Jiang Lili. They had given Jiang Heng a love that was 100 or 1,000 times more than that of an ordinary family. Jiang Heng would occasionally argue with them, all because of their unfair treatment towards Jiang Lili. Yet, he wanted to see Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She even felt a bit nervous. Okay, I'll be careful. Dr. Duan had the assistant doctor take her to Jiang Heng's hospital room. Since Jiang Heng entered the hospital, it had been about 10 days, and Jiang Lili hadn't seen him. The curtains in the hospital room were drawn, blocking out plenty of sunlight. The interior was dimly lit, and the young man sitting on the hospital bed had a sickly pallor. His shaved head had started to grow back a little, looking somewhat unkempt. The nurses took good care of him, and his beard was cleanly shaven. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Jiang Heng looked up, his dark pupils fixed on Jiang Lili. With every step she took, her heart ached. The unfamiliar young man before her was starkly different from her sunny and cheerful brother in her memories. It had been a month since the incident. She couldn't imagine the torment Jiang Heng had endured. Sis. Jiang Heng spoke first, calling her in a calm and unchanging voice. Jiang Lili responded, Sister is here. She put down her bag and sat down on the chair beside the bed, holding Jiang Heng's hand, gazing intently at him. Do you miss your sister? Perhaps due to insomnia, the area around Jiang Heng's eyes was slightly dark. Exhausted was an inadequate description of his current state. He looked as if his spirit had been drained away. When he wasn't speaking, his gaze was hollow, and his expression was stiff, almost lifeless. He nodded gently. Yes, I miss my sister. I have a lot to say to you. Go ahead. Jiang Lili nodded, leaning forward with both hands covering one of his hands. Sister is listening. Did Dad and Mom mistreat you again? Jiang Heng leaned slightly towards her. In the quiet hospital room, their voices were soft as they exchanged words. Jiang Lili shook her head. No, why do you suddenly ask this? Just thought of it suddenly. My matter should affect you. Jiang Heng's eyes turned red in an instant. But he was trying hard to hold back. Sis, don't hold it against them. It's not your fault. It's my mistake. As he spoke, his body trembled slightly. Jiang Lili gently patted his hand. We're both not at fault. You just need to listen to the doctors and overcome your fears. Let's go back to how things were before, okay? We can't go back. A life was lost. Jiang Heng's voice trembled even more. Sis, Mom and Dad treat you badly. But after all, they are our parents. Please take good care of them, all right? Chapter 77. Desiring him to hold her, Jiang Lili tightened her grip on his hand. What do you mean? Jia, I'm in so much pain. Jiang Heng weakly returned her grip, his face worn and haggard. When I close my eyes, all I see is that person lying in a pool of blood. Suddenly, he yanked his hand back, hitting his head hard. Damn it. Why did I go out that day? If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have died. Jiang Lili hurriedly stood up, grabbing his wrist with both hands. But his movements made her body sway unsteadily. Tears burst from her eyes, splattering on her clothes and Jiang Heng's hand. Even if you weren't there that day, someone else would have been. She was deliberately trying to provoke an accident. Do you understand? Her family has already admitted it. Not necessarily. Maybe. If we had given her more time, she would have come to terms with it. She would have treated her illness properly and lived on. Jiang Hong had already fallen into a dead end. He always imagined his state as a gray bleakness. He even believed that the deceased could awaken from their obsessive state. Yet he could not bring himself to believe that he was innocent. He hit his head again and again, and Jiang Lili struggled hard to stop him. If I had driven a bit slower, maybe I wouldn't have hit her. If I had swerved the steering wheel and crashed into a tree, she wouldn't have died. Why didn't I have time to brake in advance? One self-doubt after another. Jiang Hong painfully held his head, kneeling on the hospital bed. Jiang Lili also collapsed helplessly on the bed, gripping his hand tightly. Hong, don't scare me. Calm down, it really isn't your fault. She tried to calm Jiang Hong down, but no matter what she said, he remained in agony, pinned to the bed. He constantly picked at himself. And no matter what she said, it had no effect. It's my fault, all my fault. I'm a murderer. I should go to prison. I deserve to go to prison. Saying this, Jiang Hong suddenly jumped off the bed, the inertia causing Jiang Lili, who was holding his hand, to stumble and be dragged down from the bed. She bumped her forehead against the edge of the bed, and her vision went dark, but she still held on to Jiang Hong tightly. Using Jiang Hong's strength, she stood up and pressed the emergency button by the bed. Dr. Duan. Instantly, the quiet floor was thrown into chaos. The sound of hurried footsteps, Jiang Hong's rapid breathing and murmurs, along with Jiang Lili's racing heartbeat, all surged into her mind, leaving her frozen except for instinctively gripping Jiang Hong. Soon, Dr. Duan Su rushed in with several doctors. They restrained Jiang Hong and pulled Jiang Lili aside. Miss Jiang, please wait outside. Trust Dr. Duan. An assistant physician pulled Jiang Lili out of the ward. Jiang Lili came back to her senses and grabbed the assistant physician's arm. Didn't you say his condition had improved? Why is this happening? She had never seen Jiang Hong like this. Helpless, panicked, and overwhelmed with guilt. He kept hitting himself as if he were his own enemy. The assistant physician helplessly said, at least there are times when the patient's condition stabilizes. But when it flares up, it's still uncontrollable. Miss Jiang, please calm down. Jiang Lili's lips unconsciously turned down, a mix of heartache and grievance. She leaned helplessly against the wall, watching the assistant physician return to the ward, listening to Jiang Hong's shouts and struggles from inside. In her memory, that sunny, lively boy with a bright smile who called her sister gradually faded. What could she do to bring Jiang Hong back to how he used to be? She squatted against the wall, hugging her legs, her eyelashes damp and sticking together, blocking her vision. Mr. Fu, that's the lady. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. She looked up. It was Sun Ting, staring at her. Fu Xingchen stood at the corner, one hand in his pocket, half of his body in the dim light. The man's originally deep-set eyes met Jiang Lili's tear-filled gaze. She had a swollen forehead and heavy tear stains on her face. Looking disheveled and miserable, he instinctively frowned. Jiang Lili looked up at him, and at that moment, all her fear and grievance surged. It felt like finding solace, and she yearned for him to calm her uncontrolled, chaotic emotions. She longed for him to hold her and tell her that Jiang Hong would be all right. Xingchen. Another voice shattered all of Jiang Lili's illusions about him. It was Lin Xiran. She walked out of the elevator, first glancing at Jiang Lili, then going to Fu Xingchen and gently linking her arm with his. She leaned in to whisper in Fu Xingchen's ear, Mr. Mai is upstairs. His condition is still unstable. Let's hurry and check on him. You go. Fu Xingchen felt a pang in his heart at the look Jiang Lili gave him, as if a piece of flesh had been cut out. He was about to push Lin Xiran's hand away when she suddenly added, I saw reporters when I came in. They sneaked in, probably following you. Fu Xingchen's movements paused, his gaze sharpening instantly. He turned to Sun Ting and quietly instructed, you go check on the lady. Report back to me immediately if there's anything. After saying that, he turned and went upstairs with Lin Xiran. The light in Jiang Lili's eyes gradually dimmed. She watched Fu Xingchen take Lin Xiran away and suddenly realized that he would comfort Lin Xiran with warm words and hand her tissues to wipe her tears when she cried. But he was not someone who could provide her warmth when she was sad. This unintentional expectation that arose from her heart was a natural emotion towards him. When she was clear-headed, this emotion often hurt her the most and made her feel the most resentful and sad. Lady. A pair of men's leather shoes appeared in front of her, and Sun Ting's voice came down from above. She didn't look up again, her gaze falling to the ground. Seeing her like this, Sun Ting hesitated, unsure of how to start when the ward door opened. Miss Jiang, Dr. Duan has given your brother a sedative, and he is now asleep. Would you like to see him? Okay. Jiang Lili leaned against the wall, stood up, nodded to Sun Ting, and directly entered the ward. At this moment, she no longer cared for Fu Xingchen's concern. Moreover, Fu Xingchen had merely sent Sun Ting to check on her. Hello. I want to understand the condition of young Master Jiang Hong. Sun Ting did not follow but handed a business card to the assistant physician. Seeing that he was from Xingyun Group, The assistant physician immediately reported Jiang Heng's condition in detail. Upstairs, at Mr. Mai's ward door, Fu Xingchen rested his hand on the doorknob, Jiang Lili's figure constantly surfacing in his mind. He paused. You check on Mr. Mai for me. You're not going? Lin Xiran felt a panic rising in her heart. Are you going down to see designer Jiang? Didn't you already send assistant Sun? What? Do I need to report my actions to you? Fu Xingchen's already poor mood worsened with her repeated questioning. Lin Xiran's face turned pale, trying to keep her voice steady. Of course not. It's just that Mr. Mai is our biggest client, and I'm afraid my weight isn't enough. Let us go together, okay? Chapter 78. He didn't care what she had been through. Go if you want to go. Fu Xingchen had lost his patience to nag at her. He turned and walked into the corridor on the right. However, he did not go downstairs. Instead, he took out a cigarette and stood in the smoking area, slowly smoking. Within a few minutes, Sun Ting came out of the elevator and knocked on the corridor door. Seeing him there, Sun Ting immediately approached. President Fu. Master Zhang Hong is having an episode. His condition is quite serious. What did the doctor say? Fu Xingchen exhaled a wisp of smoke, shrouding his handsome features. Sun Ting sighed softly. Although Dr. Duan is capable, Jiang Heng's illness is more complicated than that of an ordinary patient. He doesn't dare to take risks, fearing it would tarnish his career. Some illnesses can only be treated by taking risks. Conservative treatment won't cause complications, but the chances of recovery are slim. To be more straightforward, Dr. Duan wasn't focused on curing Jiang Hong, but on preserving his own reputation while treating him. What about her? Fu Xingchen brushed off the ash from his cigarette, his eyes cold. The lady is very upset. She keeps insisting that Dr. Duan must cure Jiang Hong. But Dr. Duan has never given a clear answer. Sun Ting recalled Jiang Lili's expression from earlier and felt a pang of sympathy. President Fu, aren't you going down to take a look? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Xingchen swallowed hard. If the reporters catch wind of this and bring Jiang Heng's situation back into the spotlight, it won't do us any good. Jiang Heng's case has already caused quite a stir. Right now, it has only faded from the internet. It hasn't been long since people still remember this matter. If he reappears in the public eye because of me, the gossip will be mild. If someone unstable comes to the hospital and causes trouble, it will be a hassle. I was being inconsiderate. Sun Ting realized this point only after being reminded by him. Contact Jing Hui and have him come back. Fu Xingchen extinguished his cigarette, arranging things in private. Sun Ting didn't understand why Fu Xingchen liked to do things secretly. Before he could respond, Lin Xiran suddenly walked over. Xingchen, you're bringing Jing Hui back. What about Xia? Fu Xingchen glanced at her with indifferent eyes. Xia's psychological condition has stabilized. She doesn't need Jing Hui to watch over her all the time. Lin Xiran's tone was anxious. What if she has another episode? Then let her come back to the country, closer to Jing Hui, Fu Xingchen decided firmly. But Lin Xiran instinctively wanted to refute. But in an instant, she sensed a wave of impatience emanating from Fu Xingchen. She immediately restrained herself, calmed her emotions, and spoke again. Xia's body can't handle long-distance travel. It's better if she doesn't come back for now. You go and arrange for Jing Hui to return to the country. Fu Xingchen threw the cigarette but into the trash can, finished instructing Sun Ting, then turned and strode away. Sun Ting followed him outside. President Fu, where are you going next? You focus on your work, don't worry about me. Fu Xingchen entered the elevator, and the doors slowly closed. His handsome and resolute features gradually faded from view. Lin Xiran clenched her fists at her sides. Once Fu Xingchen and Sun Ting had left, she kicked the trash can. Jiang Lili, it's you again. How dare you steal Xia's doctor? A murderer who killed someone, why save him? Let him die? Her malicious thoughts were directed at Jiang Hong. But all her pin-up resentment stemmed from Jiang Lili. Why? Did Jiang Lili's brother hold a place in Fu Xingchen's heart that surpassed Xia's? How could such a coincidence occur in this world? She came to the hospital with Fu Xingchen and just happened to run into Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili must have done it on purpose, fearing she would pull something at the Chizue competition. But Jiang Lili surely didn't know that she had already made arrangements. She absolutely wouldn't allow Jiang Lili to turn the tables on her. Jiang Lili had no intention of going home tonight. As night fell, the hospital room was brightly lit, as bright as day. It made her already pale face look even more ghostly, and the red bump on her forehead from hitting it was alarming. Her shadow was reflected in the glass, the whole person looking cold and filled with sadness. Her mind was consumed by Dr. Duan's earlier words. Miss Jiang, your brother's condition cannot be rushed. It has to be approached step by step. During this process, losing control of emotions or acting out is very likely. The nurse will be watching him 24 hours a day. You can only wait. Wait, no matter the situation. The waiting process is the most torturous. She could be waiting for many outcomes. There was only one good outcome, Jiang Heng's recovery. But there were countless bad ones. Jiang Hung had finally quieted down. He was sleeping on the hospital bed. Jiang Lili sat in a chair, her legs propped against the chair legs, looking out at the neon-lit night outside. Her mind was blank, not knowing what to think. Too many things felt like a tangled mess in her heart, leaving her unable to find a single thread to pull. She didn't know what to do next. Outside the hospital room, Fu Xingchen stood there with his hands in his pockets. He looked impassively at her back for a few seconds before raising his hand to check his watch. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and sent Jiang Lili a message. "What time are you coming home?" It was still early. Not yet 7 o'clock. At this time, Jiang Lili usually hadn't arrived home. Fu Xingchen never actively asked her. When Jiang Lili saw the message he sent, she fell into deep thought. He just wanted to confirm whether she would be coming home tonight. He didn't care what she had gone through or why she was in the hospital. If she cried in the corner, he wouldn't feel heartbroken either. If that was the case, why ask her if she was coming home? She coldly deleted the message and closed her phone. Outside, Fu Xingchen stood parallel to the hospital room door, unaware of her small actions. After not receiving her reply for a long time, he assumed her mood was simply poor and that she hadn't checked WeChat. He gently rubbed the screen with his fingertip, his brows slightly furrowed. The neon lights at the end of the corridor illuminated him, stretching his tall figure long. Another hour passed. Jiang Lili sat until her body was stiff before finally putting her legs down, sitting up straight, and turning to look at Jiang Hung. Bang! The hospital room door was pushed open, and Jiang Qingyin and Jiang Qinghe entered in succession. They both rushed towards Jiang Hung on the bed. "Xiaoheng, how is he? Didn't they say he had stabilized these past few days? How could he suddenly have such extreme emotions? What happened to his face?" Jiang Hung had 2 scratch marks on his cheek, left from when he had hit himself. Jiang Qinghe immediately noticed and directed her questioning gaze and words at Jiang Lili. "What are you doing at the hospital? Didn't the doctor say no visits were allowed?" "He wanted to see me," Jiang Lili said hoarsely. Watching her parents' worried expressions for Jiang Hung made her feel pain and envy, an indescribable sensation. She even felt that at this moment, if she were lying on the hospital bed, everyone would be happy. Her parents wouldn't worry so much, and she could escape Fu Xingchen's torment. Nonsense. Jiang Qingyin bypassed the end of the bed and raised his hand to slap her face. "Don't flatter yourself. Even if he wanted to see someone, it would be us, not you. I think you're doing this on purpose. Xiaoheng has suffered so much, and I'll make you pay for it." Jiang Lili watched the approaching slap without dodging or resisting. "Go ahead, and quickly erase the feelings of gratitude I owe. That would make it easier for her to decide to cut ties with them." Jiang Qingyin's voice abruptly stopped as his actions were intercepted by a pair of strong hands. Chapter 79. Go home and comfort him. Don't annoy him again, Fu Xingchen. Jiang Qingyin quickly withdrew his hand, casually grabbed a chair beside him, and pushed it in front of Fu Xingchen. "You've worked hard to come visit Xiaoheng. I was too anxious just now." Regardless of whether Fu Xingchen wanted to divorce Jiang Lili or not, he had to give Jiang Lili some face in front of Fu Xingchen. He smiled awkwardly and gestured for Fu Xingchen to sit again. Fu Xingchen remained standing, looking at Jiang Lili with an unclear expression. How ridiculous Jiang Qingyin was as a father, and how foolish his behavior was. Did she have any self-awareness of being Mrs. Fu, allowing herself to be slapped around so casually? He felt a fire brewing inside, and turned his gaze back to Jiang Qingyin. "There better not be a next time. She is mine." His tone was filled with dissatisfaction, continuously directed at Jiang Qingyin. He was reminding Jiang Qingyin that Jiang Lili was first and foremost Fu Xingchen's wife, and only secondarily Jiang Qingyin's daughter. Jiang Qingyin immediately broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed hard, unable to speak. Jiang Qinghe dared not say anything to Fu Xingchen and moved closer to Jiang Lili, tugging at her sleeve. "Don't just stand there. Quickly help your dad explain." "It's not your dad's fault." Jiang Lili was still immersed in the surprise of Fu Xingchen's sudden appearance. She didn't know whether to feel touched or ashamed for having Fu Xingchen see her in such a disheveled state. Fu Xingchen, who cared about his reputation, naturally stopped Jiang Qingyin, which was to be expected. As for feeling touched, the image of Fu Xingchen leaving with Lin Shiran flashed in her mind. There was nothing to be touched about. Her expression was indifferent, and her gaze was vacant. Whose fault was that? Was it wrong for me to come see Jiang Hung? Of course not. Jiang Qingyin interjected anxiously. He had only paid for a month of Jiang Heng's medical expenses. Next month, he was counting on Jiang Lili. "Jiang Lili, your dad was just too impulsive. I was worried when I saw Xiaoheng like that. You won't blame your dad, right? We're father and daughter." There's no overnight feud. Jiang Qingyin chuckled awkwardly and walked over to Jiang Lili. He turned his back to Fu Xingchen and gave Jiang Lili a meaningful look. Jiang Lili had never seen someone whose expression was so different from their voice. The look was fierce and threatening, yet the tone was kind. She didn't take the bait, but instead looked at Jiang Qinghe. I sent the caregiver home. Someone needs to stay at the hospital tonight. Zhang Qinghe instinctively looked at Jiang Qingyin. Jiang Qingyin said without hesitation, you go back. Let your mom stay. You should call us for anything. You don't need to take care of Xiaohong. You should take Fu Xingchen back home. That is not right. You should hurry back with him. Fu Xingchen could see through his hypocrisy at a glance. The man's eyes showed a hint of disdain as he turned and left first. Jiang Lili picked up her bag and left without saying anything. By the time she walked out of the hospital room, the man was already waiting for the elevator. She walked over slowly and stood beside him. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps behind her. It was Jiang Qinghe catching up. She cautiously smiled at Fu Xingchen. Lili, I need to talk to you alone for a moment. Jiang Lili followed her to a nearby corridor. She observed Jiang Lili's expression and asked, Lili, are you doing well these past 2 days? Just say what you need to say. Jiang Lili didn't want to beat around the bush. Seeing that Jiang Lili hadn't noticed that she had switched the contraceptive pills, Jiang Qinghe smiled awkwardly and quickly got to the point. Your dad said that Jiang Heng's medical expenses are due in a few days. He was just about to hit you when Fu Xingchen saw it. I don't know. Will Fu Xingchen be angry and ignore us? Go home and comfort him. Just don't annoy him again. 100,000. Jiang Lili's money was not enough. In the dim corridor, an invisible sense of oppression continuously closed in on her. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said, got it, before leaving the corridor. Just as she was about to leave work, the elevator took a bit longer than usual. When she returned to the elevator, it was just arriving. The doors opened, and she entered behind Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen stood behind her, looking down at her. She lowered her eyes slightly. The swollen area on her forehead was partially covered by her hair, but it still looked quite terrible. He spoke in a deep voice, Jiang Heng. Thank you for your concern. He will be fine. Jiang Lili's voice was soft and lacked strength, but it carried an undeniable resilience and a strong sense of resistance. Two thoughts conflicted in her mind. One urged her not to quarrel with Fu Xingchen, to endure no matter what he had done, for the sake of the 100,000 each month. The other urged her to maintain some dignity. She was Fu Xingchen's wife and had the right to be angry and to clarify what he intended to do with Lin Shiran. With these two thoughts battling, her tone unconsciously became both polite and stubborn. Fu Xingchen frowned. She dared to put on airs in front of him. Why didn't she resist when Jiang Qingyin hit her just now? He clicked his tongue against his cheek, and his gaze gradually sharpened. Noticing the temperature in the elevator had dropped a few degrees, Jiang Lili finally lifted her eyelids and glanced at the man through the reflection on the elevator wall. She didn't quite understand why Fu Xingchen had suddenly appeared in Jiang Heng's hospital room. It wasn't until they left the hospital and Fu Xingchen got into her car that she realized he had only come to hitch a ride with her. At this hour, during the evening rush hour, there were many cars on the road. The dazzling, complex neon lights reflected in the car, half illuminating and half shadowing the man's cold face. The atmosphere in the car was suffocatingly silent. Over these past few days, they had seemingly maintained a harmonious interaction. But at this moment, it was about to reach freezing point. Jiang Lili needed to constantly adjust her mindset to restore their previous way of life. Perhaps Fu Xingchen had given instructions. Aunt Lu didn't come to make dinner. The house was cold and quiet. After Jiang Lili entered the house and took off her coat, she headed straight for the kitchen. It seemed there weren't many ingredients left at home. She decided to simply make some noodles. She took out 2 small vegetables from the fridge and asked Fu Xingchen for his opinion. Fu Xingchen stood straight at the dining room door, his wrist resting on the back of a chair. He stared intently at the woman who had already shed that emotional weight. It seemed she was managing to self-regulate well. She understood that she couldn't vent her negative emotions on him and affect their relationship. It was worth it for him to bring Jing Hui back. During this time, she seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight, likely due to the stress of work. The originally fitted bodycon skirt now hung loosely at her waist, as if it could fall off at any moment. Her long, straight legs swayed like chopsticks under the skirt. He swallowed, his voice gravelly. All right. With his permission, Jiang Lili began to prepare the noodles in the kitchen. Fu Xingchen went upstairs to wash up first and received a call from Sun Ting during that time. Mr. Fu, a private jet has already been arranged to pick up Jing Xiao. If all goes well, he should arrive early tomorrow morning. However, Jing Xiao is insisting on adjusting to the time difference and wants to go to the hospital a week later. Jing Hui was 3 years younger than Fu Xingchen and around the same age as Jiang Lili. He was also someone Fu Xingchen had supported in charity, a genius in the medical field. However, not many people knew him domestically or internationally, as he had focused on psychological and mental illnesses after graduating and had never worked in any hospital. But he was a top figure in the medical community. Unmatched in his field, he would be directly arranged to start working at Jiang City Hospital tomorrow. Fu Xingchen sneered. If he dares to refuse, he'll be in for it. Chapter 80. Let her shed tears over the coffin before learning to obey. Sun Ting's mouth twitched. Good. Jing Hui was so fascinated by medical research that he would definitely compromise. After hanging up, Sun Ting arranged for Jing Hui to start working at Jiang City Hospital overnight. Meanwhile, Fu Xingchen received a message from Jiang Lili asking him to come downstairs for dinner. The noodles were ready. He got up and went downstairs. Downstairs, Jiang Lili sat at the dining table, looking at 2 bowls of steaming noodles. While cooking the noodles, she had been thinking about how to ask Fu Xingchen for money. During their 2 years of marriage, before she discovered the relationship between Fu Xingchen and Lin Xiran, she had asked Fu Xingchen for money, believing they were a couple, and it was only natural for him to give her what she needed. But now, she felt like she was selling herself, trading her body. If she made him happy, he would give her money. This marriage had already deteriorated in her heart. The man sat down at the main seat, his knuckles prominent as he picked up chopsticks, his gaze directed at her. She still seemed a bit troubled. Perhaps she was still worried about Jiang Hong. But he had no intention of telling her about his arrangement for Jing Hui's return. He could see the true colors of the Jiang family, and didn't he want to be entangled with them? In the end, Jiang Lili couldn't bring herself to speak. Just wait a little longer, there were still a few days left. The next morning, Fu Xingchen told her that the family banquet at the old house had been cancelled. Coincidentally, she logged into the Kairu design competition backend and received a notification that she had been eliminated. Her design draft did not pass the preliminary round. Her mood immediately worsened, and she simply stayed home, pulling out her design draft to review it carefully. Although the results hadn't been announced yet, due to the large number of participants, the submissions were reviewed early. When the submission deadline arrived, there would be a 1-week review period, and all selected names would be announced. Although she hadn't hoped much for this competition, being eliminated in the first round inevitably affected her mood. She began to doubt whether Lin Xiran had manipulated this behind the scenes. But she had clearly promised to continue working on the design for the Bow exhibition manor until Lin Xiran was satisfied. She took a screenshot of the elimination notification and sent it to Lin Xiran on WeChat. Lin Xiran replied quickly, Jiang Lili, you don't even have the qualifications to enter the preliminary round. What are you doing in the design industry? Jiang Lili pondered for a moment before replying, trying to provoke her. You don't keep your word. Her tone was almost certain, as if she had caught some evidence. This time, Lin Xiran readily admitted it. What can you do about it? Your brother needs your care, and I'm helping you, so you don't wear yourself out. Jiang Lili was so angry that she directly blocked Lin Xiran on WeChat. She lay in bed all day, not even eating. In the evening, when Fu Xingchen returned, Aunt Lu hurried over, worried, saying, Young master, you should go check on madam. She hasn't eaten all day. Is that so? Fu Xingchen's heart sank, and he took off his coat, heading straight upstairs. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, and a dim light was seeping out, faintly revealing her shadow, sitting on the bay window. She was engrossed in looking at interior design works from the past 2 years. She was so absorbed that she hadn't even turned on the light. The weak glow from the computer screen illuminated her face. Her long hair was messy on her shoulders, and her dark eyes were fixed on the screen. Suddenly, the room was brightly lit. She instinctively squinted and looked at Fu Xingchen striding over. The cold of early winter clung to him, invading Jiang Lili's skin and causing goosebumps to rise on her exposed arms. Not eating, he stood by the bay window, unbuttoning his sleeve with one hand, looking down at her with a rare gentleness in his gaze. Jiang Lili didn't raise her head, so she didn't see his expression. I have no appetite. She spoke honestly. After blocking Lin Xiran on WeChat, she didn't want to continue working on the design for Bow exhibition manor. Being eliminated from the competition, the dangers her job faced were uncertain. As long as she was alive and hadn't committed suicide, she was already open-minded. If yesterday she had resisted due to a bad mood, now her dissatisfaction was directly aimed at Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen saw that her computer was filled with design drafts and assumed she was worried about work. He patiently said, if you're unhappy, just quit. With that little salary for a month, you'll wear yourself out. I have the right to be willful? Jiang Lili interrupted him, lifting her eyelids, her apricot eyes staring at him without blinking. If I'm unhappy, can I just not work? Then I don't want to be Mrs. Fu anymore. Why don't you divorce me? Before she finished speaking, she choked up. It was true that Fu Xingchen didn't want a divorce. But it was also true that she couldn't leave. What do you want? Fu Xingchen's expression suddenly darkened, his cool hand against her jaw as he leaned in closer to her cheek. Jiang Lili, have I spoiled you too much? Is it making you reckless? Indeed. He shouldn't have given her a way out. When they were getting divorced, he should have taken her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to sign the papers. Let her shed tears over the coffin before learning to obey. Jiang Lili's crimson lips curled into a sarcastic smile. I've been spoiled. I see. You don't need comfort in this state. Fu Xingchen suddenly released her, shot her a glance, and turned to enter the bathroom. Jiang Lili's body slid down from the bay window, landing on the white carpet. She propped herself up with her hands, her eyes misting over as she watched the man's back disappear. Comfort? She needed it. But she didn't need his comfort, that was all. She calmed herself, got up to put her notebook back in her bag, and then went downstairs. Although she had no appetite, she still needed to eat. Her body and mind could be tired, but they could not collapse. Perhaps her attitude was too terrible that night, causing Fu Xingchen to stay upstairs and not come down for dinner. After dinner, when she returned to her room, the man was still not there. In fact, he stayed in the study all night without coming out. It wasn't until morning that he returned to his room to change clothes. Jiang Lili was awakened by the noise but turned her back to him, pretending to be asleep. After Fu Xingchen changed his clothes, he glanced at her back and left with a cold face. On the way to the company, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jinghui. Brother Fu, you have a heart of stone. I haven't slept for 18 hours, and I need to catch up on sleep. I protest. His phone was connected to Bluetooth, and the man's voice was exaggeratedly delicate, even purposely tremulous. Hearing it made Fu Xingchen feel a chill. If you donate it, how will you report the patient's condition to me? Jinghui scoffed. You're so generous with them, yet so harsh on me. Harsh. Fu Xingchen gritted his teeth. Your lab equipment costs millions. Wasn't that me who bought it for you? Lin Xiran's annual profits are enough to support you. Don't you think I should treat you differently? Jinghui reminded him of Jiang Lili, both equally ungrateful. Realizing he was in the wrong, Jinghui chuckled reluctantly. Good brother, let us talk business. The patient you referred to me is a big problem. Chapter 81. Not everyone is qualified to pursue fairness and how difficult it is. Fu Xingchen gripped the steering wheel, his thin lips parted, unsure of his confidence. The other end was silent for a few seconds. Jinghui contemplated. I happen to be conducting an experiment. Perhaps his condition could be applied, but I haven't finished this experiment yet. Fu Xingchen interrupted again. If you want something, find Sun Ting, but don't overstep. Good brother, you really are domineering. Jinghui's heart raced at his earlier words, but was also terrified by the latter ones. Rest assured, I have principles. Beep, beep, beep. Fu Xingchen hung up, not listening to his nonsense. However, he was clear that Jinghui saying it was somewhat difficult proved that Jiang Heng's situation was indeed undeniable. In an instant, the anger from last night seeing Jiang Lili's ignorant appearance faded a bit in his heart. Women are emotional beings, difficult to control their feelings. With this thought, after arriving at the company, he instructed Sun Ting to cancel the dinner party for the evening, book a restaurant according to his wife's taste, and send the restaurant's location and time to her phone. What happened? Sun Ting was confused. Fu Xingchen had never actively booked a restaurant, nor had he eaten with Jiang Lili. Jiang Heng's condition was quite tricky, comforting her. He had never actively paid attention to Jiang Lili's emotions either. Sun Ting seemed to imagine how touched Jiang Lili would be when the time came. He immediately booked the best Western restaurant in Jiangchen. Early winter. The branches on both sides of the street were dry, and the mottled sunlight spilled down, shining through the car window onto Jiang Lili's face. The black sunglasses covered half of her face, and beneath the lenses, her peach blossom eyes shimmered, with faint dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't slept well last night, and out of politeness, she wore light makeup to meet Fu Xingchen. Parking outside the design exhibition hall, she opened the car door and immediately saw Fu Xingchen standing at the entrance. Upon seeing her, Fu Xingchen slowly walked down the steps to greet her. It was my oversight. It's hard to get a break, and yet I made you come out early to see the design exhibition. You managed to get the tickets and bring me here, which is what I wished for. Jiang Lili took off her glasses, put them in her bag, and smiled at him. He handed her a cup of coffee, and as she reached out to take it, her fingertips brushed against his hand, which was very cool. Have you been waiting for long? Fu Xingchen smiled lightly, turned to walk alongside her into the exhibition hall. I just arrived not long ago. But his hand was cold. He drove over, and it wasn't cold on the road. His hand was cold because he had been standing at the door waiting for her. I know this place. Next time you can wait for me inside. As Jiang Lili finished speaking, Fu Xingchen opened the door to let her in, and she immediately nodded. Thank you. The exhibition hall for the design exhibition was large, divided into two types of exhibition modes. One type was to plan several layouts and renovate according to the design drawings. The other type displayed the design drawings on electronic screens, restoring them from every angle for people to appreciate. This design is very similar to last year's domestic design competition champions' work. I guess they are the same person. Fu Xingchen held the coffee in one hand and put the other hand in his pocket, explaining to Jiang Lili as he looked around. Many small details in the design styles of the past 2 years have evolved step by step from the essence of previous works. Jiang Lili could understand it herself, but studying it took time. Moreover, there were too many areas where she needed to learn, and she would miss out. She listened attentively to Fu Xingchen's explanation. her gaze fixed almost unblinkingly on every piece he was discussing. In the past 2 years, European and American styles have not been popular in the country. So be careful in selecting European and American styles for your upcoming competition. Although Fu Xingchen had been abroad for the past 2 years, he had always paid attention to the trends in the domestic design industry. He kindly reminded Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili took a sip of coffee, the bitterness melting in her mouth, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, "There won't be any competitions next. I was eliminated." What? Fu Xingchen's gentle smile faded. Eliminated? Yes, perhaps my work wasn't outstanding enough, so I didn't pass the preliminary round. Jiang Lili didn't tell Fu Xingchen the inside story. She forced a smile, raising the corners of her lips. I wasn't really hopeful anyway. Fu Xingchen saw through her facade, grabbing her wrist and pulling her through the crowd to a corner of the exhibition hall. You can choose not to have hope, but you must pursue absolute fairness and justice in the competition. You don't have to tell me what exactly happened, but you cannot just give up. Not give up. Jiang Lili gently bit her lip, averting her gaze. Because she lacked the courage to pursue fairness and justice, she also lacked the courage to look at him. And she didn't want to reveal her grievances in front of Fu Xingchen. Fairness and justice are not something everyone is qualified to pursue. Fu Xingchen was even more puzzled. But you are different. You have Xingtian. How could she not be qualified to pursue fairness and justice? But halfway through his words, Fu Xingchen suddenly realized something, and his voice came to an abrupt stop. His warm eyes revealed a hint of incredulity. Seeing his expression and gaze, Jiang Lili knew he must have guessed something. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, embarrassed by being exposed. "I'm sorry. This is your matter. I shouldn't pry." She lowered her head, and Fu Xingchen could only see her fluffy head, bathed in sunlight. Clearly, the warm sun shone on her, yet it couldn't hide the gloom and sadness she radiated at that moment. He raised his hand, intending to pat her head, but felt it inappropriate. He merely tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ears. Being with him, Jiang Lili could quickly pull herself out of her bad mood. She lifted her head, even forcing a smile. "You don't have to pry. Some things we all know in our hearts. He might just want me to be at ease as Mrs. Fu." In the end, she still reserved a bit of her dignity. She didn't let Fu Xingchen hand her over to Lin Xiran to let Lin Xiran take pleasure in it. "So, do you want to only be Mrs. Fu?" Fu Xingchen asked her seriously. She choked on her words, shook her head, and smiled more helplessly. "I have no choice." One night was enough for her to adjust herself. For Jiang Heng's medical expenses, she had to lower her head. This job, this competition, let it all go. Sooner or later, Jiang Heng's illness will get better. Sooner or later, she will be free. It's just a matter of time. Then, is there still a choice about whether to continue seeing this exhibition? Fu Xingchen changed the subject, his gaze turning to the crowd. "Should we continue?" Without hesitation, Jiang Lili said, "Yes." The competition matter has fallen through. But the job is still there. She must continue to learn. Even if the job is gone, she won't give up on her design career. She can find another. Then let us continue. Fu Xingchen led her back into the crowd to continue visiting. Jiang Lili tried her best to clear her mind of distractions and study earnestly. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket beeped. It was a restaurant reservation from Sun Ting. And a message. "Madam, 6 o'clock in the evening." She was puzzled and replied with a question mark. Sun Ting kindly explained. "Because of Jiang Heng's situation. You're feeling down. Mr. Fu specially canceled the dinner party and wanted to take you to dinner to cheer you up. The restaurant is a well-known Western restaurant in Jiangqing, and that so-called excuse to cheer her up was also quite genuine." Every word in the WeChat message was familiar to Jiang Lili, but piecing them together, she couldn't understand what it meant. Chapter 82. "I don't need him to coax me." Fu Xingchen coaxing her to be happy? Those words were too unfamiliar, so unfamiliar that they seemed unbelievable, making it sound fake at first hearing. Jiang Lili refused decisively. "Please convey my thanks, but there's no need for dinner. I don't need him to coax me." What she could do in front of Fu Xingchen was coexist peacefully in that house. Besides that, she didn't want to pretend as if any unpleasantness didn't exist. "What's wrong?" Fu Xingchen saw her holding her phone, unsure of what she was thinking, and moved closer to her. He also helped block the noisy crowd, resting his hand on the wall behind her, protecting her in a safe place. "It's fine, let's continue." Jiang Lili put her phone away. The place was quite large, and she wanted to finish exploring quickly. "I'll treat you to lunch at noon." Fu Xingchen smiled and led her to the left. "Don't worry. I definitely won't compete with you today. I'll give you a chance to treat me." Jiang Lili couldn't help but smile. "If you compete to pay the bill again today, I won't accept your kindness with Yuzi in the future." The two chatted and laughed, and then went to another exhibition hall. Xingyan Group. Sun Ting was sweating nervously, not daring to convey Jiang Lili's words. He put the phone in front of Fu Xingchen, letting Fu Xingchen read it himself. Who would dare refuse Fu Xingchen? Especially since Jiang Lili's words were sharp, indirectly implying Fu Xingchen's insincerity. The moment Fu Xingchen saw the content of their conversation, the large office fell silent. In early winter, before the heating was on, the already chilly office temperature dropped suddenly. Sun Ting felt the cold sweat on his forehead turn into frost, invading his skin, making him feel cold all over. What does she mean? Fu Xingchen was suddenly amused by his anger, pushing the phone back in front of Sun Ting. Unappreciative? Perhaps. The lady was just in a bad mood, so her words were inappropriate. Sun Ting found a clumsy excuse. He noticed that ever since Jiang Lili proposed divorce, Fu's temper had become unpredictable. This directly led him to a dire situation. He had to justify Jiang Lili. However, Fu Xingchen was not in the mood to appreciate his justification. The arc of his thin lips gradually fell, pressing into a straight line, his face heavy, exuding a chill from within. Knock, knock. The office door was knocked on, and he did not respond for a long time, so the person outside kept knocking. After several knocks, Lin Xiran could no longer hold back and pushed the door open. Xingchen, why didn't you respond in the office? She held a very urgent document that required his signature. As Lin Xiran lifted the document to the point where he needed to sign, she looked at him again and noticed something was off. Why do you look so bad? What's wrong? Fu Xingchen remained silent, taking out a pen to sign. What's wrong? Lin Xiran asked Sun Ting, standing next to her. Sun Ting smiled awkwardly and simply said, "It's nothing serious, just that the president invited his wife to dinner." But she refused. Designer Jiang went to the design exhibition. She was busy and didn't have time to meet you, right? Lin Xiran's eyes curved with a smile, showing understanding. Fu Xingchen paused in his signing motion and raised his eyes to ask her, "What design exhibition?" "There's a large domestic design exhibition in the suburbs today. A friend of mine went and knew I wanted to renovate my house, so they sent me some nice design pictures. And they happened to take a picture of designer Jiang." Lin Xiran took out her phone, opened a few photos, and handed them to Fu Xingchen. On the screen, Jiang Lili stood shoulder to shoulder with Fu Xingchen. Amid the bustling crowd, the two looked like a perfect match. Jiang Lili was petite, standing closely beside Fu Xingchen. Fu Xingchen leaned slightly, pointing in a direction, quietly saying something to her. "Did I see wrong? That's designer Jiang, right? Although I've only seen her a few times. She's particularly beautiful. I recognized her at a glance." Lin Xiran even joked, "Xingchen, your taste is really good. She's very compatible with you. Is that so?" Fu Xingchen replied slowly, "I think she seems quite compatible with Fu Xingchen too." Sun Ting broke out in a cold sweat, quickly signaling Lin Xiran with his eyes. He thought Lin Xiran was somewhat familiar with Fu Xingchen outside of work and should be able to advise him to cool down. However, Lin Xiran jokingly added fuel to the fire. "Are you jealous? Did designer Jiang not tell you she was going to the exhibition with Fu Xingchen?" Fu Xingchen's expression darkened further. "Vice President Lin." Sun Ting had to remind her quietly, "Stop talking." "What is wrong with that?" Lin Xiran said, acting as if it were only natural. "They're going to the exhibition together. It must be for work, not a private date. I've had to accompany male clients for meals many times on weekends." Fu Xingchen suddenly looked at her. That gaze made her throat feel like it was blocked. Unable to continue speaking, she heard Fu Xingchen say, without hesitation, "Adjust your position. She is different from you." Lin Xiran was doing it for work. Even if it weren't work-related, she was single and could have meals with men. What was the problem, even if it led to something more? But Jiang Lili was different. She was his wife, holding the title of Mrs. Fu. "Vice President Lin, if you're done signing, you can leave. I still have work to report to President Fu." Sun Ting quickly tried to get her out of the office when he saw Lin Xiran adding fuel to the fire. Lin Xiran felt her blood run cold, and her whole body went numb. But she had to make herself look normal. "Then, I'll get back to work." She turned and walked out of the office, her chest swelling with jealousy. She and Jiang Lili were ultimately different? In what way were they different? It was just that Jiang Lili used some means to marry him, and she was no worse than Jiang Lili. However, Fu Xingchen cared about Jiang Lili being with Fu Xingchen, which was good for her. This photo was taken by someone she had sent to keep an eye on Jiang Lili. She couldn't send it to Fu Xingchen using a strange number like last time. Maybe sending it once, Fu Xingchen wouldn't care who this stranger was and wouldn't investigate. But if she kept sending it anonymously, he would start to doubt it. So she chose to create coincidences. But such coincidences couldn't happen too many times. She couldn't delay any longer. A calculating light flickered in her eyes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Lili finished visiting the design exhibition with Fu Xingchen. She chose an authentic restaurant in Jiangxing, one she and Su Yunyu frequently visited before. "Xingchen, aren't you busy this afternoon?" After ordering, she asked Fu Xingchen. He was wearing a black trench coat with a sports shirt underneath, rolling up his sleeves, revealing distinct wrist bones. "Not busy. Do you have other things to do?" His black and white eyes subtly held anticipation. Jiang Lili shook her head. No, I just wanted to say, if you're not busy, could you pack 2 dishes that Yuzi likes to take back for her? Although they were called dishes, they were more like snacks. Occasionally, when Su Yinyu passed by here, she would take some to eat while watching dramas. Fu Xingchen's gaze dimmed slightly. Sure. At 2 o'clock, the meal ended. Jiang Lili didn't go home. After separating from Fu Xingchen, she found a CAF to sit down. She organized all the thoughts she had after visiting the exhibition in her notebook. They had gone through dozens of exhibits together. Once everything was sorted out, it was already dark. Only then did she leave the CAF and drive home. At 7:30, the night was desolate, and the cold wind blew fiercely. Just as she parked her car, her phone beeped. It was a message from Fu Xingchen. Lily, the world is fair, don't give up. I will always support you. No flowery language, just a few simple sentences. Yet it felt like a warm current flowing into Jiang Lili's heart. The light in the carriage illuminated the smile that spread across her face, making it clearly visible. This scene fell into the depths of the man's eyes in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the villa. Chapter 83. He fed her medicine. Jiang Lili hadn't smiled in front of Fu Xingchen for a long time, especially not a smile that came from the heart. Fu Xingchen recalled carefully that since Jiang Lili returned, she had hardly smiled. In their 2 years of marriage, he remembered her smiling. But that smile had been tinged with a cautious desire to please. In the car and inside the house, it felt like 2 different worlds. She earnestly replied to Fu Xingchen's message, saying thank you almost every time. But without saying thank you, she didn't know what else to say. It took her a long time to reply. I will persevere to the end, brother Xingchen. You must work hard too. Fu Xingchen loved design. But the Su family's business also needed him to manage it. He was struggling to balance his responsibilities to the Su family while not giving up on his dreams. After replying, Jiang Lili put her phone back in her pocket and opened the car door to get out. The bright moonlight enveloped her as she walked toward the house. With each step, the smile on her face faded a little more. By the time she entered the villa, her small face returned to its previous expression of disdain for the world. Jiang Lili walked through the entrance and immediately saw the man smoking by the floor-to-ceiling window. Sorry, I'm late, she said. She had originally discussed with Aunt Lu that she wouldn't come over on the weekends. Yesterday was Saturday, and since old lady Fu had something to do outside, there was nothing to do at the old house, so Aunt Lu came over to cook. Aunt Lu wouldn't be coming today, and here she was, back at this hour with no dinner prepared. Fu Xingchen took a deep drag from his cigarette, the swirling smoke obscuring his handsome face. It also concealed the turbulent emotions in his eyes, but it couldn't hide the stern aura that surrounded him. Jiang Lili had planned to finish her apology and quickly go make dinner. However, under his gaze, she found herself rooted to the spot, unable to move. The man's eyes were cold, and the taut line of his jaw was a sign of anger. Was it because she refused to have dinner with him today? She didn't think it was something worth getting angry about for Fu Xingchen. Their eyes met, and the tension in the air was palpable. After a moment, Fu Xingchen moved first, striding over to her. He slightly moved the hand holding the cigarette back and used the other hand to hook around her neck, pulling her close to him. Where have you been, Mrs. Fu? Each word was spat out through gritted teeth. Jiang Lili felt the tender flesh of her neck turn red and sting under his grip. I had something to do. I went out. Fu Xingchen's lips curled into a mocking smile as he demanded, what was it? I went to see a design exhibition, Jiang Lili said, pressing her hands against his chest. Through the thin fabric of his shirt, she could clearly feel the warmth of his chest. It was hot, almost burning, making her feel a bit restless, especially at such a close distance. Her pinky finger was pressed against his left chest, and his strong heartbeat resonated with her own heart, making it race. How was it? Fu Xingchen turned his head, taking another drag of his cigarette. His brows were furrowed, and the beautifully defined profile of his face was visible to Jiang Lili, who had always had no resistance to his every move. Her heart felt as if it was being slowly eroded, tinged with a mix of tingling and pain. Her throat felt stuffed with cotton, rendering her speechless. His current demeanor told her that no matter what she said, he would be angry. But if she didn't say anything, it wouldn't prevent him from being angry. What's wrong? Didn't you understand? Haven't you been taking independent orders and even designed the villa at the expo garden? Can't you understand a design exhibition? Then what were you doing? Fu Xingchen didn't want to mention Fu Xingchen, as it made it seem like he was jealous. Subconsciously, he wanted to vent his anger by belittling Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili clutched his shirt but couldn't escape his embrace. She twisted her body, her face full of resistance. Fu Xingchen, let me go. She was soft against his hard chest, and it made Fu Xingchen's heart tremble. His hand tightened around her waist, bringing them closer together. I need to make dinner. Jiang Lili didn't want to clash with him, so she tried to change the topic and avoid him. Fu Xingchen's hand around her waist suddenly loosened a bit, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, The man, who was a head taller than her, suddenly bent down and threw her over his shoulder. "Ah!" She was startled and instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his shoulders. "I'm not hungry." Fu Xingchen carried her upstairs, thinking that wasting time making dinner was less meaningful than doing something else. Jiang Lili knew exactly what he meant by meaningful. He intended to vent his pent-up frustration in that way. The black leggings she wore hugged her slender legs, accentuating her full and perky curves. She had also put on light makeup, looking exquisite, with a faint scent of perfume lingering around her. Just thinking about how she looked, meeting Fu Xingchen all day long, made Fu Xingchen grit his teeth, his expression tense. He took her straight to the bathroom and bent down to set her down. The room was dark, and after a dizzying spin, when she was suddenly placed down, Jiang Lili stumbled and sat on the edge of the bathtub. Instinctively, she raised her hand to feel around, her fingertips accidentally hooking into the man's waistband. Before she could react, a stream of icy water poured down from above. The showerhead drenched Jiang Lili, soaking her completely, while a small amount splashed onto Fu Xingchen's shoulder. His white shirt became wet, clinging to his chest. Jiang Lili, caught off guard by the cold water, let out a surprised gasp, her voice mixing with the sound of the splashing water. It was like a stone dropping into a calm lake, sending ripples through Fu Xingchen's heart. Jiang Lili struggled, pulling at him, causing him to stumble. His clearly defined muscles pressed against the wall as she tugged him closer. He braced himself against the wall, bending down to cover her cool lips with his. His other hand tangled in her hair, holding her head in place, not allowing her to escape or move. The pure white moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping the two of them. A wave of bitterness and pain spread through Jiang Lili's heart. She couldn't sit steadily on the edge of the bathtub and had to cling tightly to his shirt, relying on his strength to keep from falling into the bathtub. The temperature of the shower water gradually warmed from icy to comfortable, and the man's anger transformed into desire. He was already in a state of readiness, and Jiang Lili could only submit to him. At 2 in the morning, the tension finally broke. Wrapped in a towel, Jiang Lili was carried out of the bathroom by him. Under the bathrobe, only her lower leg and her delicate feet were exposed. A circle of red marks around her ankle was left from his prolonged grip. She was placed on the soft bed, and the aches throughout her body eased a little. Fu Xingchen's gaze was intense as he watched her long hair cascade around her still flushed face. Jiang Lili blinked a couple of times and also looked at him. Suddenly, he moved, walking around the end of the bed to her side, taking out a contraceptive pill, twisting it open, and pouring one into his palm. The small pill rolled into his hand. He stared at it for a few seconds, his brows unconsciously furrowing. Chapter 84. She's not the type to be compliant. I'll handle it myself. Jiang Lili hated the aftermath, and he tossed her a contraceptive pill. She had to obediently take it under his watchful gaze. The painful cycle repeated itself, making her heart ache once again. Although being proactive couldn't change her status in his heart, at least she felt she had some dignity. The pill in Fu Xingchen's palm was snatched away, and his frown eased as he capped the bottle and put it back. From now on, he wanted her to be more discreet. He meant that she should meet Fu Xingchen less often in private. Jiang Lili's lips were a bit swollen from his kisses, and just pressing them together made her wince in pain. She simply turned over and lay down, ignoring him. She didn't want to dig into why he was acting strangely tonight. Exhausted from the ordeal, she quickly fell asleep. Previously, Fu Xingchen would only demand a lot from her when he returned from a business trip, leaving her sore for days each time. After a few hours of rest, the soreness in her limbs returned relentlessly. Early in the morning, Jiang Lili forced her sore legs into the bathroom. In the mirror, her lips were red and swollen, and her neck bore the marks of kisses. At a glance, the craziness of last night seemed to be right before her eyes. The scattered clothes in the bathroom made her feel flustered. If Lu saw this, she would feel very embarrassed. So, she washed up and cleaned the bathroom before changing clothes to go to work. To cover the hickeys, she specifically chose a white turtleneck sweater. But the cut on her lip couldn't be hidden. As soon as she arrived at the company, Suna summoned her over. The moment Jiang Lili entered Suna's office, before the door could close properly, a torrent of accusations flooded toward her. Jiang Lili, do you even know what your position is? No matter what disagreements you have with Miss Lin, you can't block her on WeChat. You need to explain to me what's going on today. Jiang Lili stood in front of her desk. It's a personal reason. I won't take this order. I'm sorry. If you intend to report me to the company for dismissal because of this, I have nothing to say. She looked weary, and her overall state was not good. Seeing her like this, Suna suddenly remembered what she had said about her husband keeping a mistress. Jiang Lili was quite unfortunate. Clearly a graduate of a prestigious school, with award-winning work and a bright future ahead. Yet, she chose to get married at a young age and was beautiful, but couldn't keep her husband's heart. Out of sympathy, Su Na felt that wanting to get rid of her was quite excessive. What personal grievances could Jiang Lili have with Lin Shiran? It must be that Lin Shiran was deliberately looking for trouble. You just say you won't take it, and that's it? Su Na couldn't report this to her superiors like this. Jiang Lili was neglecting her duties. She could only go against her conscience, trying to force Jiang Lili to resign herself. Miss Lin's order is conservatively estimated to make 6 figures in profit. If we lose this project, can you afford it? As long as you're still at Yunlan, this must be your responsibility. I know you have opinions about me. No matter what agreement you reach with Lin Shiran to get rid of me, I accept it. If I don't obey orders now, isn't that just giving you a reason to report me for dismissal? Jiang Lili would never resign on her own. After all, it was Su Na who wanted her to leave, not her. Su Na choked. Don't talk nonsense. I only know Miss Lin. She's just a bit picky. Think about it. Fu Xingchen's girlfriend must be spoiled. If you can't serve her, you can't blame me. Spoiled. Fu Xingchen's girlfriend could be spoiled, yet she, as his wife, could only be cautious. I can tell you, the company places great importance on the Expo Manor project. President Su just took office. Losing such a big order will affect him. If you don't want to harm President Su, you must continue with this project. Su Na had to bring up Fu Xingchen. She used to think Jiang Lili had nothing to do with Fu Xingchen. But now that she knew Jiang Lili was married, she could only try to gamble that Jiang Lili cared about Fu Xingchen. She was right. Jiang Lili stopped arguing, stood in place, and thought for a long time. Then spoke again. Then I'll try again. I'll help you plead with Miss Lin. You arranged to meet her. Su Na signaled that she could leave. After she left, Su Na immediately called Lin Shiran. She has agreed to continue designing the Expo Manor houses, but, Shiran, I think she's quite pitiful. She was vague. And Lin Shiran immediately understood she was softening. What is pitiful about her? Didn't she say her husband is keeping a mistress? I just saw her lips are all cut up. It must be from being bitten by her husband. Is she dealing with some kind of pervert? Su Na felt that she couldn't be too straightforward in sympathizing with Jiang Lili. After all, it was her who wanted to get Jiang Lili out in the first place. On the other end of the call, after a moment of silence, Lin Shiran said stiffly, is what she said definitely true? She has a husband and is still ambiguous with your company's president Su. How can someone like that be pitiful? Are you implying that she is the one cheating? Su Na was taken aback. I see. She's not the type to be compliant. Lin Shiran brainwashed Su Na. Don't be fooled by her. She might just be playing tricks to stay. Hearing this, Su Na took a deep breath. I almost got tricked by her, feeling sorry for her. I even thought I was being excessive. She quickly changed her tone, and Lin Shiran was satisfied. I'm doing this for you. If in the end, you think I'm being excessive, then you owe me an apology. Shiran, that's not what I meant. Su Na hurriedly explained, I just lack determination. In principle, I hate those who take shortcuts. I absolutely won't tolerate it. I was wrong this time. Lin Shiran interrupted her. Did you add that designer from last time? She was indirectly reminding Su Na that when she got the contact information for that designer, Su Na had said she would listen to her. What, just a few days? Did you add her? Su Na felt embarrassed. I did. Just as you reminded me. I have a design draft I want to discuss with her. Then you go ahead and be busy. Lin Shiran hung up the phone. Su Na felt uneasy and conflicted, thinking about the designer she added. She found it hard to lower herself and actively discuss with the other party. And the other party was not someone who took the initiative either. As a result, after the initial greeting, she didn't message the other party for several days. Anyway, the other party didn't know who she was, so she could just let it go. She sent another message to the other party. May I ask, how should I address you? You can call me Nasu. Su Na had a stage name in the industry, and not many knew her real name. So she reversed her name, not worried that the other party would guess who she was. When Jiang Lili just returned to her workstation and saw her message, she couldn't help but laugh. She didn't particularly like or dislike Su Na. After thinking for a while, she replied, just call me Lily. Upon seeing her name, Su Na immediately searched for the designer with the code Lily. But after searching with no results, Su Na became more certain that this person must be some hidden big shot. She directly sent Jiang Lili the new design draft for Expo Manor. This is the layout you designed for Expo Manor before. Which design do you think is better compared to yours? Chapter 85. His desire for peace of mind has nothing to do with Jiang Lili. Both are from his own hands. Jiang Lili still prefers the design she created back then from the bottom of her heart. But what good is it to like it? Each has its merits. She did not delve deeper into the discussion, and Su Na sensed the distance she gave off, so she didn't continue to ask. Jiang Lili removed Lin Shiran from her blacklist. However, she didn't immediately message Lin Shiran. She wanted to wait until she was calm enough to deal with any future difficulties Lin Shiran might throw at her, before proactively reaching out to let her vent. However, the fact that she couldn't get rid of Lin Shiran only strengthened her resolve to confidently ask Fu Xingchen for money. Letting Fu Xingchen mess around was fine, and she had already been upset, so why should she feel embarrassed? That evening, She planned to ask Fu Xingchen for money. Yanlan, top floor CEO office. Lu Qing, the person in charge of the Kairu design competition, smiled as he assessed Su Fengchen's expression. Are you sure all the entries are here? Hundreds of entries. And Su Fengchen quickly scanned through them, not finding Jiang Lili's design. His questioning gaze fell on Lu Qing. Lu Qing felt a pang of anxiety, but quickly replied without hesitation. They're all here. Su Fengchen's long, clean fingers flew over the keyboard, quickly pulling up Jiang Lili's design and turning the computer around for Lu Qing to see. Participant number 356, Jiang Lili. This is her submission. In an instant, Lu Qing's head felt heavy. What is Jiang Lili's background? The Xingyun group specifically named her to be eliminated, yet Yunlan seems to be standing up for her? Give me an explanation. Su Fengchen tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. The judges felt that this design didn't have any highlights, so it was eliminated. Maybe I overlooked it while organizing the submissions. Lu Qing tried to muddle through, not directly answering his question. Su Fengchen's expression darkened. Indeed, it lacked highlights. But among these submissions, her work was considered above average and should have advanced. Mr. Su, these are all the judges' decisions. Let's not interfere. After all, they are professionals. The judges of the Kairu design competition are famous designers both domestically and internationally. The sponsors also sent people to serve as judges. Lu Qing tried to shift the responsibility onto the judges, unwilling to admit to his behind-the-scenes manipulation. But before he could finish, Su Fengchen opened the drawer on his right, pulled out a small card, and placed it in front of him. If I weren't sitting here today, I would be one of Kairu's judges. Are you questioning my professionalism? The card was an official invitation from the Kairu design competition asking him to be a judge. Unfortunately, he had returned to the country and was still capable of being in charge of Yunlan, so he declined. Lu Qing's face changed drastically. He did not know that Su Fengchen had achieved such great success abroad in the past 2 years. Mr. Su, you see, there might be some misunderstanding. I'll go back. I only have one request. Let her go through the proper channels. Whether she stays or leaves, it's up to the judges. Su Fengchen knew how rigorous the competition was. The judges certainly did not cheat, and Jiang Lili's design never had the chance to appear before them. Lu Qing broke out in a cold sweat, weighing his options between Fu Xingchen and Su Fengchen. He couldn't afford to offend either. How much did the Xingyun group invest? Su Fengchen asked. The same as you. Originally short a large sponsorship fee, Lu Qing was very troubled. Unexpectedly, the Xingyun group and the Su family approached him together and covered the remaining sponsorship fee, making him overjoyed. As a result, Su Fengchen's gaze turned somber again. And he asked, who is the person in charge of the Xingyun group? Vice President Lin, Lu Qing quickly replied. Su Fengchen knew Lin Xiran but was not familiar with her. He understood that Jiang Lili's intention to divorce Fu Xingchen was directly related to Lin Xiran. But the specifics were unclear to him. I only demand fairness and justice. Is that too much to ask? His gaze was sharp, fixed on Lu Qing. Lu Qing instinctively shook his head. It's not too much to ask. Fairness and justice are what should be. Hearing this, Su Fengchen's expression softened. I won't interfere in the competition, but I will keep a close eye on it. If Mr. Lu needs my help at any time, just let me know. Suddenly, a wave of pressure swept over Lu Qing. It's our honor for Mr. Su to pay attention to the competition, he said, nearly in tears. After leaving Yunlan, Lu Qing had someone deliver Jiang Lili's design to the judges. He held on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps Jiang Lili would be eliminated on her own, and then there would be no need to explain to Lin Xiran. But he never expected that an hour later, Jiang Lili would successfully advance. Gritting his teeth, he chose to play dumb and wait for Lin Xiran to come to him before addressing it. In early winter in Jiangqing, the first snow arrived. As night fell and the city was illuminated, everything was blanketed in white. Fu Xingchen drove away from the Xingyun group, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed out at the scenery. At a traffic light, the car came to a stop, and Sun Ting, after reading a message, slowly spoke up. Mr. Fu, young Master Jing wants an imported piece of equipment, 7 million. Should I approve it? The amount was too large. So Sun Ting had to report it to Fu Xingchen. Give it to him. Fu Xingchen had a clear understanding. Perhaps Jing Hui was making a big deal out of nothing. The equipment he wanted had nothing to do with Jiang Heng's condition. However, Jing Hui would not spend money frivolously. Whatever he wanted to buy must be related to the experiment. Sun Ting hesitated to speak. Fu Xingchen narrowed his long eyes slightly. Speak your mind. Young Master Jing is the type to take advantage of every opportunity. I'm afraid he might use Jiang Heng's case to ask for more. Aren't you angry with your wife? The entire company had been in turmoil all day. It was obvious it was because Jiang Lili had met Su Fengchen privately yesterday, which angered Fu Xingchen. Sun Ting thought that if he was angry with Jiang Lili, he wouldn't care about Jiang Heng anymore. Do you think I helped Jiang Heng because of Jiang Lili? Fu Xingchen suddenly laughed. How is that possible? He seeks peace of mind for himself. What does it have to do with Jiang Lili? Sun Ting. Isn't it? If Jiang Heng weren't Jiang Lili's brother, would Mr. Fu have invited young Master Jing back? That's a money-burning machine. Fu Xingchen had also invested in the Kairu design competition. One by one, Sun Ting kept track of everything in his mind. But Fu Xingchen wouldn't admit it, and he didn't dare to confront him. No, Mr. Fu has his own reasons for doing things. Fu Xingchen let out a light snort through his nose, scoffing at this absurd idea. When he returned home, the sky was pitch black. The originally light snowflakes had turned into heavy snowfall. As he walked from the car to the door, he had accumulated quite a bit of snow on his head and shoulders. The indoors were warm, and just a few seconds after he entered, the snowflakes began to melt at the edges. He heard Lu Shao's voice from the kitchen. Madam, I can handle this. The young master is back. You should go take a look. Okay, Jiang Lili's voice was soft. This inevitably reminded Fu Xingchen of last night. In the darkness, her restrained moans. She was unwilling last night. He knew that. But the more she resisted, the more he lost control. He thought she would be angry, but the man's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the woman walking briskly toward him. Chapter 86. Afraid she might upset Lin Shiran, Jiang Lili wore a light beige suit, her long hair casually tied in a low ponytail. Her sharp, oval face was free of makeup, with a bite mark on her lips that looked sensual and made one unable to resist daydreaming. Just as she was about to walk up to him, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and went back to grab a white towel. It was snowing heavily today, and the weather forecast said there would be a blizzard tonight. She tiptoed to clear the snowflakes off his head. Her arms stretched out long, causing her top to ride up slightly and reveal her fair, slender waist. That pale skin fell into Fu Xingchen's deep gaze. He stood straight, watching her as she busily moved around him, clearing the snow from his shoulders and head. All done. After helping him clear the snow, Jiang Lili's arms felt a bit sore, but she didn't mind, setting the towel aside and starting to help him take off his coat. Fu Xingchen remained still, his hands slightly open, allowing her to move around him. After hanging up his coat, Jiang Lili picked up the towel again and placed it back in its spot. Aunt Lu brought the last bowl of soup to the table, taking off her apron as she said, "Young master, I bought some extra groceries today since the snow makes the roads difficult. I want tea come by tomorrow. You can stay here tonight." Fu Xingchen looked at the weather outside. The snow was already heavy. In this weather, neither you nor madam will be able to go to work tomorrow. So I won't stay and disturb you and madam, he replied. As she spoke, Aunt Lu smiled suggestively, glancing at the direction Jiang Lili had gone. That glance made a mocking feeling rise in Fu Xingchen's heart. Was this Jiang Lili's intention? To suggest he hire a nanny? It was also Jiang Lili who wanted to enjoy a world for two with him, saying Aunt Lu need not come tomorrow. He could always see through her little thoughts. When Jiang Lili returned after putting down the towel, she suddenly sensed the atmosphere was off. Madam, could you please tidy up the table later? I'm leaving now. Aunt Lu put on her coat, preparing to leave. She walked Aunt Lu to the door, and when it opened, a biting cold wind rushed in, penetrating her thin clothes. She shivered from the cold. Aunt Lu, the roads are already difficult. Please stay tonight. She had just advised Aunt Lu not to leave, but Aunt Lu insisted. The car is waiting outside. Old Zhang drives steadily, so you don't need to worry. As Aunt Lu stepped outside and turned to close the door, she patted Jiang Lili's hand. The dinners I've been making lately are to nourish your body. You've worked hard, but the old lady is anxious. Please endure a bit longer. She was referring to the bruise on Jiang Lili's lips and the mottled kiss marks on her neck. The battle could not be described as intense. It was indeed tragic. Jiang Lili realized something and immediately raised her hand to cover her neck. She had chosen the most conservative loungewear, but it couldn't hide anything. Aunt Lu. Her eyes were complex. She wanted to say, stop nourishing. Fu Xingchen's body is really fine. But Aunt Lu didn't give her a chance to speak. It's cold. Hurry back inside. The young master is still waiting, she said as she left. Jiang Lili's lips parted slightly as she watched Aunt Lu hurriedly leave, and she let out a sigh. She thought that old Madame Fu had forgotten about this matter. Little did she know, Aunt Lu had been following the nourishing diet plan for dinner. She closed the door and returned inside, just as Fu Xingchen came down from upstairs. The man had changed into a pure white set of pajamas. His demeanor softened somewhat. He walked straight to the dining table and sat down. Jiang Lili quickly followed and sat beside him, asking, "Are you going to the company tomorrow?" Tomorrow was the first day of the month, and according to past practices, Fu Xingchen would give her living expenses. If he went to the company tomorrow, she would mention tonight if she could add another 100,000 to the 500,000 base amount. If he didn't go, she would find another opportunity to say it tomorrow. You've sent Aunt Lu away. If I go to the company, wouldn't that disappoint you? Fu Xingchen's teasing gaze fell on her face, as if he could see through her hesitant thoughts. his expression tinged with amusement. When did I send Aunt Lu away? Jiang Lili frowned. Her clear, black and white eyes reflected the man's handsome features. Seeing she wouldn't admit it, Fu Xingchen didn't press the issue, merely stating, I want to go to the company tomorrow, but I have an online meeting to attend. I'm busy. Got it. He usually didn't listen to explanations. So Jiang Lili didn't elaborate. Due to the blizzard in Jiangqing, Yinjing Company announced that employees would work from home that night. That evening, Fu Xingchen held an international meeting for the entire night. When Jiang Lili woke up the next morning, her side was cold. He was still busy in the study. She got up, freshened up, and went downstairs to make breakfast. After a while, she still didn't see Fu Xingchen come out of the study. He must still be busy, but having worked all night, he was surely hungry. She feared he wouldn't be able to handle it, and if he felt unwell, it would affect his mood. If his mood was bad, it would directly impact her request for money. Jiang Lili brought a plate of breakfast upstairs, softly knocking on the study door before entering. In the 2 years they had been together, Fu Xingchen had only worked from home a few times. Every time he did, Jiang Lili felt particularly happy because she rarely saw him in work mode. Fu Xingchen, focused on work, was even more attractive. She would always find opportunities to bring him coffee, fruit, or milk, trying to sneak into the study. To avoid disrupting his meetings, she would knock very softly, letting him know she was there without interrupting his call. Fu Xingchen didn't like her coming in. He always wore a stern face when she did. But she couldn't help herself, always wanting to see him. However, that was in the past. Today, if it weren't for needing something from him, she wouldn't want to annoy him. The study was darkened by curtains, and a desk lamp cast its glow over the man. The golden-rimmed glasses on his nose reflected a glimmer of light, making it hard to see his expression. Before Jiang Lili could place the breakfast on his desk, he suddenly looked up, his voice sharp with ice. Get out. Jiang Lili paused, insisting on placing the breakfast down before turning to leave. Closing the door, the man's voice echoed in her ears. His attitude was worse than usual. She took a deep breath and went downstairs to eat breakfast. After finishing, she set up a small table by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding her notebook to review the award-winning designs she had previously worked on. Suddenly, her phone, which was on the floor, rang with a sound, a photo from an unknown number. The photo contained several screenshots of Fu Xingchen video calling Lin Xiran. In the images, Lin Xiran smiled playfully, while Fu Xingchen had his eyes lowered, a hint of a smile on his lips. There were also 2 more images of Fu Xingchen working seriously, while Lin Xiran affectionately held a cat, watching him work. Even when busy, he could spare time to flirt with Lin Xiran. Yet, he couldn't tolerate Jiang Lili, his wife, bringing him breakfast. Perhaps he didn't want to eat her breakfast in front of Lin Xiran. Or maybe he was afraid her presence would upset Lin Xiran. Jiang Lili thought, Lin Xiran secretly sending her these photos. Fu Xingchen must not know. She directly called back. The call was answered almost instantly. Lin Xiran, let us talk. The design for the Bolin Manor is to be handed over to Su Na. Otherwise, I'll give these photos to Fu Xingchen. Chapter 87. We are working, what about you? There was silence on the other end of the phone. Jiang Lili glanced at the call interface again, confirming that the call was still ongoing. She spoke again. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your default agreement. Given Lin Xiran's proud nature, she surely wouldn't agree easily when threatened. It was reasonable for her to hold her breath and refuse to speak. However, Jiang Lili thought that even if she did agree, she would say something excessive. To her surprise, the other party listened to her and hung up with a click without saying a word. Perhaps Lin Xiran was on a video call with Fu Xingchen and couldn't say much? A strange feeling arose in Jiang Lili's heart. This passive acknowledgement wasn't in Lin Xiran's character. She frowned slightly, her delicate features tinged with mild confusion. Suddenly, footsteps came from upstairs, pulling her thoughts back. She looked up to see Fu Xingchen coming down. After a sleepless night, he looked weary, but he exuded a powerful aura that was hard to ignore. Jiang Lili put down her phone, hugged her knees, and continued to look at the design drawings as if she hadn't noticed him coming down. Fu Xingchen originally intended to make himself a cup of coffee to perk up, but as he approached the coffee machine, he suddenly felt her silence was too pronounced. Slightly turning, he saw her sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, her expression not looking good. He thought to make a cup of coffee to take upstairs later. He shifted his body, leaning against the island counter, hands propped on the edge of the table, issuing orders. Having found a job, he hadn't earned much money but was getting better at slacking off. After working hard all night, didn't she care even a little? Jiang Lili sat still, meeting his gaze. You can make it yourself and take it upstairs, so I won't disturb your work and make you angry. Heh. Fu Xingchen laughed, walking around the island counter toward her. He stood while she sat, their eyes meeting exactly at his attractive waistline. He bent down, holding her chin, seemingly more displeased than she was. Why didn't I see you so temperamental when you were at the exhibition with other men? Jiang Lili was taken aback. Did he know she went to the exhibition with Fu Xingchen? It was just an exhibition, way less time than you spending alone with Vice President Lin. She refused to back down, her long, large eyes reflecting Fu Xingchen's gradually growing anger. He gritted his teeth, his jawline sharp and tense. We are working. What about you? Indeed. Fu Xingchen could always use work as an excuse to cover up his unsavory relationship with Lin Xiran. By that logic, wasn't Jiang Lili going to the exhibition with Fu Xingchen too excessive? We are friends. Her assertiveness seemed like just a pretext in Fu Xingchen's eyes. The cold derision in his gaze pricked at Jiang Lili's heart. Then you're not allowed to be friends with him. Fu Xingchen released her, rubbing his wrist. After a night of work, he was indeed tired. Perhaps it was fatigue that made his mood sour, leading him to dig up old grievances. Jiang Lili lowered her head from his rough gesture. I want to allow Lin Xiran to stay in our marital home. If you don't agree, I don't want her to be the vice president of the company. If you don't agree, I'm just a decoration as your wife. What identity do you have to ask me not to be friends with Fu Xingchen? Fu Xingchen gritted his teeth, informing her that she refused to make coffee when asked but had learned to create troubles. He ignored her unreasonable antics, lost interest in coffee, and turned to go upstairs. Wife, decoration. She really was trying to find a way to rise in status, protesting at every moment, wanting everyone to know she was Mrs. Fu, dreaming of being publicly acknowledged by him, yet strolling through an exhibition with another man while bearing the title of Mrs. Fu. Did he take her for a fool? Jiang Lili gently touched the place he had squeezed, feeling pain. Was she really seen as unreasonable and troublesome in Fu Xingchen's mind? Perhaps he didn't know she already had evidence of him being with Lin Xiran. After thinking it over, she saved the photos she had just received along with all the previous ones. A cornered rabbit will bite, but she wasn't in a hurry yet. After all this fuss, her mood for enjoying the snow scenery was gone. Since she had already canceled the design for the expo manor, she simply sought out Suna for other work. Everyone slacked off while working from home, and Suna hadn't replied to her messages. She lowered her head to continue studying, but found it hard to concentrate. Just as she was distracted, an email suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of her computer screen. It was from the Qi Rue design competition. An email titled, "Congratulations. You have passed the preliminary round." She quickly clicked it open. The email didn't mention her previous elimination notice at all. After writing some judges' comments on her design, it reminded her of some rules for the semifinals. She doubted this was a scam, and to ensure its authenticity, she called the official number. Hello. Could you help me check the competition results? A mechanical female voice instructed her to enter her participant number on her phone, just 5 seconds after she entered it. She heard the other party say, "Congratulations, Ms. Jiang Lili, you have passed the first round of the Qi Rue design competition. Please pay attention to your email for the semifinals rules." Jiang Lili still couldn't believe it. Could it be that her threat to Lin Xiran made her feel guilty and stop interfering with the competition? Whatever the reason, she felt overjoyed inside. She immediately took a screenshot of the email and sent it to Fu Xingchen. "Brother Xingchen, I passed the preliminary round." The elimination notice last time might have been a misunderstanding. Just as she sent the message, the chat box showed the other party was typing. "Congratulations, I believe in you. Keep it up." Jiang Lili's lips curled into a smile, her small dimples appearing adorably. The gloom that had just clouded her mood disappeared, and she hurriedly began preparing for the second round of the semifinals. Until Suna replied, "Did Miss Lin really agree not to let you do the Expo Manor project?" Jiang Lili replied with a yes. "I'll send you a few design drawings via email. You can refine them. We can discuss anything tomorrow at the office." Suna seemed busy and didn't delve deeper. Soon, Jiang Lili received several design drawings in her email, forcing her to put aside the semifinals and handle her work first. Once she finished, she realized she was so hungry her stomach was touching her back. Only then did she notice it was already 3 in the afternoon. After Fu Xingchen went upstairs in a bad mood, he hadn't come down again. She didn't know if he was busy with work or resting. A day without food, his body wouldn't hold up, even if he was resting. Jiang Lili bit her lip, glancing toward the staircase corner. After a moment of silence, she stood up and quietly walked upstairs. The first room at the corner on the right side of the second floor was the bedroom. The bedroom door was tightly closed, and the study door was also shut. After pondering for a moment, she pushed open the bedroom door and went in. Chapter 88. So hardworking, yet not enough to spend? The room was dimly lit, with the curtains drawn tightly shut. On the bed lay a tall figure, and one could faintly hear the man's regular breathing. Jiang Lili stood at the foot of the bed, barely able to make out the man's blurry outline. His eyes were slightly closed, his thin lips pressed together, and even in sleep, he exuded an aura of authority. Occasionally, he worked from home and would take a nap in the afternoon. She would be excited. unable to sleep beside him, just watching him. In the 2 years of their marriage, Fu Xingchen only came home at night, had dinner, went to bed, and slept. The time they spent together was less than 10 hours a day, and out of those 10 hours, 6 or 7 were spent sleeping. At other times, she had no opportunity to really look at him or be at peace with him. Sometimes at night, even when she was very tired, she couldn't bear to sleep, wanting to steal a few more glances at him. In this marriage, in this relationship, she had always been the one in a humble position. It couldn't be said that she felt wronged. Having seen clearly that he had no love for her, she could only blame herself for not being awake enough. She had plunged into the depths of emotion, trapped in the turmoil he brought, finding it hard to extricate herself. Her mood fluctuated, from chaotic complexity to gradual calmness. Just hang in there a little longer. As long as Jiang Heng gets better, she can leave. Since she had to endure anyway, there was no need to deliberately upset Fu Xingchen. After all, if Fu Xingchen was unhappy, she would be the one to suffer. She turned and went downstairs to prepare dinner. She hadn't eaten lunch, so she made a lavish dinner. 6 dishes and 1 soup, all made according to Fu Xingchen's taste. Just as she placed the last dish on the table, her phone rang. It was a call from an unknown number. She swiped the screen to answer. Lily, tomorrow you need to go to the hospital and pay for Heng's medical expenses. It was Zhang Qinghe. She had blocked Zhang Qinghe's number, and now Zhang Qinghe was calling from a different number. Mentioning medical expenses, Jiang Lili rubbed her temples. Just now, she shouldn't have argued with Fu Xingchen. Why aren't you speaking? Zhang Qinghe noticed her silence, and her tone turned harsh. No matter how much you disagree with us, you can't just ignore Heng. Your father's business is a mess right now. If you won't help, at least you can't neglect Heng. Are we really raising you for nothing? Jiang Qingyin was furious. The Jiang family business was still on a downward trajectory, and Jiang Heng's medical expenses had no solution. All of this was because Fu Xingchen had not stepped in. And Fu Xingchen not helping was all because Jiang Lili hadn't done enough. Unable to get pregnant, she couldn't even comfort a man. He could only pressure Zhang Qinghe, and Zhang Qinghe would call Jiang Lili, repeatedly condemning her conscience. Jiang Lili felt like her ears were calloused from hearing it. From childhood to now, you raised me according to the spending habits of ordinary families. During college, I started working to earn money. After graduating, I married Fu Xingchen, and the profits he brought to the Jiang family could support you for hundreds of generations. Did you really raise me for nothing? Do you only measure our relationship with money, completely disregarding any kinship? Zhang Qinghe was momentarily speechless, looking at the visibly upset Jiang Qingyin. Jiang Qingyin angrily snatched the phone, questioning her. If you truly had kinship, how could Heng end up like this? Would our Jiang family have fallen to this point? And how dare you bring up when you were in school? If you had listened to me back then and studied finance, marrying Fu Xingchen wouldn't have led to you being looked down upon. Even being a secretary in his company would be better than being a full-time housewife. Why did you have to pursue that useless design? When Jiang Lili was in college, the Jiang family was only on a downward path, not completely impoverished. At that time, Jiang Qingyin wanted to nurture her towards the position of Mrs. Fu. Because Fu Xingchen's mother was a strong woman, he thought that if Jiang Lili married him, she could also support the Fu family. At that time, the Jiang family would prosper. But since Jiang Lili didn't listen, why should he pay for her tuition? I will take care of Jiang Hong. As for the rest, you can manage your own affairs, Jiang Lili said coldly. Lily, Zhang Qinghe snatched the phone back, her tone anxious. We are doing this for your own good. If you keep being so disobedient, one day Fu Xingchen really might not want you anymore, and you will regret it. Jiang Lili tightened her grip on the phone. I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry. After saying that, she hung up the phone. The phone on speaker mode continued to emit busy signals. Jiang Qingyin was filled with rage and threw the phone against the wall. Darling, don't be angry. She might be going through a tough time recently. Xingchen wants to divorce her, and she's having a hard time getting money. Don't rush. I've already changed the medication. Once she gets pregnant, everything will be fine. Zhang Qinghe raised her hand, patting Jiang Qingyin's chest repeatedly. Wait until when? Jiang Qingyin pushed her away. This is the good daughter you raised. Darling, don't be angry. If you get too upset, I want to be able to live either. Just 1 more month at most, Lily will get pregnant. The medication had already been changed for over a week. Even if these days weren't the ovulation period, after another month, she would surely get pregnant. Jiang Lili turned off her phone and placed it on the dining table. The darkened screen reflected the sharply defined features of the man. She instinctively turned around. Fu Xingchen had just taken a shower, and his short hair was still dripping wet. The water dripped onto his black satin pajamas, which clung to his muscular chest. Take care of yourself wasn't a good phrase to describe her current situation. I didn't know that being with me made you so wronged. He raised his hand, twirling a strand of her hair that had fallen in front of her, wrapping it around his fingers. Jiang Lili didn't want the unpleasant family ties to be exposed in front of him. She couldn't help but panic, lowering her gaze, fearing to see his contemptuous look. After all, being treated this way by her family, what right did she have to ask Fu Xingchen to respect her? Let's eat. She avoided discussing his so-called grievances. Pulling the strand of hair from his hand, she turned back to the dining room to get 2 pairs of chopsticks, set the table, and sat down. The snow on the roads had been mostly cleared, and work could resume tomorrow. Tonight, she needed to talk about living expenses. Clearly, she had previously asserted that she could confidently ask for living expenses. But now, at this moment, it was hard to turn her palms up. The chopsticks in her hand poked the rice in the bowl into bits without her eating a single bite. Fu Xingchen ignored her odd behavior. He hadn't eaten anything all day and hadn't tasted her cooking in a long time, eating heartily. Just as he was about to finish, Jiang Lili finally spoke up. Tomorrow is the 1st. You need to give me living expenses. Fu Xingchen paused for a moment before resuming his normal pace, taking a tissue to wipe his mouth. You found a job and are no longer responsible for my daily needs. Do you still need living expenses? According to his statement, that 500,000 was not living expenses, but her salary, and she was like his maid. Jiang Lili's face turned pale. Aunt Lu was only responsible for the 3 meals a day. Other social interactions, including visiting the old house, still required money. Don't you have a salary? Fu Xingchen chuckled. Mrs. Fu goes out early and comes home late every day, working so hard. Is what you earn not enough to spend? Chapter 89. She's clingy, making Mr. Su laugh at her in your eyes. My abilities are worthless, and my salary is hardly worth mentioning. Jiang Lili has grown accustomed to his cold sarcasm. Her only goal is money. She gritted her teeth and continued. So the living expenses still need to be provided. Fu Xingchen's expression remained cold, and he did not continue with the sarcasm, but he also did not readily give her the money. Tomorrow afternoon, accompany me to a place, and I'll transfer it to you then. This meant that if she didn't go, he wouldn't transfer the money. Jiang Lili was surprised. Are you sure you want to take me out? This out referred to places outside their home and the Fu family's old residence. Was he not afraid of any rumors spreading if he took her out? What's wrong? Fu Xingchen scrutinized her. You don't want to? Of course not. Jiang Lili shook her head and reminded him. But if any gossip arises and annoys Vice President Lin, don't regret it. Lin Xiran's possessiveness over Fu Xingchen was stronger than that of his wife. Fu Xingchen didn't understand. How did taking Jiang Lili out relate to Lin Xiran? He couldn't stand Jiang Lili's demeanor and blurted out, she is more magnanimous than you. She won't be unhappy. Jiang Lili lost her appetite. She looked at Fu Xingchen for a few seconds with her clear eyes, put down her chopsticks, and stood up. I'm full. You eat slowly, and I'll clean up later. She went to the living room to tidy up the notebook and small table, then sat on the sofa to message Su Na to ask for leave. Before long, after Fu Xingchen finished eating, he went upstairs and dove back into work in his study. He had been very busy lately, in the 2 years since their marriage. Jiang Lili had rarely seen him work overtime. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Lili received a video call from Su Yunyuan. As she pulled back the covers and got into bed, she answered the video. Lili, I might have to cut ties with you. Su Yunyuan made a face like a bitter melon. Jiang Lili couldn't help but smile. What did I do to offend you? This time it's not you. Su Yunyuan lay on the bed, sounding pitiful. It's because of my brother and your husband. Su Fengchen and Fu Xingchen. Jiang Lili didn't understand what was going on. My brother did something the other day, causing the company's shareholders to complain to my dad. It seems he sponsored some competition, and no one could stop him. To get the shareholders to agree, he decided to enter the real estate industry and compete with the Fu family for business. Previously, the Su family and the Fu family were unrelated. The shareholders of the Su family had long wanted to develop the real estate industry. However, since different industries were like different mountains, the Fu family held a dominant position, and the Su family did not dare to try easily. This time, taking advantage of Su Fengchen's stubbornness, he decided to sponsor the Kairu design competition. The shareholders pressured him to exchange this for entering the real estate industry. Jiang Lili's eyelids inexplicably twitched, and she raised her hand to press her eye corner. In business, it was a battlefield. Their competition for business had nothing to do with them. Su Yunyuan whined. Think about it. If they become sworn enemies when we go shopping, the media might catch it on trending news. Mr. Su and Mr. Fu fighting it out in the market would surely make our friendship plastic. Jiang Lili couldn't help but laugh at that image. It really was comical to think about. If that day ever came, the media would indeed capture it. But she reminded her, others only know you as Fengchen's sister. They don't know I'm Fu Xingchen's wife, so there's no need to worry. The Su family had just started considering this idea. Su Yunyuan continued, what if by the time they really enter the industry, you and Fu Dog have already made your marriage public? Jiang Lili pursed her lips, thought seriously, and replied, I think by that time. The possibility of us getting divorced is greater than the possibility of making our marriage public. Su Yinyuan clicked her tongue, blinked twice, and gave her a thumbs up. Then I sincerely wish you a speedy divorce. Just don't let their work-related conflicts affect our friendship. Although she had already prepared for divorce and was just one step away, the thought of it still weighed heavily on Jiang Lili's heart. She didn't have much of a reaction to the Su family competing with the Fu family for business. If one had money and wanted to invest, no one could stop them. Similarly, only those with the ability could take a piece of that pie. Even without the Su family, the Zhang family or Wang family would enter the real estate industry. Even though Fu Xingchen said he would take her out in the afternoon, she had taken a day off. The next morning when she woke up, Fu Xingchen had already gone to the company. She began preparing for the Cairo competition's second round. The second round of the competition would have the participants, totaling 800 people, eliminating half. This time, when submitting their works, participants were required to provide their stage names. Jiang Lili wasn't good at naming, so she simply used Lily. After submitting her stage name for approval, she followed the requirements for the second round and looked at more similar design drafts for inspiration. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Xingchen sent over an address. There were no explanations, but Jiang Lili understood that he meant for her to go there on her own. She changed into a pair of ordinary jeans, paired it with a black base shirt, wrapped herself in the thickest down jacket, and drove straight to the destination. The snow on the road had melted, leaving only a thin layer of ice. Jiang Lili drove very slowly. A journey that originally took 40 minutes took her an hour and a half. At the Corridor Pavilion Tea House, she stood at the entrance for a while, then messaged Fu Xingchen to confirm she hadn't gone to the wrong place. Fu Xingchen usually conducted business or had social gatherings at places like clubs or restaurants, and he didn't like drinking tea. Room 3 on the second floor. The man replied to her message. Only then did she put her phone away and enter the tea house. Even though it was a tea house, each private room had tables for games and entertainment. There were also writing desks for calligraphy, and many artists came here for discussions, cultivating their artistic temperament. Jiang Lili remembered that Fu Xingchen liked to come here. The waiter led her to the door of room 3, knocked lightly, and opened the door for her. "Miss Jiang, please." The tea table faced the door of the private room, where Fu Xingchen was sitting across from Su Fengchen's father, Su Yuanshan. Behind them, at the gaming table, were Fu Xingchen and Su Fengchen. At another small table, Wu Meiling and Su Fengchen's mother, Fu Qianyun, were also seated. Several people looked over towards the door. Jiang Lili. She looked at Fu Xingchen in confusion. "So, why did you call me here?" Fu Xingchen seemed to not understand her confusion. He smiled and waved at her. "What are you dazed for? Come here." Su Fengchen's originally gentle expression darkened a bit. He politely nodded to acknowledge her. Jiang Lili steeled herself and went in, closing the door behind her, greeting everyone one by one. Dad, Mom, Uncle Su, Aunt Su, Brother Fengchen. The Su family knew that she had married Fu Xingchen. Su Yuanshan nodded and smiled at her, then resumed savoring his tea. Fu Qianyun was more enthusiastic. Walking over to her, "Lily, come to find Xingchen?" "Yes." Jiang Lili smiled and nodded gently. Fu Xingchen's eyes were filled with laughter as he picked up his teacup and clinked it against Su Fengchen's cup. "She's clingy," making Mr. Su laugh at her. Chapter 90. The opportunity to appear as Mrs. Fu. The man's voice carried a hint of teasing, not bothering to lower his volume. Everyone in the private room could hear him. Jiang Lili immediately felt embarrassed. She understood that Fu Xingchen's intention in bringing her here was to assert his ownership, to put on a show of their strong marital relationship in front of Su Fengchen. Oh no, it was about her deep feelings for Fu Xingchen. But in front of the elders from both families, this situation was mortifying for her. She stood frozen in place, her toes curling up, her small face tense and extremely uncomfortable. "Sit here." Fu Xingchen patted the space next to him. The brown-red wooden bench could accommodate 2 people, but it would be cramped. The man's eyes sparkled with a smile as he looked at her, like a loving husband. But she felt a surge of anxiety. Before she could sit down, she heard Fu Qianyun laughingly say to Wu Meiling, "Their relationship is really good. Sigh, my Fengchen really worries me. He's about the same age as Xingchen and still hasn't married." Wu Meiling, not adept at discussing such topics, awkwardly replied, "Young people should focus on their careers. It's normal." Fu Qianyun's eyes rolled, and she seized the opportunity to add, "But a career can't carry on the family line. When will this busy schedule ever end?" Those shareholders in the Su family don't support him. They pressured him to enter the real estate industry right after he took office. It turned out the 2 families had met to discuss this matter. Jiang Lili knew nothing about work-related issues, so she obediently sat next to Fu Xingchen, hoping that if she cooperated, he would be happy and give her living expenses. She nestled close to him, feeling his firm and muscular arm. Her long hair fell over his elbow, brushing against his white shirt and touching his skin. It felt a bit tingly, and Fu Xingchen raised his eyebrows, discreetly observing Su Fengchen's expression. Su Fengchen merely glanced at Jiang Lili before returning his focus to the chessboard. Aside from a nod when she entered, there was no further eye contact between them. The three sat in silence, listening to Fu Qianyun first complain about Su Fengchen being single and then bring up work. Wu Meiling didn't care much about domestic affairs. Her focus was abroad, so she didn't respond to Fu Qianyun's remarks. Fu Qianyun had to be more straightforward, saying, "Mrs. Fu, do you think Fengchen is cut out for real estate?" The Su family didn't want to offend anyone and wanted to gauge the Fu family's stance before deciding whether to enter the real estate market. Fu Xingchen sipped his tea and glanced at Fu Xingchen. After all, the Xingyun group was his domain. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Fu Xingchen. Jiang Lili couldn't help but look at him too. She was just curious how he would maintain his calm demeanor and defuse the situation. Fu Xingchen's expression was inscrutable as he said, "First establish a family before establishing a career. Doesn't Mr. Su have any arrangements for personal matters?" "No arrangements," Su Fengchen replied, pinching a chess piece and staring at the board without making a move. "Do you have someone you like?" Fu Xingchen leaned back, one hand resting on the chair behind Jiang Lili, as if half embracing her, the posture ambiguous. Su Fengchen's fingers gripping the chess piece turned pale, but he remained unfazed. Yes. Everyone aside from Jiang Lili was surprised. Perhaps Su Fengchen had never mentioned having someone he liked before. Jiang Lili guessed it must be the person who had unexpectedly sent him abroad and just as suddenly brought him back. "Whose daughter is she?" Fu Qianyun asked, straining her neck to inquire, forgetting about business matters. The gazes that had been on Fu Xingchen now shifted back to Su Fengchen. Excluding Fu Xingchen, no one was particularly curious about who Su Fengchen's crush was. It certainly wouldn't be Jiang Lili. He glanced sideways at his wife, unable to articulate what kind of mindset it was to bring Jiang Lili here. However, he was quite satisfied with Jiang Lili's understanding demeanor. Su Fengchen paused, then softly replied, "Whose daughter she is doesn't matter. What matters is that I just want to work hard now." "You child," Fu Qianyun said, somewhat angrily. "Work is never ending. But fate waits for no one. Don't miss out." Aunt Su's words made sense. Mr. Su should consider his lifelong matters first. Fu Xingchen echoed. He should indeed establish a family before a career. To Su Yuan Mountain and Fu Qianyun. This sounded like he was unhappy about the Su family entering the real estate market. Su Yuan Mountain immediately changed the subject, suggesting that if the Fu family encountered a suitable match, they could help introduce someone. He first asked Su Fengchen if he had any requirements or standards. Fu Xingchen chimed in. "Does it have to be a match in social standing?" Fu Qianyun moved her lips, but before she could say anything, Su Fengchen interrupted. "No need. Just someone I get along with is enough. There are many excellent girls." In an instant, the elders began discussing among themselves. Jiang Lili had not participated at all. She was seriously pondering when Fu Xingchen had become so childish and bored. After she sat down, she let Fu Xingchen take control of the situation. She noticed that his gaze frequently landed on her, especially when discussing Su Fengchen's partner. His eyes seemed glued to her. She shouldn't have taken leave for such a meaningless event. But if she didn't come, she wouldn't get her living expenses. About an hour later, the gathering finally concluded. The Su family left first, and after they departed, Wu Meiling chatted with Fu Xingchen for a moment. "What do you think about the Su family?" Fu Xingchen replied tersely. "There's nothing to hide. They can't shake the Fu family's foundation. Then why not speak up?" Wu Meiling furrowed her brows, persistently suggesting that the Su family prioritize Su Fengchen's marriage. "Isn't that a way of rejecting them?" "I'm being realistic." Fu Xingchen stuffed his hands into his pockets, his expression cold. He should indeed establish a family before a career. Otherwise, he'll have too much free time and still find time to take Jiang Lili to exhibitions. Doesn't he realize Jiang Lili is his wife? Wu Meiling was puzzled by his unusual behavior. "Is this something you should care about?" "Wife, it's getting late. Let's head back." Fu Xingchen came over, wrapping an arm around Wu Meiling as they walked toward the car. "You little rascal, stop making your mom angry." Fu Xingchen had come with them in the same car. On the way back, he would sit in Jiang Lili's car. Jiang Lili respectfully saw them off, finally seizing the opportunity for a private conversation with Fu Xingchen. "When will you give me living expenses? Is that all you want to say?" Fu Xingchen leaned against the car, his posture lazy yet exuding an air of superiority. "If you don't say it, I won't get any money," Jiang Lili replied, having nothing else to say. But Fu Xingchen's gaze was persistent as he raised an eyebrow at her, his meaning clear. Jiang Lili summarized his behavior today and questioned, "Are you so concerned about my relationship with Fengchen that you're jealous?" As soon as her words fell, Fu Xingchen's eyes narrowed slightly, and for a moment, the doubts surging in his heart almost overwhelmed him. Yes. Why did he arrange for Jiang Lili to come here? Could a woman who pursued him for a title really develop feelings for someone else? Jealous? He sneered inwardly. Jealous? Do you think you deserve that? I'm just giving you a chance to appear publicly as Mrs. Fu. How does it feel? Chapter 91. Owe you a favor. It felt terrible. It was as if appearing in public as Mrs. Fu was a reward from Fu Xingchen. Jiang Lili casually asked him if he was jealous, but his answer struck her like a knife straight to the heart, making her feel extremely embarrassed. Her face went from red to white, then from white to pale. Fu Xingchen seemed unsatisfied. He enjoyed the feeling of being in control over her. He took out a card from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, I'm not satisfied with Mrs. Fu's performance tonight. Your living expenses will be cut in half. Jiang Lili felt a lump in her throat, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she suppressed them. If you're unhappy, quit and come back to be a proper Mrs. Fu. Fu Xingchen placed the card in her palm. He said this very seriously. For some reason, he genuinely wanted her to return to being the old Mrs. Fu. What he needed was a docile and obedient wife, not the one who constantly made him uncomfortable. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he didn't think he was being unreasonable. After all, returning to being Mrs. Fu was something she could easily do. As long as she obeyed him, he would eventually give her a rightful status. But she just wouldn't listen, secretly trying to gain a title. Who could she blame for that? Jiang Lili didn't know how she ended up stuffing the card into her pocket, but holding on to her pride. She could only accept his charity. I need to go to the hospital to see Jiang Hong. I can't take you home. She pulled out her car keys from her pocket, intending to leave, but suddenly found her hands empty. Fu Xingchen hooked the key ring with his finger and got into the car first. I'll take you there. He sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and gestured for her to get in. Jiang Lili didn't mean to leave him behind. At this time, the hospital was still open. She wanted to go pay the fees, or she would have to take another leave tomorrow. But thinking about having Fu Xingchen take a taxi was simply unrealistic. She walked around the front of the car and climbed into the passenger seat, buckling her seatbelt and letting him drive. At 5 o'clock, coinciding with the end of the workday, they arrived at the city hospital. Jiang Lili unbuckled her seatbelt and rushed in, hoping to get in before Duan Su finished his shift, while also asking about Jiang Heng's condition. She didn't have time to say anything to Fu Xingchen, but it didn't matter. He wouldn't wait for her. She hurried into the hospital and didn't notice Fu Xingchen parking the car at the roadside. At the corner of the hospital, Lin Shiran walked out wearing a black mask. Seeing Fu Xingchen waiting there for Jiang Lili, her expression darkened. Is it true that the murderer is in this hospital? Zhang's mother gripped the railing tightly, looking up at the hospital building. Lin Shiran was pulled back into her thoughts and turned to affirm, of course it's true. He is on that floor, enjoying the best treatment in the hospital. Their family is so wealthy, but only gave you 100,000, causing you to miss out on the insurance payout. Your son and husband are in jail. Are you satisfied with that? I'm certainly not satisfied. Zhang's mother didn't appreciate the 100,000 compensation Jiang Lili offered. After all, according to her plan, getting the compensation from the Jiang family and the accident insurance would definitely exceed $1 million. But as she assessed the fully armed Lin Shiran, she questioned, who are you? Why are you telling me this? Zhang's mother had to be cautious with someone she didn't know, especially someone who deliberately concealed their identity. Lin Shiran looked at her for a few seconds, then pulled out a thick wad of cash from her bag. Here is 50,000. Go ask the murderer for money. And after you succeed, I'll give you another 50,000. Zhang's mother's eyes lit up. Asking Jiang Hong for money was entirely beneficial for her. Plus, getting another 100,000 was quite a profit, wasn't it? She immediately took the money and hugged it to her chest, but soon she doubted this. Is it real? Lin Shiran's gaze revealed a hint of disgust. If you don't believe it, go check. You can't act tonight. Find another opportunity. To ensure a successful outcome, she needed to strike when Jiang Lili was not around. She wanted to see if, after Jiang Hong's incident, Fu Xingchen would still allow Jinghui to stay in the country. Jiang Lili wouldn't have the heart to compete with her for Fu Xingchen. Okay, I'll check now. Zhang's mother ran off with the money. Lin Shiran wasn't worried she wouldn't follow through. After all, greedy people would always keep money on their minds. After Jiang Lili paid the fees, she went to find Duan Su, but his office was already empty. She was a step too late. And disappointment filled her heart as she turned to look in the direction of Jiang Heng's hospital room. She had no idea if Jiang Hong's condition had improved. Without a doctor's permission, she didn't dare to visit and could only turn and leave. At the end of the corridor, the elevator was on the top floor. She pressed the down button and waited. After a while, the elevator doors opened, and before she could step in, she heard a familiar voice. Dr. Jing, don't forget you still owe me a favor. It was Su Xingchen, who had just parted from her. Beside him stood a doctor wearing black-framed glasses, looking clean and dressed in a white coat. Noticing someone outside the elevator, both of them turned to look. Su Xingchen was equally surprised. Lily, what a coincidence. I came to pay for Jiang Hong's medical fees. Jiang Lili entered the elevator and politely nodded at Jinghui. She didn't ask Fu Xingchen what he was doing there. However, for Fu Xingchen, her arrival was just in time. Dr. Jing, this is the sister of the patient I told you about. Her brother is in the city hospital. You can retrieve his medical records to check on his condition. Jiang Lili looked at Fu Xingchen in confusion. Fu Xingchen leaned slightly towards her and quietly explained, this Dr. Jing just returned from studying abroad. Although he doesn't have much clinical experience, he has made international breakthroughs in mental and psychological disorders. I think he might be able to help you. Before this, he had contacted Jinghui multiple times, but Jinghui had refused to return to the country, citing matters to attend to. He even planned to go abroad personally to find Jinghui, only to learn that Jinghui had suddenly returned. Because he didn't know if Jinghui would agree in the end. He hadn't mentioned it to Jiang Lili to avoid giving her false hope. Really? Jiang Lili trusted Fu Xingchen, and thus she trusted Jinghui as well. Then it's troublesome for Dr. Jing. My brother's name is Jiang Hong. Who Jinghui treated wasn't something she could decide. He spent all his money on Fu Xingchen's account. Just as she was about to refuse Fu Xingchen's offer, she suddenly heard Jiang Lili's introduction. He lowered his glasses to scrutinize Jiang Lili seriously. What is his name? Jiang Hong, Jiang Lili repeated. Jinghui's eyes widened. He had been saved by Fu Xingchen during an adventure abroad. A life-saving grace must be repaid, but his medical practice was not entirely voluntary. So, was heaven helping him repay this favor to Fu Xingchen for free? But would that be fair? He was conflicted and hesitant. When the elevator reached the first floor, Jiang Lili noticed he didn't want to agree, but probably felt it was inappropriate to refuse in front of her. She said, Dr. Jing, you can take your time to consider and get back to us. After saying that, she walked out of the elevator, smiled at Fu Xingchen, and said, Brother Xingchen, after Dr. Jing gives us a response, you can tell me. I'll leave now. Okay. Fu Xingchen wanted to exchange favors, but feared Jiang Lili might feel burdened by too much. After Jiang Lili left, he turned to Jinghui and said, Dr. Jing, I'm not asking you to guarantee Jiang Hong's recovery. Just do your best. You can consider this favor settled, and I still owe you one. Jinghui's eyes lit up. Brother Fu had said that one must learn to be flexible and take advantage of opportunities. Helping others while reducing one's troubles and adding some happiness. Why not? It's a deal. Chapter 92. Hidden feelings she deliberately buried. I'll call her back now. And we'll go find her brother's attending doctor. Fu Xingchen took out his phone, but before he could light up the screen, he was stopped by Jinghui. Jinghui, with a serious expression, said nonsensically, at this time, the doctors are off work. Isn't it just Jiang Hong? I'll look at his resume myself tomorrow. If there's any news or questions, I'll contact you in time. All right. Fu Xingchen put his phone away again. Then I won't disturb your off-duty time. Goodbye. After saying that, he hurriedly left, planning to immediately tell Jiang Lili the good news. He chased to the hospital entrance and happened to see Jiang Lili hailing a cab on the side of the street. A conspicuous Maybach was parked to her right front, and he could vaguely see a tall figure seated inside. Fu Xingchen pulled back the foot he had stepped out with. As a man himself, he understood Fu Xingchen. He didn't want to cause trouble for Jiang Lili, so he turned and walked towards the hospital parking lot. It was difficult to get a taxi at the hospital entrance. When Jiang Lili came out, she took out her phone to call a ride-hailing service. During rush hour, it was also hard to get a ride, so she tried to hail a cab in the meantime. It wasn't until the Maybach across the street entered the traffic and turned around towards her that she realized Fu Xingchen hadn't left. The car window was half open, and he gestured for her to get in. Jiang Lili was surprised, her mouth slightly agape, with her breath making her lips look redder. Get in. Seeing her dazed and not moving, Fu Xingchen frowned. Come on. She opened the car door and climbed in, fastening her seatbelt while sizing up Fu Xingchen. He didn't notice her unusual behavior and drove away from the spot. On the way, Jiang Lili tentatively asked, You're not unwilling to let the Su family enter the real estate industry because of me, are you? What? You want to plead for Fu Xingchen? Fu Xingchen countered. Jiang Lili hurriedly shook her head. I just don't want to feel guilty. No matter how familiar she was with Fu Xingchen, she wouldn't meddle in business matters. Whether the Su family could develop the real estate sector depended on their capabilities. She just needed to confirm that she hadn't caused any impact on the whole situation. Fu Xingchen chuckled lightly, not sure if he was laughing at her overestimating herself or her naivete. When are you resigning? I will restore all your living expenses. Think about it seriously. Jiang Lili turned her head to look out the window. The rapidly passing buildings couldn't compare to the chaos in her heart. She had only received half of her living expenses, and she had already spent 100,000 to pay for Jiang Hong. Now there were only 15,000 left in her card. She decided to take it one step at a time, believing that there would be a way when she reached the mountain. And the way was directly related to Fu Xingchen's mood. She raised her hand to rub her stiff face, turned back to him, and smiled. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it. Fu Xingchen glanced at her. For some reason, he was unhappy when she had a serious face. Now that she was smiling at him, his mood didn't improve. It was as if, after giving her money, he had become a different person. It was all about the money. He replied nonchalantly, anything. When they got home, Aunt Lu had already started preparing dinner. Jiang Lili changed her clothes and went into the kitchen to help. Madam, I noticed there hasn't been much eaten from the fridge. Did you miss a meal yesterday? Aunt Lu was responsible for the shopping. According to the amount for 4 dishes per meal, she had only prepared 1 meal. I woke up late yesterday and didn't eat lunch, Jiang Lili honestly explained. Now that the weather is cold, you can't skip meals. Eating well will keep you warm, and then the young master will have the energy to work. Aunt Lu wasn't scolding, but was concerned. After speaking, she seemed to realize something and smiled. It's rare that you don't have to work. You must be sleeping late tonight. It's normal not to get up, but you have to take care of your health. Jiang Lili instinctively explained. He has been busy with work these past 2 days, staying up late and working overtime, and sleeping during the day. Hearing this, Aunt Lu paused her actions. I see your complexion isn't good either. Are you worried about the young master and can't sleep? Jiang Lili had always been familiar with Aunt Lu whenever she went to the Fu family's old residence. Aunt Lu liked to joke and tease her about Fu Xingchen. Every time she was teased, she would blush, but inside she felt sweet. At this moment, her heart felt sour, and her expression was somewhat stiff. Aunt Lu and the others always said, look, the madam is shy. The madam's eyes are full of the young master. The madam revolves around the young master every day. They had never said, the young master treats the madam this way or that way. They never thought there was anything wrong with it. After all, even Jiang Lili herself had always been willing. Madam? Aunt Lu seemed to say something again. And when she saw Jiang Lili not talking, she waved her hand in front of her. Why aren't you speaking? What? Jiang Lili came back to her senses. Aunt Lu covered her mouth and laughed. Every time we mention the young master, you get all shy, your thoughts flying everywhere. I ask you, what do you like about the young master? Jiang Lili spoke systematically. He looks good, has a good figure. Even without money or power, he belongs to that type that makes women very attracted. She was just responding to Aunt Lu's words. But after finishing, she suddenly saw the reflection of a strong male figure in the kitchen window. Jiang Lili turned around and discovered that Fu Xingchen had come down without her noticing. He had his hands in his pockets, a smile on his face, looking in a good mood. Indeed, Jiang Lili had been sulking all day, making a fuss about divorce, just to get his attention. Most likely, even being close to Fu Xingchen was a test for him. It was his fault for not being able to keep his composure, almost being led by the nose by her. Young master, why are you walking without making a sound, eavesdropping on our conversation? The madam is all shy, Aunt Lu joked. Jiang Lili turned back again, thinking that saying such things wouldn't make Fu Xingchen unhappy, so she didn't need to explain. However, she felt a strange resistance in her heart. Resistance to the man's delighted expression, resistance to Aunt Lu still teasing her. There are some matters at the company. I need to go. You two eat. Don't wait for me. Fu Xingchen instructed. Jiang Lili turned back again and finally noticed that Fu Xingchen was dressed in a suit, indeed looking like he was going out. Younger master, the rice is almost ready. Eat before you go. Aunt Lu quickened her pace. It will be ready in half an hour at most. No need. Fu Xingchen had already walked towards the door. After changing his shoes and stepping out of the house, the Maybach's horn sounded, gradually fading away. Aunt Lu sighed, leaving it this time. The young master probably won't be back tonight. With all this running around, even if his health is good, he won't be able to take it. You go ahead, I'll bring it to him at the company later. Jiang Lili wasn't clear about what kind of emotion she was feeling when she said this. She only knew that once these words came out, the contradiction was about to tear her apart. One part urged her not to bother Fu Xingchen, while the other desperately sought reasons for her to take good care of him. After all, if Fu Xingchen was happy, it wouldn't be bad for her. She could get more money and live a little more comfortably. But she also knew that beneath these reasons lay feelings she had deliberately buried. While she was still in conflict, Aunt Lu quickly finished cooking and packed it for her. Madam, you should go to the company with the young master to eat. I packed a double portion, be careful on the road. The thermal container was stuffed into her hand, and Jiang Lili found herself in a dilemma, having to deliver it. She drove straight to Xingyun Group. The bustling city gradually quieted down, and only the top floors of the towering buildings had their lights on. Jiang Lili got out of the car and walked towards the company entrance. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly saw Fu Xingchen's car coming out of the underground parking lot. The interior of the car was lit, and Fu Xingchen, with his noble demeanor, had a smile in his eyes as he leaned to listen to Lin Shiran say something. Lin Xiran's gaze happened to pass through the car window and met Jiang Lili's. Chapter 93. How can you have the nerve to act? While I feel embarrassed to call you that in the depths of winter, the evening breeze is biting. Jiang Lili's delicate body sways precariously in the cold wind, her long hair flying wildly. She tucks her hair behind her ear, her black and white eyes fixed on the two people inside the Maybach. Lin Xiran leans toward Fu Xingchen, looking as if she is about to kiss his cheek. That kiss lands on Jiang Lili's heart like a heavy stone. Her brows instinctively furrow, her eyes dry and stinging from the cold wind, yet she stubbornly continues to watch them. Fu Xingchen doesn't see her and quickly drives away. It's only when her figure completely disappears from the rearview mirror that Lin Xiran straightens up. She pulls out a lipstick from under the car seat. I've been looking for this lipstick for a long time. I thought I lost it, but it turns out it was in your car. Fu Xingchen raises his hand, disconnecting the Bluetooth headset from his ear, the smile on his face fading a bit. He recalls Jiang Lili's expression when she saw this lipstick. I'll pay attention next time. Got it, Lin Xiran replies, putting the lipstick in her bag. She turns her eyes slightly and says, oh no, I left my USB drive at the office. The car, which was moving at high speed, suddenly slows down, and Fu Xingchen pulls the car over to the side of the road. He rests his elbow on the steering wheel, lowers half the window, and lights a cigarette. Let's go get it now. Okay. Lin Xiran opens the car door, gets out, and quickly turns down the street toward the office. Jiang Lili is enveloped in a misty coldness, her curled eyelashes dusted with a few frost flowers. She watches the direction in which the Maybach disappeared, and suddenly a swaying figure appears in her previously vacant gaze. Lin Xiran, dressed in a red dress, sways her body as she walks toward her. With her exquisitely made-up features radiating a deep smile mixed with disdain, she says, Designer Jiang, here to deliver dinner to Xingchen? Would you like me to take it to him? Although he is going to have dinner with me, at least let him know you were here. I was here. This is very likely to be the last descriptor Jiang Lili has for Fu Xingchen. She once appeared in Fu Xingchen's life. Her presence does not affect Fu Xingchen at all, but Fu Xingchen has deeply entrenched himself in her bones. He deceives her, bringing her repeated harm. Yet she can never remember, always realizing the truth only after suffering pain. Isn't Fu Xingchen just using work as an opportunity to meet Lin Xiran privately? She feels sorry for him being too busy with work, exhausting himself. For a moment, she doesn't know whether to laugh at herself for being foolish or to be angry at Fu Xingchen for being too much. Why are you silent? Lin Xiran crosses her arms, her posture high and mighty. Actually, I have no other intentions. I just want to advise you to not do such futile things in the future. He won't be moved by you, and you'll only feel miserable. Why bother? It's indeed unnecessary. Jiang Lili's fingers tightly grip the thermal food container, regaining her composure from Lin Xiran's mockery. I'm not here to move him. I want to occasionally show up to remind Miss Lin that I am still Fu's wife, compared to her desire to tear apart the mistress. Lin Xiran seems to want to tear her heart apart even more. So much so that it feels like she has taken something from Lin Xiran. This Fu's wife. How can you have the nerve to act like that? I feel embarrassed to call you that. Lin Xiran's attitude is arrogant. She doesn't seem afraid of Jiang Lili tearing her face. Or perhaps she knows that Jiang Lili currently has a need for Fu Xingchen and won't tear her face. But you've never called me that either. Jiang Lili has been married to Fu Xingchen for 2 years, and aside from the servants of the Fu family, no one has ever called her Fu's wife. She suddenly feels grateful for the hidden marriage. If everyone knew she was Fu's wife, she would have to correct everyone's address after the divorce. Lin Xiran, irritated by her stubbornness, can't contain her anger. Instead of coming here to curry favor, you might as well go back and honestly take care of your brother, or you will regret it. My brother? Jiang Lili's heart sinks. A bad premonition rises in her heart, her expression gradually becoming serious. What do you mean? Nothing much. Xingchen is still waiting for me. Goodbye. Lin Xiran brushes her bangs aside, exchanging a meaningful glance with Jiang Lili for a few seconds before turning to leave. As she walks toward the corner, she pulls a USB drive from her bag. Upon seeing Fu Xingchen's car at the corner, she starts to jog. Jiang Lili watches her turn the corner, then turns around and throws the thermal food container into a trash can, driving straight to the hospital. She feels uneasy and needs to check on Jiang Heng to feel at ease. Her worries for Jiang Heng have completely buried the sadness that Fu Xingchen brought her. At 10 o'clock, at Jiang City Hospital, she parks her car and rushes to Jiang Heng's ward. At this hour, the doctors have all clocked out, and the night shift nurse is asleep at the desk. Jiang Lili quietly walks down the empty corridor and stands at the door of Jiang Heng's room. The door faces the caregiver's bed, and the caregiver is already lying down. She tiptoes to look left, but can only see half of the hospital bed. Jiang Heng's legs resting slightly apart. The scene is calm, nothing seems out of the ordinary. Jiang Lili breathes a sigh of relief. gripping the doorknob for a few seconds before finally relaxing her grip and turning to leave. Perhaps Lin Xiran was just casually saying that. Although she hasn't had dinner yet, after all this commotion, she doesn't feel hungry at all, and she is completely awake. She returns home, takes a shower, and sits down with her notebook to start preparing for the second round of the competition. Eventually, she falls asleep on the bay window. Because of the extremely uncomfortable position, she wakes up in soreness, and upon opening her eyes, she realizes it's already 7:10. Perhaps she is too tired. Her biological clock has gone haywire. With no time for breakfast, she quickly changes clothes and drives straight to Yunlan. 10 minutes before work, she arrives at her workstation smoothly. Taking her phone out of her pocket, she sees a message from Fu Xingchen. Lily, Dr. Jing has agreed to take over Jiang Heng's case. He just sent me a message, formally proposing the handover to Dr. Duan. If you have time, let us go to the hospital together and discuss with Dr. Jing. Fu Xingchen hadn't messaged her last night. Knowing she was with Fu Xingchen, he was afraid of causing her trouble. Just now, seeing Jiang Lili arrive at the company, he couldn't wait to share this good news with her. Jiang Lili's previously poor mood instantly brightens. But she doesn't want to trouble Fu Xingchen any further. Please give me Dr. Jing's contact information. I'll go by myself this weekend. You just focus on your work. Fu Xingchen sends her a business card. Jiang Lili sends a friend request to the contact, which is a WeChat name called Glorious Years. This name is vastly different from the handsome man she saw yesterday, resembling an old-fashioned WeChat name. So after the other party accepts her friend request, she first verifies the other party's identity. Is this Dr. Jing? Just call me Jing Hui. I've looked over your brother's medical records. It has certain difficulties, but it's not completely hopeless. You've come to the right person. Jing Hui is quite talkative, and a long string of messages comes back, making Jiang Lili frown. While she is pondering how to reply, a document is suddenly slapped down on her desk. Jiang Lili, have you learned to lie? Since when did Miss Lin say you could stop working on the Bolan Manor project? Suna rolls up her shirt sleeves, hands on her hips, looking at her seriously and angrily. Chapter 94. Jiang Heng's suicide. Jiang Lili closed her phone and looked up to meet Su Naren's angry gaze. I called Miss Lin. Su Naren's criticism doubled. We're all adults here. If you don't want to do it, you can say so directly. But lying is simply excessive. Designer Su. We talked about it, and you refused. Jiang Lili had to remind her that her high and mighty attitude of being willing to talk was very fake. Wasn't it Su Naren who had made it clear she wouldn't take on Lin Xiran's project, outright rejecting it? Just because I disagreed after we talked. You can lie? Do you think I'm a fool along with Miss Lin? Su Naren was even angrier. Jiang Lili realized she had misspoken. She stood up, calmly and seriously saying, I didn't lie. On the day it snowed, I spoke with Miss Lin, and she tacitly accepted that I would no longer take over the design for the Expo Manor. Su Naren did not believe her words at all. No matter whether you want to take Miss Lin's project or not, lying is wrong. You need to apologize to Miss Lin, or else if this gets out, your reputation in this industry will suffer, and I will be dragged down with you. After venting, Su Naren left. The difficult situation was left for Jiang Lili. During that phone call, Lin Xiran really hadn't said anything, and even if she had, there was no evidence to prove that Lin Xiran had agreed. By that measure, she was in the wrong. Jiang Lili took her phone and stood up to go to the break room to call Lin Xiran. It wasn't an apology. She wanted to ask what Lin Xiran intended to do. On a personal level, Fu Xingchen had asked her to apologize to Lin Xiran. On a professional level, Su Naren also wanted her to apologize to Lin Xiran. How long would Lin Xiran keep making things difficult for her? Did she really not care that she might leak the photos to Fu Xingchen, or was she confident that Jiang Lili wouldn't do such a thing? She called again and again. At first, no one answered, and later the call was directly hung up. After trying again, she found she couldn't get through. Lin Xiran had blocked her. Jiang Lili sat in a chair, running her fingers through her hair, rubbing her head hard. She really didn't understand what Lin Xiran was trying to accomplish, but she knew that Lin Xiran wouldn't truly cut off this only opportunity related to her. After calming down in the break room for a while, she went to find Su Naren, hoping she could help her set up a meeting with Lin Xiran. You made this mess. You're responsible for it. Su Naren had no intention of getting involved. Jiang Lili had to say, she blocked me, and I can't just go to Xingyun Group to find her. After all, I don't have much sense. And if something goes wrong and affects Miss Lin's reputation, that wouldn't be good. Su Naren was genuinely worried about her going to Xingyun Group. If she ended up arguing with Lin Xiran there, it might upset Fu Xingchen, and the whole Yunlan would suffer. I'll help you this last time. Thank you. Once you've set it up, send me the time and place. Jiang Lili could not figure out why Su Naren disliked her, but she was quite adept at reading Su Naren's temper. Returning to her workstation, she remembered to reply to Jing Hui's message. Dr. Jing, if you have time this weekend, I would like to discuss my brother's condition with you at the hospital. Jing Hui replied with an okay emoji. She thought that aside from continuing to harass her and setting various traps, Lin Shiran wouldn't be able to do anything that would cause her substantial harm. So all her thoughts were on Jiang Hong. She could hardly wait for the weekend to meet Dr. Jing and hear how confident he was when he said, "Finding me is the right choice," regarding Jiang Heng's illness. But she never expected that before the weekend arrived, an extreme act would force her to see Jiang Hong early. On Thursday evening, Su Naren told her that she had arranged to meet Lin Shiran. In the afternoon, Su Naren had a client measuring, so she was not in the office. Therefore, Jiang Lili and Su Naren split up to meet Lin Shiran. Jiang Lili drove to the street. As the Maybach entered the traffic, her eyelids began to twitch violently. She couldn't imagine what kind of difficult problem Lin Shiran would present her with today. Her body was already reacting unusually. It had anticipated it. The meeting place chosen by Lin Shiran was indeed a challenge, a club in the eastern suburbs, which would take at least an hour and a half to reach from Yunlan. Just as she parked at the club entrance, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the caregiver. Supporting herself against the car door with one hand, she answered the call. "Miss Jiang, something has happened. You need to get to the hospital quickly." Jiang Lili's eyelids twitched even more violently. What happened? Without hesitation, she got back in the car, closed the door, and restarted the engine. "A crazy woman said your brother must pay for her daughter's life. Your brother was stimulated and just committed suicide." As the caregiver's words landed, the phone slipped from Jiang Lili's hand, falling into the seat gap. But she could still hear the caregiver speaking. "The doctor is in surgery. How long will it take you to arrive?" Jiang Lili's throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, making it hard to speak. "Contact my parents first. I'm heading over now." It would take her at least an hour to get back to the hospital. Without bothering to retrieve her phone from under the seat, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. The car was silent, but she felt a buzzing in her ears. Her hands and feet mechanically controlling the vehicle. Under the seat, her phone rang repeatedly, but it was as if she couldn't hear it. After an unknown amount of time, the ringing stopped, and all she could hear was the roar of the engine as it sped down the road. An hour later, at the emergency room, Jiang Lili rushed in, and when she arrived, her legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. A strong arm encircled her waist, lifting her up. It was Fu Xingchen. He furrowed his brow, his eyes deep, helping her to sit down in a chair. She was panting, instinctively grabbing Fu Xingchen's arm, her eyes welling up with tears that had not fallen until now. "Jiang Hong is still in surgery." Fu Xingchen pointed to the red light above the emergency room. It was discovered in time. There's no danger to his life. He is still receiving a blood transfusion. Jiang Hong attempted suicide by cutting his wrist in the bathroom. The bathroom door wasn't locked, but he didn't make a sound from the moment he cut his wrist to when he lost consciousness. The caregiver was standing guard outside, and it wasn't until blood flowed out under the door that they realized he had committed suicide. The reason the surgery has taken so long is that he is receiving blood, and the patient's will to live is low. Before Jiang Lili arrived, Jing Hui had come out once to explain the situation. Just now, Jiang Qingyin and Zhang Qinghe had gone in to take a look, and after coming out, they were huddled in a corner, crying. "Can I see him?" Jiang Lili grasped Fu Xingchen's pinky, looking up at him, tears swirling in her eyes that had not fallen all the way here. Fu Xingchen took out his phone to call Jing Hui, preparing for her to see him one last time. With his other hand, he pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping away the tears that had just welled up in the corners of Jiang Lili's eyes. The call was quickly hung up, and the door to the emergency room opened. Jing Hui had only prepared one sterile suit, so only Jiang Lili could go in. She quickly put on the suit and followed Jing Hui into the emergency room. The hard rescue bed, surrounded by various instruments emitting cold sounds. The person on the bed, who still had warmth, seemed even colder than the machines, with hardly any rise and fall in his chest. Talking more to him, saying things that would encourage his will to live. The two who had just entered had spoken for a long time, but there was no reaction at all. Jing Hui was observing the data on the instruments, not lifting his head as he gave instructions. Jiang Lili supported herself on the bed, bent down, and leaned close to Jiang Heng's ear. Hong, if you leave, what will I do? No one will love me anymore." Chapter 95. Others seem more gentle and considerate than you as she grew up and clearly saw her parents' favoritism. Jiang Heng stood firmly by Jiang Lili's side and treated her even better. Jiang Lili couldn't imagine what her life would be like without Jiang Heng. The last splash of color in her world disappearing. Her trembling hand clutched Jiang Heng's, and tears as big as beans fell onto the pristine white bed sheets. "Tell me, how can I save you? Do you really not want your sister anymore?" Suddenly, the cold machine emitted a vibrating sound. Jing Hui, who was recording data, paused and immediately looked at Jiang Heng. Continue. Okay. Jiang Lili couldn't understand the changes of every symbol on the equipment. She instinctively listened to Jing Hui, continuously whispering something in Jiang Heng's ear. After about 10 minutes, Jing Hui put down his pen. It's fine now. I'll observe him here for another 2 hours. You can go out and rest. Is he all right? Jiang Lili sat up, her sparkling eyes filled with expectation as she looked at Jing Hui. Jing Hui nodded, sizing her up. It seems his life is safe now. You are his sister. Your relationship is better than that with his parents? Jiang Lili couldn't describe Jiang Qingyin and Jiang Qinghe's relationship from Jiang Heng's perspective. She simply said, we have a really good relationship. His situation is quite complex. If possible, I hope you can cooperate with me on his psychological treatment. Jing Hui mentioned an experiment he had conducted abroad, which showed that psychological illnesses could be addressed more effectively with family support. Then, can we do it at night? Jiang Lili instinctively asked. After all, she had to work during the day, but then she thought the doctor would be off work at night. Sure. Jing Hui was actually eager for that. We can conduct psychological counseling every night from 8 to 10. You can come. This way, he could stay up late, sleep during the day, and absorb the essence of the medical world in the quiet of the night. Jiang Lili was surprised for a few seconds, then came to her senses and nodded while walking towards him. Do you charge us overtime for your night shifts? With our relationship, what overtime pay? Jing Hui raised his hand as if to pat her shoulder. But when he looked down, he noticed her curvy figure and quickly pulled his hand back. He was not curious about Jiang Lili's relationship with Fu Xingchen, but he wanted to know about her relationship with Fu Xingchen. Miss Jiang, you and Brother Fu. You know each other, right? Fu Xingchen was a powerful figure in the business circle, well known wherever he went. Jiang Lili was not surprised to be asked about their relationship. She had already thought of how to respond. But we aren't close. Not close. How could Fu Xingchen bring you back from thousands of miles away to treat Jiang Heng? Jing Hui did not accept Jiang Lili's explanation from the bottom of his heart. However, when he returned, he had asked Fu Xingchen about the relationship with Jiang's siblings. Fu Xingchen didn't let him ask too much and told him to shut up. Let's go out. After instructing the nurse to watch over Jiang Heng, Jing Hui took Jiang Lili out of the emergency room. As soon as they stepped out, Jiang Qingyin and Jiang Qinghe rushed over. They pushed past Jiang Lili, blocking Jing Hui. Doctor, how is my son? Doctor, please save my son. He is a piece of flesh that fell from me. Jing Hui instinctively glanced at Jiang Lili, who had been shoved aside, frowning. The patient is not interested in your so-called money for buying cars and houses. He is worried about his sister. Jiang Lili only said a few words, and his vital signs showed improvement. He is no longer in life-threatening danger. Jiang Qinghe's face lit up with joy. That's great. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Qingyin took out a card from his pocket and, taking advantage of the handshake, slipped it into Jing Hui's hand. Dr. Jing, I will trouble you to take care of my son from now on. He had asked someone to find Duan Su, and after Duan Su was replaced, he proactively contacted him to inform him of this matter. Duan Su's evaluation of Jing Hui was quite fair. Although he didn't know his background, he was very capable. So Jiang Qingyin felt assured to let Jing Hui treat Jiang Heng. How much? Jing Hui released his hand, examining the card with interest. Jiang Qingyin. He had previously given Duan Su money, 20,000. But now, with business declining, he didn't have that much money. He gestured, 6,000. What do you want me to do to take care of your son? Jing Hui pondered, holding the card. Should I give him 6,000 more in oxygen? Jiang Qinghe, hearing this, quietly asked Jiang Qingyin, honey, does he think it's too little? Jiang Qingyin patted his pockets, reluctant to take out more. He looked at Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili was rubbing her elbow, which had been hurt from being shoved, when suddenly Jiang Qingyin pulled her towards Jing Hui. Doctor, how much do you want? You can ask my daughter. She is very wealthy. Seeing the change in Jiang Qingyin and Jiang Qinghe's expressions, Jing Hui said, this isn't your business anymore. You should leave. I need to talk with Miss Jiang for a moment. Jiang Qingyin was afraid that if he asked for more money, Jiang Lili would throw the hot potato back at him, so he pulled Jiang Qinghe away. After all, it was confirmed that Jiang Heng was no longer in danger. Jiang Lili looked at Jing Hui anxiously. Dr. Jing, my salary is very low. Here. Jing Hui directly shoved the card into Jiang Lili's hand. I heard from Dr. Duan that you are not only very concerned about your brother's condition, but also taking care of the medical expenses and various matters. It's quite hard for you. I don't want a red envelope. As a doctor, I just want to save people. After saying that, he patted Jiang Lili's shoulder. This young girl looks like she's having a tough time. His gaze shifted to where Fu Xingchen had been standing, now empty. Thank you, Dr. Jing. Jiang Lili accepted the card and turned to glance at the spot where Fu Xingchen had stood. He might have just passed by, stopping briefly when something happened to Jiang Heng. Just a brief stop. She withdrew her gaze and looked back at Jing Hui. When the nurse called me, she said a woman came to cause trouble. Can I see the hospital surveillance footage? Sure, I'll have my assistant take you there. Jiang Hui led her to the office and asked a boy around 18 or 19 years old to take her to check the surveillance in Jiang Heng's ward. Jiang Lili followed him out. As soon as she left, Fu Xingchen arrived at Jiang Hui's office. How's the situation? There's no life-threatening danger. Jiang Hui played with a pen in his hand, smiling as he asked, Brother Fu, are you close to Miss Jiang, or do you know Jiang Heng? Fu Xingchen pulled out a chair, sitting casually with his legs crossed. Have you determined the treatment plan? Jiang Hui nodded. I've already discussed it with Miss Jiang. Every night from 8 to 10, she will come to assist me with psychological counseling for the patient. She agreed. Do you have any objections? No objections. Fu Xingchen thought that some things could be done a bit later. Oh, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Jiang? Jiang Hui, upon hearing this, was certain that Fu Xingchen's relationship with Jiang Lili was not ordinary. Fu Xingchen ignored him and got up to leave. Jiang Hui stood up and said, If you want to pursue her, you better work hard. There are people asking me to help treat her brother, and she seems much more gentle and considerate than you. As Fu Xingchen stepped out the door, he heard this and stepped back in. He closed the door with his foot and returned to stand in front of Jiang Hui. Fu Xingchen. Chapter 96. We are getting a divorce. Don't expect anything from me in the future. Originally, I wanted to create some suspense and take the opportunity to ask Fu Xingchen for something. As a result, Fu Xingchen guessed it himself. But this is enough to prove that he is pursuing Jiang Lili. Jiang Hui sensed the gossip and recalled that he met Fu Xingchen while abroad. He helped me with something, and I owe him a favor. To help me treat Jiang Heng. He not only canceled that favor, but also promised to owe me another one. This shows that Fu Xingchen is genuinely concerned about Jiang Lili. You agreed? Fu Xingchen's gaze was gloomy. I was already treating Jiang Heng. Isn't it a win-win? Jiang Hui said confidently. Fu Xingchen clenched his jaw, the sharp lines of his face becoming even more pronounced. Little did he know that Fu Xingchen could do this for Jiang Lili. Is it because of Su Yunyuan? He felt a hint of discomfort, as if someone was coveting what belonged to him. Jiang Lili is his wife. Does she need Fu Xingchen's help? His expression darkened slowly, making Jiang Hui feel uneasy. Fortunately, he had messaged Fu Xingchen to inform him of Jiang Heng's incident, and Fu Xingchen hadn't come. Otherwise, it would have been really awkward. Bang! Fu Xingchen pushed the door open, his chest heaving violently, breath erratic. Dr. Jing, how is Jiang Heng? Lili is here. His eyes met Fu Xingchen's indifferent gaze, and his voice abruptly stopped. She is here, checking the surveillance. Jiang Hui silently lit a candle for his office. He casually picked up a document from the table, pushed his black glasses up on his nose, and said, I'll go check a room. You guys chat. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the hospital was quiet. The night wind howled outside, and the indoor temperature dropped suddenly. Fu Xingchen loosened his tie and sat down, casually pointing to another chair. Mr. Su, sit. Fu Xingchen released his grip on the door and walked to the chair. I heard from Dr. Jing that Jiang Heng committed suicide, so I just came to take a look. What are you nervous about? Fu Xingchen crossed his legs, fingers interlocked on his lap. Did you do something guilty? His hostility was palpable. After knowing him for so long, it was the first time Fu Xingchen sensed an emotion from him outside of work. If helping Lili is considered a guilty act, then I think you're overthinking. I only helped her because of Yuyo. Fu Xingchen leaned back, appearing to loosen up a bit. Mr. Su, there's no need to be so formal. I was just casually mentioning it, hoping Mr. Su can be a bit more measured. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made, especially since Fu Xingchen was already sensitive about the matter. Fu Xingchen tactfully stood up. Since you're here, I'll take my leave. He turned to leave, but heard Fu Xingchen say, If I say I hope you want to interfere in any of her matters in the future, including work, can you do that? Fu Xingchen paused, turning back with slightly furrowed brows, his gaze very serious. She takes her work seriously. I've never interfered. Don't push her too hard. He was only providing Jiang Lili with opportunities. She had just started working, and her performance wasn't outstanding. She had walked her own path step by step, so it couldn't be considered that he helped her much. Mr. Su is so understanding. Fu Xingchen's gaze was deep. I let her be Mrs. Fu in peace. Is that too much to ask? Everyone has their own right to choose, even if she marries you. You must respect her wishes. Fu Xingchen couldn't imagine Jiang Lili living under Fu Xingchen's cold attitude. He couldn't help but add, she's doing well. If you don't cherish her, you'll regret it. Regret? Fu Xingchen's hand pressed against his jaw clenched into a fist. Those two words did not exist in his dictionary. Yet, he keenly sensed something unusual in Fu Xingchen's concern for Jiang Lili in this brief exchange, not merely because of Su Yunyuan. Jiang Lili truly brings him trouble. One incident after another, first a matter, now a person. Jiang Lili reviewed the surveillance footage and immediately recognized it was Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother was just an ordinary person. She didn't have the intellect or capability to find out which hospital Jiang Heng was in, down to the specific ward. But seeing her arrive at the hospital and knowing to avoid the nurses, she went straight to Jiang Heng's ward. It was clear someone had pointed her in that direction. Her purpose was very clear: to demand money and accuse Jiang Heng of being a murderer, claiming he caused her daughter-in-law's death. From initially explaining to later silence. And finally painfully admitting, "I killed someone. She was only in her 20s. It's all my fault." The surveillance footage was not a 360-degree view, so it couldn't capture Jiang Heng's expressions. But in just a few minutes, Jiang Lili couldn't imagine the immense pain and psychological pressure he must have endured that led him to contemplate death. The verbal provocation leading to someone's suicide requires differentiating many situations to determine if it's a crime. Jiang Lili saved the surveillance footage, intending to send it to the police. Even if they didn't arrest Jiang's mother, she wanted Jiang's mother to receive education and criticism. She patted her pockets, finding them empty, and then remembered her phone was still in the car. She ran downstairs, climbed into the car, and struggled to retrieve her phone from the gap. There were many missed calls on her phone, and the one who called her the most was Su Na. She immediately called Su Na back. "Sorry, I had something urgent, so I didn't go or manage to pick up the phone. Your brother's suicide is not a small matter. Miss Lin understands. You should take care of him first." To her surprise, Su Na didn't blame her. Jiang Lili was stunned for a few seconds, her brows tightly furrowed. "How do you know my brother committed suicide?" "Miss Lin told me." Su Na realized something was off. Based on the timeline, Jiang Lili was on her way to an appointment when she received the call about her brother's incident and then left. But she had been with Lin Xiran the whole time, and during that period, Lin Xiran hadn't answered any calls. So how could she know Jiang Lili's brother committed suicide? Thinking back on it, Lin Xiran had chosen such a far location for no reason. A terrifying thought surged into Su Na's mind. Jiang Lili's thoughts were in disarray. Recalling that night when Lin Xiran mentioned Jiang Hong, saying that if she didn't keep an eye on him, she would regret it. She almost instantly confirmed something. After hanging up on Su Na, she gathered her long hair and pondered seriously. Lin Xiran was no longer just trying to make things difficult for her. She was trying to ruin her life. She stayed by Fu Xingchen's side for money, but that money came too dangerously. She couldn't afford to gamble. But if she didn't gamble, where would the money come from? Just as she was feeling anxious, her phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number, but she recognized it as Zhang Qingha's new number. Without hesitation, she answered the call. "Lily, I heard you paid for Erhang. Did you give Dr. Jing extra money? We really have no money. Besides this house, your dad's card only has a 5-digit number left. If the money isn't enough, you can ask Xingchen for some. Just make sure you don't upset Dr. Jing, or he won't treat Erhang well. You should sell the house." Jiang Lili's voice was cold, her small face illuminated by the moonlight, looking pale. Zhang Qinghe was stunned for a few seconds and immediately said, "If we sell it, will we be living on the streets? You just need to ask Xingchen. It's only a few $100,000 a month. Can't he give you that?" Jiang Lili closed her eyes, her voice hoarse. "We are getting a divorce. Don't expect anything from me in the future." Chapter 97. This time, she is determined to divorce. Why don't you just coax him a bit more? Wait a month before talking about divorce. Zhang Qinghe said anxiously. At this critical moment, if they divorced and she didn't get pregnant, wouldn't that be the end? Jiang Lili leaned her head against the back of the seat and pinched her forehead hard, unable to hold on any longer. Is he the one insisting on the divorce? Zhang Qinghe's tone suddenly changed. If he won't show any sympathy, then threaten him with divorce. If he doesn't agree, just make your marriage public and demand an explanation from the Fu family. It was him who wanted to marry you back then. And now he says he doesn't want you anymore. The quiet space was filled with the incessant chatter from the phone, making the air in the car thin. It was suffocating. Jiang Heng's medical expenses had just been paid a couple of days ago, and you have a month to sell the house. The money must be deposited into Jiang Heng's hospital account to ensure that if anything happens to the Jiang family, there will still be money to treat him. If you don't follow my instructions, you will regret it. Jiang Lili interrupted Zhang Qinghe, analyzed the stakes, and hung up the phone. She thought that Jiang Qingyin and Zhang Qinghe wouldn't gamble on Jiang Heng's situation. Throwing her phone aside, she fastened her seatbelt and drove straight to the Expo Manor. At 11 o'clock at night, the cold wind howled outside, and a layer of mist formed on the car windows. It was only when the road became nearly unrecognizable that Jiang Lili realized the car heater wasn't on. She immediately turned on the heat, wiped the glass with her hand, and continued driving. An hour later, she arrived at the Expo Manor. The entire villa was pitch black. After getting out of the car, she reached through the railing, opened the gate, and entered the yard. Standing in the middle of the yard, looking at the villa in its entirety, she remembered the first time she came here. The yard was a mess, overgrown with weeds and filled with a lot of sand and lime waste. Besides the interior decoration, every flower and plant in the yard was planted by her own hands. Once the house was renovated, She had fantasized every day about what it would be like to live here, but she never expected that someone had moved in before her. She climbed a few steps and looked down at the electronic lock that had been changed for a few seconds, then turned around and took out a spare key from beneath a small flower pot on the platform. She opened the door and turned on the hallway light. On the hallway cabinet, a men's lighter lay quietly there. She had seen an identical lighter with Fu Xingchen many times. After glancing at it, she picked up the lighter, entered the living room, squatted in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, ignited it, and set the curtains on fire. The fabric of the curtains was heavy, and the small flame burned slowly. She stood up and searched around, igniting everything that could catch fire. Then she walked to the hallway and pressed the fire alarm. The sharp sound echoed throughout the villa. She had already walked out of the villa, watching the small flames in the living room gradually grow larger. There weren't many flammable items inside, and with the cold weather, it wouldn't lead to a major fire. Jiang Lili stuffed her hands in her pockets, watching as the lights on the second floor suddenly turned on, and Lin Shiran, dressed in thin clothing, rushed down from the second floor. Amidst the smoke and haze, she dialed a number, running outside while on the phone. Xingchen, there's a fire. Is Fu Xingchen a firefighter? Jiang Lili looked at her coldly as she anxiously called for help, feeling a wave of absurdity in her heart. Lin Shiran hung up the phone upon seeing her standing in the middle of the yard. Jiang Lili, are you crazy? You should be grateful that Jiang Heng is out of danger. Otherwise, you won't get out of this house tonight. Jiang Lili looked at her with a cold expression. Lin Shiran, no matter how you treat me, I can endure it, but you cannot touch Jiang Heng. The cold wind pierced through Lin Shiran's thin silk pajamas, leaving her stiff all over. Instinctively denying it, she said, Jiang Heng's matter has nothing to do with me. You're committing arson. I'll call the police. You go ahead and report it. Jiang Lili watched her open her phone, not stopping her. I will divorce Fu Xingchen. I hope the grievances between us will end here. Lin Shiran had relied on Fu Xingchen to constantly trip Jiang Lili up. First, it was trouble at work, and now it involved Jiang Heng. Jiang Lili cared about too many things, and she truly didn't have the ability to compete with Lin Shiran. In this already unfair triangular relationship, she was destined to be the losing side. She accepted it. The call to the police was connected, but Lin Shiran abruptly hung up, gripping her phone tightly. Last time, you kept saying you would divorce. Jiang Lili pulled at the corner of her lips, saying, Don't worry, this time I will definitely get the divorce. With the photos you sent me as evidence, if Fu Xingchen disagrees, I'll threaten him with the exposure of those photos and videos. He will agree. This time, she was determined to divorce, ready to tear the facade apart. What? Lin Shiran's expression was confused, her brows furrowed. What photos? Then her gaze became vigilant. She had been arrogant in front of Jiang Lili because there was no evidence left in person. Even if Jiang Lili complained to Fu Xingchen, he wouldn't believe her without evidence. But now, Jiang Lili suddenly mentioned exposing videos and photos. At this point, don't pretend anymore. Jiang Lili had no mood to play along with her. Once I get divorced, I have nothing to fear. If you continue to make things difficult for me, I won't be polite. After saying that, she turned and returned to the car, heading back to the hospital. In the rearview mirror, Lin Shiran was shivering in the cold wind, while only small sparks remained in the villa. Although the fire wasn't large, it was no longer habitable. Jiang Lili had achieved her goal. She turned back to the hospital. By this time, Jiang Heng should have come out of the emergency room. An hour later, Fu Xingchen arrived at the Expo Manor. At 2 in the morning, the area outside the manor was crowded with people. Several firefighters worked together to pour water into the second-floor windows, and thick black smoke and flames continually rose and danced. Before Fu Xingchen could see the situation clearly, Lin Shiran, wrapped in a thin blanket, rushed over and threw herself into his arms. Xingchen, you finally came. I almost didn't get to see you. The depths of Fu Xingchen's eyes reflected the firelight, his brows tightly furrowed. How could such a big fire start? Lin Shiran was crying in his arms, not saying a word. A nearby firefighter commented, This situation seems to be man-made. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for both the first and second floors to catch fire in such a short time. If you want to investigate, you can call the police, and we will cooperate with them. Since this was their wedding house, burning down to a shell, Fu Xingchen worried that Jiang Lili would be upset. Even if it was an accident, he felt guilty for letting Lin Shiran stay there, which resulted in the house being in such a state. Jiang Lili would probably confront him about it. He was annoyed at the thought of arguing over such trivial matters. But checking it out would at least give Jiang Lili an explanation. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Shiran lifted her head from his embrace and urgently shook her head at the firefighters. Thank you, but that's not necessary. As long as the fire is out, we won't investigate. In a private residence, and with no casualties, if the owner didn't pursue the matter, the firefighters wouldn't get involved. Half an hour later, when the fire was extinguished, the firefighters left. The air was filled with a strong, burnt smell, and Fu Xingchen looked at the dark house, feeling a heaviness in his chest. What on earth happened? He asked Lin Xiran in a deep voice. Lin Xiran lowered her head, tears streaming down. It was designer Jiang who set the fire. I don't know if she has any misunderstandings about me. I woke up from the smoke and almost died in there. Chapter 98. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now, Jiang Lili? Fu Xingchen instinctively said, impossible. After 2 years of marriage, he knew Jiang Lili too well. She was timid. Arson, burning down a house with people inside, was definitely not something she could do. Moreover, Jiang Lili had no reason to do so. The surveillance in the living room had been burned, but the one in the yard was intact. It was true that she had come here to get the keys and opened the door to go inside. The fire had spread from the first floor to the second. She must have misunderstood something about me. Lin Xiran was so cold that her nose was completely blocked, and tears welled up in her eyes. She felt wronged, but she couldn't focus on that as she said, I'm fine. Anyway, I'm not hurt. The main thing is that several project contracts we just signed a couple of days ago were all in the study, and they got burned. If the partners don't cooperate with us to re-sign, we'll lose over 10 billion. Fu Xingchen's face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. He had no time to consider what Jiang Lili had misunderstood to trouble Lin Xiran. His mind was filled with those contracts. Xingchen. With an increasingly weak voice, Lin Xiran's body swayed. The thin blanket on her slipped off, and with a thud, she fainted to the ground. Fu Xingchen bent down, lifted her from the ground, and rushed her to the hospital. The doctor examined Lin Xiran and diagnosed her as having fainted from the cold in less than 10 minutes. Upon learning that Lin Xiran had been outside in below freezing temperatures wearing only a thin nightgown for several hours, the doctor thought it was a miracle she hadn't frozen to death. After figuring everything out and moving Lin Xiran to a regular ward, the sky was already bright. Fu Xingchen pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and walked to the end of the corridor to smoke, but unexpectedly heard someone talking on the phone in the hallway. It was Jiang Lili. Jiang Heng had already been moved to a regular ward. She had stayed up all night and looked tired with a weak voice. Su Fengchen knew Fu Xingchen was in the hospital and didn't show up. However, he couldn't help but worry and called Jiang Lili. Not knowing if it was physical exhaustion or emotional fatigue, she couldn't suppress the mix of grievance and anger in her heart. She told Su Fengchen everything that had happened last night. Did you burn down the wedding house? Are you hurt? Where are you now? 3 questions in a row. Su Fengchen's tone was tense and unable to hide his concern. But Jiang Lili was not focused on that at the moment. She took a deep breath and replied in a muffled voice, I'm not hurt. I'm still in the hospital. I'll leave after Jiang Heng wakes up. Su Fengchen couldn't help but ask, what about Xingchen? Jiang Lili shook her head and only realized after that Su Fengchen couldn't see her. She said, I'll find him after I print the divorce agreement. Think it over. Are you sure you won't regret it? Through the phone, Jiang Lili's sadness struck Su Fengchen's cheek. Because she cared, Jiang Lili had such a strong reaction. It wasn't just Jiang Heng she cared about. It was also Fu Xingchen. I won't regret it. The 3 words stuck in Jiang Lili's throat. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say them. An endless silence made Su Fengchen understand something. Since she might regret it, then, Brother Fengchen, I don't regret it. I will definitely divorce him. Jiang Lili interrupted him, her tone firm and filled with conviction. Rather than assuring Su Fengchen, she was assuring herself. Calm down first. I will arrange for you to take leave from the company. Call me when you can come back. Su Fengchen still wanted her to stay calm. After hanging up, in the dimly lit hallway, the faint glow of Jiang Lili's phone screen illuminated her small face. Her eyes were complex, and her expression unintentionally revealed affection and reluctance. Jiang Lili. A man's voice poured down from above her. She suddenly looked up and saw a vaguely outlined figure standing at the corner of the stairs. The man's fingers held a slowly burning cigarette, his gloomy face flickering in and out of light. In the darkness, his hawk-like gaze bored down on Jiang Lili's cheek. Jiang Lili's mind exploded. Did he hear that? She hadn't even figured out how to bring up the divorce. For a moment, she felt flustered. But to Fu Xingchen, her panic looked like guilt. What a ridiculous, foolish woman. Divorce again? You haven't even settled the account for burning down the manor, and you're already unwilling? Fu Xingchen extinguished his cigarette, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped down the stairs 1 step at a time. In the hallway, the sound of his footsteps was exceptionally clear, hitting Jiang Lili's chest time and again. Until the man stood in front of her, she decided to muster up her courage and said without hesitation, Fu Xingchen, let's get a divorce. I'm going to prepare the divorce agreement now. Give me a reason. Fu Xingchen's long fingers pressed against her jaw. She was pushed back, her body leaning against the wall, struggling to breathe. Because I don't love you anymore. Fu Xingchen gritted his teeth and smiled, his smile cold and chilling. You don't love me anymore? Who do you love? Su Xingchen. It had nothing to do with him. Jiang Lili was shocked. It seemed he had heard her talking to Su Xingchen. She didn't want to involve Su Xingchen, urgently explaining, "It's because of Lin Xiran. You let her live in the wedding house, and your relationship with her is unclear. I have evidence." A poor excuse. Fu Xingchen was convinced she wanted a divorce for Su Xingchen. Was she afraid he would cause trouble for Su Xingchen? Jiang Lili's panicked eyes looked at him, but could only see the man's slender jaw. Her desperate denial seemed like a defense to Fu Xingchen. The more she spoke, the angrier he became. She wanted to open her phone and show him those photos and videos to prove that he was the one cheating. But he was too strong, pinning her against the wall, making it impossible for her to move. "Fine, let us set aside Brother Fengshun and Lin Xiran and talk about you and me." Her eyes grew warm, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. "Do you love me?" Fu Xingchen turned his head away, his deep, magnetic laughter tinged with mockery. "Don't think I don't know. You married me for a purpose. What love are you talking about? Do you even deserve it?" From the moment he went to propose to the Jiang family, with Jiang Qingyi's flattery, Jiang Lili didn't even question why she agreed to marry him upon their first meeting. He knew that in the eyes of the Jiang family, this marriage was a transaction, selling a daughter to endlessly suck the blood of the Fu family. And for him, problems that could be solved with money were not problems. He wanted someone obedient. Yet he never expected that Jiang Lili, who had endured for 2 years, would finally reveal her true nature. She was not a docile woman at all. Jiang Lili had never thought that this was how he saw her. "I want money. In the past 2 years. Besides living expenses, have you ever given me a single extra penny? I have no status or dignity in this marriage. Can't you see that?" Her accusations made Fu Xingchen feel chaotic. He impatiently interrupted her. "Isn't it just a divorce? Putting on this I am sorry appearance. Do you expect me to salvage this? Don't dream. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now." Chapter 99. She is not impulsive, but her heart is too soft. Jiang Lili was pulled by him into his Maybach. They first went home to get the documents. And only when the documents were in hand did Jiang Lili feel like this was really a dream. The divorce she had longed for was happening so quickly. The small red booklet in her hand was tightly gripped as she turned her head to stare blankly at the buildings flying past on either side. A voice in her head kept repeating, "Hurry up, faster." But her heart was chaotic, filled with both anticipation and an unknown emotion that gradually spread, filling her chest. Finally, the car stopped at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fu Xingchen unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. Was he eager to get divorced? Acting all angry and saying so many grandiose words was just to make himself feel better. Jiang Lili lowered her head to unbuckle her seatbelt. The man who had already gotten out saw her moving slowly and mocked her coldly. "What? Now that we're at the door, having second thoughts?" Standing firmly on the ground, she was met with Fu Xingchen's sarcasm. She had nothing to say. Their 2-year marriage meant nothing to him. But to her, it meant a lot. 2 years filled with fantasies, where she only had eyes for him. Her foolish 2 years. Jiang Lili couldn't gauge whether she felt more happy or sad at this moment. They entered the Civil Affairs Bureau and queued at the divorce window. In front of them were 3 or 4 couples, some with red eyes, some with flushed faces. But none were like Fu Xingchen, who remained expressionless, looking at her with disdain. Fu Xingchen truly felt disdainful. In the hallway, it was her who was on the phone with another man, confidently assuring him that she would get a divorce. Yet here she was, dragged into the car and to the Civil Affairs Bureau, suddenly silent and looking sad. No, not sad. She was most likely regretting it. He stared intently at Jiang Lili, trying to find an expression on her face that would further confirm his thoughts. Perhaps his gaze was too direct, and Jiang Lili suddenly looked up, her black and white eyes meeting his. Fu Xingchen casually averted his gaze, his sharply defined features giving her nothing but indifference. For just a moment, Jiang Lili wanted to talk to him about Lin Xiran. She wanted to ask him where she was lacking compared to Lin Xiran. Was it just because she was a housewife, or was it that deep down she was just not the person he desired? If that were the case, how could he have slept with her? Wasn't he the one who had once been infatuated with her in bed, lost control with her? But seeing Fu Xingchen's indifferent expression, she suppressed all her thoughts. They were about to get divorced. What was the point of arguing about these things now? His current expression was enough to prove that he had no feelings for her. There was only a sense of physical attraction. Perhaps when he came to the Jiang family to fulfill the marriage contract, he just thought she looked good enough to ignite his desire. After all, once married, they were expected to consummate the marriage. Otherwise, no wife could endure a sexless marriage. And that would not be acceptable to the Fu family. It was all conjecture, but ultimately, it was still speculation without evidence. A couple who had completed their divorce process walked past them with dark expressions. The wife pulled out her phone to call, complaining about the 1-month cooling-off period. Her voice faded away, and Jiang Lili, lost in her thoughts, did not hear. Instead, Fu Fu Xingchen heard it clearly. His brow furrowed. The 1-month cooling-off period was quite a benefit for Jiang Lili. He hoped she wouldn't regret it during that month. Otherwise, she would come to bother him again. When it was their turn, Jiang Lili went over with Fu Xingchen. The staff, who dealt with divorcees every day, mechanically asked a few questions. They filled out forms, signed, and then were told to come back in a month to pick up their divorce certificate. Jiang Lili was surprised when she received the form, asking, "Why a month?" The staff succinctly explained, "It's a national regulation." This was Jiang Lili's first experience with marriage and divorce, and she was completely unaware of these rules. She instinctively looked at Fu Xingchen, wanting him to see if he could use connections to expedite the process today. The waiting process was long and painful. She didn't want to go through this feeling again, but she saw that the man had already filled out the information and signed his name swiftly, pushing the documents forward. Finally, Fu Xingchen's cold gaze fell on her. The staff sighed and quietly said, "Miss, if you regret it, you still have a month to reconsider. Don't hold up the others." Jiang Lili's eyes were clear. Her curled eyelashes fluttered twice as she averted her gaze to fill out the information. She still didn't explain anything. After completing the forms, she pushed them back, took her marriage certificate and documents, and stood up to follow Fu Xingchen out. In the cold winter, the warm sun shone brightly. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Lili was blinded by the intense sunlight. She stood on the steps, watching Fu Xingchen walk towards his Maybach. Last time, during the divorce, he hadn't even given her a car worth over $200,000. There was no way he would give her the newly bought $1 million Maybach. After Fu Xingchen got in and started the engine, ready to reverse, Jiang Lili suddenly ran down the steps. He slammed on the brakes. Jiang Lili knocked on the car window. He pressed his thin lips together and rolled down the window just enough to see her, not even looking at her. "Regret it? Too late." The 5 words came through the window in a dull, cold voice. "Can you give me a ride? I need to go back and pack my things." Jiang Lili thought. After the divorce, they had no more marital ties. Fu Xingchen's cold words were something she would have to endure, and she didn't need to explain anything. No. Fu Xingchen's thin lips parted to utter 3 words. It was just an excuse to get on his car and find an opportunity to ask for his forgiveness. A clumsy scheme that he saw through at a glance. Hearing this, Jiang Lili took 2 steps back, clearing the way for him to drive off. This month was a cooling-off period before the divorce, not a passionate period before a wedding. They should keep their distance. With that thought, Jiang Lili went to the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance to hail a taxi to go back and get her things. She thought Fu Xingchen would watch her leave, but he didn't. She packed her things alone and took a taxi away. Just like last time, she only took her belongings, leaving everything that didn't belong to her. The apartment in Boya Garden had not been vacated yet, so she moved back. She thought this time, there would definitely be no turning back. After settling all her luggage, it was already noon. The caregiver messaged her to inform her that Jiang Hong had woken up and was in stable condition. Jing Hui reminded her to come by at 8 in the evening to assist him with psychological counseling. Suna advised her to rest at home for a few days and reflect on her impulsive act of burning Lin Xiran's house. Impulsive? After seeing a piece of news, Jiang Lili felt that not only was she not impulsive, but she was also too soft-hearted. Luxury mansion in Bolan Manor catches fire, cause unknown. Suspected to be residence of CEO of Xingyun Group, company vice president temporarily residing. The news included clear photos of the house burned to a shell. Lin Xiran stated in an interview that the house was worth 10 figures, and the renovation cost 8 figures. Xingchen said money is just a material thing. As long as I'm okay, that's fine. But several contracts of the company were also burned. I hope the executives will be lenient and help me reissue a contract. To say that Lin Xiran didn't add fuel to the fire after Jiang Lili left, Jiang Lili would never believe it. There weren't many flammable items in the room. The fire was almost out when she left. So what was the cause of the fire? A reporter asked. Chapter 100. You got divorced? I won't say much about other matters. But I hope everyone won't focus their energy on my private affairs with Xingchen in the future, and instead pay more attention to Xingyun Group. This news quickly went viral. How did the house catch fire? Why was Lin Xiran living in Fu Xingchen's house? What about the dozens of billions in contracts that were burned? Among these 3 questions, the hottest one is the second. Anyone without some abnormal relationship wouldn't let a woman casually live in their house. This was speculated even before everyone knew that the house was Fu Xingchen's marital home. The outsiders didn't know, but the Fu family did. When Grandma Fu saw the news, she called Fu Xingchen home. Look at the good things your son has done. Seeing Fu Xingchen come back with a confused look, Grandma Fu knew he hadn't seen the news yet. After Fu Xingchen read the news, he asked Grandma Fu, "Who is Lin Xiran? Are there no other women in your eyes besides your wife?" Grandma Fu shot him a glance. "You can be a wife's man all you want, but you need to take care of your son. If you don't, He is going to be a bachelor soon. Seeing that Grandma Fu wasn't saying anything, Fu Xingchen searched online. After checking, he remembered that this was the girl Xingchen was supporting. She is quite capable. Mei Ling even praised her last time. Did I call you back to praise her? Grandma Fu slammed the table. Focus on the main point. The main point is, Lin Xiran is living in Bolan Manor. That is the marital home of Fu Xingchen and Jiang Lili. And the more important point is, the house is now burned down. Fu Xingchen slowly realized the seriousness of the issue. I should call Lili first. All right, see if she is angry. If she is, don't let that bastard Fu Xingchen into my house again. Grandma Fu didn't care about the house or the losses at all. Anyone who knew Fu Xingchen was married would care about how his wife felt at this moment. Mom, let us ask Xingchen what is going on first. Fu Xingchen had already pulled up Jiang Lili's number, but hesitated. You know Xingchen's personality. You're not unaware that he is stubborn and straightforward. Grandma Fu didn't hold back at all, correcting his view of Fu Xingchen. In short, he doesn't have a human temperament. It's better to clarify first. He doesn't have a mouth, so we'll go explain to Lili for him. After all, he grew up watching us. Fu Xingchen letting Lin Xiran live in the marital home is definitely not as the internet suggests. They are very confident in Fu Xingchen's character. Fu Xingchen called Fu Xingchen, but there was no answer, so he called Sun Ting. President Fu is in a meeting. The company's contract worth billions has been burned, and it needs immediate remedy. Sun Ting spoke in a very low voice, as he was making the call in a corner of the meeting room. Then let him finish the company's matters. No matter what, he must come back tonight. Grandma and I are waiting for him. Fu Xingchen knew that Fu Xingchen took work very seriously, just like Wu Meiling. Calling him now wouldn't bring him back. So he decided to wait until he was done. Mom, I'll have Meiling cancel tonight's meeting. We'll wait for Xingchen to come back together and see what is going on. Grandma Fu raised her hand and firmly refused. Don't let her come back. Your son is stubborn enough as it is, and if the two of them hit it off, you won't dare offend your wife and will definitely side with them. I'm afraid I'll be driven to death from anger. Hearing this, Fu Xingchen touched his nose. Look at what you're saying. I'm not one to confuse right and wrong. Humph, Grandma Fu sneered. When it comes to your wife, you can't even tell the difference between humans and animals. What right do you have to distinguish right from wrong? Her son, whom she had raised with great difficulty, acted like a lapdog in front of his daughter-in-law. She looked down on him, not impressed. There is not a bit of manliness. She was afraid that Fu Xingchen would follow her, but thinking of her daughter-in-law as cold, work-focused demeanor, she was also afraid Fu Xingchen would follow Wu Meiling. In the end, no matter who he followed, she would still have to worry. Late at night, at 10 o'clock, Fu Xingchen arrived at the old Fu family home. Ever since he got married and took over the company, Grandma Fu and the others rarely called him back. He hurriedly walked into the villa, looking somewhat anxious. Grandma, Dad, what happened? It's about your marital home being burned down. Fu Xingchen poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards him. Why was Lin Xiran living there? When this matter was brought up, Fu Xingchen couldn't help but think about his divorce from Jiang Lili. After completing the process at the Civil Affairs Bureau, he felt chaotic inside. Fortunately, once he got to the company, he buried himself in work, suppressing his emotions. At this moment, the turmoil surged back, and he felt a bit irritable, taking off his heavy coat and throwing it onto the back of the sofa. She encountered a terrible neighbor and had nowhere to stay, so she borrowed a place. As soon as the words borrowed left his mouth, Grandma Fu slammed the table. You bastard. Why didn't you let her sleep in your and Lily's bed? Why can't she stay in the marital home? Don't you have any sense? Mom, please calm down. Fu Xingchen was afraid Grandma Fu would get too agitated and hurt her health. Let us hear him explain first. Grandma Fu's eyes widened. Ready to eat someone alive. I want to listen to his explanation. I'll ask you. Did Lily know about this? She found out later, but she didn't say anything. Fu Xingchen frowned and patiently replied. Yeah, the house is burned down. What could she say? Grandma Fu raised her hand, pinching her own philtrum. The situation was even more infuriating than she had imagined. Fu Xingchen turned around, wanting to soothe her chest, but she punched him on the shoulder. This is all your fault. Always hovering around your wife. If you had just a bit of that stubbornness, he wouldn't have done this. Mao. Fu Xingchen didn't dare resist and took 2 solid punches. Please calm down. Let me talk to him, okay? After all, she was getting old. And Grandma Fu got tired after 2 hits. She huffed and turned her head away. You should have gotten your wife's consent before lending your house to another woman. After all, she is the opposite sex. Moreover, you let her stay in the marital home. Did you consider Lily's feelings? Fu Xingchen hit the nail on the head. And besides, lending out the marital home is even more inappropriate. This matter was indeed my mistaken arrangement, but it was also a misunderstanding. I only found out Lin Xiran was living in our marital home after she moved in. Fu Xingchen understood that Jiang Lili would be upset because Lin Shiran was living in the marital home, but he had explained it. Yet Jiang Lili still made a fuss and found various ways to be unhappy. That means Jiang Lili was being unreasonable. So, now that the marital home is burned down, how do you plan to explain it to Lili? Since it was a misunderstanding, Fu Xingchen didn't ask further and threw out the most critical question at hand. Fu Xingchen blurted out, "No need to explain. We've already." Just halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Although Jiang Lili seemed to regret signing the divorce, it was still her suggestion to get a divorce. Being proposed for divorce was quite embarrassing for him, and he couldn't bring himself to say it even in front of his family. "What is going on with you two?" Grandma Fu keenly caught on to something. "You got divorced." Chapter 101. How much did she ask Fu Xingchen for? Fu Xingchen instinctively denied it, saying no. Grandma Fu and Fu Xingchen both looked at him, curious about what he meant by "we have already." "We have already found another place for the wedding house." She is not angry. Since childhood, Fu Xingchen has only reported good news and never bad. A few years ago, when he just took over Xingyun Group, the people in the company did not respect him. He bore a lot of pressure and never revealed even a fraction of his troubles to his family. He could handle business matters, and even less would he talk about his private affairs. Moreover, anything could happen in a month. He firmly believed in his heart that Jiang Lili would have a counterattack. After all the fuss, if they didn't get divorced in the end, it would only worry his family for nothing. Not angry. Grandma Fu thought that the few times she saw Jiang Lili with Fu Xingchen were a bit strange. She tentatively asked, "Are you sure she is really not angry? Or does she just not care about you anymore?" "Really," Fu Xingchen said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He actually lied for a woman. Jiang Lili was truly his nemesis. Grandma Fu stared at him for a few seconds, then looked at Fu Xingchen. "Son, his credibility is not high. You should call Lili. I want to ask her." "Mom, you know Fu Xingchen. He never lies, and he has strong execution ability. There is nothing he can't handle." Fu Xingchen decided to trust his son. Fu Xingchen raised his hand to rub his neck and stood up, saying, "Grandma, Dad, it's getting late. I've been working all day and I'm tired. I'm going upstairs to rest." "What are you going upstairs for?" Grandma Fu picked up a cane beside her. "Go home and find your wife to sleep." "Yes, leaving Lili alone at home, she will be scared." Fu Xingchen stood up, put his coat on his son. "Be careful on the road. Resolve the contract matters early. Otherwise, your mom will worry." Fu Xingchen, who was forcibly sent out of the house. Jiang Lili couldn't describe her feelings at that moment. A mix of emotions. She hadn't even eaten lunch and was holding a notebook preparing for the competition script. Until the sky turned completely dark, the room fell into darkness, and she was brought back to reality by a growl from her stomach. She picked up her phone, which had been set to silent, and countless missed calls and messages popped up. Most of them were from Zhang Qinghe and Su Yunyue. Perhaps Su Fengchen had told her. Su Yunyue knew that she had divorced Fu Xingchen again. However, this time, Su Yunyue's tone was far less excited and surprised than last time. "Did you get the certificate?" Jiang Lili replied. "No, after a month of cooling off period, I will go and get the divorce certificate. But during this month, it's no different from being divorced." Su Yunyue sent a long string of smiley faces. The biggest difference is, whether you can get divorced or not is still unknown. She felt that Jiang Lili's divorce was very metaphysical, mainly because, from the experience of the last divorce, she felt that Fu Xingchen did not want to get divorced. Jiang Lili chose silence. She would prove to Su Yunyue through her actions that this marriage was definitely going to end. She closed the chat window with Su Yunyue and opened the message from Zhang Qinghe. "What is your situation with Xingchen now? Selling the house is not that easy. At least wait until the house is sold before getting divorced. Say something." "You don't reply to messages at all." Jiang Lili did want to reply, but even if she did, Zhang Qinghe would have countless responses telling her not to get divorced. After thinking it over, she replied, "We have already been to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle the divorce procedures. After the month of cooling off period, we will directly get the divorce certificate." 2 hours had passed since Zhang Qinghe sent her the last message. When Zhang Qinghe received the message, she shivered, opened it, and with a glimmer of hope walked over to Jiang Qingyin, saying, "Husband, there is still a month of cooling off period. Perhaps Lili is already pregnant with a child from the Fu family, and it will definitely be found out during this month. She can't get divorced." Jiang Qingyin didn't believe it at all, pushed Zhang Qinghe. "What if she is not pregnant? In a month, wouldn't they be waiting to get the certificate? You ask her where she is. You must find out how much she asked Fu Xingchen for. If there were no child to tie this marriage, then she should just ask for more money." I won't ask her. What about it, old man?" Zhang Qinghe was about to say, "Why not sell the house first?" No matter what, they couldn't delay Jiang Heng's side. But before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Qingyin slapped her. 5 clear slap marks were left on her face. "If you don't say anything, I will help you." About half an hour later, Jiang Lili was cooking noodles in the kitchen when her phone on the dining table rang again. She quickly walked over. It was a call from Zhang Qinghe. Every time Zhang Qinghe called, it was never for anything good. She looked at the phone screen with a complicated expression, hesitating whether to answer. Before she could decide, the call was automatically hung up. Just as she was about to put her phone down, the ringtone rang again. It was still Zhang Qinghe. She took a deep breath, answered the phone. "Don't persuade me, Lily, please save Mom. I've been kicked out by your dad. I don't even know where I am." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Qinghe was crying, her nose sniffing. Jiang Lili paused. "Why did he kick you out?" Zhang Qinghe sneezed. And the voice on the other end was somewhat chaotic. "I told him to sell the house first to avoid problems with Jiang Heng's side. But he refused and slapped me. Lily, I don't have a penny on me. It's freezing outside." In the deep winter of Jingbei, the nighttime temperature drops to -20 degrees. Being suddenly kicked out, Zhang Qinghe didn't even wear warm clothes. "Find a warm place to avoid the cold. Send me your location, and I'll come to pick you up." Jiang Lili couldn't bear to be hard-hearted. That was her mother. No matter how wrong, it wouldn't reach the point where she could watch her mother die in front of her. She turned off the stove, changed her clothes, and left, taking a taxi to pick up Zhang Qinghe. Zhang Qinghe was kicked out of the villa by Jiang Qingyin, and she walked a long way alone without any place to avoid the cold. When Jiang Lili picked her up, she was wearing a crystal fleece nightgown, hiding under a bare tree. Her lips were purple from the cold, her face pale, and her fingers were numb. "Miss, what happened?" The driver couldn't help but speak up when he saw Zhang Qinghe's condition. "Should we call the police or go to the hospital? Please take us to the hospital." Jiang Lili took off her down jacket and draped it over Zhang Qinghe. She tightly held Zhang Qinghe's hand, breathing on it. "Mom, can you hear me?" Zhang Qinghe's body felt stiff like a stick, and her heart couldn't help but rise. Zhang Qinghe's eyes moved slightly, looking at Jiang Lili. "Cold. Mom is so cold. Driver, please hurry." Jiang Lili felt increasingly anxious. "Go to the hospital." Chapter 102. Lili regrets. She has you in her heart. An hour later, at Jiang City Hospital, Jiang Lili registered for emergency care, and the doctor conducted a general examination on Zhang Qinghe. There were no major issues. She might catch a cold and have a fever once she recovered, but taking some medicine in advance would help. On the way to the hospital, the driver turned the heater up to the maximum. Zhang Qinghe felt a bit better, but now she was sneezing and had a runny nose, one after another. Her complexion changed from pale and ashen to slightly flushed. Jiang Lili thanked the doctor, grabbed some medicine for Zhang Qinghe, and left with her. She hailed another taxi outside the hospital, to Boya Garden. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qinghe immediately grabbed her and asked, "Where's Boya Garden? Aren't we going back to Xingchen's place?" At this, the driver stopped and asked, "Where are we going?" "Boya Garden," Jiang Lili said to the driver without hesitation, then turned to Zhang Qinghe and said, "I've moved out from his place." "Why did you move out?" Zhang Qinghe was furious, pinching her arm. "Did he kick you out? You shouldn't have left. At least you were married." Zhang Qinghe kept talking, causing the driver to glance at them through the rearview mirror repeatedly. Jiang Lili had to darken her expression and warned, "If you keep talking, I will send you back to Dad." "No." Zhang Qinghe immediately released her. "I'll go to your place." Finally quieting down, Jiang Lili turned her head to look out the window. The winter night scenery of Jiang City was beautiful, with dazzling neon lights illuminating the entire city. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Boya Garden, and Jiang Lili paid and got out. Zhang Qinghe, who had gotten out early, wrapped herself in her down jacket and surveyed the small community in front of her. "When did you buy a house here?" "Rented." Jiang Lili handed her the down jacket, feeling the biting cold wind wrap around her. "Let's hurry inside." "Rented?" Zhang Qinghe caught up with her and asked while walking, "How much money do you have?" "After being married to Fu Xingchen for 2 years, you can't afford a house." Jiang Lili walked quickly, lowering her head and tucking her neck into her high-neck sweater, but she was still shivering from the cold. She wanted to get home as soon as possible and couldn't care less about Zhang Qinghe's questions. Zhang Qinghe relentlessly pursued. "So you have money but didn't buy a house? Is the money in your name? If you divorce, it involves assets. Otherwise, transfer the money to my name. At least I can get a bit more from Xingchen." "I only have 150,000, she replied. Entering the building, it was much warmer. Jiang Lili pressed the elevator button and finally answered her question, "I don't even have a car." The elevator doors opened, and she stepped in first. Zhang Qinghe came to her senses and quickly followed. Inside the elevator, it was just the two of them. Jiang Lili couldn't avoid Zhang Qinghe's straightforward questions. "Why did you divorce Fu Xingchen? Since you're getting a divorce, how can you not plan for yourself? Didn't you transfer some of his assets in advance?" Jiang Lili stared at the numbers ascending in the elevator. "What happened between you and Dad? If it's nothing serious, just admit your mistake, and I'll send you back tomorrow." Zhang Qinghe shot her a glare. "Isn't it because of you?" You were disobedient and got me into trouble. Jiang Lili didn't know how to respond to her. Back home, she immediately boiled water to make ginger tea with brown sugar. She needed to warm her body, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to make it. Zhang Qing he took off her down jacket, wearing an expensive crystal velvet pajamas, and examined the small rented house from top to bottom. She couldn't hide her disdain and walked to the dining table, pulling out a chair to sit down. You've already been to the Civil Affairs Bureau and entered the cooling-off period, so why are you divorcing? Who initiated it? Can you be transparent with me as your mother? If she had asked Jiang Lili so calmly earlier, she would have answered. After serving a bowl of the cooked ginger tea in front of Zhang Qinghe, she pulled out a chair and sat down across from her. I initiated it, Fu Xingchen cheated. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Qinghe jumped up, looking down at her. Jiang Lili, are you crazy? Which man is honest? As long as he didn't bring someone home and can't touch your position as Mrs. Fu, why are your demands so high? Zhang Qinghe's temper flared up too quickly. Jiang Lili was stunned, staring at her in shock. When did expecting a husband not to cheat become an outrageous request? Don't you consider our family's situation and your own? You marrying Fu Xingchen was like a miracle from the Jiang family's ancestral grave. It was a hard-won opportunity. Why are you being so ungrateful? If your dad finds out, he would kill you. Zhang Qinghe was extremely angry, as if Jiang Lili had committed an unforgivable crime. Then let him kill me. Jiang Lili lowered her head and gently blew on the bowl of ginger tea. The steam rose, gradually blurring her vision. What's the use of killing you now? Zhang Qinghe sat back down, trying to think of a solution. When you proposed the divorce, didn't Xingchen try to keep you? Jiang Lili hesitated for a few seconds and shook her head. No? Zhang Qinghe opened her mouth, wanting to say something more. But seeing Jiang Lili silent, with reddened eyes, she chose not to say anything. Fu Xingchen was such an excellent man. Jiang Lili must like him and be reluctant to part with him. Perhaps they needed a way out. All right, let's drink the soup and rest early. Jiang Lili didn't notice her unusual behavior, only wanting to finish this topic quickly. She didn't want to listen to Zhang Qinghe's humiliating lectures anymore. She prepared the guest room for Zhang Qinghe. After Zhang Qinghe caused such a commotion, neither of them had the appetite for dinner. After drinking the ginger tea, they each returned to their rooms. Zhang Qinghe immediately called Jiang Qingyin, revealing the reasons for Jiang Lili's divorce and her current situation. This is simply absurd. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Qingyin was very angry. Honey, don't be angry yet. I have a way to get them back together, but I need your help. Can you get Fu Xingchen's schedule? Not yet confirming whether Jiang Lili was pregnant. Zhang Qinghe naturally wanted to find a way to reconcile them first, so she didn't dwell on how much property Jiang Lili could get. Jiang Qingyin exerted a lot of effort to obtain Fu Xingchen's schedule. The next morning was the day for the Fu family's health checkup. What made Zhang Qinghe even happier was that Jiang Lili had a fever. She didn't even need to think of a way to trick Jiang Lili into going to the hospital. Recently, Jiang Lili had been feeling unwell, and she thought it was a good opportunity to take her to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. However, the health check during a cold wouldn't yield accurate results. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor suggested she get in first and wait until her body was better before doing the health check. So she had to get in first. Lili, Mama's going to buy you some breakfast. While Jiang Lili was getting her Zhang Qinghe found an excuse to head to the health check department. The Fu family had dedicated health check doctors, so there was no need to queue. Fu Xingchen, busy with work, finished his checkup and was ready to go to the company. Just as he stepped out of the health check department, he saw Zhang Qinghe eagerly waiting there. His brows instinctively furrowed. Zhang Qinghe saw him, and her eyes brightened as she quickly walked over. Xingchen, what a coincidence to see you here. Are you here for a health check? I'm here to accompany Lili for her Is Lili sick? Fu Xingchen stood tall, and out of politeness, he slightly nodded and greeted, Mom. Hey, Zhang Qinghe quickly responded. But Fu Xingchen didn't continue the conversation. She hurriedly added, I know you two have been at odds lately. Lili regrets it. She has you in her heart. Since leaving you, she can't eat or think of anything else, and it's made her sick. Mom feels heartbroken. Can you go see her? Chapter 103. Isn't she trying to get your attention? Do you have feelings for me? Fu Xingchen had his hands in his pockets, looking skeptical. You might not know, but she has been getting quite close to Su Fengchen lately. Zhang Qinghe knew Su Fengchen. The Su family was also quite famous in Jiangqing, especially since Jiang Lili had a good relationship with Su Yunyao. Seeing Fu Xingchen's displeased expression, she immediately said, Well, didn't Mom say that you might be neglecting her too much? For the past 2 years, she has always complained to me about you not paying enough attention to her. No surprises for your wedding anniversary, not celebrating her birthday, and not showing her any warmth. So, she went to find comfort in other men? Fu Xingchen's tone became noticeably colder. If this was the reason, Then Jiang Lili really was trying to excuse herself. Zhang Qinghe smacked her lips and quickly retorted. Of course not. Isn't she trying to get your attention? She wants to make you jealous. I can see you're quite angry, which means you care about her. And that's why it has come to this divorce step. But it's a misunderstanding. Fu Xingchen's brows furrowed into a shape, and he said, where does Jiang Lili get the audacity to flirt with Fu Xingchen? It turned out she was just putting on a show for him. To entice him while also misjudging the situation was just digging her own grave. Xingchen, she's really quite ill, hasn't he eaten since yesterday, and has been feverish. Mom isn't feeling well either and can't take care of her. Can you just go see her? Zhang Qinghe supported her forehead, looking weak. Oh dear, nurse, come take a look at me. Zhang Qinghe staggered, taking several steps, and climbed onto the nurse's station. The nurse quickly got up, walked around the desk, and supported her. Auntie, what's wrong? I have a headache, I can't stand up. Please take me to a chair to rest. Zhang Qinghe was very skilled at faking illness, and as she was supported by the nurse towards the chair, she pointed towards the outpatient room. Pity my daughter is alone getting in 4, and she is still burning up. In the outpatient hall, there were rows of seats filled with people getting 4 drips. Fu Xingchen looked up and immediately spotted Jiang Lili sitting at the edge, leaning against the wall, drowsy. They had just seen each other yesterday, but today she seemed a bit unfamiliar. She was curled up in a black down jacket, so small that he could pick her up with one hand. Her long hair was tied back in a loose bun, giving off a lazy charm, and her pure features carried an unintentional allure. When Fu Xingchen came back to his senses, he was already standing in front of Jiang Lili. A dim light fell on her, and her slightly closed eyelids trembled open. She didn't dare fall asleep, fearing the 4 would run out. Her gaze fell on the man's shiny leather shoes, and as her eyes moved up, she saw the black pants fitting perfectly over his straight legs. The black knee-length coat, slightly ajar. The tie he wore was one Jiang Lili had personally chosen. Her gaze lingered on his chest, not daring to move higher. This must be a dream, or she was hallucinating. How could Fu Xingchen be here? After hesitating for a few seconds, she suddenly looked up, and the distinctly carved features of the man etched deep in her heart came into view. It really was Fu Xingchen? How could he be here? She instinctively straightened her body, opened her mouth, but found her throat so hoarse she couldn't speak. Fu Xingchen stood before her, looking down at her with an elevated posture, hands in his pockets, his gaze indifferent, yet carrying a hint of inquiry. For some reason, she couldn't speak. But tears fell first. Perhaps due to the fever, the liquid rolling down her eyes was scorching, as if it could burn her skin. Her cheeks were flushed with an unusual redness. You've had your fun. What is the use of crying now? Now you know to regret it, huh? Fu Xingchen's tone was not good, feeling inexplicably irritable at the sight of her crying. Jiang Lili was stunned, raising her hand to wipe away the tears on her cheeks, and instinctively brushed away the moisture from her eyes. How did you get here? Do you not know what day it is? Fu Xingchen raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Every year, the Fu family's medical checkup was on a fixed date. And Jiang Lili glanced at the time on her phone before remembering. Jiang Lili, instead of trying to create a chance encounter here, using these little tricks, it would be better to sincerely apologize and admit your mistakes through actions. Do you understand? Fu Xingchen's narrowed gaze fell on the 4 drip. The transparent liquid was nearly finished, and he pressed the call button at the position. Finally, he leaned back against the wall, waiting for the nurse to come over to change the medication. Jiang Lili's already drowsy head became even more confused by his inexplicable actions. Did he mean to say that she purposely made herself sick just to create a chance encounter at the hospital? If so, she really was sick. How uncomfortable. She hated being sick the most because no one ever took care of her every time she fell ill since childhood. When the nurse came over to change the medication, she caught sight of Fu Xingchen leaning against the wall, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. She replaced the empty 4 bottle and, while adjusting the flow, smiled and asked, "Is this your husband? You two really make a good match." Without knowing Fu Xingchen's wealth and power, his own attributes were also very impressive. Standing close to 190 centimeters, with handsome features and a strong build, he was like walking testosterone. Wherever he went, he could attract women's hearts. Fu Xingchen glanced at Jiang Lili, realizing this was her intention, using any opportunity to let others know they were married. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lili quickly clarified, "No, just a regular friend. A regular friend is here to keep you company while you get in 4. The nurse thought she was just shy to admit it and teased her. Even if he is not a boyfriend, he is a suitor, right? So handsome. And you're not accepting? Not at all, Jiang Lili urgently explained. This is the best hospital in Jiangcheng, where the wealthy and powerful come to get treated. If I run into someone I know and the news of our divorce gets exposed, it would be a hassle. She was considering Fu Xingchen, as the news of their marriage would not be good for Xingyan Group. Seeing her expression change, the The nurse didn't ask further. This bottle is almost done. Just call me when it's time. Okay, Jiang Lili nodded, watching the nurse leave. Before she could retract her gaze, Fu Xingchen suddenly held her chin firmly. Forced to look up, she met his cold gaze. I just told you, you've had your fun. Can't you understand? Her jaw was pinched painfully, and she was unable to breathe properly, gasping for air. Her clear eyes reflected the man's gaunt face. Fu Xingchen suddenly released her and turned to leave. If she didn't show pity, then he wouldn't pity her. Jiang Lili breathed lightly, her hand emerging from her sleeve, repeatedly smoothing her chest. She looked toward the direction Fu Xingchen had left, utterly confused about what had just happened. Why did Xingchen leave? Zhang Qinghe had been watching from a distance, and seeing Fu Xingchen leave, ran over. Lily, did you say something to make him angry again?